People hid in spots that didn't show. In that sense, Yu Hansu didn't seem to be a calculating abuser. There must be something. Something triggered him to throw a punch without caring about the image he had worked to maintain. As I thought about what nerve I might have struck, I carefully wrapped the broken MP3 pieces in some scrap paper from the meeting room to make sure no one would get hurt by the fragments. Then I put the wad of paper containing the remains of the MP3 in my pocket and headed to the practice room. I didn't think he would go that far, but just in case Yu Hansu would rummage through the trash, worried I might have recorded something. It'd be bad if he found out the MP3 had no recording function. If he found out that I had deceived him, that guy might hit me on my right cheek and then my left cheek. Compared to the other members, my face was already far inferior, so I had to protect it from getting hurt. Thinking that I should take this trash to the dorm, I opened the door to the practice room. The sound of music playing made it clear that the guys hadn't stopped practicing in my absence. "I'm sorry I'm late. Did the practice go well?" "No." Hyung Jong Song-bin, who ran to the music player as soon as I came in and turned off the music, asked with a suddenly serious expression. "Hyung, what's wrong with your face?" "Face? What's wrong with my face?" I raised my hand to the left side of my face that Jong Song-bin was staring at. A sharp sting, like an electric shock, ran across my skin. Everyone else's eyes were also on my face. A chill ran down my spine. Right. If your skin got hit, it would show right away. 62. Chapter 62. How to Resolve Conflicts with Your Boss. 3. I tried to cover up the spot where Yu Hansu had hit me, even though it was late. But I failed because Choi Jiho was already right in front of me. "Did you get hit?" "Huh?" Jong Song-bin was startled by Choi Jiho's question. "No, I just bumped into something." "Where would you bump into something to leave a handprint like that?" "Handprint? No way." I turned my gaze toward the mirror to avoid Choi Jiho's eyes and saw my face swollen and red. The outline was faint, but not clear enough to be identified immediately as a handprint. This by *ch was clearly trying to corner me with his leading questions. "Hyung, are you okay?" Park Ju-woo brought a cold water bottle with a very serious expression and handed it to me. When I put the water bottle to my face, my cheeks felt cool. It was only then that I realized how hot my face was. "Relax. If someone saw this, they'd think I got hit." "So you really got hit?" "I told you I bumped into something." "And Kang Kian, stop slouching. Your spine will get messed up." I answered them twice, but no one seemed to believe me. I straightened Park Ju-woo's eyebrows with my finger and said, "Besides, even if I did get hit, what's the big deal? It's nothing." "How can you say it's nothing if you got hit?" Kang Kian replied. "This guy was particularly venomous today." "Who did it? Was it Jang Jun who sunbeamed him?" Even Lee Chong-hyun asked without a trace of a smile. "I told you not to go around mentioning people's names recklessly, didn't I?" "So, was it Jang Jun who sunbeamed him or not?" When I denied it, Lee Chong-hyun crossed his arms and asked, "Then you did get hit, right? Why is there not a single person who believes me?" This Ajusi is upset. I tried to change the subject by saying, "Let's stop talking about this and practice," but they didn't seem ready to back down easily. I had no choice but to sigh and say, "I just had a difference of opinion with the PD. It's more noticeable because it happened to be my face." Jong Song-bin looked at me and asked, "PD Yu Hansu?" Jong Song-bin's eyes trembled slightly. I felt a little guilty for reminding him of what happened with Jang Junho. The atmosphere gradually became more and more gloomy. Perhaps they thought that they could get hit next. It made sense that they'd be anxious. The presence of a violent older man was threatening. Putting aside my plan to get rid of Yu Hansu, this atmosphere was bad. We needed to focus on practice. So I said loudly, as if nothing happened, "Okay, are we done now? Let's play the song back again." I turned my back on the members. As I picked up the player to play the music, someone grabbed me. Jong Song-bin was looking up at me while holding my elbow. "We should go talk to the manager." "What?" "We should tell the PD that he hit you. He already calls Hyung often, so there's no guarantee that something like this won't happen again." Jong Song-bin spoke softly. However, despite his calm tone, his fingertips were trembling slightly. But what good would it do to tell anyone now? I still didn't know Yu Hansu's weaknesses yet, and I wasn't sure how the company would weigh between Yu Hansu and me. I admitted that Yue had shown a certain level of kindness so far, but I couldn't trust a company. They could suddenly lash out at employees who had worked there for 13 years and cut the salaries of all employees while the CEO drove around in a foreign car. That was how the company and the executives were. Even if UA happened to see some potential in me by chance, it was unlikely they'd choose me over Yu Han-soo, who already had a signed contract. If I got unlucky, the victim, might end up being punished. I'd seen that happen all too often at the Hampyeong industry. Since Yu Han-soo might end up hitting the other members, I agreed with the system's directive to separate him from the idol business. But that was all. In a situation where I had no solid weapon, I couldn't afford to get a backlash for trying to take down Yu Han-soo. I couldn't afford to jeopardize our debut over something like this. I tried to comfort Jong Song-bin, hoping he would understand my sincere desire not to stir up trouble. I just upset the PD a little. It won't happen again. How can you be so sure? And even if he was upset, hitting someone isn't okay. And I failed. I had momentarily forgotten that he was one of the top-ranking members of the team in terms of stubbornness. At the Hampyeong industry, a simple, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault," would fix everything. But not here. How unfortunate. I tried to gently ease the situation, speaking as calmly as possible. He wouldn't do that again. Then Jong Song-bin asked with a serious face, "Who can guarantee that?" At that moment, I had a gut feeling that this guy was thinking of Jang Junho. Jong Song-bin knew all too well that bullying didn't start suddenly one day, but rather slowly and continuously repeated itself. I ended up bringing up bad memories for no good reason. I swallowed a sigh inwardly. Since it had come to this, I had no choice but to end this talk properly. Song-bin, thank you for worrying. I'll think about what to do next, so let's just start practicing now. I pretended not to see Jong Song-bin's expression and stubbornly turned on the music. Jong Song-bin was a rational guy, so I thought he would fully understand what I meant after a night's sleep. However, the situation went in a direction I had never expected. It was a few days later that I sensed the strange air current. I asked Choi Ji-ho, who was warming up in the practice room, "Hey, didn't Song-bin seem mad at me the day before yesterday?" "A bit," Choi Ji-ho answered without even looking at me, focusing only on stretching. For the past few days, I had been busy trying to figure out what had pressed Yu Han-soo's anger button. I hadn't noticed that I'd also hit the displeasure button of our group leader, and I was only now realizing it. I glanced at one side of the practice room and said, "But why do Song-bin and Ju-woo seem so awkward with each other?" Right. Whether it was because the arrow of Song-bin's anger had shifted away from me, or for some other reason, something felt off. For some reason, the two guys who were usually the calmest and most easygoing in our dorm seemed noticeably awkward with each other. Jong Song-bin in the practice room acted the same as usual. Park Ju-woo was also not very talkative, so he didn't seem much different. But during breaks, the two, who used to huddle together and whisper, were now keeping their distance, so I couldn't help but notice. They had always displayed a close bond with a different vibe than Lee Chong-hyun and Kang Ki-on, so this was unfamiliar and odd. While I was trying to figure out the cause, Choi Ji-ho got up and said, "How would I know? What a useless guy." Still, if even the dull Choi Ji-ho had noticed, it meant the awkward tension between Song-bin and Ju-woo wasn't just my imagination. Those two would have resolved it through conversation. They're not the type to fight. That's true. Do Song-bin and Ju-woo often fight? No, I don't think so. Really? Maybe. Choi Ji-ho, who usually paid no attention to others, could be trusted on this. After all, the two had once introduced themselves in an interview as best friends who have never fought. Never fought. Really? Yes. Ju-woo tends to give in to people, so we've always gotten along well. But how can you not fight even once while living in a group? We find that surprising too. Haha. Since Jong Song-bin was not the type who would lie for the sake of interviews, his words back then were probably true. Then this situation could be seen as an unprecedented exceptional incident, just like Lee Chong-hyun's attempted runaway. At this point, I felt like my involvement was actually a bad thing for this team. The members were causing trouble that they never had before since I joined. Maybe it was indeed a bad thing. I was lowering the group's overall capability. While I was nursing my throbbing head and trying to calm my complicated feelings, Choi Ji-ho asked, "But you, when Jong Song-bin was bullied by Jang Junho, you insisted on reporting it to the company. Why are you doing the opposite this time? An adult getting hit and a minor getting hit is totally different. Besides, Song-bin is different from me." I tried to say, "He's a trainee that the company can't let go of," but I held back. Instead, Hoping that the awkwardness between the two was only temporary, I decided to talk to Park Ju-woo after practice and casually brought up the topic. But his response shattered my hope that this would be easily resolved. So, it seems we ended up fighting. I had to admit, at that time, it really took a lot of effort to swallow my sigh. Can I ask why you fought? I asked worriedly. I was genuinely worried. If the two of you fight, the group will fail, the company will fail, and my KPI will be completely ruined. Instead of telling the story right away, Park Ju-woo took his time. This guy was known for his voice that melted fans' eardrums, but it seemed to also melt my liver. It was only when I started to feel suffocated that Park Ju-woo finally opened his mouth. That day, when Hyung had a problem with PD Yoo Han-soo, Park Ju-woo's thoughtfulness was evident in his way of phrasing that didn't indirectly state, "That day when you got slapped by Yoo Han-soo. That day, I talked with Songbin, and we had a bit of a disagreement. I know it might upset you since we talked about you behind your back. I'm sorry." "It's fine. I don't really mind about that." Park Ju-woo smiled kindly, but my head was filled with questions. What reason would there be for the two of them to have a disagreement just because I got slapped? It was me who got slapped. I wanted to hear specifically what they talked about, but unfortunately, Park Ju-woo kept his mouth shut like a clam, so I failed. In the end, I had to resort to a desperate measure. "That's why I need you guys to do something for me." Choi Ji-ho, Kang Ki-on, and Lee Chong-hyun, who were called out to the living room, looked bewildered. Go hear the whole story from them. Us. Choi Ji-ho, who looked the most reluctant among them, was the first to ask. Then should I go and ask? They fought because of me. You think they'll talk to me? I don't think they'll tell us either. That's why I'm telling you to make the effort and get the answer. I didn't raise you to be weak, Chong-hyun. I also prefer to solve things on my own rather than relying on others. But what else could I do? The situation turned out this way. I patted the shoulders of the spies who looked bewildered and encouraged them. And the very next day, the spies returned with information. 63. Chapter 63. How to resolve conflict with your boss. Get rid of your boss. 1. Our strategy was this. Take 1. Lee Chong-hyun joined Jong Song-bin and Kang Ki-on halfway home, and the two youngest members asked their leader what happened. Chong-hyun, Hyung, is something going on these days? Ki-on, we weren't going to say anything because you seem like you're trying not to show it, but we've been worried. In this way, they looked like they had been observing their Hyung's reactions lately and had finally decided to bring it up. Then, Jong Song-bin, who was soft-hearted, would definitely give an answer. Jong Song-bin was not the type who would treat others poorly just because he was upset. Take 2. At the same time, in the practice room hallway near the water dispenser, Choi Ji-ho awkwardly tried to talk to Park Ju-woo. Ji-ho, did you have a fight with Jong Song-bin? Ji-ho's lines were not very smooth, but it was intentional, designed to give the impression of hesitation. First of all, Park Ju-woo would be surprised. This was because the number of one-on-one conversations between Choi Ji-ho and Park Ju-woo was practically zero. Although Park Ju-woo probably would hesitate for a while, he'd eventually respond. The more information we could get, the better. If Ji-ho could at least pick up one key point, it would be a success. I had no expectations to hear the A to Z of the incident from the silent brat and the quiet softy. So just extract the important things. Take 3. When Jong Song-bin was called to see the manager and Park Ju-woo went into the vocal practice room, the rest of us gathered to share what we had found out. So, did you find out anything? Lee Chong-hyun was the first to answer. Wow. Unexpectedly, Song-bin Hyung didn't open his mouth much. Oh no. This was doomed from the start. You should have shaken Song-bin's heart, even if it meant faking tears. Were you just messing around? I was ready to shed tears, even if it meant poking my eyes out. But Song-bin Hyung just kept changing the subject so pitifully. Honestly, I couldn't ask anymore because it was too sad to see. Kang Ki-on, sitting with his arms crossed, nodded at Lee Chong-hyun's protest. Then tell me what you heard. Chong-hyun, you first. They didn't have a huge fight or anything. It was just a few differences of opinion. Then what do you think, Ki-on? You share a room with those two. Even if I wanted to say they don't fight, they barely talk in the room. Kang Ki-on shrugged, looking like he was at his wits' end with the silent Cold War between the two Hyungs. But saying that they have a fight doesn't feel right either. What do you mean? It's more like they're avoiding each other. Usually when you fight, you get angry at the other person or something like that. Certainly, That was unusual. There was a clear difference between someone leaving because they didn't want to see you and someone avoiding you because they were too ashamed to face you. Kang Keon continued. Songbin Hyung said he feels like he might have said something he shouldn't have. Lee Chong-hyun also chimed in on Kang Keon's words. That Hyung isn't usually the type to say the wrong things. Maybe it's just a misunderstanding between those two. True. I also agreed with Chong-hyun's assessment. Then, an unexpected remark came from someone unexpected. It was Choi Ji-ho who came up with a useful answer. It's true that those two are awkward with each other. What? I heard they both said some harsh words to each other. I was so bewildered that I forgot to ask, "What are you talking about?" and just blinked. They spoke harsh words? Jong Songbin and Park Ju-woo. Those two, who were as soft as tofu at heart. When we crowded around him, Choi Ji-ho started talking about the conversation he had with Park Ju-woo. You were arguing about whether you should report Kim Iwol's incident to the company. Yes. Didn't this topic end already when Kim Iwol asked us to drop it? I guess Songbin was still worried. It seemed Jong Songbin had wanted to try to persuade me one more time. And Park Ju-woo had tried to dissuade Jong Songbin. Ju-woo said to Songbin, I don't know what the circumstances are, so let's not dig into it too much. I was thankful that Jong Songbin didn't bring up the issue again. However, it was unclear why Park Ju-woo was suddenly considerate of my position and spoke up for me. If I had to guess, it might be because Ju-woo had overheard more than anyone else about my personal issues that revealed my family history. He had heard that I couldn't go to college because I didn't have money. This was Park Ju-woo's misunderstanding, or that I didn't have a good relationship with his family. So Park Ju-woo must have imagined a lot of things about me. On the contrary, I felt like I could understand Jong Songbin's position now. I still didn't agree with Jong Songbin's opinion that we should report Yohansu. But anyone would feel shocked if a close friend strongly opposed something they believed was right. Songbin must have been upset. Is that really the case? He's already upset, and now his friend is trying to stop him. It must have unsettled him. It had disheartened me too when the teammates I had believed I could rely on betrayed me by siding with Manager Nam. Anyway, having figured out the cause of the problem, the Emergency Response Committee disbanded before Songbin and Ju-woo returned. And, as fate would have it, I, the one who'd unintentionally sown the seeds of discord, decided to activate the stick function while the members went back to practice. Since it was a function similar to looking into someone else's mind, I had been refraining from using it, but because it was not a personal matter between the two, I decided to use it for the public good this time. System, please write a combination name. Play button. I think the fans called them main vocal brothers. The system probably would reject it as cliché. What a vicious system. This was the same jerk who had rejected my combination name until I tied together Choi Ji-ho and Kang Keon with Sandpaper Dapper. As expected, this time again, I had to face countless improper combination name windows. The combination name that finally got approved was one of those game nicknames you sometimes see in funny internet memes that my classmates used to share. System, the combination name is confirmed as Mumruffin21. I gave that name because those two looked the most harmless on the team. I just hoped that no one found out about my naming skills. Predictably, when I activated the stick, it gave off a I'm upset vibe. Jong Songbin, I wish you treat me as a friend more casually. Park Ju-woo. Park Ju-woo, I wish you could let go of some of your burdens. Jong Songbin. It was a touching friendship. As expected, they were friends who had been by each other's side for over 7 years before. But this time, it was almost ruined because I got involved. If I were a morally responsible person, I should have resolved this issue amicably even if it had nothing to do with KPI. I joined the practice formation, thinking that I had to call an emergency meeting, which had been held countless times so far and would likely be held countless times before our debut. The next day, after practice, I called all the members who had returned home into the living room of our dorm. Today's agenda, I didn't mention it in advance, but I think everyone already knows. At my words, Jong Songbin flinched visibly. Park Ju-woo glanced at Jong Songbin and immediately turned his gaze away. Before that, there's something I want to say. The members looked at me. A few days ago, I should have thanked you for worrying about me, but I didn't. I'm sorry. I started by apologizing to prevent the atmosphere from turning into a scolding of Jong Songbin for his excessive concern. Today, my goal wasn't to blame anyone. They seemed a bit surprised by this unexpected start, but I didn't stop and moved on to the next point. I still think it's better not to tell the company. However, I didn't want you to feel uncomfortable because of my decision. That's why I created a space where we can all talk. It's been a few days, so everyone's calmed down, right? Let's start by discussing whether you all want to report PD Yuhansu to the company. My plan was to vote on whether we should report Yuhansu, and if the votes were split, we'd discuss and come to a unified decision. However, the vote was almost meaningless, because all 5 members, excluding me, agreed that Yuhansu should be reported. If I had known these guys would act like this, I would have taken pictures on the day I got hit. It felt a bit ironic after I had nagged Jong Songbin to leave some evidence. As I felt regretful, Park Ju-woo asked, "Do we really need evidence? We all saw your face that day." He's the kind of guy who could deny everything. We'd be lucky if he didn't claim the trainees conspired to get him ousted. Park Ju-woo's face turned pale at my words. It was unfortunate, but it couldn't be helped. Yuhansu had even meticulously called me to a meeting room without CCTV, so what else could I do? But it's not like there's no evidence at all. I pulled out a bundle of papers from my pocket. It was the remains of an MP3 player that I had bought through a second-hand transaction that Yuhansu had broken. I had kept it, hoping to at least salvage the motherboard. Unfortunately, both the battery and the memory were broken in half, making it beyond repair. This is my MP3, but PD Nim smashed it. I picked up the pieces to prevent anyone from stepping on them and getting hurt. Looking at the pieces of the MP3 player, Jong Songbin asked with a pale face, "PD Nim broke this?" "Yeah. I bought it secondhand, so it didn't cost much, but the company would surely understand that people who break other people's things aren't normal." The members' expressions darkened as they stared at what was left of the MP3, now too broken to even be called that. Lee Chonghyun frowned and asked, "What did he do to make an electronic device so broken?" "It broke after being stomped on a few times. Also, didn't I tell you not to get frown lines on your face? Are frown lines important right now? Isn't it obvious? In the history of idols, nothing's more important than that. Anyway, if that's what you all think, I'll try to handle this." As I began picking up the MP3 fragments again, Kong Keon shrugged. "Will you be alright? From what you said, that PD sounds like a real piece of work. I'll just act even worse." It seemed he didn't know what it looked like when an employee who had been bullied at work finally snapped. "Then, Songbin, I'm sorry to interrupt practice, but I'll step out for a bit." "Where to? Where else?" "The artist management team." Choi Jiho's eyes widened. "You're going now?" "Yeah. Didn't you all say to handle this as soon as possible?" At this, Lee Chonghyun looked somewhat uneasy. "Is it okay if we don't come up with any countermeasures? I've thought about it all, so don't worry. It would be difficult to continue practicing with this kind of depressed mood and stagnant atmosphere. Now that we had come to a conclusion, it was time to move. I dusted myself off and got up. "Wait a minute, Hyung. What are you going to tell them?" Jong Songbin asked with a worried face. I smiled brightly, so that Jong Songbin could sleep with a peaceful mind tonight. "How else? I'll make sure they can't hear my story without shedding a few tears." 1. The literal translation is long-tailed tit. It's some kind of bird. I looked up its nickname and picked the name I considered the cutest after a lot of agonizing. FYI, its strong competitors are Poke Pudding, Bumbarrel, Huggin' Muffin, and Fairy Bird, among many others. 64. Chapter 64. How to resolve conflict with your boss. Get rid of your boss, too. Since Kim Yiwol had submitted his proposal to the planning team, his visits to the management office significantly decreased. Naturally, Min Ju-kyung, who worked in management, also had very few chances to see him. That was until Kim Yiwol requested a meeting through Lim Chan-young, the manager of the trainees. Meetings with people of the management were usually the same. At most, the biggest issue was that they wanted to change the manager. When Kim Yiwol entered the conference room with a tired expression, Min Ju-kyung thought that he must have been busy recently or that he must have been feeling stressed because of his upcoming debut. But the issue this young trainee brought up was unlike anything Yue had dealt with before. "PD, you hit you." Min Ju-kyung straightened up in his seat, repeating the question in disbelief. It wasn't because he doubted Kim Yiwol. It was because he couldn't believe that something that shouldn't have happened had happened. Kim Yiwol, who had hesitated and barely managed to speak, nodded slightly. A while ago, when talking to people, He always made eye contact and spoke clearly. Today, Kim Yiwol could hardly raise his head. Does he really think this is somehow his fault? Min Jukyung's heart sank. No matter how much the other person deserved it, hitting people was wrong. But even putting that aside, Kim Yiwol wasn't the type who would purposefully get into trouble. Everyone at UA knew how polite and diligent Kim Yiwol was. Min Jukyung asked as calmly as possible so that Kim Yiwol wouldn't get even more nervous. What happened with PD Nim? To be honest, I don't understand it either. Kim Yiwol said with an awkward smile. That smile made Min Jukyung even more concerned. At that moment, something flashed through Min Jukyung's mind. It was a conversation that came up during lunch with a colleague from the planning team a while ago. Jukyung, be honest with me. Isn't PD you really a parachute? Why do you ask? That jerk is a total A****. He can't do his job. He talks like sh**t, and he has zero awareness. How on earth the industry hadn't caught wind of this? It was very well known that after PD Yu Hansu came in, there was not a single day when the planning team's expressions brightened. From Min Jukyung's colleagues alone, the number of complaints increased so much to the point that it made you wonder if this person's nature had always been like this. And all the frustration pointed toward Yu Hansu. Team leader doesn't say it out loud, but I think Yu Hansu feels inferior to Yiwol. Inferior? Yeah, he always picks fights with Yiwol. And whenever he brings in a lousy idea, and people question the history behind it, it's ridiculous. Come on, there's a huge age gap between them. I am serious. In this meeting, PDU's ideas were all rejected and Yiwol's was accepted. Jukyung, you should have seen PDU's expression at that time. Kim Yiwol's idea was selected over Yu Hansu's idea. His colleague clearly said that. It wasn't the first time something like this happened, but the complete rejection of the producer's idea had spread throughout the company. Yiwol, when exactly did PD Nim hit you? Min Jukyung asked cautiously. He hoped that it wasn't just a grown man hitting a 20-year-old out of an ugly inferiority complex. However, the answer he got in return was not what he had expected. A few days ago. Is the exact date important? Not necessarily. I was just wondering if you remembered. If I look at the calendar, I can tell the date. It was about 3 days after the meeting with the planning team. I marked down the meeting schedule on the calendar. The sight of Kim Yiwol trying to speak calmly broke his heart. As Min Jukyung was thinking about what to say, Kim Yiwol hesitated and took something out of his pocket. I thought you might not believe me. Min Jukyung couldn't say anything and accepted the item Kim Yiwol handed to him. As he unfolded the bundle of paper, small pieces of metal were revealed. Min Jukyung wasn't stupid enough to not know why Kim Yiwol handed this to him. Electronics in this country didn't break so easily even if you stepped on them. Min Jukyung let out a sigh. It was clear that this wasn't a problem that could be discussed and resolved on his own. Min Jukyung hesitated for a moment before asking for my permission and bringing in the team leader of the artist management team. The expression of the management team leader, who came in with a bright expression, also turned pale in 3 minutes. If the company people showed a half-hearted response, I was going to make a fuss saying that Yu Hansu scared the other trainees. Fortunately, that kind of unfortunate incident didn't happen. Thanks to that, I only had to explain how hard it was to work under Yu Hansu, putting on a look of exhaustion on my face. I was happy because I was in a position where I could vent my frustrations, something I'd never done at the Hampyeong industry. But the staff's expressions got worse and worse. When I told them the story of being on the phone call with Yu Hansu until 4 in the morning, I could see the faces of the management team leader and Min Jukyung turning pale. The management team leader ruffled my hair and said, "He made kids see all sorts of dirty things. Don't worry about that. I'm already a bitter member of society." Standing next to the management team leader, Min Jukyung sighed deeply and asked, "Should we tell the planning team that PD, you should be separated from Spark?" Of course. And while we also need to hear from PDU's side of the story, we also have to report this to the CEO. It was surprising. The company's employees were trying to protect me. No matter how hard I practiced my acting for this day, I never thought they would listen to the words of a low-ranking person so sincerely. They even believed what I said. Even if it was just for show, it didn't change the fact that this was something I'd never seen before in the Hampyeong industry. It was something you had to live long enough to see. For them to care about me this much, it was really troublesome. I still had more to say. And I took out the printed materials I had printed out in advance from my bag and handed them over. I was really in a hurry, but I tried to make it look like I was hesitating. I don't know if I should show you this, but I think I have to tell you. What is this? It was a document on Yu Han-soo's alleged corruption, painstakingly compiled by none other than me, a former HR employee and current trainee. To explain how I ended up digging up all the dirt on Yu Han-soo, I had to go back a few weeks. At that time, Yu Han-soo was dumping all sorts of work on me day and night. One of my tasks was to get estimates from vendors that he had told me to contact. And in the process, I discovered it. The amount is strange. Signs of Yu Han-soo's attempted embezzlement. In order to make the most of the budget allocated to Spark, I had to save as much as possible. So, I put in the legwork, selling anything that could be sold. I contacted multiple vendors, knocking on the same doors 2 or 3 times, and carefully organized all the quotes. And then I discovered something peculiar. When I first asked for quotes on my own, when I used Yue's name to negotiate, and when Yu Han-soo connected me with vendors he knew, these 3 scenarios had wildly different prices for the same vendors. Normally, you'd expect the highest price from individual inquiries, but strangely enough, the more I mentioned Yu Han-soo's name, the higher the prices got. At first, I thought maybe Yu Han-soo was blacklisted by some vendors, but that wasn't the case. It wasn't just 1 or 2 companies, it was happening with multiple vendors. No way, he hasn't even been with the company that long. Still, with a sense of doubt, I asked the vendors, hoping Yu Han-soo wasn't that hopeless. How should I handle the payment? The answer I got was disappointing. Just like last time, send the difference to his personal account. This wasn't just a matter of character. It was something far worse. In the end, an embezzlement issue didn't happen in UA. This was because a completely different vendor was selected. I thought I was going to die from all the effort it took to find a decent vendor untouched by Yu Han-soo's influence. I wished I could report it immediately, but there were more than 1 or 2 things that got in the way. The issue with Yu Han-soo might cause a stir in the planning department, potentially delaying Spark's debut. And if I acted rashly, it would be a problem if I got fired before Yu Han-soo did. Considering all the various things, the only thing I could do at the time was to somehow prevent Yu Han-soo from finding a way to embezzle money. However, I did record the series of events. I figured that if something like this happened again, or if I achieved my KPIs and left UA, I could report everything with confidence. And not long after, on the day after I got beaten up by Yu Han-soo, I went to the production team with the intention of ending Yu Han-soo's life. I took the pricing list of quotes I had gotten through Yu Han-soo and planned to compare them with industry standards, hoping for some cross-verification from the experts. PD Yu Han-soo decided on the vendor, right? Then we don't need to look. It's all been discussed. What the heck? The production team was acting suspiciously. An employee was conspiring with a vendor to embezzle the budget. But the relevant department pretended not to know about it. In that case, there was no other way to explain this. They were in on it together. Only then did I finally get the answers to all my questions. If there were people who were profiting from these schemes, of course, I would be seen as a thorn on their side, constantly getting in the way. They weren't working that closely together, so it must have been easy for them to hide their tracks on the surface. At this point, I just wanted everyone involved to be punished and stop getting involved with Spark. With that in mind, I stayed up all night, transferring the recording to a transcript and attaching an estimate until my eyes turned bloodshot. There were likely more people connected to Yu Han-soo than just those in the production team. But for now, I decided to cut off his immediate support first. I couldn't afford to lose everything by trying to catch too many people at once. That report I had poured my soul into was now in the hands of UA staff. My heart was pounding. How would UA treat a whistleblower? At the Hampyeong industry, it's the whistleblowers who got the death sentence. As I was thinking that, I heard the sound of a chair leg roughly scraping against the floor. It was the sound of someone kicking their seat and getting up. 65. Chapter 65. New Year's Wish 1. The planning team leader called out Min Jukyung's name. No more words were exchanged. The team leader took my report and left the room. I assumed they had communicated through glances about how to handle the situation. I stared at the desk and waited for him to say something. Then Min Jukyung grabbed my hands that were on the table. You've been through so much, especially with barely adjusting and preparing for your debut. It must have been exhausting. Sorry, I was flustered by his unexpected words. I should have apologized for doing something unnecessary, but I missed the right moment to respond. I'm sorry. I don't know anything. And yet Why are you apologizing? I feel like it was disrespectful to those who have been here much longer. And I think the team leader was upset because of me. That's not true, Yiwol. Min Jukyung was gentle but firm. The reason the team leader left is because this is a really big problem. He left first to report it to his superiors quickly. Thanks to you, we found out quickly before the company suffered losses, so you don't have to feel guilty. You understand? Yes. And as for what happened between you and PDU, Min Jukyung let go of the hands that he had been holding. I took it as a sign. A signal that the conversation would take a slightly different turn from here. So what am I supposed to do? The HR team is part of the management support department. So is it really that hard to do a few favors for the manager? Assistant Manager Kim, you're really young. Your way of thinking is still immature. You need to realize that if a superior behaves that way, there's always a reason behind it. How long have you worked in society? I felt like the words I had heard at the Hampyeong industry were changing, one by one, into Min Jukyung's voice. However, Min Jukyung still acted differently than I expected. We didn't take care of you properly. It's embarrassing that the management team couldn't even handle this. I'm sorry. Min Jukyung bowed his head and apologized. What should I say in this situation? I had never received an apology like this before, so I had no idea. I just hoped that UA wasn't the kind of company that forced employees to apologize profusely whenever something went wrong. I couldn't stand the unfamiliar atmosphere, so I hurriedly ran out of the meeting room, saying that I would go practice. I felt strange. When I opened the door to the practice room, all 5 heads turned toward me. Jong Songbin, too preoccupied to stop the upbeat dance music playing in the background, asked anxiously, "How did it go?" I raised my thumb and answered, "I've tattled on him." Wow. Lee Chonghyun clenched his fists and shouted. Maybe it was because of the background music, but the place felt like a festival. What did the company say? Kong Keon asked, wiping away the sweat dripping down his face. As soon as he finished his sentence, everyone fell silent and looked at me. Nothing has been decided right now, but we won't be working together for the time being. Is that okay? I thought they wouldn't take any major actions because it's right before our debut. I figured that might happen, so I also brought up the corruption issue. Shouldn't they retrain themselves before making us debut? Corruption? Their eyes widened. It wasn't exactly pleasant to talk about in detail, so I didn't explain it further. So, from now on, let's stay sharp and focus on practice. Songbin and Juwoo, you'll make up properly after practice, right? Jong Songbin smiled faintly at my words and replied, "Of course." Park Juwoo smiled faintly as well. At the same time, the system window lit up above Jong Songbin's face. Plus, system, task completed. Reward, EXP 50. Total EXP, 100. Total point 1. Plus, the 50 EXP points clearly showed how much of a piece of trash Yu Hansu was. Still, thanks to overcoming that difficult mountain, I was able to improve my dance skills. In addition, I was able to confirm that vocal proficiency, self-PR, and organizational adaptability had increased one by one while I wasn't looking. Plus, performance evaluation, 100. Vocal proficiency, 8/20. Our dance proficiency, 7/20. Our self-PR, 13/20. Our attendance management, 18 to 20. Our organizational adaptability, 11/20. Plus, there was another change. After completing Yu Hansu's mission, the total EXP section under my resume disappeared. It seemed the feature naturally deactivated after reaching the limit of manually increasing my skills. With Yu Hansu out of the picture, peace returned to the practice room. To cut to the chase, Yu Hansu was not fired. Instead, he was disciplined. Additionally, he was barred from any involvement in UA's idol department. As long as he stayed at UA, he'd be stuck planning Jang Junho's music videos, something he had prided himself on, for the rest of his life. The production team leader was removed from his position. He was demoted to assistant team leader, and the team leader position became vacant. I could only hope the vacant position would be filled soon. It was a satisfying conclusion for me, but it seemed the other members didn't see it that way, as I could hear them grumbling quite often for a while. While Jong Songbin and Park Juwoo were careful with their words because they had a fight recently, Lee Chonghyun and Kong Keon were less reserved. As soon as they entered the dorm, They'd take turns venting about how Yu Hansu's punishment seemed too lenient. Shouldn't they fire him immediately for hitting someone? Well, at least we won't have to work with him anymore. Do you think the company hands out disciplinary actions lightly? After I managed to calm down Chonghyun, I don't think he's the kind of person who would reflect on his actions just by writing a written apology. Kong Keon would immediately start nitpicking. Neither side would rest. The written apology is just what you see on the surface. He was even disciplined, so that guy will probably have his salary frozen or cut next year. Hyung, are you just looking up this stuff because you used to handle reference checks? Lee Chonghyun asked with a suspicious look. This was all I ever learned at the Hampyeong industry, so what? I told him to go play in his room and then refocused on what I was doing. With Spark's debut fast approaching, I had to write a press release for the media. It wouldn't give me EXP. I was going to let UA write the press release, but they were going to include everything, from the members' useless awards to music videos that hadn't even been released yet, in the press release, so I told them I'd just write it myself. I'd rather die than suffer through that. I was used to writing these kinds of articles. When the executives at Hampyeong Industries were caught up in lawsuits, I cranked out press releases like a machine, stuff like the Hampyeong Industry, selected as a top 1,000 small and medium enterprises to work for. To this day, I still didn't know who decided to call the Hampyeong Industry a great place to work. Or maybe there were 70 million companies out there that were worse than Hampyeong Industry. It was hard to tell whether it was the former or the latter. Just as I was about to finish writing UA embarks on new ventures, someone suddenly grabbed me from behind in a tight hug. Hyung, do you have plans on January 1st? You surprised me. The culprit of the back hug was, unsurprisingly, Lee Chonghyun. I swept off my chest and scolded him. Chonghyun, you know I get startled by small things, don't you? What would have happened if I had hit you with my arm? I gave you a super tight hug because I was afraid that would happen. My grip was no joke, right? Would you still say that if I hit your chin with the back of my head? I'll be very careful from now on. Chonghyun covered his chin with his hand. He should have done that from the start. I don't have any plans for New Year's. What? Oh, then let's all go watch the sunrise together. Sunrise? Was this kid suggesting we go on some kind of retreat at the start of the year? Hiking, a hobby that had become the very soul of managers across the nation, driving them to climb a mountain even if the world were to end tomorrow. This collective madness, infiltrating everything from job interviews to workplace clubs, wielded its influence like some devilish force. Naturally, this hiking frenzy struck the Hampyeong Industry as well. Fueled by Manager Nam, the executives of the Hampyeong Industry eventually formed a bizarre organization called the Health/Teamwork Recovery Committee. And I, forced to join the team leaders, carried 2 1.5L water bottles every weekend, following them from one mountain to another. From the moment they made me carry all the water I didn't even drink, it was clear that this committee was doomed. Unfortunately, the Health/Teamwork Recovery Committee lasted a long time, contrary to my wishes that it would collapse quickly. I thought we would just go over the mountains, but we ended up going across the sea all the way to Jeju Island. Of course, I was the one who had to book the ferry tickets to Jeju. I paid out of my pocket first and then reimbursed it later. It was to the point that the only goal I actively set at Hampyeong Industry was to eliminate the Hampyeong Industry Mountaineering Club. The only joy I had during that process was getting the stamp of achievement for the 100 Famous Mountains series. Hyung, why are you suddenly stopping talking? Or at least it was supposed to be. I was so shocked that I couldn't even answer Lee Chonghyun's question. My famous mountain stamp. The stamps that had justified those grueling hikes. The one and only source of motivation during my freedom-less weekends, allowing me to rationalize enduring that hell by thinking, well, at least collecting the stamps is fun. Those stamps, which could be said to represent everything about my life at the Hampyeong Industry, suddenly came to mind. Should I ask the system? Is my stamp still alive? As soon as I had this thought, the system appeared. Its response time was so quick that I almost wondered if it had its own customer service team. Plus, system, work instructions from your superior have arrived. Play button Assistant Manager Kim. Do you treasure that ballpoint pen on your desk? I used it because I was in a hurry, but it broke. Get a sturdier one next time. System, due to subordinate traveling back in time, all achievements previously earned by subordinate have been invalidated. Plus, it's gone. Damn it, give me back my stamps. 66. Chapter 66. New Year's Wish 2. The unexpected conversation about watching the sunrise unfolded like this. Lee Chonghyun had gone to borrow something from Kang Kyon's room when he stumbled upon Park Ju-woo, who was enjoying a relaxing time watching videos of Buddhist temples. The two, who had a good relationship with no awkwardness, sat next to each other and talked as they often did, taking a deep interest in each other's activities. As they sat close together, watching videos of temple tours in South Korea and exploring nature within the city, they were eventually led by the algorithm to a video titled Top 10 Must-See New Year's Sunrises. The sight of the blazing red sunrise, marking the beginning of a new year, left a strong impression on both Park Ju-woo, who wasn't the type to go out much, and Lee Chonghyun, who spent his childhood studying. Now, as they were about to debut, they thought it would be a great idea for the entire group to go watch the sunrise together. How wonderful it would be to strengthen their teamwork while watching such a magnificent view together. That was what they thought, and they ran straight to the leader who had the decision-making authority on group activities. When they told this idea to Young Song-bin, he responded enthusiastically, saying it was a great idea. Kang Kyon said he would go if all the members were on board. What did Choi Ji-ho say? Ji-ho Hyung said it's a great idea. That guy said that? Really? Yes. He said he's been feeling stiff lately. Lee Chonghyun's words were shocking. To think he'd willingly join a group activity that wasn't even work-related. And the reason being he wanted to stretch his body? For a guy who could dance all sorts of different dances, it seemed the dance training he had up until now wasn't enough. While I was still in disbelief, Lee Chonghyun started showing me pictures of temples, trying to sell me on the idea. What do you think about this place, Hyung? It's a little over 2 kilometers. Don't you think it'll be okay? Hey, you think 2 kilometers in the mountains is the same as 2 kilometers on flat ground? Suddenly, I thought that it would be great if this young fellow could collect the 100 famous mountain stamps. I should tell him to try it next time. Anyway, if everyone wanted to go see the sunrise, we definitely had to avoid the temple Lee Chonghyun picked. The view there wasn't great. Seeing the sunrise on New Year's Day requires luck. Even Manager Nam, who had dragged me around for years, never managed to catch a perfect sunrise. Thanks to that, I had to trudge down the mountain with my shoulders aching from carrying his extra cup noodles and thermos, along with ringing ears from listening to him complain for 3 hours about his bad luck in never seeing the sunrise after so many attempts. To prevent this young soul from getting hurt, I told him in advance that seeing the sunrise was a matter of luck, and that we all knew that there was no difference between the sun that rose on December 31st and the sun that rose on January 1st. Then Lee Chonghyun answered like this. If we managed to see such a rare sunrise on our first try, that'd be amazing, Hyung. That's why I am telling you. It doesn't just conveniently happen like that. My chest felt heavy like I was chewing on a cold piece of dry bread. The hiking hadn't even started yet, and I already felt tired. The only good thing was that this hike would be with a younger generation more familiar with internet searches. These kids were young, so unlike Manager Nam's group, they'd likely pack what they needed on their own. At least I wouldn't have to scour online stores for hiking pole reviews. As expected, Jong Song-bin and Lee Chonghyun had already begun searching the internet for hiking gear and routes. It must be very cold in winter. Does anyone have a scarf? I only have these sneakers for practice. Isn't it a bit weird to wear them to the mountains? I'm not going to go to high places, so maybe I can wear Converse. They seemed to be very excited, perhaps taking my lack of response as approval. Putting these guys' enthusiasm aside, there were more than a few things that bothered me in that short conversation, but I didn't bother to get involved. Watching the sunrise had nothing to do with the KPI of becoming an idol. Why should I volunteer to look after these guys outside of work hours? Kang Kyon, are you going to wear your padded jacket? It'll be hot when you start hiking up. Let's wear thin clothes. Wait, I felt like I just overheard something concerning from the two Magnes. Just bring a hot pack. There's no place to throw away trash on the mountain, so why are you packing so much? Lee, Chonghyun, you don't get cold easily. Just dress moderately. Dress moderately? Do you guys want to catch a cold? Do you want to have your debut stage in front of a pharmacy? I blurted out loud without realizing it. The members opened their eyes wide and looked at me. What am I going to do with you, you clueless, soon-to-be frozen novices who don't know the cold of a winter mountain? At dawn on January 1st, we all climbed the snow-covered mountain under the guidance of our manager. The biting cold air pierced through the padded jacket that our manager had kindly lent me. My vision was fogged up by my breath. Wow. If I hadn't listened to Yiwol Hyung, I would have frozen to death. Lee Chong-hyun, who was heavily armed with a neck warmer, thermal wear, and a hot pack, said as he rubbed his arms. Of course. Do you think we only have to wait an hour or two for the sun to rise? Standing still for hours on a dark winter mountain was no small feat aside from physical strength. You also had to deal with the cold. I kept serving warm honey ginger tea, which I had brewed at the dorm, to protect the precious vocal cords of the members from the cold wind. On their feet were the crampons I had ordered the moment we knew we'd be going to see the sunrise. In their hands were hiking poles, which I had researched and ordered myself. What? You think these gears are too much? It was 100 times better to be heavily armed than to have someone twist their ankle on the mountain before debut. I might as well just sign up for a hiking gear membership at this point. When does the sun rise? Kang Keon asked. His gloves were covered in snow, probably from building a nice cairn with Lee Chong-hyun. Soon. Didn't you say you were going to make a wish when the sun rises? You even built a cairn for that. Lee Chong-hyun insisted that if you wish twice, it'll come true twice as fast. How innocent. But life wasn't that easy. I prayed every day for the Hampyeong industry to cut me off, but it didn't happen. Just as I was about to get lost in memories of my past 100-day prayers, Choi Ji-ho, who was sharing some fish cake soup with the manager, called out to us. Hey, isn't that the sun rising? Huh, no way. A proper sunrise is harder to catch than you think. If the weather was even slightly cloudy, the sun would hide behind the clouds, and before you knew it, the day would brighten without you even noticing. Besides, even if the sky was clear, it was still too early to see the sun. Oh, it's true. Hyung, come quickly. Jong Songbin and Park Ju-woo shouted at us loudly. A faint crimson sunlight was shining on their faces. I told them not to strain their voices in the cold. And even though I told them not to run in the mountains, Lee Chong-hyun and Kang Keon ran to where the members were. They all seemed to need some re-education. But before that, how's it, Songbin Hyung? You're glad you came here, right? Yeah, it's really cool. Right, Ju-woo? Yeah, I am glad we came. Ji-ho Hyung, make a wish as the group's representative. You're the oldest Hyung. Kang Keon, why are you only doing this to me? Tell Kim Yiwol to do it. As the members started bickering among themselves while admiring the rising sun, I spoke. Forget it. Make your wishes before the sun fully rises. That's what you came here for, isn't it? At my words, Jong Songbin and the three others closed their eyes. Except for Kang Keon, the three of them clasped their hands together. I walked over to Choi Ji-ho, who stood off to the side with his arms crossed, and asked, Why aren't you making a wish? At that, Choi Ji-ho made a disgusted expression. Well, I thought you came along willingly because you wanted to make a wish, too. Looking at my face and then back at the younger members with their eyes shut tight, Choi Ji-ho, probably feeling obliged to play along, leaned back and closed his eyes. I borrowed my manager's cell phone and took a picture of the five guys standing side by side with their eyes closed, making a wish in the morning sunlight. And while they were making their wishes to their heart's content, I quietly watched the rising sun. A wish. A wish, huh? The only wish I ever made in my life was to quit my job. But as I commemorated the first sunrise I'd ever seen on one of the many mountains I'd climbed, I made a wish that wasn't about quitting. I hope Nuna is happy until we meet again. That was what I wished for. Predictably, as soon as I made my wish, Lee Chong-hyun came running and asked, Hyung, what did you wish for? I wished that no one would go off-key during our debut performance. Ugh, I should have wished for that too. And so, I descended the snowy mountain with 5 troublemakers, knowing that on the day my wish came true, I might have to part ways with them. As long as they didn't skip several days of practice, there was no way they'd suddenly lose their ability to dance well. Naturally, in the days leading up to our debut, the goal was not to improve on the parts that were lacking, but to improve the perfection. The same went for singing, practicing in front of the camera, and the team chant. If everything else was about improving our overall performance, there was just one thing that stood apart in nature. Songbin Hyung, can we eat dinner earlier tonight? Keon, are you hungry? An idol's lifelong homework, dieting. The Spark members were very thorough in their self-management. These guys' self-management had never gone off track for the past 7 years. Even in the news article photos of their disbandment, their jawlines remained. sharp and defined. That also connected to the fact that these guys were always maintaining their bodies in extreme conditions. Kong Kian had been eating chicken breast for dinner until now because he needed to grow taller. But now that the debut was drawing near, he had to eat only grass without any side dishes. Next to him, Lee Chonghyun looked as if he had given up on life. He should be grateful that thanks to me, he had the option of combining exercise with his diet plan. I want fried chicken so bad. Chicken. Even Park Ju-woo, who usually had zero interest in food, was mumbling strange things next to Lee Chonghyun, who was craving chicken. I approached the two wilted souls and said, "You can just eat chicken and exercise more afterward. Chicken has so many calories. It won't just take an hour or two to get rid of all of that." "You're right. Then bear with it. You're so cold-hearted, Hyung. If I stabbed you, I bet icicles would come out instead of blood." Lee Chonghyun grumbled and got up from his seat. "It's about time we hit our limit. To begin with, it didn't make sense for kids their age, who should be eating well, to completely abstain from snacking in secret. Considering the group ranged from no-seasoning Park Ju-woo to Kong Kian, whose motto was likely better to die with stomach full than die starving. It was a miracle they'd held out this long by watching each other. For motivation, I also couldn't remember the last time I had jjajangmyeon. That restaurant seasoning sauce was really delicious. What a shame. Eating less and moving more really does make you hungry. Jang Songbin smiled awkwardly. This was serious. For a guy like him, who rarely complained, to mention hunger meant he must have been starving. Then Jang Songbin scratched his head and laughed. Looking at that guy, I suddenly remembered my childhood when I was hungry every day. 67. Chapter 67, Public Business Registration. When I was young, I often went hungry. It wasn't because we were poor. I realized that our family wasn't poor when I looked at the income level for national scholarships. It was simply because none of the adults in the house were interested in a child's food and living care. During that time, if a single snack disappeared while the grown-ups watched TV, or if food in the fridge was reduced, I would get scolded like I had committed a crime. The space called home at that time was full of things I couldn't understand. Why couldn't I eat even though we had food? Why did saying I was hungry result in punishment? No matter how much I thought about it, my questions were never answered, and my hunger only grew. So, I would secretly cook a cup of instant noodles and sneak out to the apartment's recycling area to dispose of the evidence. I did this until I started making my own money and could eat outside the house. Since then, the word hunger stirred complex emotions in me. You could say it tugged at my heartstrings. These guys starved even though no one would yell at them for eating food. It made me feel sorry for them. They weren't exactly the kind of irresponsible people who would eat and then just lie down without a care in the world. After some thought, I glanced at them and said quietly, "Then let's order one and share it." "Huh?" Jang Songbin looked at me wide-eyed like a startled rabbit. "Grilled chicken, but on the condition that we drink water instead of soda. If that's fine with you, go ahead and order." "Of course that's fine," Lee Chonghyun shouted, regaining his energy as if he hadn't been depressed. Jang Songbin, though hesitant, started seriously researching which chicken brand to order. In the end, they scraped together the last bit of their conscience and ordered just one charcoal-grilled chicken from the place with the fastest delivery time. It was a stark contrast to my colleagues, who swore they would cut back on coffee, yet still put 3 packets of coffee mix into their tumbler the very next morning. While they were busy setting the table, I opened the chicken box that arrived first. I carefully divided the steaming chicken into 5 portions, evenly placing them on plates. As I was meticulously dividing the pieces, there was a commotion in the kitchen. What? What is it?" When I asked, the guys surrounding the table turned around and looked at me. Lee Chonghyun called out to me with a shaky voice. Hyung." "Yeah, what is it?" Lee Chonghyun put his hand into the bag that Jang Songbin was holding. What came out of Lee Chonghyun's hand was a cola. They said the owner threw it in as a freebie. We can't not drink it. What should we do? Yeah, nice try. So that night, we ended up having an unexpected chicken party with a bonus gift. Oh, I didn't need any, so it would be more accurate to say they had the party instead of we. Still, I did my best by running with them along the Han River. In fact, I ran the longest, so that said it all. That night, for the first time, I had the precious experience of sneaking out to the recycling area with others instead of alone to throw away the late-night snacks. And I went to sleep, hoping that the Spark members wouldn't wake up with puffy faces from eating those extra salty pieces of chicken. With only one person, Yoo-Han-soo, out of the picture, things went smoothly. The Spark members rarely caused any trouble, so everything was satisfactory. Yiwol, you must have had a hard time. Thanks to all the support from the company, I'm doing fine now. You've worked hard. Gosh, I didn't expect that from PDU. Except for the fact that I was burdened by sympathies from all sides. Because of the whole situation with Yoo-Han-soo, I couldn't attend any meeting without people first asking how I was doing before getting to the main agenda. It was an overwhelming amount of attention. The meeting room today was the same way. There were so many people patting my shoulder, telling me to speak up if things got tough. I barely had time to lift my head from all the 90-degree bows I was giving in gratitude. As I was returning to the practice room, receiving lots of warm gazes, Lee Chong-hyun suddenly looked in my direction and waved his hand. Hyung, great timing. Our teaser is out. Teaser. I thought it felt familiar. That line was exactly the same as what Lee Chong-hyun had said when Parth's debut song teaser came out. It had been a long time since then. Really? How was it? I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. Then Kang Kyeon moved aside slightly to make space. You didn't see it? What? I thought Hyung would be here soon. Could it be that he was waiting to watch it with me? I glanced around and the guys were busy bustling around, saying, then should we play it now? Should we watch it on the laptop? I didn't get it. Wouldn't they want to see their own debut teaser right away? I shrugged and sat down in an empty spot, telling them to do whatever they wanted. As the chaotic atmosphere died down, Jong Songbin said, then I'll play it. Now, when Jong Songbin hit the play button, the dark screen split vertically. Through the gap, Lee Chong-hyun's ankles were revealed as he ran in his mismatched canvas shoes with untied laces. Next, Choi Ji-ho's hands hesitated while placing pliers into a bag, then switched to grabbing a small hammer instead. Then, we saw the back and shoulders of Park Ju-woo, standing still in front of a fire extinguisher at a large supermarket, wearing a backpack. A grainy instrumental track played in the background. Immediately after, the camera focused on Jong Songbin's eyes, engrossed in reading something. Then, the scene shifted. Kang Kyeon's hand, emptying the cans and bottles out of the recycling bin behind the school, and my hand, tearing up a notebook and throwing it on the floor in a dark space, passed by one after another. The moment Jong Songbin, who reappeared, inserted the key into the lock on the door of the warehouse, the screen suddenly turned black with the effect of suddenly being cut off. Soon, the faint crackling of a match being lit was heard, and a small white flame appeared on the black screen, slowly dissolving into ash. Oh! With a small gasp from Lee Chong-hyun, the others groaned softly, pulling away from the small phone screen. Everyone seemed nervous. Even though we monitored so much on-site, this felt like a new experience. Still, it definitely feels different because it passed through the hands of experts. It was exactly the vibe I had wanted to go for. With this, my trust in the experts rose again. What do you think, Yiwol Hyung? Did it turn out the way you expected? Jong Songbin asked cautiously. Yeah, it's appropriately vague. Huh, that's exactly what I was going for. To put it nicely, it was a classic teaser featuring rebellious characters. By only showing a part of the body, the sense of mystery and visual beauty stood out, and the sound harmony was also great. To put it badly, much greater than I just watched Jang Junha's music video. I support you, Ji-ho. Much greater than I saw the profile pictures. But which scene was Lee Chong-hyun's? Chong-hyun, please show your face. I've watched it 3 times and still can't figure out where you are. You could say it lacked impact. Not including a synchronized dance scene certainly contributed to that. I'll check the comment first and then join, so everyone, go start practicing first. Can't we just check them and practice together? I told you, Kang Kyeon, that monitoring is prohibited. Was there any need for their self-esteem to take a hit before they even debuted? I pushed the members away to the mirror and then sat in the empty corner. Then I placed the laptop on my thigh and slowly scrolled down. As expected, there weren't many posts related to the teaser in the comments section. There must have been many music videos depicting adolescent youth struggling through life. Especially in today's market, where strong concepts were trending, it was even harder to grab attention with a pure-hearted concept. If this teaser made you expect such an ordinary music video, then this teaser was a huge success. This one is a bit more interesting. I read the comment I found while scrolling down the screen again. Much greater than "Hey guys, you guys are finally debuting, please show lots of love to Spark. The famous group, full of visuals, please support them, everyone. Kim Yiwol, Choi Jiho, Jong Songbin, Park Jiwoo, Lee Chonghyun, Kang Kian. I had expected that some people would have picked their favorite members after the press release. But I didn't expect them to leave comments like this for a group that only revealed 6 slightly edited ID photos. And why does my name have to be at the front? I fiddled with my name, which was placed in front of Choi Jiho's. The names the commenter wrote were in the order of our ages and birthdays. They probably compared our dates of birth registered on the portal site one by one. The oldest member of Spark that I knew was Choi Jiho. Naturally, fans always started their cheer chants with his name. So, seeing a comment that didn't start with Choi Jiho's name felt oddly unfamiliar. Almost like it was directed at something foreign, not Spark. A sense of guilt surged through my mind. How should I deal with the complicated emotions that always come up at moments like this? This was also homework. Isn't it better to be stuck in the middle and then fall out later? I tried to slightly cover my name with my left thumb. Then I pressed and rubbed my name, pretending as if I was wiping the dust off the LCD screen so that my action didn't look strange. Much greater than "Hey guys, you guys are finally debuting, please show lots of love to Spark. The famous group, full of visuals, please support them, everyone. Choi Jiho, Jong Songbin, Park Jiwoo, Lee Chonghyun, Kang Kian. Yes, this is right. I smiled at the familiar sight. Maybe because of the heat, my fingertips were tingling. After reading through the few comments, I turned off my phone and got up. Hey, Spark Visuals, can I join you now? Of course, but I still had to think about it. When I left someday, what 3-letter word would be natural to replace Kim Yiwol in the fan chant? 68, Chapter 68, Business Etiquette Education, 1. After the teaser dropped, mentions of Spark increased slightly but noticeably. Once the teaser was released online, my debut became inevitable as well. At the same time, all of us were thrust into hellish training. Didn't the company avoid forcing us to practice? Guys, is it hard? Yes, Hyung. I'm having a hard time too. But I can still open my eyes, so let's try a little more. Yeah, I was the one forcing them. They were already great, but they got better the more time they spent practicing, so I kept squeezing them to the last drop. After the Park Jiwoo incident, I made sure to consider the members' conditions, whipping them into shape carefully. At this point, it was practically VIP treatment. My accumulated fatigue was also skyrocketing, but I could still open my eyes in the morning, so it should be fine. As I was trying to catch my breath and drink some water, Park Jiwoo came up to me and asked, Hyung, we're practicing for the signing event tomorrow morning, right? Yes. Spark's practice wasn't limited to the debut stage. I created a separate comprehensive onboarding program for Kim Yiwol's debut. As soon as the debut date was confirmed, I sought permission from the company and arranged for the members to practice for their stage during the day and for fan signings and meetings at night. UA didn't provide much education on fan service, and the reason Spark was involved in minor controversies during their debut was because of their responses in fan events. Much greater than sharing my fan sign experience and why I left the fandom. To be honest, I knew my idol's fan service was bad. When you're deep in the fandom, you just close your eyes and ears and do fan activities, right? I was the same. I just covered up their sh*t, saying my kids were SHY. But when I spent hundreds of thousands of won on a fan sign event, and all 5 of them just said, thank you. I was hit hard by reality. These pieces of sh*ts are just parasites. That day, I stayed up all night and quit the fandom the next day. Totally agree. I got all dressed up, full makeup, bought a new outfit, and even got my nails done, while they arrived in a manager-driven car, fully styled by their salon, and still had the nerve to act tired. Infuriating. Could you give us a hint about who you were standing, even just with initials? SBK. You spent your own money and didn't get the fan service you wanted, and now you're blaming the idol. Did you leave something with them to take care of? I spent my own money to buy albums and get into the fan sign, so why can't I expect at least that? I hope the person who wrote the comment will order a set menu and not complain if they only receive individual items and just eat whatever is served. The forums were full of harsh comments back then. Even Manager Nam's daughter was up in arms, debating whether to compile all of this into a PDF or not. The reason Spark ruined the fan signing event was later revealed through Jang Songbin's mouth. It was because all the members were extremely nervous. They had seen other senior idols get slammed for having blank expressions during fan sign events, so they were determined to do something, but had no idea what to actually do. Some people took this as an honest explanation, while others thought it was a cowardly excuse. However, I could understand Jang Songbin's feelings to some extent. At that time, he had been sitting next to Choi Ji-ho, who could say something unexpected at any moment. Although Choi Ji-ho never crossed the line at a fan sign event, the other members had said multiple times that they were hurt by his tone during their trainee days, so Jang Songbin's worries were understandable. I, too, had joined Manager Nam during some interviews and ended up sweating through my shirt more than once. Whether the eldest member was reliable or not could have a significant impact. In that sense, while Choi Ji-ho was a good center, he wasn't a good hyung. Furthermore, at that time, Kang Kyeon was the type of person who would lose his temper whenever he was nervous, so the only people Jang Songbin could count on were Park Ji-woo, who had to scrape together his social skills, and Lee Chong-hyun, who was younger than him. How could they possibly focus during an event? It was a miracle they didn't spout nonsense. But that didn't justify their inadequate fan service. If you're getting paid, you have an obligation to deliver on what you've received. So let's go ahead to Spark's mock fan signing event. Last weekend, I analyzed about 200 boy group fan signing reviews and post-its to create a FAQ list and shared it in the group chat. Notice 1. Check the gas before leaving if you're the last one out. 2. Trash should be me. By the day after tomorrow, come up with 3 answers to each question. We'll be practicing how to respond when asked random questions. Cutie pretty visual Lee Chong-hyun. Magne is checked in. Mental pillar Jang Songbin. Songbin, Juwoo checked in. Smiley face. Mental pillar Jang Songbin. I told Jiho Hyung too. Smiley face. Me. Jiho happy face. You didn't make Dongsing do this because you were too lazy to reply, right? Happy face. You're not that kind of boomer who can't reply, are you? Happy face. If you're really that kind of person, I'm a little disappointed. Happy face. Center Emperor Choi Ji-ho. TSK. I didn't make him do it. Putting Choi Ji-ho's wronged feelings aside, the day to check on their preparedness came around quickly. To create a realistic setting, we set up long tables and chairs in the practice room, recreating the scene like in the photos from fan sign reviews. Choi Ji-ho, who was placing water bottles on the desk according to the number of people following my instructions from across the room, asked, "But who will play the role of the fan when we practice?" "Me. You?" Choi Ji-ho asked back in a shaky voice. "But think about it. Between me, who might only do fan sign for 3 months at most, or might not have a chance to do a fan signing event at all, and you, who have to do signing events for at least 7 years. Which of the two of us should practice signing more diligently? Of course, it's you guys. Is that a good choice? It probably won't be easy to meet a fan like Hyung. What kind of fan is a fan like me? Do you really want to hear it?" Even Kang Kyeon chimed in to support Choi Ji-ho. It seemed they were all doubting my acting skills. How absurd. I've watched so many fan signing event videos to the point where I can practically lip read you guys now. There must be about 15,000 sparklers that I had seen in videos. Thanks to that, I could imitate the gestures of the fans without even looking at them. Can't be helped. Let me show you. The dignity of the first place winner of the Hampyeong Industry HR Team Manager Nam's Voice Impression Contest. The first batter at the first Spark mock fan signing event was Jang Songbin. Jang Songbin seemed slightly nervous as he clenched his fists tightly. Unlike the others, he seemed to be taking this situation seriously to some extent. As expected, he was a guy who didn't disappoint expectations. Deeply moved, I handed Jang Songbin the scheduler I had prepared as a prop, and I laughed brightly and shouted, "Songbin, I've made you my bias." "Yes." Jang Songbin, who was trying to pretend to sign, froze and looked up at me with a creaking sound. Why couldn't this deeply moving moment last even 5 seconds? I said with a serious expression, "Songbin, your fan has made you their bias, and you're zoning out? Do you want to go from being their bias to former bias during the signing?" "No, I was just too flustered for a moment." "I'm sorry, that comes from a lack of practice. Keep that in mind." I gave a warning to the other 4 people sitting next to Jang Songbin and then sat back down in my chair. Now, the atmosphere between us was more than just tense. It was tense and serious. Post-it. Check the answers to the post-it questions. Why yes. Get your heads together, you guys. After this, we still have to practice the talent show for the fan meeting. When Kim Yiwol first suggested practicing for the fan signing event, Kang Keon didn't think much of it. It was not that he was indifferent to it. It was that he was just doing what he had to do, so he didn't feel any special emotions. Still, it was surprising that Kim Yiwol had even considered something like this. Moments like these always made Kang Keon feel that Kim Yiwol's obsession with perfection could sometimes border on the extreme. However, by now, he was no longer surprised by such eccentricities from Kim Yiwol. In fact, considering Kim Yiwol's personality as a perfectionist, it had reached a point where he could understand this older man's eccentric behavior. For example, watching Kim Yiwol meticulously arrange the tables, water, bottles, and chairs to match the photos he'd seen on social media seemed entirely natural at this point. But still, gasp, Chonghyun, you're really handsome. Now, as Kim Yiwol spoke to the second member, Lee Chonghyun, it was clear to anyone that he wasn't in his right mind. Either that or he was possessed by something. His acting, with the way he covered his mouth and made an expression of awe, was top-notch. If Kang Keon believed in local superstitions, he definitely would have thought his Hyung was possessed by a ghost. If you keep complimenting me like that, what if I start getting spoiled? And his friend, who was accepting that? Well, that guy had always been a weird one. Kang Keon gave up on trying to make sense of it. It's okay. If power is determined by look, then our Chonghyun would be the president. Really? You won't say that to the other members later, right? Sorry, I'll have to pretend I didn't hear that. They were having a blast. Kang Keon held back from shaking his head. He didn't know what kind of trouble would happen if he shook his head cockily at the virtual fan signing event. However, despite Kang Keon's efforts, Kim Yiwol's head turned to the remaining members. There was no light in Kim Yiwol's dark, deep eyes. Guys. Yes. Why have your smiles faded during the fan sign? Didn't I tell you to maintain a bright smile unless you had a valid reason not to? People might say, Spark in the fan sign event ended up looking like discounted frozen fish at the end. Do you guys want to hear something like that? Just smile, just smile. Yes, Choi Jiho, especially you. Why haven't you smiled yet and made me repeat myself? Understand it perfectly when I say it once, okay? Kim Yiwol's face radiated murderous energy, but his eyes smiled kindly. It was the smile that Lee Chonghyun had dubbed false kindness. Kang Keon swallowed hard. He knew for sure that if he got on this man's bad side, there was no way he'd be going home peacefully today. And of all times, it had to be Park Ju-woo's turn, the third member to step up. Park Ju-woo, who was notoriously shy and had received countless one-on-one lessons from Kim Yiwol, caused everyone to hold their breath, but they all maintained their smiles as they watched the two closely. They could only hope their proud main vocalist would not be dragged to the vocal practice room and receive harsh private lessons. Hello, Ju-woo. Kim Yiwol's cheerful greeting came out once again, not dying down. Then Park Ju-woo smiled faintly and answered, Hello, Hyung. The ring looks good on you. What? Park Ju-woo to Kim Yiwol, in such a kind and affectionate tone. What? 69. Chapter 69, Business Etiquette Education 2. Kang Keon couldn't believe his ears. It wasn't just Park Ju-woo's soft voice and warm gaze that felt strange, but the topic of conversation he had chosen was something that would typically come up at a fan signing event. It was so natural that it seemed like he had memorized the entire script, but there was one problem. Kim Yiwol rarely wore accessories. Isn't he going to get scolded for losing his concentration? Startled, Kang Keon hurriedly checked Kim Yiwol's hand. His worries were for naught. Kim Yiwol indeed had a really thick silver ring on his left ring finger. It was a fashion ring that their manager, Chan Young, often wore. It seemed Kim Yiwol had borrowed it for today. Still maintaining a cheerful tone, Kim Yiwol replied confidently, Goodness, how did you know I got a new ring? It suits your hand so well. Did you get it recently? Yeah, I bought it just to wear today. It was unbelievable. Who would have thought that there would come a day when Park Ju-woo and Kim Yiwol would say things like, I wore it for you, and it suits you well, about silver accessories. For a brief moment, Kang Keon worried if today was the day the world would end. For the next 3 minutes, timed to the second, Park Ju-woo and Kim Yiwol engaged in a meaningful conversation. When the timer eventually went off, Kim Yiwol got up from his seat and clapped his seat. Juwoo, you don't have to practice anymore. Go home. Really? Thank you, Hyung. Hyung, what about me? I worked hard too. Lee Chonghyun, you lose points for not voluntarily bringing the stuffed hat while Juwoo was talking. With Kim Iwol's cold response, Lee Chonghyun couldn't argue back and stepped aside. At that moment, the rest of Sparks members, except for Park Juwoo, thought to themselves, there's no way we're sleeping peacefully in our beds tonight. The ominous feeling was not wrong. Kim Iwol, who had been acting like an angelic fan, suddenly transformed into a demon, tearing into the members like a tyrant. It reached its peak when Choi Jiho's turn came. What's with the silence? You don't want to talk? No, wait a minute. You think it's funny that I spent time making up 20 questions, practicing outside the door just to make sure I wouldn't mess up in front of you? I said Chong Yunjin was handsome earlier, so you think I am just Chong Yunyin's fan and let your guard down? Are you not even your own fan or Sparks? The feedback was harsh until then, but it was especially harsh toward Choi Jiho. Choi Jiho also criticized him for speaking harshly, but Kim Iwol did not give in. Do you think I don't know you won't be affected by words like this? People out there will say much worse. If we can fix it now, it's better to do it before it becomes a problem. Choi Jiho clicked his tongue. There was no denying that Kim Iwol was right. However, logic and feelings were a separate matter. Choi Jiho frowned. It was obvious that he was holding back a sigh. Kim Iwol quietly looked at Choi Jiho. And when Kim Iwol opened his lips again, Kang Keon tensed up. What was he going to say this time? Would he call him out for not controlling his expression? Or tell him to quit if he didn't want to do it? In either case, it was impossible to imagine the atmosphere in the practice room would get better after his. However, what came out of Kim Iwol's mouth was something completely unexpected. It's not like you don't have any questions for your fans. Why are you keeping your mouth shut like that? Kim Iwol sounded certain of this. It wasn't just a guess. Kang Keon exchanged quick glances with the colleagues sitting next to him. No one understood what was going on. However, Choi Jiho just stared at Kim Iwol with a twisted expression. A few seconds later, he ran his fingers through his hair and responded in a nervous tone. It's not like that. My Nuna told me not to go around asking useless questions. Your Nuna? Yeah. She used to come home every day complaining about annoying kids at school or work who would ask her too many weird questions. She kept telling me to watch my mouth. Just thinking about it drives me crazy. Was he seriously trying to use that as an excuse? Kang Keon was shocked. Surely, Kim Iwol's fury would rain down now, and they'd all be reduced to ashes floating in the practice room. I understand what you mean. Kim Iwol, who had been listening quietly, stroked his chin and nodded. Was he really the type to be this understanding with such an explanation? That Kim Iwol. Kang Keon couldn't figure out in what context Kim Iwol understood Choi Jiho's thoughts, and his confusion was resolved by the conversation that followed. The annoying kids you mentioned are the people who keep pestering her or seniors and juniors she doesn't care about, right? Yeah. They're gross because they keep asking questions with impure intentions, even when the other person isn't interested. Exactly. In summary, Choi Jiho's sister had been so fed up with constant unwanted attention that she had given him strict instructions. Don't live like that, and especially watch your mouth. And Choi Jiho had been diligently trying to follow that advice. I wasn't just sitting there doing nothing. I was taking time to think about whether the question I had was appropriate. I like that. But your Nuna was talking about people with impure intentions, right? Are you a jerk ***s who harbors bad intentions toward fans? Or are you planning on saying just anything when you meet them? Should I knock some sense into you? How did you even make that connection? If not that, then just have a genuine conversation with them with sincerity and interest. If I feel like you're crossing the line, I'll stop you. Then, the two of them continued practicing for the autograph session as if nothing had happened. And they did so with a very serious attitude. Kang Keon thought that the eldest Hyungs weren't in their right minds. However, he was relieved that no fight broke out, and he was thankful that Choi Jiho was someone who knew how to ask questions in a gentle and sincere manner. I found myself standing in the middle of a familiar campus. Students bustled around, the sun shone brightly, and laughter echoed from afar. I even felt a pleasant weight on one of my shoulders. As I walked into the familiar student center, I saw the club room where I stayed the longest after the lecture halls in campus. As always, the seniors' chatter was loudly leaking out from beyond the door. As I opened the door and entered, the seniors waved me in as usual. Although it was a band club, there was always more talking than actual playing. They talked as much as they played their instruments. And everyone seemed strangely interested in the uncharming youngest member. Yiwol, what did you want to do that made you come to the business department? I had made it to college, but I wasn't particularly focused on studying, and I spent all day tutoring and working part-time at a convenience store. Other than that, I spent endless hours playing the shared bass in the club room, so it might seem strange to others. But I never thought deeply about the future. People who were struggling to survive reality became short-sighted. As I opened the bass case, I responded, "Wouldn't you apply to any place that will accept your major? Aren't you thinking of taking the civil service exam?" The senior asked again. Every other day, I would hear about someone in our department going through the grueling preparation for the civil service exam. But I didn't have time to prepare for months or years, nor did I have living expenses, and I was so busy that I would just collapse when I got home. It wasn't a place I could afford to go, so I smiled awkwardly and answered, "Not just anyone can become a civil servant. Hey, don't put pressure on the kid. He should audition for one of those music competition shows like the ones on In It and become a singer. Aren't you the one who's putting the most pressure on him?" Even though the vocalist never showed up in the club room, the seniors gathered around me and pushed me into the spotlight. They would passionately discuss how far I might get if I went on an audition program and what songs I should choose to improve my chances of winning. After talking for a long time, the seniors would always reach nearly the same conclusion. "Hey, that's okay. Yiwol just needs to try it out. Don't worry about anything else. Yiwol, even if you debut later, you shouldn't forget me, okay? If Yiwol becomes a top star because of you, he will probably say in an interview that he grew musically by overcoming the oppressive military discipline of his seniors." "What are you talking about? You are the one to blame." During that time, I didn't have much to say. All I could do was perfectly tune the bass handed down to me by a senior who had graduated a while ago. After finishing preparing for the ensemble performance as usual, as I was about to say to start practicing, the alarm rang at my bedside. My eyes opened at the same time. The wooden ceiling right in front of me informed me that what happened just now was a dream. How funny. The memory was so vivid that it appeared in my dreams, but now I couldn't even enter that clubroom. The funniest thing is that I actually debuted. Even though it didn't seem like I would become a top star, my long-awaited debut date had arrived. Instead of growing through the seniors' tough discipline, I grew through the grueling and unfair contracts of the system. And speaking of the system, it seemed to know today was the contract expiration day, showing up at the crack of dawn. Plus, system work instructions from Superior have arrived. Play button Assistant Manager Kim. You know today is the deadline for your performance evaluation, right? Don't feel too pressured. If you have done well, you'll get good results. If not, well, you'll just have to go with the flow. I hope it goes well for you. Don't forget, I'm always cheering for you, Assistant Manager Kim. Plus, you probably thought I'd get angry if you said it like this, right? Too bad, you're wrong. Up until yesterday, I had been practicing my debut song, fan signing, and fan meeting routines like crazy, so now I was looking forward to my debut. Come, sweet debut. 70. Chapter 70. First Day at Work, 1. Entrance Ceremonies. First days at work, sign-up days. There had been many days when I began something new. Some days, there was so much to prepare that I couldn't think straight. On other days, I kept checking my alarm in fear of being late on the very first day. Then there were days when I felt nothing at all. But today, it was my first time experiencing a debut day in my life. Today, a historic day for Spark, was a busy day right from the morning. After we stop by the salon, we'll head straight to the set. So everyone, stay sharp. Once we're at the station, make sure to greet everyone properly. Did you hear that? If anyone doesn't greet properly, you're in for a fun surprise tonight. I am really sick of you. I only added a comment to the manager's words, but Choi Ji-ho responded with a frown. Did he think I wasn't sick of him? What a funny guy. Regardless of Choi Ji-ho's grimace, Lee Chong-hyun remained unfazed and just radiated positive energy. Isn't the weather great today? It's a great start, don't you think? I already knew the weather would be nice. Even though the sun was setting, it was always nice outside this time of year, even for winter. How much time had passed since we got all dressed up at the salon and headed to the broadcasting station? Guys, let's get out now. At the manager's signal, Lee Chong-hyun opened the car door. There were always suspicions surrounding the profile pictures of new idols, that this must have been edited or that their skin tone couldn't be like this. But all those words would be meaningless in front of Lee Chonghyun's face. There was a reason why I sent Lee Chonghyun out first. Sure enough, as soon as Lee Chonghyun stepped out of the car, the surrounding commotion was palpable even from inside the vehicle. Wow, Hyungs, there are so many people. Don't be loud in public places. I scolded Lee Chonghyun with a ventriloquist whisper as I got out of the car. Soon, as a line of guys with legs as long as a moving company's ladder truck stepped out, everyone's gaze turned in that direction with a frightening intensity. I followed them to a position where I could stay somewhat hidden behind them. I tried my best to avoid being photographed. Even though it was still early, there were already people gathered in front of the photo zone. They were probably fans of the artists who were appearing on today's music show. I looked at the slogans the people were holding and tried to guess today's lineup of performers. At that moment, I heard a familiar name from somewhere. Spark is so handsome. I turned my gaze and saw a woman waving her hand in my direction. Spark. She said that just now? Did someone recognize Spark already? No, I should greet her. My mind became complicated in an instant. Amidst the chaos in my head, I pulled out the mental files of countless fancam videos I had studied. In the countless fancams I looked up while commuting to work, idols waved both hands or raised one hand slightly to greet fans cheerfully. But was that really okay? On such a bitterly cold winter day, where she had come to this barren place with no other fans to talk to and waited until our entry time, was a mere wave enough? For me, who used to bow my head to greet people at the Hampyeong industry, greeting with one hand was an act that pricked my conscience. So I just bowed 90 degrees. I could only hope she understood how sincerely grateful I was. Without even a moment to lift our heads, we entered the broadcasting station after greeting everyone, only to be faced with an immense waiting time. I heard that this was common for rookies, but it was different to just hear about it and actually be left alone for over 3 hours. Still, it wasn't boring. All 6 of us were busy with self-development activities, doing some productive activities in the waiting room. Yeah, but don't do anything too focused. We might have to film some footage in between. As soon as I answered Jong Songbin's question, Lee Chonghyun interrupted and asked, "Are you going to film something like a waiting room vlog?" "That too. And you're not going to waste the waiting time of several hours doing nothing, are you? If you're not going to nap, at least bring something to do." At my comment, for some reason, the members put on slightly determined expressions. I had meant that it would be better to take a nap rather than waste energy doing useless things, but they all diligently brought something to work on anyway. They all pulled out their tasks so seriously from their bags that I found myself awkwardly filming the waiting room with a camcorder the video team had handed me. I approached Jong Songbin and Park Ju-woo with the camcorder and asked them, "First, leader, what did you bring?" "There's a song I want to try, so I brought some writing materials to memorize the lyrics." "What about Ju-woo?" "I'm going to study English. I brought a vocabulary book." The two even went so far as to neatly hold out their notebooks and vocabulary lists in front of the camera. What an exemplary figure. These two were the perfect idols to introduce to kids who were at a stage where they should be focused on their studies. I should get them to do a study with me livestream. Later. Next, I filmed the Magnes who were sitting in a corner. "What did you guys bring?" "A cube. Lee Chonghyun said if I can solve it today, he'll treat me to the convenience store." Kong Keon presented a small cube. Lee Chonghyun must have racked his brain to keep his friend from getting too nervous ahead of the debut stage. It seemed I wouldn't need to pull out the bubble wrap I stashed from the UA warehouse. Lee Chonghyun was busy sketching musical notes on sheet music. I made sure not to capture the sheet music on camera and asked him, "What song is this?" "Oh, it's fine to film it. I'm just thinking about arrangement ideas for our debut song." Do people still draw their music scores by hand like this these days? It can be done automatically, but I learned how to write by hand first, so I think it's easier this way. Do you want to see it? Then Lee Chonghyun suddenly handed me the sheet music. The notes were neatly arranged, as if they were drawn with a ruler. It was pretty cool. "Are you filming the members? Are we the last ones?" "No, I haven't filmed Choi Ji-ho yet." I picked up the camera and took a video footage of Choi Ji-ho doing push-ups on the opposite corner of the waiting room. I approached Choi Ji-ho and asked, "How many are you at?" "This is exactly the 50th push-up. Don't break a sweat. What if you use up all your energy for dancing?" "This much won't make that happen. Choi Jiho stood up with a calm face, not a hint of bragging. Then he reached out to me. What? Give me the camera. You should be filmed too. That was unexpected. I had only planned to film the members, and it never occurred to me that someone would film me. Choi Jiho took the camera away from me and asked as I stood there dumbfounded. What did you bring? What did I bring? I told you I hadn't planned to do anything here. If I just took turns filming these 5 guys, it would obviously take up too much time. So why would I bother doing something so useless? It was not that we didn't have people to film us. The video team had come to support us, after all. But I couldn't rely entirely on the video team. The style of filming for idols and ballad singers was slightly different. There was a difference in group versus individual shots, and the flow or atmosphere was also a little different. The problem was that this difference was so minimal that filming experts would think, isn't that just a difference in personal taste? So, who could sense this difference enough to make me take up the camera role? Much greater than I am begging you. Film the kid's face properly, please. I am not interested in the waiting room. Stop focusing on weird thighings. Much greater than, hey, come on. Increase the number of cameras. When they're talking, only one kid appears on the screen. My kid only appeared in subtitles. I thought he had turned into a sprit. Much greater than the framing is fine. The problem is that the kids aren't on the frame. The ones who cared were none other than Spark's devoted fans. UA, realizing the situation too late, promised to increase the camera crew next time. But until the next round of activities, Sparks fans had to search for their favorite members by their voices alone. I volunteered as a cameraman to prevent such unfortunate events. Still, I wasn't caught off guard. I'd brought along small hobby items, just in case. I confidently took out my supplies from my bag. I brought a coloring book. What did you say? I waved the coloring book at Choi Jiho, who moved his head out of the camcorder's view to double-check with his own eyes. Coloring book. I brought colored pencils too. Did you buy that? No, it was in the dorm. Why was it in the dorm? The manager gave it to me. He didn't use it, so he passed it to me. Why did he even buy a coloring book? He bought it for you, hoping it would help you with some mental discipline. But apparently, on the day the manager brought the coloring book, you threw a bucket of cold water on that idea at the dorm. Since then, it hasn't seen the light of day, so I took it. I'll put it to good use. Do you like drawing Hyung? Now even Jong Songbin had popped out of nowhere. To ask. This was tricky. When a former member and a current member appear in the same frame, fans would have to painstakingly edit the footage with mosaics. For the sake of future Jong Songbin fans, I lowered my head and pretended to pick out colored pencils. Not really, but it'd be a waste not to use what I have. I'd already wasted enough resources blowing air conditioning on someone like Director Nam. While he was busy overusing things, I might as well be the one to conserve. As I was busy picking out my 12 color pencils, Jong Songbin and Choi Jiho didn't stop chattering above my head. That's right. Conserving is important. Aren't we conserving pretty well? Enough. If you've finished filming, just leave already. When everyone wrapped up their self-improvement activities, except for Kang Kian, who still couldn't solve the cube, the manager called for us. It was the time for the so-called paying respects, where we would go around the waiting rooms of artists appearing on music shows to introduce our group and give them our albums. I'd heard that this practice was fading, but apparently, it still depended on the broadcasting station. Still, there wasn't really anything to worry about. I had fixed the postures of all 5 members. No, I had corrected them so that they would look polite no matter where they were seen. With several new idol groups being created every month, there was no way that any senior artists would pay special attention to us. Some of the older seniors, who were friendly with artists under UA, would say, these are Nuna's kids, and take care of us. Except for the startled reactions everyone had when they saw Lee Chonghyun's face, it was a smooth first greeting. That was until we reached the waiting room of Partha, who were wrapping up their last performance today. 71. Chapter 71. First day at work, 2. After knocking on the door of the Pard's waiting room, I asked from outside, Sunbeam, may I come in? And received a cold reply. What? It was Song Minal's voice. The guy who almost ran into me and Park Ju-woo on Chuseok, who got scolded at Myth and vented his anger at the Han River. We barely managed to get permission to enter, and only then could we properly greet everyone as a group. Then Song Minal got up and asked, which agency are you from? UA Sunbeam. Jong Songbin answered energetically. The atmosphere throughout the waiting room made it clear we weren't welcome, But Jong Song-bin didn't seem intimidated at all. His confident attitude was commendable. On the other hand, the people in this room seemed so full of themselves that they seemed to be in need of a reality check. As proof of that, Song Minil said with a dumbfounded expression, "They're debuting idols too now? That's something. I kind of think the same way, but it's not your place as an outsider to say that. To be blunt, you don't know if we have connections in high places. So how can you act recklessly without knowing where or how we might report you?" Even though our debut articles had been released, it was obvious they hadn't bothered to check, which showed they didn't monitor groups from smaller agencies. It seemed they only saw major companies as their target to keep in check. It was not surprising. While Song Minil stood there, chatting with the others and leaving us awkwardly standing, I subtly scanned the room. There were 2 guys who giggled at Song Minil's words, and 2 who didn't care what he said. And a few more looked uneasy, unable to stop him but visibly fidgeting from a distance. It seemed Song Minil, who had a pretty face and many solo fans, had quite a bit of influence on the team. The ones who had the most solo fans in Spark were Choi Jiho and Lee Chonghyun. Maybe I needed to manage these 2 so they didn't get too cocky. As I was wondering how to manage the good-looking men on our team, Song Minil scanned us with his eyes. Then he stopped in front of Lee Chonghyun. "What's your name?" "I'm Lee Chonghyun, Sunbeam." "Where did you train?" "UA is my first agency." "Seriously?" "Yes." Lee Chonghyun responded, looking stiff. Song Minil chuckled at that, then tapped Lee Chonghyun on the shoulder and said, "Scared? How are you going to survive as an idol with that kind of chicken heart? If it weren't for a jerk *** guest like you, he'd do just fine." Every word he spoke was laced with arrogance. He hadn't even been debuted for a year, yet his attitude was off the charts. "Why do you have to make me take Spark's side?" I desperately prayed for Song Minil's turn to get his makeup done to come soon. Fortunately, there was no unfortunate incident where we had to stand around awkwardly until Song Minil's turn. It was because one of the Partha members got really annoyed and complained about wanting to get some sleep. Thanks to that sleep-deprived person, we were able to escape the suffocating waiting room. It was a 5-minute moment that reminded me of my days at the Hampyeong industry. I watched the Spark guys closely to see if they would complain as soon as they came out of the waiting room. I had already prepared my lecture. Maintaining good manners, even when you're tired, isn't easy. So don't take etiquette lightly, and always put in the effort. But such a thing didn't happen. The boys exchanged glances, signaled each other to keep quiet with a finger to their lips, and then returned to our waiting room in stoic silence. A commendable attitude. They sat on the sofa for about 5 minutes as soon as the waiting room door closed with a somewhat solemn look on their faces. Then, Jong Songbin got up with both fists clenched and said, "Let's practice." "Huh. It's almost our turn. Can we practice just a little more together?" It was a praiseworthy remark. He seemed inspired by the poor attitudes of Pard's members. Those guys were more useful than I thought. "Can we practice here?" Choi Jiho asked. As soon as he finished speaking, I grabbed my bag from the floor and said, "I think it'll be fine if we clean up this space a little. Let's just adjust the arm and hand movements, leaving out the formation lines. Juwoo, can you help me out a little?" "Yes. I'll clean up this side." "Yes. But make sure you get permission from the owner before cleaning up other people's stuff." "Yes." We cleaned up the stuff in unison and started additional practice. They were already good, so how much could they improve by practicing just a few more minutes? Building this kind of habit would only benefit them in the long run. It certainly wouldn't hurt. For now, that was enough. And before long, "Spark, get ready." It was Spark's turn to take the stage. Backstage was chaotic. Many staff members moved busily and idols dressed up in fancy clothes went up and down the stage following their turns. In the distance, you could hear fans cheering for their favorite idols, along with the sound of the director giving cues for filming coming and stopping repeatedly. A single ray of intense purple light was visible behind the dark stage. It was the light leaking out from the stage. I'm going there. Not anyone else, me. If it had been about giving a presentation or making a formal apology in front of a crowd, that I could have imagined, but never in my wildest dreams did I think a day would come when I'd be singing and dancing. Life really was full of surprises if you lived long enough. Yet, even in the midst of this controlled chaos, there were particular noises that caught my ear. Phew. The sound of Kong Keon sighing from afar. Kong Keon, if you sigh too much, your luck will run away. Lee Chonghyun's playful teasing, trying to ease Kang Kyon's tension. Is there any water? I think there's some that Yiwol Hyung prepared earlier. Even the conversation between the strong-hearted duo, Choi Ji-ho and Park Ju-woo. As I mentally checked everyone's presence by their voices, the only one I didn't hear was Jong Songbin. Looking around, I found Jong Songbin silently mouthing something to himself, his fingers touching his lips, eyes closed. I walked up to him and called his name. Songbin. Jong Songbin jumped, startled. Yes, Hyung. Do you need anything? No. I want you to relax. If Jong Songbin were the type to calm himself down with mind control, I would have left him alone. But he didn't seem to be that kind of person. My guess was right. Jong Songbin smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. It's just that, since this is our debut stage, I'm really nervous. I'm scared I might mess up. Anyone who had watched Jong Songbin work hard would know that fear of failure came from genuinely giving your all. But there was no need for someone with that level of ability to feel pressured. Don't worry too much. This is just one of the hundreds of stages you'll perform in the future. Your perspective is really something, Hyung. Then Jong Songbin laughed weakly. This guy seemed to think I was joking. He'd faint if he knew that he'd been an idol for 7 years straight, and that he worked hard right up until disbandment. And this is just a side note. I leaned in and whispered softly into Jong Songbin's ear. The ancestors said we have good luck today. Anyway, this wouldn't be counted as a case of leaking secrets. It was a lie. Haha, that's fortunate. Fortunate indeed. With just a few words, I brought out the main vocalist's spirit without any penalty. And once each member had a microphone in their hands. Spark, let's go up. From afar, we heard a voice calling us. The stage was hotter than we expected. The lights poured down like the sun from above. The audience was much clearer than I had imagined. I could see who was holding which light stick, what kind of expressions they had, and so on. Probably 50% of the people. Here were fans of a popular group that finished recording before us. The next 30% were likely fans of another group. The members might be nervous, knowing they had to perform in front of an audience that wasn't there to see them, but I liked it. I was used to performing alone without anyone listening. I knew that everyone practiced with the determination to give it their all, so they probably wouldn't have any regrets or feel the need to blame others. But if anyone really felt the need to blame someone, blame the CEO who gave us a smaller budget, or blame me for taking all the showcase funds and pouring them into the music video and album. And, of course, blame the skyrocketing prices that made holding a showcase impossible. Either way, we ended up with better costumes and new name tags for every performance, so it all worked out in the end. While thinking about this and that, I looked around until the staff was done organizing, and then a few women in the front row caught my eye. They looked surprised when our eyes met. Then they hurriedly unfolded the small slogan they were holding in their hands. Heartsuit, congratulations on Spark's debut Heartsuit. Celebrating Spark's debut plus first day? Let's only walk on the firework path together. They had actually made banners just for our group. Firework path sounded a bit intense, but I went around tapping the shoulders of the Spark members, guiding them with both hands toward the direction where the fans were seated. Thanks to the delay in preparations, we managed to gather on one side of the stage where the fans were. As we did a group greeting at Jong Songbin's cue and waited for the members to introduce themselves one by one, I felt a little uneasy. I wondered if I could introduce myself alongside the members in front of these people. But I couldn't be negligent towards fans who had waited hours in worse conditions than ours just to see us. So I smiled and said as kindly as I could, "Hello, I am Sparks Kim Yiwol." Then the person holding the banner, "Let's only walk on the firework path together," shouted. "Kim Yiwol is so handsome." Me? For a moment, I thought I had misheard. I pointed my finger at myself and gave her a chance to correct her statement, but she remained firm. "Yes, you. Thank you." Those who waited for hours on site to see their idols were truly built different. They didn't hold back on giving such excessive praise. But they'd miss out if they didn't recognize Spark's true gem. I still remember how countless veteran K-pop fans, or so they referred to themselves, lamented. "Much greater than F***CK, it's so unfair. I can't believe I discovered Lee Chonghyun so late. Much greater than Choi Ji-ho, that bastard. How was this face hidden for so long? It's one of the world's 8 mysteries." If these fans didn't take a good look at the other members' faces today, they'd definitely regret it later. So I crouched down on the edge of the stage and whispered to them. "The other members are in charge of the visuals, not me. I think you should focus on their faces. You're handsome too. And the fans still didn't back down. Her momentum was like that of the generals in the old romance of the Three Kingdoms. Still, I felt truly grateful. Thanks to her, I felt like I could perform today's stage without any guilt. 72. Chapter 72. First Day at Work, 3. The stage soundtrack for Spark's debut song, Flowering, began with the sound of a heavy iron gate opening. As I turned my body in sync with the beat, I saw the back of Lee Chonghyun, who was in charge of the intro of our debut album, opening the stage. Lee Chonghyun sat down on one knee, resting his chin on it, and looked at the camera. Lee Chonghyun must be wearing a meaningful and mysterious smile that was playful but not excessive. I didn't have to see it to know. I'd practiced with him several times and watched him through the mirror. And, let's go. Lee Chonghyun's voice, which sounded like narration, coolly announced the start of the song. At the same time, the stage lights burst into brightness. A bright and cheerful accompaniment resonated. This was the part that Lee Chonghyun had worked hard on for several days. Yiwol Hyung, can't we make this feel refreshing like the summer sunshine while keeping the cold image alive? Reference? No, I mean, pick out a few reference images and work while looking at them. Something like a picture of a blue sky over a snowy field. Wow, Hyung, you're a real genius. Lee Chonghyun didn't even know he was the genius. Only a genius would be able to write a song like this, like a warm, iced Americano. I thought to myself as I danced to the song I had heard thousands of times. Are my movements perfectly in sync with the other members? Did I miss a note during my part just now without realizing it? Why is it still the first verse? It feels like I've been through 130 verses by now. I was worried that I was the only one messing up, especially since the Spark members were nailing it effortlessly. Lee Chonghyun's song was beautiful and gorgeous. Jang Songbin and Park Joo-woo didn't miss a single note, and Kang Kian also performed his part without a hitch. Choi Ji-ho was perfect beyond comparison. Even to me, who had moved to the back of the formation, Choi Ji-ho standing at the center seemed larger than life. It was just me. I was the only one who didn't fit in on this stage. My heart pounded. At this point, I was amazed I could still find the camera with the red light on. But losing composure wasn't good. A lack of stability could lead to a mistake at any moment. Stay calm. I took a moment to catch my breath as I moved my position. You know that if you just do what you practice, you won't make a mistake. I muttered the words to myself as if reciting a spell. I quickly pushed them out of my head instant, fearing that I would forget the lyrics. The next minute passed in a blur, with no time to even grasp my thoughts. It felt like my head was spinning. It was hot. I couldn't breathe. I didn't want to hinder these guys, but I didn't think I could help it. Just as those thoughts came to my mind along with the shortness of breath. As the six of us gathered in line and the melody reached its peak. The moment when all the members had to sing the first chorus of this song together. I spotted the fans I had a brief conversation with earlier in the crowd. Their slightly flushed faces and their hands tightly clutching the slogan. I couldn't hear them because I was wearing earphones, but I could clearly see their mouths cheering loudly among the indifferent crowds. And, congratulations on your debut. A paper banner with those 4 words. My stomach lurched. Emotions that were difficult to articulate swirled inside me. Maybe it was because of the stage lights, but my face felt hot. Until the world heats up, until it burns. The melody that Lee Chonghyun had worked hard on every night saw the light of day for the first time. My heart pounded again. Look here, I'll show you a one-time magic. Why did I have to be the one singing these lines? It would have been better to let the spotlight shine on the other members. This song, this stage, and the audience, they were all for those guys. As I was lost in thought, the chorus returned as if it were natural. I gripped the microphone tightly, ensuring I wouldn't drop it, and I sang while stepping forward with all my might. Let the warning sound ring out, let the cheers explode, until my heart boils over and overflows. The harmony we painstakingly perfected, recording until we drained ourselves, until we finally found the perfect combination, resonated flawlessly. Now, I felt like I could hear the cheering through the earphones. Maybe I could actually hear it. The fact that there were lyrics for someone like me to sing, that I was included in the cheering, and that there was a place for me in the layered melody. All of this was so strange and tender that the fleeting moment felt like a long dream. The stage was a success. Park Ji-woo and Jong Song-bin flawlessly hit their high notes that seemed capable of even splitting ice, and Kang Ki-on also fulfilled his role without making a single mistake in the lyrics. Lee Chong-hyun, who was naturally made for the stage, had practiced well but performed even better in the actual performance. If we had debuted with a ballad instead of a dance track, we wouldn't have made this much of an impact at our debut. Thinking about it that way made Yue's past decision even more regrettable. As for Choi Ji-ho, he was flying high on his own. Even in the midst of all the chaos, you could feel the audience's attention being drawn to him. He really was something special. After finishing the first recording brilliantly, the area beneath the stage turned into a sea of tears. As soon as the staff gave the signal, "Yes, great work, everyone," half of the members burst into tears, as if they couldn't believe how they had managed to endure from the rehearsal all the way through to the recording. Kang Ki-on, after watching the video recorded by our manager several times and confirming that he had completed the stage without any major mistakes, finally broke down into tears, and Lee Chong-hyun, eyes brimming with tears, teased him playfully. Then there was Jong Song-bin, sobbing as he finally reached the end of a long wait to truly debut. The area beneath the stage wasn't just damp, it was practically soaked with tears. Thinking that I had no right to appease their overwhelming emotions, I silently patted their backs and herded them into the waiting room as if they were a flock of sheep. At that moment, Choi Ji-ho spoke to me. "You're not crying. I didn't suffer enough to cry, did I? Is that so? Why? Are you going to comfort me if I cry? You're crazy." Choi Ji-ho shuddered and went into the waiting room alone. "You cold-hearted brat. Like I'd ever cry in front of you." Baek Hae-won, a high school student in South Korea, was lying in bed during the vacation, reflecting on her life. At that time, Baek Hae-won was lying in her pink bed, pondering on how to become an adult without going through the ordeal of the third year of high school. Baek Hae-won's cell phone vibrated several times, desperately seeking its owner's attention. It was a familiar SNS notification. Recently, Baek Hae-won hadn't posted anything new, meaning there was no real reason for her to get a notification. With a puzzled expression, Baek Hae-won picked up her phone. Someone had tagged her. Much greater than I think they might be at Minimhunter's type. It was a tagging that piqued her curiosity. Baek Hae-won immediately checked the post she was tagged in. Much greater than "It's been so long since I saw such a good-looking guy. My heart almost stopped. Had to flee to my private account. You said you were going to watch NS. Did you catch a big fish? Yes. I think I'm losing my mind. If I talk about this on my main account, I'll get roasted, but I can't keep this to myself. I think they might be at Minimhunter's type." There, Baek Hae-won's old friends were having fun talking. Once upon a time, they had bonded over their shared love for a certain boy group's looks and charms. In other words, they had become online friends while fangirling over their idols on social media. Their love for their idols and their friendship seemed like it would last forever. But the only things that lasted forever were the agency's terrible handling of the group, their biased three-syllable name, and their friendship. An agency that did sh*t job for 4 years. Their bias, who aged faster than them due to lack of proper management, with no trace left of his former glory. And the final blow came when they saw their idol not in the entertainment news, but in the general news section. Baek Hae-won had never agreed more with the statement that idols who embarrassed their fans this much deserved to fail. Did they really need to keep fangirling like this? Baek Hae-won and many other fans had a harsh moment of reality check, and after much thought, they decided to abandon the fandom. However, even as they resold their albums and merchandise, there was something they couldn't let go of. It was the camaraderie they had formed, cheering for their bias together, cursing those who had cursed their bias together, and eventually even criticizing their bias together. The struggles and hardships had evolved their relationships beyond just being casual fan friends. Much greater than it may sound funny to say this now that all the fans are leaving, but honestly, I don't want to lose you guys. Where else can I meet such entertaining people? Yeah, everyone, let's make a private account. That was how Baek Hae-won, no, Minam Hunter and her gang of about 30 bandits roamed the vast entertainment world like outlaws in search of a treasure-like genre. The journey wasn't smooth, so they only confided in their private accounts, where they gushed over their respective men, who were real people, characters on paper, or even 2.5D hybrids, and indulged in all kinds of chatter in spaces that embraced everything about them. But recently, in a place where only information like which place sells the best pancake was uploaded, someone had called out to Baek Haewon, saying that an idol of her type had appeared. These were the same people who knew better than anyone how Baek Haewon had a habit of falling for the visual members in every group. Baek Haewon replied right away. So, why tag me without telling me who it is? Is this all our friendship amounts to? I'm disappointed. As expected, they also gave a quick response. I thought Hunter Nim had already caught them in the net. After a playful push and pull, Baek Haewon was able to get his hands on the name Spark. The intel was reliable. Her friends never judged based solely on heavily edited photos. Baek Haewon typed Spark into the search bar with a pounding heart. And then she found it. The perfectly symmetrical, sculpted faces of the gorgeous men in their clean-cut profile photos. Without hesitation, Baek Haewon saved the images from the portal site and rushed back to SNS. Much greater than I'm about to faint. Right now, this isn't a fake listing, right? If what I see on the screen is different from the real thing, I'll sue you all for fraud. Nope, they're the real deal. How dare you call them fake? They're real. Everyone laughed, but Baek Haewon was being serious. Of course, the unis were being serious too. Thanks to the words of her trustworthy colleague, Baek Haewon even found a video of a stage that had just been uploaded. Wow, they've only had one debut stage. There had never been a rookie group this new. But the surprise was short-lived, as Baek Haewon clicked on the video, mesmerized by the thumbnail featuring an incredibly handsome member in close-up. 73. Chapter 73, Registering a Notice of Interest. The sound of a rusty iron door opening echoed through the dark stage. Followed by the sound of heavy footsteps, a man walked to the center of the stage, sit on one knee, rested his chin on his hand, and stared at the camera. The man smiled slightly and whispered, "Chonghyun, let's go." At the same time, the stage lit up brightly. A man with black hair and round-rimmed glasses and a man with fancy gray hair and a character band on his face appeared side by side. The glasses-wearing member, Yiwol, was neatly dressed in a school uniform, while the member Jiho was missing his tie. Yiwol, there are times when a single dream feels so vivid. Jiho, the power that makes me unable to fall asleep in the long darkness of the night. The next member to appear was just as impressive as Jiho. Kion, a flare sent to the night sky by lighting a spark with a wish-filled fuel. Kion, dressed far more neatly than Jiho, mimed shooting something into the air, and someone from the other side ran to the center of the stage, continuing the song. Songbin, let the warning sound ring out. Let the cheers explode. And when all 6 people gathered in line, the melody reached its climax. Juwu plus all. Until the world heats up. Until it burns. As the music hit its stride, Chonghyun appeared again. Now clearly visible in the lights, his clothes and hair were smeared with paint. Chonghyun, a clear goal becomes the driving force. To kick off the ground and rise. To divide the day, where the sun pours down. A bright smile accompanied the fiery lyrics. And to match that, the choreography was well organized, like a performance. The stage was filled with refreshing blue lights and the clear smiles of the 6 members, harmonizing beautifully. Juwu, let the warning sound ring out. Let the cheers explode. Songbin plus all. Until my heart boils over. And overflows. As the stage stormed toward its climax, the performance ended with all 6 members holding a red-tipped paper ribbon, staring at each other. It was truly a stage like fireworks in broad daylight. Only curse words came to Baek Haewon's mind. Wasn't it true that many people, including Baek Haewon, couldn't help but swear when they were extremely happy? Baek Haewon thought, wait a minute, and rubbed her forehead. And then she replayed the video she had just watched. After the video ended, she cursed inwardly again. This is crazy. That was all Baek Haewon could say. There were many handsome idols in the world. However, it was rare for all the members of a group to be handsome. Even more for all the members of the group to suit her taste. Baek Haewon slapped her innocent bed 3 times. Out of habit, she also slapped her forehead a few times. I have to watch the music video. Without even having the time to post a short message on SNS, Baek Haewon typed Spark Flowering MV into the search bar. The music video was over 5 minutes long. Was it a drama style? Baek Haewon vaguely guessed and clicked the video. The video started with 6 split screens showing 6 hands turning off alarms. All the hands on the beds disappeared, except for the one that fell asleep again with the hand still on the phone. Jong Song-bin, who was the first to arrive and put his textbooks in the drawer. Kim Yiwol, who threw his school bag on the windowsill and fell asleep again on his desk as soon as he arrived. Park Ju-woo, who walked in quietly and stared out the window, and Kang Kyeon, who was playing with his cell phone with his earphones plugged in. The members gathered one by one in the classroom, including Choi Ji-ho, who came in after him. And a few tools inside Choi Ji-ho's bag were zoomed in. What? Is this a delinquent story? As she enjoyed the warm-toned music video, Baek Haewon furrowed her brow, wondering if they were going to glorify delinquent behavior. For a moment, she considered turning off the music video, but Baek Haewon pressed the play button again, determined to keep watching it for now. After a brief scene of someone flipping an unknown switch, the camera returned to the school. As all the students arrived, and the teacher came in to take attendance, Lee Chong-hyun rushed in with his disheveled hair, and the song began alongside the title. The 6 members all had different attitudes toward class. While some members were sitting upright, eagerly participating in the lesson, Kim Yiwol's forehead was still on the desk, and Lee Chong-hyun was just doodling with another notebook spread out under his textbook. What caught Baek Haewon's attention the most was that the video kept showing Kang Kyeon's bracelet, Lee Chong-hyun's key ring on his belt loop, and Choi Ji-ho's suspiciously heavy bag. Of course, the music video didn't just show drama-like scenes. Every time a different dance shot came up, Baek Haewon debated whether to screenshot it now or wait until the video finished. Ultimately, she decided to watch the whole thing first and screenshot it later. After the group dance shot, the background changed to a large container box. The 6 of them put their heads together and discussed the school map on a desk full of junk. As the camera followed Jong Song-bin's finger, it zoomed in on the paper's edge where the word boom was written. Are they really going to blow up the school? Somehow, except for 1 or 2 of them, everyone's expressions were unusual. True to her expectations, the members started preparing something in earnest. Jong Song-bin took a bundle of papers out of Kim Yiwol's bag and stuck them on the wall following Kim Yiwol's instructions. Park Ju-woo also put a caution against fire sticker on the outside of the container box door. Kang Kyeon came out with his jacket thrown away and his sleeves rolled up because he was carrying a heavy load, and Choi Ji-ho had his tie snatched away by Lee Chong-hyun, who was searching for something. Are they actually blowing up the school, not the cheers? Did they change the lyrics for their debut stage to pass censorship? Baek Haewon couldn't help but chuckle. There were also scenes in the video that she couldn't understand. It was mostly a video of a golden ball passing under objects at high speed or falling from a high place. She didn't know what it was, but if she just waited quietly, someone would definitely post a definitive interpretation. So rather than pausing the video and analyzing it, it was more important to watch the dance break unfolding before her eyes. Having been an Idol fan for years, Baek Haewon didn't need a screenshot to know that their choreography was perfectly in sync. Scenes of the members in school uniforms against the backdrop of an abandoned school and in jumpsuits inside the container box alternated rapidly. The song rushed toward its climax. Let the warning sound ring out. Let the cheers explode. Kang Kyeon pushed all the planks over, and Lee Chong-hyun lifted up a welding mask. Park Ju-woo stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall, watching everyone, and Choi Ji-ho passed by with a crowbar resting on both shoulders. Then, Jong Song-bin received a match from Kim Yiwol and lit the fuse in front of him. Flames flickered across Jong Song-bin's face, until my heart boils over and overflows. The camera tilted upwards toward the sky, and the screen darkened. At the same time, the song stopped, and it became quiet. What is this? So the school ended up exploding, or what? Baek Haewon tilted her head. At that moment, the screen brightened again. The classroom where the members had first gathered was revealed. On the blackboard was the phrase group. Assignment, draw lots, written in large letters, and the 6 members were gathered in front of it, each holding a lot with a red-tipped end. It was definitely the lot that the members had held one by one at the end of their debut stage. Only then did the scenes of the members toiling away, exhausted, flash through Baek Haewon's mind. It was a group project. No wonder the kids looked really roughed up. Baek Haewon, currently a high school student, understood that feeling completely. So what on earth did they do for their project? Just as she thought that, the camera zoomed in on the miscellaneous objects in front of the container wall, which had previously only served as background. Wood blocks tied together with Kang Keon's bracelet and Choi Jiho's tie were oddly arranged on various machines. It was a Goldberg device where everything was connected as one. As the heat from the flames cut the string, the golden ball rolled down a split PVC pipe and along wooden chopsticks, moving ceaselessly. The mysterious scenes from earlier in the music video were spliced into this sequence. The metal ball knocked over a domino, bounced off Lee Chong-hyun's keychain, circled the container, and finally pressed a wooden button. The fishing line attached to the button pulled, and a bang sound echoed. At the same time, flower petals poured like a waterfall over the heads of Choi Jiho, Jong Song-bin, Lee Chong-hyun, and Kang Keon, who stood under the box. A handmade banner that read "Group Project, Great Success" unfolded on the box fluttered shabbily. As everyone shook or spat out the flower petals, Jong Song-bin paused and asked, "But who filmed this?" The expressions of the other three stiffened. The four of them slowly turned their heads toward one of the walls. There, Park Ju-woo, wearing protective gear and holding a fire extinguisher, pointed toward the corner of the container. Kim Yiwol, who had been filming with a tripod there, raised his thumb. With that, everyone cheered in triumph, hugging each other, and the video finally ended for real. There was even an ending credit. Director Jong Song-bin. Planning Kim Yiwol. Design Lee Chong-hyun. Production Kang Keon. Support Choi Jiho. Inspection Park Ju-woo. Cinematography Kim Yiwol. Only the cinematography credit had a different font and slant, as if hastily added. It was truly the perfect embodiment of a goofy group project. Baek Hae-won had a very busy time that day. Even though she searched through the ocean of information, no one uploaded an interpretation of Spark's music video, so she had to tearfully cobble together her own interpretation. She also had to painstakingly savor each frame of the newly debuted group's content that was flooding in. It wasn't until almost 10 p.m. that she finally managed to post on social media. Much greater than guys. Don't you want to try out Spark? Their faces are delicious and they do strange things. No, don't people usually write it the other way around? They're too good looking for that. Much greater than are you going to be a fan of SBK? I'm not a fan yet. Just testing the water? Don't lie. You said the same thing before and then ended up watching the Marbling series 5 times. After writing down her overflowing feelings, Baek Hae-won laid down on the bed. If they brought out those lots for this stage, I wonder what they'll bring next. At the same time, the chorus of the song she'd just heard kept playing in her mind. A sign it was starting to sink in. 74, Chapter 74, Expected Resignation Date. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you. As soon as the sound of cut was heard, I bent over and loudly expressed my thanks. Another recording for a music show had just ended. This was already the 3rd music show. As I gathered up today's prop, the so-called Lee Chong-hyun's must-have pin with a stuffed doll attached, I thought to myself, how many more music shows do I have to do? When the first music show ended, the system had definitely appeared before my eyes. Plus, system, work instructions from the superior have arrived. Play button Assistant Manager Kim, I saw the draft you submitted, but I have too much work to do today. It isn't urgent, is it? I'll definitely see it this week. Assistant Manager Kim, please understand. Okay. Plus, it was so urgent. My heart felt like it would explode, like when a worker ran to the bank during lunch break only to find out the expected wait time was 50 minutes. Because of this, I had stayed up all night with my eyes wide open, afraid that I might miss the system's mission completion alarm while sleeping. After all, Spark's hot debut happened last week. Even if a review period was needed, it should have been done long ago. F***ck, it was lying about seeing it. I had let my guard down. There was no way a guy who spoke like Manager Nam would see the draft on time. Even though I was just a subordinate, this was just too much. Did the world the system come from not have a Ministry of Labor? I was planning to start writing the handover document from today. Spark's first activity period was 4 weeks. These 4 weeks were the optimal time to raise Spark's recognition, something I had fought for with the UA. From the beginning, I had planned to finish at least one promotion activity before leaving the team, but I would only feel relieved once the system processed my resignation letter. I shook the ballpoint pen anxiously. The carrot doll attached to the end dangled violently. Manager Nom. No. The system. I had blocked any chance of them suddenly saying something like, Assistant Manager Kim, your performance is too poor. You'll need to keep working for a while longer. The number of views for Spark's music video alone had more than doubled compared to their debut days. It was partly because Spark's performance was bad in the past, but in the community monitoring that I did every day, Spark's name was definitely being known step by step in a positive way. Much greater than the assignment distribution is perfect. Delinquent who sleeps as soon as he gets to school, model student who stayed up all night doing homework. Delinquent who brings tools to school, model student who brought all the materials. Delinquent who looks like a real villain, group leader. Mysterious outsider, safety monitor. That guy who goofs off in class, diligent, skilled student. Delinquent with a messy uniform, model student who takes care of all the hard tasks. They're the dream team. Much greater than where did they sell the doll's head. All of them pretending to write with a pen during the music show ending. But one boy hastily hides his pen. GIF. What's the name of the kid who hides the ballpoint pen? Sparks Jiho. Much greater than who knew 6 high school boys working on an assignment could be so addictive? I can't stop watching. The homework looks really fun, especially with those students' faces. Much greater than evolution of the stage ending props. Zip. Group assignment lottery. Ruler. Pin LOL. I wonder what they'll bring out next. I'm looking forward to what they'll come up with next. I'm seriously worried they might bring out a gourd and smash it on someone's head during the final show. Of course we wouldn't bring anything that could harm their faces was strictly prohibited. This was the post I liked the most out of all the ones I had read so far. Much greater than I thought another sacrificial lamb would come out of this mess. But they're killing it on stage. Seems like good genes run in the family. Of course, not all the feedback was favorable. From criticism disguised as insults to blunt negative comments, there was a wide range of reactions. But I didn't bother paying attention. About half of them were about my fan cams where my skills were noticeably inferior to those of the other members, and the other half were aggro-like comments that any celebrities dealt with. Just hold on a little longer, everyone. The klutz Kim Yiwol, a thorn in the group's side, will be gone soon. My grade had improved compared to before, and I'd already planned what I needed to do for the next year or so. I resolved to start writing the handover document as soon as possible to prevent the system from secretly changing its mind. Hyung, I'll post a notice about our live. Alright, let's just finish tomorrow's live broadcast smoothly. Baek Haewon had been completely immersed in MeTube for the past few days. It was all because of a recently debuted idol group. Why were their performances so good, and why was there so much content to consume? Baek Haewon, who had been swimming in the sea of content for 4 hours without stopping, had to admit that she had fallen for Spark. I should have waited until they got more popular before getting into them. Then at least I'd have some fan friends. No, they say the sooner you join, the better. Baek Haewon's head was filled with agony. Even though she was exhausted, the reason Baek Haewon was still clutching her phone was, of course, because of that idol group. After the music show yesterday, a live broadcast notice was posted on the official SNS of the newly established group Spark. Much greater than announcement. Hey guys, our presentation is coming up. Is everyone free tomorrow evening? Let's prepare together at my place. Don't forget to bring your phones. It was a simple but shockingly on-brand announcement. Could any other group make such a normal yet unique post? And so, the much-anticipated live broadcast was fast approaching as Baek Haewon scrolled through SNS, chatting with friends. Spark 2x02xx. Group project presentation starts now. They even put the date in the broadcast title. Makes it easy for fans to archive this. Baek Haewon, not yet thinking of herself as one of those fans, pressed the broadcast button. Then a screen revealed 6 people sitting together wearing identical black training suits. Manager, is the broadcast on? Kim Yiwol, who was looking at a tablet, quietly asked someone off camera. Of course, Baek Haewon, with her supersonic hearing, picked up every word. First of all, his manner passed. Personality was crucial when deciding whether to become a fan. Once you started liking someone, you might overlook a lot of things, so it was better to set things right from the beginning. That was Baek Haewon's philosophy after years of experience in the fandom world. An idol with a terrible personality on camera? They existed. Not that Baek Haewon's former bias group was like that or anything. Actually, yeah, they were like that. F***ck. Oh no. Focus, focus. It would be 100 times better to focus on the spark in front of her rather than thinking about those M***s who were buried in the industry. The members, having confirmed that the connection was stable, began the broadcast with a group greeting. We're finally having our first live broadcast since our debut. Let's give an applause. When the leader, Jong Songbin, spoke up, everyone clapped along with Jong Songbin. The only thought that entered Baek Haewon's mind upon seeing this was, our Songbin. How is he going to survive in this cold-looking group with a face that's soft? To Songbin's left and right sat Kang Ki-yeon and Lee Chong-hyun, both of whom exuded intense energy, while behind them sat the older members, looking like they'd just come from collecting debts. Fortunately, the older brother's speech was very gentle. Choi Ji-ho, do you want to read the comments? Okay, I'll read them. One of them seemed a bit like a cyborg, but well, he might be nervous on his first broadcast. Since it's our first broadcast, we really wanted to talk about a lot of things. Yiwol Hyung, could you bring that out for me? Yeah. At Jong Songbin's request, Kim Yiwol took out a large foam board from behind the sofa. Thoughts on debut. Behind the scenes of the music video. Today's TMI. Future plans. The topics of today's conversation were written down in order. Isn't that the same board they used during their member introductions in their self-produced content? The familiar color and recognizable size that briefly caught her eye made Baek Haewon unable to stop her reasonable suspicion. Reusing props? These guys were quite eco-friendly. But more importantly, what was this TMI? Was it really something worth discussing so seriously? Baek Haewon felt a bit confused. However, unaware of this, Spark attached a red star shape that seemed to be made of non-woven fabric to one. Thoughts on debut, and talked about the joy and gratitude of debuting. Lee Chong-hyun's accusation that Kim Yiwol couldn't sleep for several days after his debut was quite interesting. In their previous content, he had seemed like a perfectly wound-up FM, field manual, type. After they each took turns sharing their thoughts on debuting, the topic shifted to the music videos behind the scenes. We can't leave this out when talking about the music video. The Goldberg. Lee Chong-hyun pulled out a printed scene from the music video from under the table. How many visual aids had they hidden beneath the camera? At that moment, Jong Songbin said something surprising. This entire Goldberg machine was made by Chong-hyun. Well, Yiwol Hyung planned it, and I only designed it. All the members helped build it. So, in the end, Lee Chong-hyun himself had constructed that massive contraption. Chong-hyun worked really hard. Park Ju-woo said with a smile. It seemed Baek Haewon was the only one surprised by the situation. Was it really easy for everything to fit together so perfectly, like stop motion? She didn't know much about it, but you'd need precise calculations for it to work. Just then, Kang Ki-yeon pointed this out. We failed a lot in the middle. We went through a lot of trial and error. Really, at one point, we considered filming in cuts, but Chong-hyun insisted on doing it in one take. That's why it came out great. I love our members who helped. After the back and forth between Kang Ki-yeon and Jong Songbin, Lee Chong-hyun winked and made hearts in all directions. At that moment, Kim Yiwol kindly adjusted Chong-hyun's position so he faced the camera directly. Thank you, Speedy Yiwol. It was tough using my brain after a long time, but I had fun. I think I won't need to study math for a while. But Lee Chong-hyun, don't you have exams in 2 months? Ji-ho Hyung. Their playful banter was so endearing. It felt like being in a class full of boys at school. It's like they come straight out of a slice-of-life high school drama. During the live broadcast, when she briefly checked the SNS timeline, she saw similar people stating similar opinions. Baek Haewon thought about chatting in fan group chats after the broadcast ended, but then the discussion moved on to the third topic. TMI probably meant talking about what they ate today or some snack they saw at a convenience store. Baek Haewon put her phone down for a moment, thinking she would take advantage of this opportunity to get some snacks. But she didn't get up. Instead, she was busy questioning her ears. On screen, Kim Yiwol was clearly talking about what they ate today, a very ordinary topic. Choi Ji-ho had a steak and egg salad. The sauce was mustard, but he didn't really feel like it today, so he used the oriental sauce that Ju-woo didn't eat. He left the yolk, didn't he? Songbin had. The level of detail was almost like how she used to jot down notes, trying to replicate how her favorite idol ate their meals. 75, Chapter 75. Performance Review, Self-Evaluation. You could tell that Kim Yiwol had a unique personality just by looking at a few clips. You forgot to put on sunscreen? How are you going to atone for that sin? Who didn't hit the confirm emoji after reading the announcement? If it happens again, I'll stick the notice to the back of your head. Take selfies with the mindset that you'll only get one good shot out of 200 photos. Don't just rely on your face and take 3 or 4. To put it nicely, Kim Yiwol was a thorough professional idol. Among fans, he was already known as a man who embodied the ideal traits of an idol, a guy who understood fan sentiment all too well, and someone who maintained strict discipline within the group. At the same time, to put it strangely, he seemed like someone who had lived 2 lifetimes. It was like that even now. Hyung, the comments say you're handsome. Huh. Thank you. In moments like these, he was just like any rookie idol who had just debuted. You want to try making a Goldberg machine? I actually have a design I drew up for practice. Should I send it via email? I'll ask if I can open a shared drive at the company. If that doesn't work, I'll set up a doc page or something. He had a talent for catching people off guard. For the office workers watching this, Kim Yiwol's remarks seemed even more strange. Much greater than an idol who knows what a doc page is? That's just strange. Feels like he works at a well-run company or something. Your analogy made me tear up. Much greater than Yiwol is kind of mind-blowing, but in a different way. When asked to give a message to the members, he said, when interest rates rise, make sure you all get savings accounts. He looked like the mature eldest Hyung when he was tying the kids' neckties, but now he's just like a student council president who nags a lot. But after hearing him, I opened a savings account too. The interest rate was over 5% at a first-tier bank. That's some positive influence. Positive influence. Beck Haywin couldn't understand all of it, but she could tell one thing. As he searched for Kim Yiwol's name and checked reactions about Spark, she realized she had just become a fan of a brand new rookie group who only had a single album out. 2 weeks after Spark's debut, and roughly 1 year and 3 weeks since the forced contract between Kim Yiwol and the system, I watched Spark's content again, absent-mindedly shaking a pen with a broken neck. And I thought to myself, not bad. Judging by the current reactions, Spark seemed poised to surpass their past debut numbers and mentions. The same was true for the online communities as well. Although they hadn't yet earned a dedicated forum, new posts about Spark appeared on the idol boards daily. It seemed Spark was being consumed as something like an 8-star cider idol group, providing a refreshing burst in the flashy idol scene. A refreshing burst, huh? I turned my gaze to my laptop, which had just been paused. The screen was filled with Choi Ji-ho's radiant smile. Who would have thought the day would come when this guy would smile like that? Choi Ji-ho's rare smiles were infamous among the old Spark fandom. Sure, he might have smiled a bit during performances for the sake of the concept. But because Spark only did bad concepts, Choi Ji-ho's smiling face only earned him honorable titles like the Master of Sinister Grin or the Man Who Surely Schemes. But now it was different. On the screen, Choi Ji-ho was dancing energetically, smiling so brightly that you wouldn't even recognize him as the same person. Was this really the same Choi Ji-ho with the 0.5-degree frozen fish eyes that I knew? His smile was as stunning as the scenic views of Jumgangsan, rivaling the top 10 iconic idol landscapes of Kim Yiwol's personal pick. It was a sight I quite liked. Choi Ji-ho wasn't the only one who improved. The others also showed remarkable growth. Park Ju-woo was good at finding the camera that was changing quickly and made eye contact, and Lee Chong-hyun showed off his pure charm by using the right amount of makeup to highlight his facial features. Maybe it was just a hunch, but with every member pulling their weight, even Jong Songbin seemed much more at ease handling his parts. Most impressive of all was Kang Ki-on, who could finally showcase his dancing skills in full in front of the camera. All my nagging was finally paying off. Look at you. You punks. See how great it feels when you listen to me? Overwhelmed with emotion, I couldn't stop replaying their music video and stage performances as if possessed. These guys were talented, so their skills were beyond words. They looked healthy thanks to their balanced diet, and it was quite impressive to see them smiling brightly and working hard to the point of dripping sweat. Wait, what am I thinking right now? Have I forgotten what kind of people these guys are? Manager Nam might have created the extra work, but it was these guys who doubled it during late nights. Do you think my anger would fade just because we've spent 1 year together? I shook my head vigorously, imagining myself clearing my mind of distracting thoughts. Then I focused on monitoring again. There were departments that bring in money for the company, and there were departments that only spent the company's money. If I had to pick a typical example, it would be the HR team. As befitting of the back office, our team's work was rarely visible on the surface. My work was the same. The most visible thing I had ever produced was the image for a job posting. Maybe that was why. Seeing my ideas come to life in a place I scouted, exactly as I intended, felt strange. This wasn't the only odd phenomenon. Much greater than tried out a new rookie boy group. These days, everyone's coming out with strong songs, and their teaser had kind of a dark movie vibe, so I thought they'd be another similar group. But they came out super fresh and pure, which was kind of surprising, totally unexpected. Still, it actually makes them stand out more. If they'd come out with a conceptual style, they would have been buried. If you're trying to do a viral marketing, at least don't make it obvious. Who's going to pay for this half-baked viral marketing UB***? Much greater than is this level of hair and makeup coordination real for a debut stage? Normally, when rookies debut, no matter how polished they try to look, there's always a hint of awkwardness, but these guys have none of that. You can tell the staff put their hearts and souls into this. Yeah, agreed. They're all wearing school uniforms, gym uniforms, jumpsuits, but there's not a single bad outfit. Much greater than a rookie group with super stable live performances. GIF. That's Spark. They just debuted, but their live performances are so solid on every stage. Even in their content, you can tell the members are all great at singing. If you install AR, anyone can make a good performance. But isn't this pretty good? Look at other groups that debuted around the same time. Their live performances are all over the place. Maybe it was because our fame hadn't skyrocketed yet, but aside from the occasional trolling comment, there was almost no negative feedback about Spark. Of course, the high-quality styling wasn't achieved effortlessly. It came from painstakingly compiling reference materials. Even so, this feels strange. I'd always worked hard to produce the best results. Whether at Hampyong Industries or in part-time jobs, since I was being paid, I always believed I had to earn my salary, so I worked hard. The reason I worked harder than the system required for Spark was the same. To compensate for the loss of image this team would suffer due to my departure. So all of this was the least I could do to repay what I owed. Assistant Manager Kim, if you're too incompetent, that's a problem too. Assistant Manager Kim, are you not planning to have a social life? Are you going to go to work all alone? Assistant Manager Kim, you really think you're good at your job? Don't get me wrong. Where else do you think you would be able to adapt if not here? Much greater than a well-run agency plus talented members. They just debuted, but they put in subtitles plus member introductions that match the concept of their debut album. I also love that they bring out props from the music video in chronological order for each stage. I don't know, it feels like they really pay attention to even the smallest details. You can tell the members really put effort into their photo card shoots too. Looking at this, it seems there are many cases where small and medium-sized companies have better quality than large companies. It's a single album, but it's full of content, including not only photo cards, but also student photos plus lottery papers plus class schedules, etc. You can tell they put a lot of thought into it. It was unsettling that what I heard from the Hampyong industry and what I heard outside of the Hampyong industry were so different. I hoped the system would quickly check if I'd met my KPIs, so that this awkward feeling wouldn't last much longer. Just as there were schedules focused on stage performances like music shows, there were also many that weren't. Visible Radio was one of them. This, Visible Radio, which broadcast live video of the broadcast site, quickly became popular after starting as a channel that invited idols as guests. Spark's scheduled schedule for today was also to appear on that Visible Radio. Much greater than 2 by 1023 Visible Radio capture shots. Photo 1. Photo 2. Photo 3. It's a shame that their faces are completely hidden by caps, but I'll endure it since I get to watch them for a whole hour. Source, SNS. I had the unforgettable experience of frantically taking screenshots of that Visible Radio show, nearly breaking my fingers in the process. All 5 of them came out wearing hats. No. Words could describe how angry I was while recording. If they were going to cover their faces, they should have at least worn different outfits. These guys stuck to wearing black hats and black clothes as if they had conspired to do it. I only recently learned why they had always worn those shadow-like outfits. Don't you think there are too many black clothes in our closet? Since we only go back and forth to the practice room anyway, we don't feel the need to spend money to buy clothes. My roommates told me that. These guys, As long as it was comfortable to wear in practice and wouldn't look dirty even if they lay down on the floor, they were fine with any clothes. Are you office workers with a strict dress code, or what? Why are you all wearing only solid colors? If I had known this sooner, I would have ordered rainbow-colored training suits for their practice. But there was no use regretting what had already passed. Instead, from now on, I banned them from wearing caps during visible radio appearances, unless they had a legitimate reason, like preventing spoilers of dyed hair. And in order to ensure that even new viewers or casual fans could easily tell the members apart in videos or screenshots, do I really have to wear this? If you don't like it, write your name on your forehead. We all agreed to wear headbands with glittery name tags. In fact, we handmade them with the crafty Lee Chonghyun's help. I said to Choi Jiho, who was holding the headband with a sour expression, "Don't worry. We already checked last time to make sure no one had an allergic reaction." "Fine." Choi Jiho sighed as he looked at his burgundy-colored headband. "What's your problem? If you don't like it, then just get so famous that people recognize your face without needing a name tag." And so, the 6 members of the rookie idol group Spark entered the radio booth, each wearing a glitter-colored name tag headband with solemn expressions. 76. Chapter 76, Performance Review, Peer Evaluation Edition. The first radio program that Spark appeared on was Midnight Talk, hosted by a famous idol group member. The DJ, Polo, who had been leading the show for a few years, was also the rapper of Myth's top group, Hellas. Well, then, our Mr. Yiwol. PFT. Sigh, I'm sorry. I mean, everyone looks so handsome, but those cute headbands you're wearing are just too adorable. He couldn't help but laugh every time he looked at us. I thought he'd be more professional, but it seemed I was wrong. For those watching through the live stream, you can see that the Spark members are all wearing cute headbands with their names on them. We wore them with the spirit of rookies. Did the company tell you to do this? No, it was Yiwol Hyung. At Polo's question, Park Ju-woo, who I trusted, immediately tattled. After all the food I've shared with you, how dare you tattle on me? Do you buy custom-made headbands like that? Can they make them with your name? No, I made them myself. You did? Yes. We had the materials at the dorm. I made it with great care, step by step, using my experience making school festival supplies for Hampyeong Industry CEO's son. You're surprisingly frugal, Yiwol. Right? Hyung looks like a real gentleman, but he's really frugal. At Polo's words, Lee Chonghyun excitedly chimed in. More importantly, a gentleman, you said. Shouldn't that title go to you instead? After that, Mr. Polo and the members continued their boring conversation throughout the first part, reading comments like, "The headband is of great quality." Even during the commercial break, the talk about the headband didn't end. Mr. Polo looked at me with his hands clasped together and his chin raised and asked, "I'm genuinely curious. Why do you have these materials at the dorm?" "We had some leftover materials from when we made props for our content." "You make props too? That's amazing." At first, I thought he was making small talk because he had nothing to talk about with a rookie group, but no matter how I looked at it, this person seemed to be firmly fixated on my handmade headband. I observed for about 3 minutes to see if his interest was genuine or just acting, and then said, "I made one for you just in case, Sunbeam. Can I give it to you now?" "For me? A headband?" "Yes." "Really?" I took out a gold shining headband from my bag outside the recording booth and handed it to Mr. Polo, hoping that he would wear it if he wanted it so badly. He held his stomach and laughed. "Mine is gold. You're the DJ of Moonlight Talk. I designed it to look like a shining golden moon." I made a weak pun while watching Polo wear the headband and applauded him. It was a habitual compliment, commenting that it suited him well. Kong Kian, who was sitting next to me, leaned in and whispered, "When did you make his headband?" "I made that one first. Always take care of the boss's stuff first." I straightened Kong Kian's slightly crooked hairband and then tidied up his remaining hair. It was soon time for part 2 to begin. We're back after the ad. And during the break, everyone, I got my own name headband too. Wow. Thanks to all our reaction training, everyone's reaction speed was top-notch. Of course, I also laughed and joined in enthusiastically. In part 2, it's time to learn more about our Spark. We've prepared a member quiz. The format of the quiz was simple. The member opposite you would ask a quiz about themselves, and you had to answer as many questions as possible within the time limit. We had already filled out a pre-interview questionnaire with the writers before the broadcast. The problem was, I had a feeling these guys wouldn't get any of my quizzes right. In this kind of quiz, it was common to reveal trivial details about the members. Things like birthdays, the number of siblings, or favorite songs. And I'd never shared that kind of information with them. In other words, they had no way of knowing the answers. I was afraid that if they got too many questions wrong, rumors of discord would spread. So I considered giving Jong Song-bin, who was sitting across from me, the answers in advance, but I held back because I thought that if he got too many right, rumors of rigging would start to spread instead. At least there's no question about siblings, thank goodness. If I were asked that question in this situation where my voice would fail me and my mind went blank whenever I tried to talk about my sister, I might end up saying I was an only child even though I had an older sister. First up was the Park Ju-woo, Kang Kian duo. They each got about 4 or 5 out of 10 questions right, showing a decent level of mutual understanding. The years of being roommates paid off. The other roommates, Choi Ji-ho, Lee Chong-hyun pair, weren't bad either. Although Choi Ji-ho only got 3 questions right, Lee Chong-hyun nailed 7, making up for it. Ji-ho Hyung, aren't you too uninterested in me? No. How am I supposed to know the color of your socks today? I even got the color of your shoelaces. Right. Sorry. Still, getting 3 answers right was an amazing growth. Last time I checked, he only got 2 right in their year. Okay, now it's Yiwol and Songbin's turn. Songbin, please say a few words of determination. I'll try my best. Hyung, let's do our best. Sitting across from me, Jong Songbin cheered me on with a fist pump. And he lived up to his determination, performing surprisingly well. What's the video I've watched the most recently? Our music video. Then which member do I think suits this concept the best? Chonghyun. He got 4 questions right. I was really surprised. I thought he was just guessing, but Songbin seemed to have his own reasoning. Does Chonghyun really suit the concept of this album well? Yiwol Hyung really likes Chonghyun's face. I do. Was this because I once said Chonghyun was handsome during fan signing practice? His reasoning seemed too flimsy, and I was taken aback. Now Yiwol has to get 5 questions right. How about that? Are you confident? I'll try my best. I answered energetically, and Songbin clapped. This was also ridiculous. Despite my inner turmoil, Polo enthusiastically continued the segment. Okay, let's start. I'm not sure Hyung will get this right. Hyung, what's my favorite song? Songdo Sun Barnum's The Sun Shines. Correct answer. Which class was I in last? Year. Class 3. I answered the second question as if I hesitated a bit, but honestly, I was confident I could answer anything. Unless they asked for the last digits of their social security numbers, I was good. What's my favorite color? Purple. Tell me the title of my favorite movie. The Last Performance. Next to him, Kang Kian muttered, Hyung, what the? Of course, I would know this much. I'd been listening to Sparks Radio for years. The minute was over in an instant with 1 question left. Everyone around us gasped in amazement. Yiwol, you got 9 in total. Hyung, if you had more time, you could have answered them all. What the hell? You're like a living wiki. Lee Chong-hyun attempted a long-distance high five. I waved my hand in the air in moderation. Wow, Yiwol must really care about his members. Luckily, the questions were ones I knew. I guess I was lucky. I had to say this to avoid being labeled as Kim Yiwol, the diehard fan of Jong Songbin. I hoped the system realized how much effort I was putting into avoiding excessive exposure with the members, so that they'd hurry up and process my reward faster. Thanks to me getting 9 questions right, Songbin and I ended up winning first place. The prize for the first place team was a friendship selfie. Since Songbin was terrible at taking selfies, I held the camera instead. It was a monumental schedule. The system didn't respond much after that. Not only was its speech similar to Manager Nam's, but its speed of approval was also in sync with Manager Nam's. My frustration was building up. The system finally responded to me one day, right before our final broadcast. While in the car returning from filming a Me Too program, the manager surprised me with a completely unexpected remark. We're going to wear the uniforms we actually used in real life. Yeah, since it's the final broadcast, we thought it'd be fun to go with a more authentic concept. The company's already approved it. Apparently, the planning team had come up with the idea, let's show our kids real school days, before the last episode. Manager, I didn't go to high school, so I don't have a high school uniform. Wouldn't your middle school uniform still fit, Jiwoo? My head started to pound. Bringing our actual school uniforms was an idea that had crossed my mind too, but I never put it into action, because not all 6 of us had uniforms. Even if we exclude the day when I ended up at the Spark dorm with nothing but a suitcase. Park Jiwoo, who didn't go to high school, wouldn't have a uniform that fit him, and Choi Jiho, who graduated high school long ago, would have his uniform far away at his family's home. So, with 2 members already lacking uniforms, I figured I didn't need to worry about my own uniform. I'll ask my family if they can send mine via courier. Then, Jiho Hyung is sorted. Jiwoo, how about you wear casual clothes that give off a school look? Manager, if we're each wearing our own uniforms, the colors don't necessarily have to match, right? The situation was taking a strange turn. Choi Jiho said he'd ask his family, and now Jong Songbin was helping coordinate other people's outfits. That'll be fine. Then everyone will have no problem bringing their own clothes, right? There are some problems. Lots of them. 77. Chapter 77. Dress Code. I returned to 9 years in the past with nothing but a small suitcase. In that suitcase, there was a bank book and a few basic clothes. And there was no school uniform in it. On top of that, my family home had disappeared somewhere. Should I buy a school uniform now? Will I be able to get a name tag sewn on before the final broadcast? It was obvious that there wouldn't be many uniforms and sizes outside the average in stores. Especially now that the school admission season was over, there would be even fewer left in stock. So, everyone, can you prepare 1 set of clothes by this weekend? Songbin, Chonghyun, and Kion, make sure to wash your extra shirts. Yes. Everyone answered cheerfully, but I couldn't open my mouth. Why on earth did they tell me such an urgent matter only when the deadline was already close? I felt like I was about to foam at the mouth. I calculated in my head which would be faster, finding a used uniform or buying a new one. Then, suddenly, I came up with a faster and more certain solution. System, you piece of sh*t, come out right now. Then the system popped up. Plus, system, work instructions from your superior have arrived. Play button, you want to have a meeting? Assistant Manager Kim, does it really have to be right now? Plus, if you don't want to see Kim Yiwol dancing in a 3-stripe tracksuit alone on the final broadcast, you better cooperate. The system would give me absurd KPIs, key performance indicators, but it would also provide me with the preparation process I needed in the form of tasks. In other words, it could said that the system wasn't there to harm me, but rather to help me achieve my KPIs. And on top of that, it was using the Hampyeong Industry and Manager Norms framework, with rules similar to labor laws. In that case, I had no choice but to demand something from this so-called superior. Give me my school uniform. Plus, system, work instructions from the superior have arrived. Play button, Assistant Manager Kim. Do you really need that for work? Have you thoroughly thought about whether there's a better way? Plus, whatever, it's necessary for work, so just give it to me. If you're a company, you should at least provide the minimum support so that workers can do their job. Furthermore, I was just asking for stuff that the system had one-sidedly thrown away, so there was no way this unreasonable system, which could boost people's abilities with a snap, couldn't give me one shabby school uniform. They might not have expected this situation when they signed the contract as the superior, but since I was living as the subordinate now, I would fight for my rights as a worker. When there was no particular response from the system, I thought to myself in the system's direction. I really tried my best to be an idol, but the system isn't helping me. I was even willing to wear a school uniform at my age, such a shame. The system kept remaining silent to my words, but when my inner thoughts reached, if that's how you're going to be, stop taking paycheck too, *tch, it changed its attitude. Plus, system, work instructions from the superior have arrived. Play button, I'll give you a list of supplies, so choose from them. You should appreciate that no other company takes care of you like this. Assistant Manager Kim. TSK. Crisp new uniform. A freshly ironed uniform that looks like it just came from the uniform shop. Spotless. Name tag not included. Your uniform. A well-worn uniform with a great fit, as if you've worn it for 3 years. Realistic. Name tag included. Play button, choose what to purchase and report back. Oh, and you can't use it for personal purposes. Plus, why would I use this for? Personal purposes? It would look better for the fans if I wore a brand new uniform, but It felt odd to be the only one in a brand new uniform when all the other handsome guys would be wearing more lived-in ones for the sake of realism. After much deliberation, I closed my eyes and chose my uniform. I consoled myself by thinking it would be fine since I didn't dirty my uniform much back in school. Though it had an annoying habit of making things difficult, the system was undeniably capable. It was so capable that when I arrived at my dorm, there was already a familiar fabric of non-woven material already waiting in my suitcase. Truly a magical system. Taking advantage of the moment when Choi Ji-ho was in the shower and Lee Chong-hyun was studying composition, I half-opened the suitcase to check the condition of the uniform. A crisp white shirt was neatly wrapped in a deep green jacket. Below that was a pair of pants with a thin red checkered pattern. What a striking color. It was indeed the uniform that earned the honorable nickname of Walking Kimchi. The thought of dancing in this spicy outfit among the pastel-colored schoolboys made me want to cry. It was all because the kimchi was too spicy. As expected, the uniform was spotless. It didn't have stains. But, Kim Han. There was a name I didn't recognize on the chest of the jacket. No, didn't it say your school uniform? Was there a kid named Kim Han at my school? Then again, I didn't have any friends back in school. Anyway, since Park Ju-woo had agreed to just sew on a name tag on a plain sweater vest, I figured I could sneakily replace this name tag with mine. Up until this point, I had no interest in who this Kim Han person was. But the identity of that unfamiliar classmate Kim Han was revealed faster than I thought. Wow, I feel like if I had met you guys in school, we wouldn't have been friends. Why do you say that, Chong-hyun? We even did a group project together. Lee Chong-hyun burst out laughing at my words. His laughter was full of mockery. This be *TCH. Who was the one who ironed your uniform for you since dawn? The current students at the arts high school didn't have much to prepare. Their uniforms were already neat and stylish to begin with. The problem was the non-high school students and the liberal arts high school graduates. Park Ju-woo ended up just getting his name tag resewn. But surprisingly, Choi Ji-ho, who seemed like he'd be done after receiving a package, ran into a big problem. I sent him into the room to try on his uniform, but he came back out in his pajamas after only 5 minutes. What are you doing? I told you to try it on. It doesn't fit. Then at least try on the pants. It's too short. It was already short when I graduated. While everyone else was studying, Sparks' Genius Center was growing. His uniform pants had become cropped. In the end, Choi Ji-ho had to buy new pants and shirts in similar colors. As for Lee Chong-hyun and I, Chong-hyun, is your school okay with uniform alterations? Not at all. For now, I'll have to tailor my current uniform, and after the activity period, I might have to wear the uniform I inherited when I was a freshman, just in case. I see. Your uniform will get a lot of adjustment this time. Hyung, I don't think you're in a position to talk. I had to watch as the stylists tore apart and refitted our uniforms right in front of me. Even when I was a student, the most I ever did was lengthen the sleeves. This was my first time seeing how such alterations were done. As the silent battle unfolded in one corner, Lee Chong-hyun came up to me and said, "It feels weird that it's already the final broadcast." Yeah, it's kind of sad. Jong Song-bin nodded in agreement. Compared to Spark's previous debut schedule, the current Spark had been handling a lot more activities. It must have been difficult, but they said something like that. Their passion was truly admirable. I looked at these impressive kids and said, "What's there to be sad about? As soon as the activities are over, we're going straight into meetings for personal content and live broadcasts." Personal content? Kong Keon asked, pretending not to know, though it was obvious he did. Yeah. Since we mostly move as a group during our activities, we should upload a lot of individual content during our breaks. Hyung, what you watch every night, is it for checking references? No. At night, I've been monitoring the reactions to the music videos and performances. I'm not smart enough to do two things at once. I answered, but I was slightly surprised to hear Lee Chong-hyun casually use the word reference, such an adult-like term. Could it be that he picked it up from me? Hyung, you really don't think about anything other than work, do you? Park Ju-woo muttered next to me. I almost replied that I wished UA would give us some extra pay for that, but held back. All right, stop chatting. It's almost our turn. Yes. The members responded loudly to Choi Ji-ho's instructions. As we started walking backstage, Jong Song-bin approached me and called softly, "Hyung." Yeah, what is it? We can finish the last episode well, right? That remark contained a hint of worry, but also a light hope that everything would go well. And transcending those complex emotions was an underlying confidence. Yeah, I'll make sure not to mess up and do my best. That was all I could say in response. Hey, at your age, you still watch idol shows? So what about it? Stop picking a fight and go play the game you love so much. In the living room of an ordinary household, a friendly conversation was exchanged between siblings. The ones having this conversation were Beck Haywin, who was waiting for Spark's turn on the music show, and Beck Hain, her brother who had come out to get some ice. Beck Haywin never understood why this guy liked to eat ice all day long. Haywin, you're a high school student now, so stop watching these things and study. When are you going to graduate from being a lazy slug? Yeah, shut up. Beck Haywin responded mechanically, not even bothering to look in her brother's direction. From what Beck Haywin knew, she could count on one hand the number of days that guy had actually studied during his 3 years in high school. Is L'Oreal performing today too? Oh, get lost already. If you start talking when Spark comes on later, you're dead. As Beck Haywin, who was on edge, glared at him, Beck Hain just shook his head as if to say, geez. Beck Hain couldn't understand why his sister would wait through all those long commercials for her band's turn. Couldn't she just watch the performance videos on MeTube? What's so great about idols anyway? Beck Hain shrugged. At that moment, Beck Haywin let out a high-pitched scream. Songbin's purple school uniform is here. The XX outfit is amazing. The couch cushion in Beck Haywin's hands crumpled like a wet paper cup. Beck Hain started to get a little scared of his sister. Beck Haywin's rambling didn't stop there. Who choreographed this part, seriously? This intro is legendary. Jiwa's name tag is so cute. F***CK, shouldn't this be illegal? Oh, my forehead is going to break. Choi Jiho, this Fox guy, you start. Beck Haywin was ready to heap endless praise on every guy who appeared on the screen. Sure, they were all good-looking, but was it really something to get this excited about? Just as Beck Hain was about to leave, puzzled, Beck Haywin grabbed him. Hey, isn't that your school uniform? What? At Beck Haywin's words, Beck Hain looked at the TV. Sure enough, the dull and familiar uniform of his old school was prominently displayed on the screen. 78. Chapter 78. Personal information. I can't believe there's another school besides yours with a uniform like that. I'm honestly shocked. Beck Haywin clicked her tongue. She didn't even consider the possibility that her brother might attend the same school as the idol she was watching. Beck Hain felt the same. He couldn't think of anyone among his friends who would be into celebrities. So Beck Hain just grumbled. Does our country only produce spinach-colored fabric? Just as Beck Hain was about to turn his gaze away complaining, the face of the guy dancing in a uniform that looked like well-ripened kimchi was caught on the screen. Beck Hain paused. Beck Haywin, noticing, spoke up. What? Even you can see that he's way better looking than you, right? His face really is everything. Ignoring Beck Haywin's admiration, Beck Hain couldn't take his eyes off the screen. After seeing a couple more zoom-ins of the guy in the green uniform, Beck Hain muttered, "Why is he there?" Beck Haywin looked up at Beck Hain, wondering what he was talking about. Beck Hain's next words were even more shocking. "I know him. He's from our school." "What? The one in our school uniform. Isn't he that guy? Kim Han." You surprised me." "No, that's Kim Yiwol." "Is that his real name?" "Not his stage name. They all use their real names." Beck Haywin replied, disappointed. She had hoped for a situation like, my idol turns out to be a distant cousin of my sibling's friend's aunt's nephew, but life wasn't that easy. Despite Beck Haywin's disheartened tone, Beck Hain insisted. "No, but he really looks exactly like Kim Han. Come on, if there was someone like that at your school, don't you think I'd know about it? What do you even know about me?" Fair point. Beck Haywin turned her back on Beck Hain, telling him to stop lying. But really, the guy on the screen looked exactly like Beck Hain's classmate. "Are you sure his name is Kim Yiwol? He never changed his name." "I don't think so, since he never mentioned anything like that." At Beck Haywin's response, Beck Hain stroked his chin thoughtfully and nodded. "Yeah, there's no way that guy would become an idol." "What? Are you looking down on idols or something?" Beck Haywin snapped back. Regardless of what his sister said, Beck Hain continued unfazed. "Can you stop picking fights? I wasn't trying to be sarcastic at all. Seriously, your attitude is just... Ugh, if you're going to keep yapping, get lost already." Beck Haywin threw the cushion at him, and Beck Hain quickly dodged it. It was a move that spoke of years of experience. No, I said that because Kim Han always studied hard. He always seemed to be a top rank. Would someone like that really become an idol? You weren't close to him, were you? You were just goofing around after all. We only talked when we played soccer. UA ****. Sparks continued to fly endlessly between the siblings. Then, images of Kim Yiwol, who always seemed exceptionally sharp, flashed through Baek Haewon's mind. She also recalled hearing that Kim Yiwol started his trainee life at the age of 20. Baek Haewon spoke to Baek Haen. Hey, go get your yearbook. If you're so curious, go get it yourself. I'm too much of an idiot to remember where it is. Ugh, you're so annoying. Frustrated, Baek Haewon ruffled her hair. In the end, despite having to dig through the storage herself, she managed to find her brother's yearbook with the power of overflowing love. There, printed clearly alongside a younger-looking Kim Yiwol's face, were the two characters for his name, Kim Han, much greater than his Yiwol, his real name. The moment I saw that title, I couldn't believe my eyes. I rubbed my eyes and read the post again. But nothing changed. The sentence asking if Yiwol's name was real stood out clearly. The time this post was uploaded was about 3 hours ago. When I searched, there were a few similar posts. Fortunately, there weren't that many. It seemed it was a rumor that spread after being mentioned somewhere. It must have been on a community forum or a private account. I did change my name. That was true, but having my old name spread around is a bit much. It was a headache. I hated my old name so much. When people who didn't know my situation found out I changed my name, they would ask, but it's a precious name that your parents gave you. Don't you regret changing it? For the record, I didn't regret it at all. Every time I thought about how my parents, who always preached filial piety, named me Yiwol, but ended up neglecting me, I couldn't help but change my name out of fury. TL note: the first character Hyo in Yiwol means filial piety. What was even sadder was that my circumstances were better than my older sister's. I heard that my sister's name was hastily derived from abbreviating the name of the local district office where her birth was registered. It was a name chosen from whatever they saw at the time. My sister didn't change her name, but I changed mine. As soon as I came of age, I immediately applied for a name change. Now that I'd also changed my name in this life, I wanted to live as if my old name never existed. If my real name was revealed before I left Spark, when I returned to civilian life, I would hear people asking, "Assistant Manager Kim, your real name was Hyo? Is there a reason you changed your name?" However, it seemed things would not go the way I wanted. What kind of people were idol fans? They were cyber archaeologists who used their amazing search skills to find stories from the past that even the person concerned had forgotten. No matter how much I wanted to hide my 3-letter name, if someone got a hold of my graduation album, it would all be over. It was a name that I had desperately tried to hide at the Hampyeong industry, but I had no other choice. I'd have to tell the members first that my name was originally Kim Yiwol and that I was almost forced to live as a Confucian boy focused on filial piety. I let out a deep sigh as if the ground would sink beneath me and got up. Then, I tried to issue a detailed certificate to prove my words, but, something was strange. The name after the name change section correctly showed Kim Yiwol, but the name before the name change wasn't Kim Yiwol. It was written there as Kim Han, the name on my school uniform. The school I attended remained the same, but only my name and name tag changed. Before, I had been accepted into college but couldn't attend. Analyzing the things I had experienced before, the current situation, major social factors such as prices, key events, and stock prices are mostly consistent with my memory. Personal factors such as my name, my parents' residence, and my academic background are arbitrarily changed based on criteria determined by the system. Could be summarized by these 2 points. Did this even make any sense? The fact that I'd returned 9 years into the past was already bizarre enough. But what was the point of manipulating these ***T2Y details to make me an idol? My old name had nothing to do with becoming an idol. This interference suggested that the system wanted to control me in ways beyond just achieving KPIs. Why? What does that mean? What difference did it make if my name changed from Kim Yiwol to Kim Han? Seeing how those people, who treated their children like trash, disappeared without a word, it didn't seem like their feelings toward us had changed much. So why did the system do such a bothersome thing? At this moment, I really wanted to fight the system. If it weren't for my sister, I would jump out the window right away and render all this S***T the system had painstakingly designed meaningless. But anger wouldn't change anything. I knew that very well. Instead, I started to think. If I couldn't remember the past, I had to at least predict the future. I tried to focus and looked back at the current situation. Either my parents' expectations of me were shattered, or they were more upset than I was in my last life and kicked me out early. The structure of my family had already changed a lot from what I knew, and my memories of my family were incomplete. When I combined the two, an unsettling hypothesis I didn't want to imagine came up. What if my sister, like me, had been separated from the family, and because of that, it was impossible for me to find any contact with her until I fully recovered my memories or achieved all my KPIs. So, regardless of what situation my sister was in, if I was one-sidedly manipulated by the system due to my lack of information, my mind, which had been spinning like crazy, suddenly stopped. F***CK. I slammed my hands on the table. I tried to hold back my anger. The thought that I might have been played by the system this whole time made me feel like my head was about to explode. I buried my face in my hands and took deep breaths. At that moment, I recalled the last interaction I'd had with the system. Plus, system, work instructions from your superior have arrived. Play button Assistant Manager Kim. Do you really need that for work? Have you thoroughly thought about whether there's a better way? System, work instructions from your superior have arrived. Play button I'll give you a list of supplies, so choose from them. You should appreciate that no company takes care of you like this, Assistant Manager Kim. TSK. Plus, that time, the system had clearly behaved differently. Instead of giving me tasks like usual, the system spoke to me, reacted to my thoughts, and gave me alternatives. Realizing that interaction with the system might be possible, I called the system out. The system didn't appear immediately, so I fueled my anger, making sure it was strong enough to be felt by the system. Come out, you piece of S. Before my mind could fully erupt in obscenities, the system appeared. Plus, system, work instructions from the superior have arrived. Play button Assistant Manager Kim. Do you know what time it is? Is your superior a joke to you? Do you think I'm someone you can just summon anytime? Plus, enough, speak properly. I glared at the system and asked, is my Nuna alive right now? 79. Chapter 79, KPI Design Support Program, 1. The system, which had been rambling on so far, suddenly fell silent for a long time. I wasn't a very patient person, so I kept pushing the system. Is my sister alive? If this can't be confirmed, why should I care about KPI and idols? Why the hell am I going through all this, causing trouble for these promising kids? I couldn't calm down at all. I felt like 1,000 fires were burning inside me. And then, the system finally appeared and spoke. Just a short sentence. Plus, system, work instructions from the superior have arrived. Play button Assistant Manager Kim. Do you think the company is a joke? Plus, F***CKU. So what if I do? From the moment the system assigned this absurd goal of debuting a sloppy person like me as an idol, I had a hunch. How many people were more suited to being an idol than I was? And how many tasks could be simpler than turning back time for the living or bringing someone back from the dead? Yet, this happened only to me, to an ordinary office worker like me. That led to one hypothesis. Just as I had no choice but to rely on the system to save my sister, the system must also have a reason why it needed me to become an idol, even if it had to go to great lengths to do that. So what would happen if I, a human being that the system needed, did not prioritize achieving my goal and deviated from their path? For example, I could jump off this building's balcony right now, undoing all the progress before the KPI goals were met. Since the system could read my thoughts, it should be able to sense that I wasn't joking around. So the system had to prove it, that my sister was alive and well, and that it could interfere with what happened to her in the future. If it didn't want to see your one and only subordinate die while it was abusing its power. At that moment, the system flickered, as if static had interrupted it. And then, a new sentence appeared. Plus, system, work instructions from the superior have arrived. Play button so what do you want, Assistant Manager Kim? Plus, prove it. Just like how the Hampyong industry proved it could pay me by giving me a paycheck every month. Then a long document appeared. It was a new service. Plus, system, subordinate, is being notified of welfare service. Superior protects subordinates' blood relatives from external threats in all cases except when subordinate fails to achieve KPI. Superior will share the status of one subordinate's blood relative. Only one can be designated, and once set, cannot be changed upon subordinate's request within the scope of privacy and violation of confidentiality. Plus, it felt strange to label this as a service, but at least it brought me some relief knowing that my sister was still safe, and that as long as I didn't do anything reckless, everything would continue to be fine. I immediately registered my sister under the welfare service and requested her status to be shared. Plus, system, welfare service, usage details. Relation, blood relative. Health status, good. Psychological status, good. Other, currently sleeping. Plus, an indescribable wave of emotion hit me. I stared at the bright good status for a long time, then buried my face in my hands, sitting silently at the table. After a lot of agonizing, I finally managed to fall asleep at 5 a.m., only to have the alarm go off at 5:30. Who knew the saying tomorrow will bring a new day could feel this miserable? My head felt foggy, perhaps because I had not slept well. I slapped my face a couple of times to wake up a bit. After washing my face, I toasted bread in front of the frying pan as usual. It seemed I'd trained myself well. Just like tying a necktie with my eyes closed on weekday mornings, I now had the same familiarity with making toast. I also didn't forget to share the toast with the members and talk about the live that was going to be held that evening. I casually brought up, there's been some talk about my name change circulating online lately, so if any questions about it pop up in the comments, I'll explain it to them since it's true that I changed my name. Aside from me, I had banned most of them from monitoring social media, and since my story wasn't being shared much on SNS, I expected that they wouldn't know about it. But, Hyung, you changed your name? They made more fuss than I expected. Lee Chong-hyun was really surprised. Even Kong Keon chimed in, saying he'd always thought my name was quite unique. I hoped they would only react this much whenever it came up in the future. As scheduled, the live started at 7 p.m. that day. Spark 2/0319. Assignment review announcement begins. The concept of the live was that the members had successfully completed all assignments and had a small after-party with a refreshed heart. To match the concept of the live, all the members showed up wearing transparent makeup. I was the only one who received non-transparent makeup that looks like transparent makeup because of my bad dark circles. Staff, I'd like to take this moment to express my apologies. I didn't forget the glowing name headbands either. Still, there was the rare treat of having snacks laid out in front of us for today's live broadcast. The company had provided each of us with our favorite snacks since it wouldn't make sense to have an empty table at a post-event party. Given that I'd been surviving on only nuts from the break room at the Hampyeong Industry, having a six-pack of assorted snacks felt like an absolute luxury, especially after months of strict diet control. However, it seemed the snack table seemed very modest to the onlookers. Much greater than, guys. Are those really all the snacks you have? Much greater than, are there really only 6 snacks because there are 6 of you? Please say no. Much greater than, if UA is really this stingy with snacks, shake the photo chip. 1. The comments, outraged by the mere 6 bags of snacks on our first live broadcast featuring food, came flooding in. Thankfully, the guys explained with a laugh that we weren't usually big on snacking, keeping the broadcast lighthearted and warm. Except for the moment when Lee Chong-hyun, who hadn't seen the comments, got so excited about the rare snack party that he tried to shake the potato chips, nearly giving Jong Song-bin a heart attack. Then, when it was time for each member to share their recent status, comments about my name change came up one by one as expected. Much greater than, did you change your name, Yiwol? Much greater than, were you born in February, that's why your name is Yiwol? Much greater than, please tell us why you changed your name. To address their curiosity and also give the other members more time to talk, I read out a collection of similar questions as much as possible. There are a lot of questions about me changing my name. It's true that I changed my name, and I chose my current name myself. You came up with it, Hyung? Kong Keon asked, surprised. Sorry, I guess I didn't explain it well enough when I first mentioned the name change earlier. Yeah, as some of you have guessed, I was born in February, which is why I chose the name Yiwol. I changed it because I heard that changing your name would improve your luck. Back in the day, that explanation usually satisfied everyone. I had never been more grateful for the existence of fortune-telling. Park Ju-woo, listening next to me, complimented the name, saying it was unique and cool. The truth was, I had hated the name Kim Yiwol so much that I rushed to the office to apply for the name change, only to realize I hadn't chosen a new name yet. In a panic, I pulled Yiwol from my personal details. Jang Songbin nodded vigorously, adding, "Luck is important, absolutely." It seemed this guy misunderstood that I changed my name because I received a revelation from my ancestors. To shift the attention away from myself, I asked the other members about the origins of their names and steered the conversation in their direction. While they shared their stories, I checked the comments. Much greater than you guys worked hard until the final broadcast. Much greater than only 6 snacks and recycled headbands, truly the idols of frugality. Much greater than Jiho's physique is amazing. Jiho, can you measure your shoulder width? Much greater than Lee Chonghyun's face is saving the world today too. Fortunately, comments complaining about the stingy snacks from UA had mostly disappeared, replaced by responses more relevant to the live stream. Choi Jiho's shoulder width. Lee Chonghyun's face. I memorized the keywords mentioned in the comments as much as I could, and then returned to the ongoing conversation. The content after that was not much different from what we had decided in advance. It was mainly about where the members bought their stage props, what they liked, and what they regretted about their activities, etc. As the live was coming to an end, Jang Songbin read out a comment. Someone says they watched our stage performance and became a fan after seeing our faces. Could you tell us which performance it was? You're planning to watch it today and then go to sleep? In response to Park Jua's question, Jang Songbin smiled brightly and said, "Yes. I wondered if I was featured a lot in that performance. I hope not. I wouldn't want their experience of being converted into a fan to be tainted by a low-quality, pixelated video of me in the background. It's the one when Jiho Hyung broke his pen? Since you're going to watch it anyway, let's all gather in the living room later to watch it together," Lee Chonghyun said excitedly. Everyone except Choi Jiho was biting their lips to hold back their laughter, but I couldn't laugh. But I did my best to laugh. I was very careful not to break the live atmosphere. Later that night, the guys really gathered in front of the TV. It was to watch the performance where the fan said they became a fan. By the way, I had planned to skip out on it. Since we wouldn't be together much longer, I figured it would be a nice gesture to let them make a memory of just the 5 of them. However, my grand plan was ruined. "Hyung, if you're not going to sleep, let's watch together. The eldest member can't be missing." It was because Lee Chonghyun caught me. I had been calling him by his name nicely lately because his skincare routine had improved, but after tonight, I'd go back to calling him that. Chonghyun punk. I had no choice but to sit next to Choi Jiho, who was occupying the corner of the sofa. He was hugging a cushion with an uncomfortable expression. "Yeah, you must find this situation awkward too. Are you all seated? I'll play the video." At Jang Songbin's signal, the video started playing. Blue lights poured onto the stage, and the 6 people lined up were captured on camera. They reacted loudly whenever someone was caught on screen. Then they praised each other enthusiastically. So uncomfortable. Was it because I'd been monitoring Spark's video alone for so long? This moment of watching everyone on the screen together felt so unfamiliar. The discomfort grew each time the camera focused on me. I felt a sense of alienation that I couldn't explain in words. Eventually, I couldn't stand the discomfort and tried to get up from my seat, saying I would go to sleep first. And at that moment, plus, System, Subordinates KPI debut as a 6-member boy group has been confirmed. Plus, the KPI approval notification I had been waiting for so long finally appeared. 1. Shake your potato chip comes from the funny Korean meme, Shake the Carrot. Basically, it's something like, if you're being held hostage, shake the carrot, Lyradani. 80. Chapter 80, KPI Design Support Program. 2. It's over. Thank goodness I hadn't gotten up from the sofa yet. Otherwise, my legs would have given out, and I would have collapsed. So could I recover my memories of my sister now? Could I prevent my sister's accident? Did this mean I could get a job at a company other than the Hampyeong industry? My mind went blank. I blinked, wondering if I had misread the text, and read the text written in the system over and over again without missing a single word. No matter how many times I checked, the text in the system remained the same. Plus, System, Subordinates KPI debut as a 6-member boy group has been confirmed. Plus, my heart pounded faster. At the same time, I began rapidly planning my next steps in my head. First, Let's tell the company that I wanted to resign before the next content came up. That way, they could edit out my parts in the upcoming videos. I should be able to pay the penalty somehow if I sold all the stocks I had been holding on to. If not, I could always take on 3 part-time jobs or even sell my hair. The sooner I left, the sooner that punk Lee Chong-hyun could use my space for his laptop or luggage. I should find a small apartment quickly. Just in case, I planned to send the next concept plan, list of ideas, and handover report that I had been organizing little by little to the planning team on a USB. I'll just tweak the keywords from today's live broadcast and hand them over. And then, I glanced at the members who were watching their stage videos with shining eyes. I should tell these guys as soon as possible. It felt right to let them know before telling the company. They were the ones who suffered the most because of my involvement, and they would continue to suffer a lot of damage to their image. It would be better for the team if I left early rather than dragging things out and holding the members back. It made me feel a little more at ease. As I was deciding the right timing, thinking once I finish this part, once this section is over, the system lit up again. Already on edge, I irritably checked the system, wondering why it had to act up now. What I saw on the screen was absurd. Plus, system, work instructions from the superior have arrived. Play button. I saw the results this time. And it looks like Assistant Manager Kim did his share of the work, huh? Well, I suppose he should at least earn his salary. Next time, put in a bit more effort. System, the new KPI achieved first place on a music show as 6-member group Spark has been assigned to subordinate. Plus, what kind of nonsense is this? The KPI has already been achieved, so why is there another one? Staring blankly at the system, I quickly checked the performance rewards section I had seen before. Plus, system, performance reward will be assigned to subordinate for meeting final KPIs. Plus, so, it clearly stated that a reward would be given once the KPI was met. At that moment, my eyes were fixed on one particular word, final. To my recollection, there was no word final before the KPI of debut as a 6-member boy group. A horrible thought struck me, and I hastily summoned the system. A feeling of being F*** sunk in. Sure enough, the system screen changed again. It was a window with information related to the KPI that I had never seen before. Plus, system, subordinate, is being notified of the KPI progress status. Stage 1. Debut as a 6-member boy group. Stage 2. Achieve first place on a music show as Spark's 6-member group. Further stages are undisclosed. Plus, F***CK. F***CK. Does this make sense? You're telling me you've been toying with me using ridiculous wordplay? I was so stunned that I couldn't even speak. My mind went completely blank for a different reason this time. My body trembled with a mix of futility and frustration. So, I had to complete all these KPIs, however many there might be, just to finally receive what they called the final KPI. And only after completing every single one would I receive the so-called final KPI reward? And I hadn't known that, and had been busting my back getting ready to say goodbye. Rage surged within me. I wanted to tear the system apart and throw it in the trash. Hey, what's wrong? While I was spitting out all the curses I knew in my head like a machine gun, someone shook my arm and asked. It was Choi Jiho. Hyung, are you okay? You don't look well. Jong Songbin followed up with a worried expression. Now that I thought about it, the living room was quiet. At some point, the stage video had been paused. Hyung, were you trying to go to bed first because you were tired? Did I hold you back? Lee Chong-hyun scratched his head, looking guilty. You must be tired. We'll wrap things up here and head in soon. So go ahead and rest if you need to. We'll turn off the lights in the living room right away. Kong Keon and Park Ju-woo added each. The system should make sense too. I've been nothing but a burden on their debut path. If it weren't for me, they would have packed their routines with difficult choreography and gained a reputation as a rookie boy group with insanely hard group dances, or they would have been hailed as a vocal powerhouse boy group with heavenly voices destined for success. But how many times had I ridden along on the same bus with these guys without paying anything? With no end in sight? I forced my way into the debut group, knowing it wasn't right. Just because I hated the Hampyeong industry and desperately wanted to save my sister. But I didn't have the confidence to keep using these guys for my own selfish desires. The lives that were hanging over this team weren't just these 5 guys. My chest felt tight. I didn't have the confidence to meet the 5 pairs of eyes looking at me. Sorry, I guess I'm just a little tired. Don't worry about me. You guys just keep watching. So I ran away. I pulled the blanket over my head, trying not to hear the sounds of the guys quietly tidying up the living room as I forced myself to sleep. Of course, I couldn't sleep a wink. It was at least a small relief that Choi Ji-ho and Lee Chong-hyun were sleeping in, taking full advantage of the end of our activities. I spent the whole night listing the pros and cons of staying with Spark. There were two pros. The team doesn't have to deal with the issue of a member leaving right after their debut. I could prevent any major controversies that might arise in the future. On the other hand, there were countless cons. My clumsy movements would drag down the team's overall level. The longer I stayed, the more data fans would have to edit me out of later. The group's overall appearance would suffer. The team's average age would increase. And most of all, I was concerned that it would be an insult to future fans who would come to love Spark as a 5-member group. Even without looking in the mirror, I could tell my dark circles were worse than ever. I trudged out to the living room. Then, I was going to toast bread as usual, but I realized that even bread was a luxury for someone like me, so I sat down at the table and opened my laptop. At that moment, I received a call from my manager on my PC Messenger. Manager Chanyam. Hey guys, make sure to send in your ideas for personal content by today. It was about the personal content videos we'd been preparing to showcase each member's unique charm during the inactive period. Back when we were planning it, I'd only come up with example topics for the other 5 members. I hadn't even bothered thinking about my own. The plan was for my content to be released after I'd announced my departure from the group. I let out a deep sigh and ran my hands over my face. If I wanted to achieve my original goal, I had no choice but to stay with this team. And I'd have to aim even higher. Time wasn't infinite either. Spark achieved their first win in their 4th year after debuting. Their performance improved a lot after that, but up until then, they had struggled. Considering that I had to prevent my sister's accident a few years later, I had to secure as much time as possible. Who knew when the system might pull some other stunt to throw me off? The conclusion was that I had to make this group win first place as soon as possible and finish all the remaining undisclosed KPIs. If I was capable of that, I wouldn't have lived as Manager Nam's lackey in the Hampyeong industry. My head ached, probably from all the anger I'd been bottling up since yesterday. First place. First place. I mechanically searched idol first place on a portal site. News about idols who recently took first place on music shows appeared. The lineup was impressive. For Spark to break through all this and took first place. With a sandbag like me? Absolutely impossible. I couldn't help but laugh. Helping those 5 get to first place was one thing, but imagining Spark winning with me included? I couldn't even picture it. My gaze shifted back to the manager's message. This was more urgent than worrying about some distant dream of winning first place. I hadn't even thought about what my personal content would be, too preoccupied with the idea of leaving. But honestly, was there even anyone who'd want to watch my content? Who would be interested in a live stream of a useless idol who piled on foundation to cover his dark circles, spent his early mornings making meme headbands, and whose only talents were memorizing subway routes and guessing job ratings? Even I wouldn't tune in. I tried to recall any entertaining content from monitoring Spark's self-produced content, and I failed spectacularly. I momentarily forgot that even the fans acknowledged them as boring. Study with me. Can't I just do something like that? I thought about doing something like a let's study together for midterms kind of concept, but since it had been ages since I graduated high school, it was obvious that this wouldn't be fun, so I gave up on the idea. I was confident in writing material for other people's videos. If it were for Spark, I could write 20 things for each member to do. But if you asked me what I should do on my own, I couldn't mention anything. While I was racking my brain, I heard the sound of the door opening. I turned around and saw Kong Keon yawning and coming out of his room. You're up early. I thought you'd sleep in. I just woke up early. You're up early on Saturday too. It's a habit. Seeing that my laptop was on, Kong Keon asked what I was doing in the morning. I closed the internet windows and answered. Manager asked us to submit ideas for our personal content, so I'm brainstorming. Have you decided on anything? I thought of a few ideas after looking at the list you gave me. I was actually going to ask for your thoughts later. Do you have time? That's fine. But I'm the problem. Why? Kong Keon asked, pulling out the chair across from me. I can't think of anything. Didn't you come up with 10 ideas for each of us? When it comes to me, Nothing feels right. Listening to me, Kong Keon said without much hesitation. You can do that one, Hyung. Do what? Ask me anything. 81. Chapter 81, Cafeteria opens. Ask me anything? What's that? When I asked, Kong Keon answered. You reply to almost all the posts on the fan cafe, Hyung. Shouldn't you? Stop doing that. Just like Kong Keon said, I had been responding to posts in Spark's fan cafe like an omniscient FAQ god. Much greater than did you eat all the snacks after the live. There were some leftovers, so we sealed them with a clip. The most popular snack today was honey pizza. Slightly smiling face. The rate of new posts wasn't too fast, so spending about 30 minutes a day was enough to keep up. The person who posted the comment probably wanted replies from other members besides me, but I figured they wouldn't be too upset since they got an increase in their information. I posted it with that thought in mind. Yeah, it's a good idea. Kong Keon's idea wasn't bad. I could lower the focus on myself by talking about other members, too. Then I guess you need to gather questions, Hyung? I've already been collecting some, so it's fine. I just need a few more for the event. Why have you been collecting those in the first place? Kong Keon shook his head as if he couldn't understand. Did he think I collected them because I wanted to? I thought I had overcome one hurdle. That was until I heard the shocking news that I had to be the first one to film the content. Me first. I pointed at myself and asked the manager. The first thing he said when he came to the practice room today was, I think we'll start with Yiwol first. I wanted to protest, but Songbin is the leader, why me? Yet I held back because I was a grown adult, and the manager completely trampled over my grown mindset. Yeah, because Yiwol's birthday is the earliest. We're going by age. In this day and age, isn't it too old-fashioned to still consider people's age? Shouldn't you put the leader first and let the rest go in based on skill? Because of that, I ended up filming a video that no one would care about, all because I was born in February. Since it had come to this, I could only hope that other members' views would skyrocket by sacrificing me. But who would even be interested in my content? If I were a fan of this group, I wouldn't even want to look at the member who was obviously the weakest link just from the fan cams alone. Even though I wouldn't do it half-heartedly, considering the video team was supporting the filming, I still needed to deliver some results. This was a big deal. What are you mumbling about? Choi Jiho approached with a casual tone and asked, what should I do with my self-content? It's harder than I thought to fill 20 minutes alone. While I was seriously worrying, he was acting all carefree. Wait a second, shouldn't he be worried, too? I asked in a slightly bewildered tone. Aren't you worried? I'll probably fill the 10 minutes with a dance medley. Look at this B***. What kind of attitude is that? You're already slacking off. When I said that with a serious face, Choi Jiho's expression became a bit strange. He seemed more flustered than annoyed. No, I wasn't planning to slack off. Choi Jiho shouted as if he was being wronged. Our album, even including all the songs, doesn't even last 10 minutes. If you're talking about doing a medley of just 2 or 3 songs, how is that not slacking off? I meant I was going to do cover dances. Oh, that was what he meant. Certainly, as a dance member and the center, Choi Jiho always had a demand for cover dances. I had watched it so many times that my eyes were sore, so how did I forget? I thought that Choi Jiho had a computer error in his head when he came up with such a unique idea, but this time it was clearly my mistake. I apologized to him sincerely. I'm sorry. I misunderstood. Whatever. But what's wrong with you? Me? What about me? You're being sensitive. Ever since yesterday. Me? It was something I hadn't thought about at all. I replayed his words in my head, wondering if I'd understood him right. No, of course, my mood had been on a roller coaster since yesterday because of the system, but this was even more shocking than when Jong Songbin noticed my discomfort before. This time, the other person was none other than Choi Jiho. This guy was even more oblivious than a polar bear. If even he thought I was being insensitive, I couldn't imagine how uncomfortable the others must have been around. Me. I guess I was just tired. I am fine now. Okay then. With that, Choi Jiho turned his back and went off to do his own thing. Someone who barely made it in, was the least skilled, and used his age as an excuse to nag, walking around the dorm clearly showing. I'm so sensitive right now. This is the worst. A deep sigh came from the pit of my stomach. It seemed I was the one with the screw loose. I was very disappointed in myself for not being able to control my emotions properly. So I wrote 3 pages of apology diary full of reflection. I thought my fingers would break from writing it. I also apologized to the members for disrupting the atmosphere in the dorm. Being the kind souls they were, they all consistently said, "We didn't really notice." You don't have to apologize. In order to fix my twisted attitude, I volunteered to secretly help the members. I bought a dehumidifier and put it in the shoe cabinet, and I cleaned the balcony thoroughly, without anyone knowing. At least it was fortunate that we were currently on the break period. If it had been during the activities, I would have had to clean the living room floor with one hand, write proposals with the other, and practice dance steps with both feet. If I got caught doing this alone, everyone would have to do the housework according to the dorm rules. So I was cleaning the dorm in secret again this morning, like a diligent invisible husband. What are you doing there? I went into the kitchen to boil some barley tea and caught Choi Ji-ho and Lee Chong-hyun standing awkwardly. We were just looking to see if there were any dishes to wash. I already did them earlier. There were not many dishes to wash in this dorm. There had to be someone who ate something for the dishes to be washed. Lee Chong-hyun, who was caught lying, immediately backed out. I looked at Choi Ji-ho and asked with my eyes, "What excuse are you going to make?" Then Choi Ji-ho answered without hesitation. Chong-hyun wanted to eat kimchi pancakes, so we came to check things out. Hyung. So, you two were conspiring? I glanced outside and saw a light drizzle falling. Maybe because it was still morning, all I could hear was the sound of rain. It was hard not to think about making pancakes on a day like this. Looking at the two flustered guys, I asked, "Should I make some?" "Yes." "Pancake. I can't guarantee that it will taste good, though." Unfortunately, I was more of an expert at making skewered pancakes. Still, Lee Chong-hyun's face lit up brightly. It looked like a bouquet of blooming flowers. As I bent down to grab the frying pan from under the sink, Lee Chong-hyun asked Choi Ji-ho, "Hyung, do you know your mom's kimchi pancake recipe?" "I don't." "Why? Is Choi Ji-ho's mom's kimchi pancake that good?" When I asked, Lee Chong-hyun nodded so hard it seemed like his head might fall off. Then, he started raving about how amazing Choi Ji-ho's mom's kimchi pancake was, as if rapping. "I've only had it once. It was the first time I've tasted such a delicious kimchi pancake. Hyung, you know how the edges of pancakes are usually the best part? But Ji-ho Hyung's mom's pancakes are crispy in the middle too. They weren't burnt or anything, just perfectly crispy. Is it really that good?" "Good? Wow, come on." When Choi Ji-ho muttered with indifference, Lee Chong-hyun scoffed, as if in disbelief. Hyung doesn't seem to realize the value of his mom's kimchi pancakes. Even Jwoo Hyung said they were delicious. Park Jwoo. Choi Ji-ho was a little surprised when an unexpected name was suddenly brought up. I was a little surprised too. Has he ever said anything was delicious? Choi Ji-ho asked. He looked genuinely curious. That Hyung eats to live, right? Like, he only eats because food is there. For him to say something's tasty, that's a guarantee. That was true. It seemed Jwoo's taste buds followed his personality. He preferred mild over greasy, subtle over spicy. If Kang Keon ate the salad without dressing for the sake of self-management, Jwoo would remove the dressing just to taste the natural flavor of the vegetables. If soda's the only thing available, he'll wait until the carbonation is gone before drinking it. But Park Jwoo said my dongarang was delicious during Chuseok. Did it pass because it was a ready-made product? Anyway, since I had decided to become a voluntary slave, I couldn't just ignore it now that I heard that the masters wanted to eat kimchi pancakes. I grabbed Choi Ji-ho's shoulder and turned him towards me. "Hey, what is it? Go get the recipe from your mother." "Hello? Mom." Unable to endure the pressure from both me and Lee Chong-hyun, Choi Ji-ho finally called his mother. How nice it would have been if he had learned how to cook from his mother earlier. While Lee Chong-hyun and I exchanged satisfied smiles and cleaned the window ledges, a loud clattering noise came from the kitchen. "Hey, did something break? Is the sink broken?" Lee Chong-hyun and I each remarked and threw the rags away and ran into the kitchen. There, we found Choi Ji-ho squatting between the sink and the dining table, surrounded by frying pans that had fallen with a clatter. I dropped some stuff. "Mom, which frying pan should I use?" Holding a large frying pan in each hand, Choi Ji-ho furrowed his brow. Choi Ji-ho's subsequent phone call was extremely unsettling. "Batter mix? I don't know. Can't we just use flour? Kimchi that's fermented just right? How do I know when it's fermented just right?" "You can tell by tasting it. We only have one batch of kimchi in the dorm, though." As Choi Ji-ho asked his last question, A loud noise came from the other end of the receiver. It sounded like Choi Ji-ho's mother's patience had run out. In that moment, I felt as if I'd just had a vision of the future. I saw us eating 6 thick, pancake-like kimchi flour cakes soaked in oil. As I imagined the 5 of us with our mouths glistening from kimchi grease, my hand was already tapping Choi Ji-ho's shoulder. "What?" Choi Ji-ho asked. "You still ask? Hand me the phone, you." 82. Chapter 82. Our company's jack-of-all-trades entertainer 1. When I asked for the phone, Choi Ji-ho hesitated before reluctantly handing it over. As soon as I put the speaker to my ear, I was greeted by the fierce nagging of a middle-aged woman that echoed in my eardrum. "See, didn't I tell you to start cooking at your dorm? When Mom told you to start learning how to make side dishes, you didn't even listen. I should have tied you up in the kitchen and taught you back then." In a flash, I found myself listening, almost entranced, to how well Choi Mi-ho, Ji-ho's sister, could cook chicken nuggets on her own, while Choi Ji-ho, at the age of 21, was still fumbling through life. Thanks to the clarity of the mother's voice, Choi Ji-ho, who was also listening in on the whole conversation, turned bright red with embarrassment. Lee Chong-hyun was biting his lips next to him, trying to hold back laughter. I had to step in and deal with this situation before either Choi Ji-ho or Lee Chong-hyun's face exploded. I spoke to his mother as energetically as I could, trying to look like a bright, sociable, and polite young man. "Hello, ma'am. This is Kim Yiwol. I am in the same group as Ji-ho." Never did I imagine a day would come when I'd call him by his first name. "Kim Yiwol, you've lost all your pride." Thankfully, the mother reacted enthusiastically before I had time to feel any self-loathing. "Oh dear. Of course, I know our Yiwol. Did that rascal Ji-ho dump the kimchi pancakes on you and run away?" "Oh, it's not like that. I'm sorry for contacting you so suddenly when you must be busy." What would this Ajumma be busy with?" "I'm not busy at all." With that, she passed down the legendary recipe of her kimchi pancakes. At the same time, she didn't forget to scold her immature son every now and then. Yiwol, you must have had a hard time taking care of Ji-ho. The Hyungs need to be more reliable, but our child has never been really like that, has he? Has Ji-ho started talking more at the dorm lately? I've been telling him to be gentler to his dongasangs, but who knows if he ever listens. Most of the conversation was along those lines. She said it so often that I started to wonder if it was some magical incantation for making the perfect kimchi pancakes. Still, how could I possibly speak ill of someone standing right in front of me? So, I eagerly said, "Oh, Ji-ho's doing really well, ma'am." Then Choi Ji-ho looked at me with a dirty look. Did he think I liked saying that? The call ended with the mother insisting that the pancakes should be eaten fresh off the griddle and not left to cool. "It would be nice if this Ajumma could do this for you. Next time, this Ajumma will do it herself." "No, really, ma'am. It's already such a big help that you're sharing the recipe with us. Why are you coming here while working? When you're done, just rest." Choi Ji-ho added curtly. He sure had a way with words. The call ended with the mother telling Choi Ji-ho, "Why can't you be at least half as polite as Yiwol?" As for the recipe, what can I say? It was a tremendous success. Jang Songbin's homemade kimchi also played a key role in that success. Not only that, but Songbin even took a photo of the pancakes, planning to send it to Choi Ji-ho's mother as thanks. Everyone seems harmonious. I quickly finished the kimchi pancake that had been served to me before it got cold. It was a rich, greasy afternoon. What did idols usually do during their inactive period? I wouldn't know. Becoming an idol had never been my dream, not even once. However, when it came to what Spark did during their inactive period, I knew all too well, despite it being a completely useless piece of information. Much greater than at this point, have they just disappeared from the face of the earth? Not a single sighting. It's been 10 days since they said they were going home, still no news. Much greater than sighting story. I saw Choi Ji-ho at a barbecue restaurant today. He seemed to have come to eat with his family. I wanted to ask for an autograph, but he was grilling meat while getting scolded from both sides, so I felt sorry and just pretended not to notice. You're a true fan. They did absolutely nothing. Nothing. The only time there were any sightings was when they went out with their families, but it was common knowledge among fans that they were either holed up in the practice room or cooped up at home, not wandering around doing dumb stuff. That was good and all, but I also knew how eagerly fans awaited any news or content from their idols. Assistant Manager Kim, what are the Spark members doing these days? Yes, I heard they got a vacation after their activities ended a while ago. It was painful to report on Spark's vacation while I hadn't even gotten mine. But the sad conversation didn't end there. What's this content thing? My kid keeps whining at the dinner table every day about how there's no content from their favorite idol, and it's driving me nuts. Usually, it refers to news or announcements about celebrities. Well, Assistant Manager Kim, gather a few of those, organize them, and send them to my email. I don't need a lot, so just 3 for each member should do. He ordered me to find out the latest news about them that even the fans couldn't find, all because his daughter seemed depressed. A fan feeling lonely because there was no news of her favorite idol? That could make sense. Wasn't it because they cared about the person they liked? This was a completely natural phenomenon. But a boss asking their employee to compile idol updates because his daughter was feeling lonely because there was no news about her favorite idol? Shouldn't such bosses face severe punishment? And along with Spark, who were practically hiding under a rock. I was outraged at how lax the legal system in South Korea was, and with just a mouse in hand, I had to swim through the vast sea of information until 3 a.m. that night. Still, I'd learned that having an abundance of updates was better than having none at all, and I convinced the company to keep producing content during our inactive period. I couldn't help but let out a dry laugh as I read through the content proposals the guys had written and submitted. Name: Choi Ji-ho. Content: 4 dance medleys. Name: Park Ju-woo. Content: cooking vlog. Name: Kang Ki-on. Content: learning choreography for Hella's new song. That was the state of their proposals. I had generously asked them to write down just their dumb's names and content ideas. And they still couldn't even do that, right? Where are the song lists? And Ju-woo, you've barely mastered stir-fried bracken. I may not have a perfect grasp of the fans' minds, but I'm pretty sure they want to watch you dance, not learn it from you. Lee Chong-hyun's plan was a little better than these 3. Name: Lee Chong-hyun. Content: making a mini Goldberg device. Fans seemed really interested. The only problem was that it didn't seem like it could fill a 20-minute video. Mini Goldberg. If you're talented enough to make something like that, then design a kit and hand it over to me. I'll put it in the fan club welcome kit. Of course, there was one who took it seriously. Our well-meaning but not so reliable leader, Jong Songbin. But this guy had a fundamental problem. Content: reading today's news, 1 story each from the categories of society, world, IT, etc. 100% of Jong Songbin's fans would fall asleep watching this. I knew why Songbin had an interest in this kind of content. It was because he had spent his teenage years focusing on something other than basic education, and he had seen many idols go through controversies over basic academic ability. Perhaps afraid that he might end up in the same situation, Jong Songbin never neglected his studies. He even took an interest in current events and trivia from all sorts of fields. However, that didn't mean I would allow this content. If you set yourself up as the smart one too early, one careless slip of the tongue would ruin that image. There was knowledge you'd naturally pick up as you grew older, and it was not a bad idea to build an impression of being well-rounded later in life. So, after reviewing all 5 proposals, what was my conclusion? We are thoroughly F***ed. Honestly, I had to admit, as a way of repenting for pushing my own opinions on these guys, I had tried to let it slide this time. With my recently frayed nerves and the burden of guilt weighing on me, I hadn't dared to ask them to do much. At best, I'd just show up with a bottle of water to offer some support on the day they filmed their content. But what now? 5 proposals filled with dance, stir-fried bracken, and news articles? Guys, yes. Each of you, grab a notebook and be back here in 1 minute. There was no way I was going to let them waste MeTube's data storage with content like that. You guys are all staying up tonight. Hey, I've already come up with 14 ideas, and it's still not enough? Yeah, not enough. Come back when you've got 20. At my words, Choi Ji-ho frowned and turned away. He seemed to be mumbling something to himself, but since it was probably curses, I wasn't curious. I had all 5 members sitting in front of the table, squeezing their brains for ideas, when the phone in the dorm rang. Unfortunately for them, they were under the punishment of not being allowed to leave until they came up with 20 ideas, so I picked up the call. Yes, this is Kim Yiwol. The caller was the manager. Oh, Yiwol, how do you always have such good timing? It wasn't that my timing was good, I'd just whipped the guys into shape. The planning team said they'd start prepping for the next album, so is it them? Or maybe the video team. I quietly waited for the next words, trying to guess which team might be calling me today. But the response I got was unexpected. Yiwol, you got an offer to appear on the radio. What? They specifically asked for you. How about it? You'll do it, right? No, who exactly is they? And why did they specifically pick me? 83. Chapter 83. Our company's jack-of-all-trades entertainer, too. The story I heard from my manager over the brief phone call went like this. The group Hellas, which DJ Polo was a part of on Midnight Talk last time, was going on an overseas tour. So, the broadcasting station had been making calls to find a replacement for Polo during his absence. Apparently, Polo himself selected all the candidates, as he was very attached to his radio show. However, there was one problem. Hellas was such a global sensation that their overseas tour got extended for too long, leaving too many vacant slots. Thanks to that, even though Polo's acquaintances were all mobilized, one spot was left. Empty. Mr. Polo recommended you. Apparently, Polo put me in that spot. I didn't think Polo was like that, but it seemed he really had no discerning eye. I didn't have time for radio shows. I was busy. In the morning, I had to toast bread. By mid-morning, I had to sing until my voice gave out. At lunchtime, I had to pick up and deliver salads. In the afternoon, I had to dance like my body was falling apart. In the evening, I had to prepare low-sodium meals. And at night, I had to wrestle with the system, figuring out how to sneakily grab first place on a music show. Even if I had 6 heads, I wouldn't be able to keep up with all this. My makeup artist even begged me to get plenty of rest during this break. At this rate, I'd just get scolded again when I return for the comeback. The group that's coming out as a guest that day is Partha. The ratings won't be low, the manager said in an excited voice. This must be the best opportunity for an idol who had no solid gig. But unlike him, my mood fell to rock bottom. Taking over Polo's spot when there were so many other idols from MYTH, and the youngest group that Myth was supposed to be pushing hard for was coming out as a guest on that episode? If you were a Partha fan, you'd find this situation very strange. I didn't even need to guess to know what people would say. Just a glance at the radio's guest list and Partha's schedule would stir up the online community. Much greater than it seems the guests and DJ seats should be switched carrot. Exactly. Our main dancers do the work of 10 people every time they're on the radio. Cool. Much greater than seriously Myth. Do you even know who you should be promoting right now? Happy face, happy face, happy face, happy face. It would be like that. My head was spinning. The fact that Partha, who finished their activities before us, was appearing in full was already giving a significant benefit to their fellow label mates. But still, giving the solo DJ spot to a complete outsider like me didn't feel right. If I were Partha, I'd feel upset too. However, as the weak link in a rookie idol group that debuted only 5 weeks ago, I had no right to refuse such an opportunity. If anything, I should be on my knees, thanking them for giving me this chance to promote the team. So I enthusiastically shouted into the phone, hoping my energy would reach my manager on the other side. I'm truly honored. I'll do my best. Hang in there, Kim Yiwol. Think of this as a stepping stone toward that first place. Honestly, I was already starting to miss my small and precious studio apartment, where I'd be alone 9 years from now. The day of the showdown came faster than I thought. It was probably because I had been incredibly busy. Even with the additional labor support service I received, I almost asked if they could give me a loan. Was this really supposed to be the inactive? Period? Yiwol, are you sure that outfit will be okay? The manager glanced at me during a red light, taking a moment to ask. The outfit in question was my top, which had a black base with deep red geometric patterns all over it. Of course, I had spent hours scouring the underground shopping mall just to find this. The black base and deep red patterns were Partha's official colors. Though the pattern wasn't exactly the same, after days of running around, I managed to find something that would look quite similar on screen. You're going to wear that bracelet too? This time, the manager glanced at my wrist. It was the temporary bracelet made of fake thorn bushes that I had wrapped around my wrist this morning, with a little help from Jong Songbin. I had bought fake roses from a dollar store, ripped off the flowers, and used the remaining parts to create it. Of course, I said with a bright smile. If I wanted to recreate the gloominess of the Partha music video, I had to do this much. Considering I was already stepping in as a radio host over seniors who had debuted months before me, there was nothing good about getting on their bad side. So, My goal for today was to promote Partha as much as I could and sneak in a Spark song during a commercial break. Members, just you wait. I'll definitely play Flowering on the radio. My fashion, which completely gave up on sophistication, gave the radio writers a good laugh. Mr. Yiwol, is that really your personal outfit? It's a custom outfit designed out of respect for the guest. When they asked where I got such clothes, I told them that I bought them for 12,000 won at an underground shopping mall, which made them laugh even more. From today on, I was officially the happy virus of this place. In the middle of this friendly atmosphere, as one of the writers was giving me a brief rundown, the studio door opened. When Spark was the guest, we always arrived early in the waiting room to greet everyone and get briefed. But this time, since Partha arrived almost right on time, we ended up hurriedly greeting each other in the recording booth. Not that the location of the greetings really mattered. Hello, I am Spark's Kim Yiwol. Please take care of me today. Sure. Partha's leader patted my shoulder with a friendly smile. Was it just me, or did his laugh give off major boomer vibes? My energetic boomer radar was telling me that this guy was strong too, but I decided not to care about it for now. I needed to focus on doing my job well first. Then, I heard a faint snicker from behind. It was Song Minal. The guy looked at my outfit and muttered under his breath. Trying hard to stand out, aren't you? He had his hand over his mouth, but I could tell. This B***TCH was definitely mocking me. But think about it, Minal. If I really wanted to stand out, I would have shown up in a golden crown. Do you think I would have bothered wearing the thorn bush that was in your music video for 2 whole minutes? Instead of picking on me, maybe take a look at your members' faces behind you. They look so shocked their souls have practically left their bodies. I wanted to say, I came here thinking of your team, so why are you picking on me? But seeing the other members shriveled up like boiled ferns behind him made me hold back out of pity. Just as I was wondering how long Minal would keep running his mouth, the leader stepped in. Minal, don't say stuff like that. You'll make our Hubinim feel discouraged. Kim Yiwol, who debuted about half a year later than Partha, was moved to tears by his seniors' consideration. I wondered if that could be considered as stopping him, though. When you're nervous, you might end up making mistakes even with things you usually do well. So just stay relaxed and do your best. Partha's leader said. He seemed to be trying to hide his true feelings and act nice, but I could see right through him. What he really meant was, keep your head straight and don't make any mistakes. I don't mind if you make mistakes, but let's avoid that. During my time in university as a business major, I gave presentations more times than I could count. At the Hampyeong industry, I did utterly useless PowerPoint presentations countless times too. And I'd listened to Spark radio shows countless times to gather notes. Not to mention, I monitored Polo's broadcasts to prepare for today's guest DJ role. I'm sorry, but you guys better don't underestimate me. I've come fully prepared. After the last performance in Hong Kong, in the van where the members who had finished the after-party were sitting exhausted, Polo, the main rapper of Hellas, took out his cell phone. Noticing Polo took out his Bluetooth earphones, Yor, the leader of Hellas, turned around in the passenger seat and looked at Polo. Yor glanced at the phone in Polo's hand and then at Polo himself, and he asked, "Are you monitoring the radio?" "Yeah. The latest episode should be up by now." Hearing this, the other members chimed in with concern, asking if he wasn't tired or telling him to take a break since they had just finished the concert. These were the kinds of words that could only come from those who had shared an exhausting schedule. In response to their worries, Polo answered energetically, "You guys still don't know my stamina? I'm still going strong." "Yeah, you're amazing." At the resigned remark of one member, everyone burst into laughter. Chai Jun is really attached to Midnight Talk. Plus, since this break is unusually long, it's natural for him to be worried. It was always Yor who stood up for Polo's position in moments like these. Polo appreciated his leaders' kindness. "June, go ahead and listen to the radio. As for the rest of you, it'd be best to get some sleep until we reach the dorm." "Yes, sir." As soon as the leader finished speaking, the van quickly became quiet. It was only natural. After just one overseas tour, it wasn't uncommon to lose several kilos. But Polo's affection for his radio show surpassed the exhaustion. He had been the DJ for years, after all. When even the agency had said, only Idol fans would listen to a broadcast hosted by an idol, Polo had thought to himself, aren't Idol fans listeners, too? That very day, Polo set a goal. He was determined to make a show that anyone interested in idols or celebrities would tune into, no matter who the guest was. In a world where listener ratings fluctuated depending on the guest, Polo's resolve seemed almost meaningless. It was obvious to everyone that a broadcast success hinged on whether it could invite big-name guests. But Polo worked extremely hard nonetheless. His efforts paid off, and his show became a long-running program that escaped the stigma of relying solely on big guests. After going through many twists and turns, Polo couldn't help but become attached to the radio. That was why, whenever he had to leave for an unavoidable reason, Polo would always carefully select a replacement and even invite them before leaving. In that sense, the new DJ taking over for this episode, a member of a rookie group, was an unprecedented lineup. When his leader first saw the list of DJ candidates, "You contacted someone who just debuted." "Yeah, I hope they accept." "They probably will. But it's unexpected." He even said that. Polo knew that the leader's words were about to end with, "I thought you wouldn't recommend someone unless they had a certain amount of experience." As Yer said, Polo's choice was unprecedented. The radio writers who worked with him were all surprised. But unlike Yer, who hadn't listened to Sparks' radio show, the writers who were present at the time quickly became intrigued by Polo's choice. "Polo, you felt it too, huh? There's something sharp about their image, right? And they spoke really well." They picked up the interview script super early. There wasn't a single error, and it seemed like those kids had prepared a lot. For rookies, they didn't overlap on the audio either. Leaving this kind of impression on writers who worked with different idols every week was not due to luck, it was talent. That was what Polo thought. So he gave it a try. In the group of 6, this member stood out the most with his excellent speaking skills. A rookie with a bold heart, unafraid even in his first radio appearance. Sparks' eldest member, Kim Yiwol. As Polo hit play on the episode's replay, the empty studio came into view during a commercial break. He put in his earbuds, turning up the volume. I wonder if he wore that funny headband again today. If he was going to wear something like that, it would be better to have the group's name, Partha, on it, especially since he was coming as the DJ this time. While thinking about such useless thoughts, Polo couldn't help but feel shocked when he saw Kim Yiwol enter with his upper body covered in a flashy printed t-shirt and holding a script. 84. Chapter 84. Our company's jack-of-all-trades entertainer, 3. Hello, listeners of Midnight Talk. I'm Yiwol from the group Spark. Here is the final stand-in to fill in for DJ Polo. Kim Yiwol's voice was smooth yet firm. A clear pronunciation with an appropriate pace and a neat tone. Anyone listening might think he was a well-organized DJ, if they were only hearing the voice. However, Kim Yiwol's voice was the complete opposite of his own appearance. Polo couldn't help but wonder where he got such bizarre bracelets from. Isn't his agency UA? That company wasn't so bad that they couldn't hire a stylist, right? Polo couldn't even begin to assume that he had come like that on purpose, half listening to the introduction of the junior group Partha. The good news was that, apart from his awkward style, Kim Yiwol's hosting skills were outstanding. Of course, Polo had expected that Kim Yiwol would do reasonably well. After all, he had recommended Kim Yiwol as a substitute after only meeting him once. However, Kim Yiwol easily exceeded Polo's expectations. More than just not relying on the script, Kim Yiwol rarely even glanced at it. Did he memorize it? Polo knew logically that was impossible. Not only did scripts not come out weeks in advance, but with the nature of the program, requiring constant talking for an entire hour, the DJ had a substantial portion to cover. But on screen, Kim Yiwol's gaze was always directed at one of 3 things: the guest who was speaking, the prompt displaying comments, or the staff. It didn't end there. Kim Yiwol's strengths became even more apparent as the radio show progressed. A deep understanding of the guest. A smooth flow that didn't make anyone uncomfortable. Despite being a first-time DJ, Kim Yiwol skillfully ensured that no one was left out, giving everyone a chance to speak. And, thanks to the opportunity given by Polo Sunbeam, I was able to have a valuable experience, despite my lack of skill. I feel lucky that our group Spark's first radio appearance was on Midnight Talk. From next week, I'll return as a devoted listener to the show. Thank you to all the listeners who have been with me despite my shortcomings. Even Polo's fans and listeners couldn't find a single fault with Kim Yiwol's flawless wrap-up. It was praiseworthy. Polo, wearing a satisfied smile, closed the replay. His mind was now filled with thoughts of boasting to his leader that his judgment had been spot on. Hey, Yiwol, it seems Mr. Polo contacted you. The manager, who had come to check on break time, approached me and said, Sunbeam did. He said he was really grateful that you filled in for Midnight Talk and said you did a great job. I was surprised that he even went out of his way to send me a message. As expected, seasoned idols were different. Highly specialized idols were no different from working professionals. I didn't do anything particularly well. Thank you for letting me know. I bowed my head to thank the manager, but Lee Chonghyun interrupted. You did well, Hyung. You never made a mistake. How do you know I never made one? We all turned on our laptops and listened, so we knew. You guys did something cute like that without me knowing? The thought of the 5 of them huddled together listening to my radio show made me feel a bit uneasy. Thank goodness they didn't have personal phones to send in story messages. If they had, they surely would have sent something. More importantly, all of them together? I looked at Choi Jiho, who was stretching from afar. And then I asked Lee Chonghyun, does all together include Choi Jiho? Yes. Isn't that great? Yeah, it truly is. The fact that the 5 of them gathered for something was meaningful. It meant they were willing to do things together outside of work. No matter how much drama there was in the past, it was still a fact that Spark worked together for 7 years. And that wouldn't have been possible without at least some sense of bond. Looks like they're building their own closeness little by little. These guys would experience more moments like this and continue to work together for another 7 years. The fact that my radio show was the reason for this development was a little annoying, but I'd take it as a way to repay the ones who always gave me a bus ride. Besides, these guys had been listening well to me these days. After pushing them hard with their individual content, the 6 individual contents were chosen very well. Much greater than Choi Jiho is a crazy guy. He's a natural at captivating women in their 20s. I need someone to tell me how to stop watching this video. T got me good. I've been watching it for 40 minutes. Much greater than why does Kong Keon's life comic feel exactly like mine? I feel like I've found a comrade in my life of pure comic books. And he's consistently supporting the second male lead Keon. I can smell the rosin on your screen. Much greater than Juwoo, please start a MeTube channel. Upload a playlist, please. I'm serious. I'm hearing all these songs for the first time, but I like them all. You're a legend in the pop world. I'm in my 30s and thought I knew a lot about pop songs, but I barely recognize half of these thanks to you. I learned some good songs. It's impressive that you even know half of them. Much greater than I knew he composed music, but he plays piano so well. Chonghyun is truly a gem in the idol world. Chonghyun originally wanted to major in classical music. I wish he'd cover not just the title songs, but also the B-side tracks on the piano. Much greater than this is the first time I've seen an idol leader seriously introducing a leadership book. I was ready to skip it because I thought it was a paid ad, but no skip ad button ever appeared. The response was so good that I almost smiled while monitoring. How unprofessional of me. By the way, I also checked the comments on my content. Originally, I wasn't going to, but since I would continue my idol career, I couldn't avoid feedback. Much greater than the thumbnail with members' poor care tips was so intense I had to click. Much greater than 319, I was startled when I saw the web cell. He seems to use the web cell better than me. When you work, you often have to use the web cell. Why would an idol need to use web cell? Much greater than you're the first idol to be this honest, Yiwol. Seriously, I thought there'd be random anecdotes or something since he said it was a big TMI dump, but he actually told me about the dorm management fee. This idol even reveals the product numbers of the shared laptops. The comment section was mostly positive. Some even mentioned they came over from the radio show. However, like everything in the world, not all feedback was good. Much greater than doesn't Kim Peb seem trying to force a concept? Pretending to be the smart member. Feels like he's just sly. You can tell just by looking at him that he's trying to push a character, but it's funny that people think it's his real personality. Even when passing by in the car, you can tell it's a concept thing. Only the fans don't realize it. Who is Kim Peb? SBKK. Why is he Kim Peb? Don't you know the unwritten rule of communities? 1. Happy face, happy face, happy face. Try to spell the name in English. Kim plus the first letters of February 2. Much greater than honestly. The kids are kind, so they listen to Kim Peb happy face. He had the shortest training period and his skills suck ****. Peb must be happy face thanks to the members. He can just take it easy happy face. I often saw this kind of reaction. They seemed to think I was faking a concept. Was my corporate social mask finally showing? I agreed to some extent with the comment that the kids were kind. They caused trouble sometimes, but it was nothing unmanageable. So I decided to take this level of feedback as a fair opinion. I organized the key points from the negative comments in web cells and closed the laptop. Then I spoke to Lee Chonghyun, who was lying on the floor, wrestling with his composition notes. Any progress? None at all. Well, at least your confidence is impressive. Lee Chonghyun was working on polishing one of the songs he had written before debut. Having done music for quite a while, he had amassed quite a few melodies. But turning those into a complete song was a different challenge. So I had discussed with the company to have him focus on composing whenever he had time off from practice or broadcast schedules. Of course, we had reached an agreement with him as well, to help him transition his classical music sense into idol music more easily. I even planned some content where he arranged K-pop songs into piano versions. Maybe it wasn't just because of that, but somehow, Chonghyun was showing remarkable growth. Even I, who was completely ignorant of composition, found Lee Chonghyun's ability to learn amazing. Which part are you stuck with? When I asked, Lee Chonghyun approached my bedside with his notebook as if he had been waiting for me to ask. First of all, I've already figured out the bass line. Didn't you start from the top last time? The god of bass has bestowed me with inspiration. No, that's not it. Lee Chonghyun ruffled his hair. So, we're going for a super energetic concept, right? That's right. Our second comeback, which I'd planned, was scheduled for 2 months later in May. And the title concept was The Mischievous Youth Who Think Playing is the Best Thing in the World. For a moment, I remembered the reaction of the members when I first shared this idea with them. Hyung, do you need a vacation? I'd never forget the look of pity on Jong Songbin's face at that time. But unfortunately, I didn't come up with the idea because I wanted to rest. It took me an hour to explain to them how I came up with that concept. So while I was monitoring and doing the planning and final organizing, Chonghyun was working on composing the title track candidate. Seeing Chonghyun struggling more than expected, I started wondering if I should revise the plan. Since the system's given goal required a long-term effort, I didn't want to push Chonghyun too hard early on and risk burning him out. Yes, is it really that hard to express? Rather than that, the keywords Hyung gave me just aren't clicking. Which part? When I asked, Lee Chonghyun answered. Hyung told me that if I needed an image, I should imagine children playing joyfully in May, right? Yeah. But in my house, my parents only gave out workbooks on Children's Day. Children's Day wasn't that exciting for me. I don't have any super exciting memories, but the song needs us to feel excited, so I feel left out. What? It's like when all my friends were getting toys, but I only got school supplies. It's like learning about Kidzania, but realizing I am too old to enter that year. Or going to a trampoline park only to find out there's an extra fee. For high school students. Oh, so that's the problem? 1. The unwritten rule of community here is actually popular slang. It means that for the first 3 days of joining a community, you should not write anything yourself and only read the posts that are posted to get a feel for the community atmosphere and unwritten rules. I don't think this slang means it literally. It's more like saying if you don't know the situation, don't but in point 2. Koreans don't have the letter F, so it turns from Kim February to Kim Peb. I contemplated whether to use Kim February, but Kim Peb rolls in the tongue easier. 85. Chapter 85. Our company's jack-of-all-trades entertainer 4. I couldn't relate at all to Lee Chonghyun's distress as he envied the children's happiness. The joy of children during Family Month wasn't something I understood. In the first place, I had never even received a Children's Day gift. I had simply given an opinion to use for reference, but it seemed that empathizing with the subject of the reference was quite important to Lee Chonghyun. Was this the difference between a creator and an office worker? I was about to ask, should I find you some lively children's videos on MeTube? But ended up locking eyes with Lee Chonghyun, who looked on the verge of despair despite his beautiful look. This is an emergency. Without that face, we can't secure first place. I quickly thought over it, and I came up with a brilliant solution with my wit. Get up and put on sunscreen. Huh. We're going out, so put on sunscreen. Didn't you say you were going out to gather some reference for composing? Kong Kian, who had been dragged along under the pretext of needing a photographer, asked with a puzzled look. Suddenly, a fountain of water shot up behind Kong Kian. It was a water show so refreshing that it could even lift the spirits of those watching. That's right. How is it, Chonghyun? Don't you feel the inspiration flowing? The fountain sure is shooting up perfectly. As soon as Lee Chonghyun finished speaking, a stream of water sprouted from the bare ground. The place I led the guys to was the Children's Grand Park, a sacred ground for children. At least, it was the place with the most children out of all the places I knew. I didn't think I'd come back here after elementary school. Kong Keon muttered to himself. Well, at least you came here in elementary school. I never even came here when in elementary school. My first visit to the Children's Grand Park was at 26 years old. That too. Only because Hampyeong Industry needed someone to take promotional snapshots of their new product, and they didn't have enough manpower. Before I could even reminisce about the bitter memories, two kids on kickboards zoomed past us, laughing loudly. Worried that Lee Chonghyun's spirits might drop, I pulled out a composition notebook and a pencil case from the backpack I was carrying for him. Here, you can't go to the dorm until you reach 60% of the progress today. This is a big deal. Are we even allowed to sleep out here? Yeah, a troublemaker like you can sleep out for up to 3 days. As I sat Lee Chonghyun down on an empty bench, Kong Keon approached and asked, Then what do I do? Do I really just take pictures of him? Yeah, every now and then. Go over there and take a selfie in the natural light too. What about you, Hyung? I have to film a video. With that, I pulled a camcorder from the depths of my backpack. It was a piece of equipment I had borrowed with permission from the filming crew, and I was treating it with the utmost care. Are we going to upload this as content too? At Kong Keon's question, Lee Chonghyun flinched in surprise. Hyung, is this going to be posted as content? I'm a bit embarrassed. It won't be uploaded. I'm just recording it as a precaution. I had no intention of doing something like, I'm going to show everyone how you write songs, to Lee Chonghyun, who still had difficulty showing confidence in his own creations. I simply wanted to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Like if UA were to lose all the images they had collected for photo cards, or if all the photos these guys took were out of focus, making them unusable when enlarged for the cards. Or perhaps if we needed to include video footage in the fan song MV, but couldn't stretch the video to 4 minutes and 30 seconds. These thoughts swirled in my head as the two stared at me, clearly confused. What are you doing? Aren't you going to get started? Sigh. At my words, the two sighed with the same expression. Move quickly. I'm busy too. A vast park in early March, with warm spring sunshine pouring down. The sound of leaves swaying as a cool breeze passed through, colliding with each other as if they were breaking apart. The lingering scent of flowers carried on the wind, the laughter of children, the sound of water shooting into the air, and a rookie idol sitting on a bench, clutching his head in despair, agonizing over the source of pure joy, and another rookie idol diligently filming him from across the bench, and a rejuvenated older man crawling out into the blazing sun and crouching down to record all of this with a camcorder. What a fantastic combination. It wouldn't be surprising if this scene was selected as one of the landscapes of the year. Kong Keon, who had received a 10-minute crash course from me after taking all the pictures in the backlight, was now shining with enthusiasm, trying his best to capture the perfect shot. Keon, how many pictures did you take? I think it's over 200. How about your selfies? 3. Then stop taking pictures of Lee Chonghyun and go take your own selfies. Just wander around the park and don't come back until you've taken more than 20. Yes. With that, Kong Keon obediently left. As I wished for him to return with some amazing selfies, I turned to Chonghyun, who was probably staring at his notebook behind me, and spoke. Now that Keon is gone, let's hear it. Huh. You have something you want to tell me, don't you? Isn't that right? When I turned around, Lee Chonghyun's eyes were wide with surprise. How did you know? I read minds, what about it? At the Hampyeong Industry, the only thing I learned was how to be perceptive. Besides, we had shared the same room for over a year now, and we used the same practice room every day, so it would be strange if I didn't pick up on it, right? Even so, this innocent Chonghyun showed no sign of shaking off his surprised look. Watching the kids running around energetically, as if playing tag, Chonghyun asked, Why are you being so nice to us, Hyung? What? Despite my resolve not to be caught off guard by any of Chonghyun's questions, this unexpected question completely blindsided me. Being nice. Who? Me? To you guys? I guaranteed that no one felt as angry and sad as I did. My heart was engraved with all sorts of profanity with these guys at close range. I haven't done anything particularly nice. Except for situations where I had to accomplish a mission assigned by the system. I had always tried to minimize my intervention in Spark. All I did while hanging out with these guys was bake bread, fold laundry, and leave the night lights on. Wasn't being nice something more? Kind and gentle? Like checking in on them often or occasionally giving them pocket money. Seeing my expression say, "I don't understand what you're talking about," Chonghyun continued. Normally, when someone around you isn't doing well, people don't go this far to help, do they? What do you mean by this far? You mean bringing you to the park? Not just that. What did I do for him? No matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't recall doing anything deserving of such a comment. Since you mentioned the park, I'll give you an example. People usually sympathize or give advice, but they don't go out of their way to help, materially or spiritually. Well, it's because I can't completely sympathize with the burden you feel, nor can I give you technical advice. What's surprising is that you don't just stop at offering encouragement in that situation. As you live, you'll meet at least 150 million people who are kinder than me. Besides, you live under the same roof as Jong Songbin. How should I put it? Hyung and Songbin Hyung are in different leagues. Is that an insult? How did you know? Chonghyun playfully responded and burst out laughing. Just then, I heard a commotion in the distance. When I turned my gaze, I saw Kong Keon walking toward us, surrounded by children. Seeing him accept a toy from one of the kids, it seemed they had asked him to open something for them. Hyung, is he shooting bubbles at the children? Eventually, Kong Keon began shooting bubbles from a giant bubble gun, entertaining the children with a bubble show. Chonghyun clutched his stomach in laughter. Then he ran out of his seat, asking to be included. They never ceased to amaze. Thinking this, I began neatly organizing Chonghyun's notebook and writing tools, which were on the verge of being crumpled. Somehow, I had a feeling that by tonight, Chonghyun would come up with a great melody, not knowing that a dark cloud was looming over the group, casting a shadow from afar. After receiving the new KPI, I took some time for reflection and asked the members what they thought had gone well, what they were disappointed in, and what they hoped for in future activities. It was because I had resolved to do my best to meet their needs until the final KPI was achieved. It was during that conversation that Choi Jiho said this. I don't want to talk about family as much as possible. In the past, Spark, especially Choi Jiho, didn't mention family often. This became even more pronounced as time passed since their debut. Perhaps it was thanks to Manager Nam's daughter, who was a fan of Choi Jiho, that I also unintentionally came to know the reason why Choi Jiho didn't want to talk about his family. Much greater than my younger sibling is in the same class as Jwangnim's sibling, and apparently Jwangnim's parents are divorced. TL note. Juang equals Jiho plus Wang, King Na. It seems his father drank and gambled a lot. Jwangnim barely took a drink on Yunsul Live, so I guess he learned from that and avoids alcohol and gambling. I am relieved. Can't someone report this be *TCH? XXXX, delete the post. You're relieved, you said? It's not like he's a psychopath or something. It said that his mother and father split up. These days, many people thought divorce wasn't a big deal, and there were plenty who believed it was better for people to split up than to live with terrible parents. There were always some family members who made a person cringe just at the thought of them. For Choi Jae-ho, his father seemed to be such a figure. So I told him that I couldn't promise anything definitive, but that I would try my best to avoid such questions. There was no need to explain how often family-related questions popped up in society. It would just be a waste of words. I really did intend to try my best. Hey, Kim Yiwol. Choi Jiho, looking furious, approached me and asked, "Is the next content idea yours too?" His voice was low, a tone I had never heard from him before. 86, Chapter 86, introducing this month's Honorable Family. Choi Jiho nervously shoved a bundle of papers, about 2 or 3 pages thick, into my chest. The paper had a title written in large letters. Spark Content, Episode 21, Plan, Childhood Memories. As I flipped through the page, I saw something like an outline. Recreating outfits from elementary to middle school in line with the album concept and Children's Day. Sharing childhood memories spent with family on Children's Day. Host, Songbin. Upon seeing it, only one thought crossed my mind. No wonder he's mad. The only thing he asked for was not to talk about family, yet they blatantly ignored that. It would be strange if he weren't angry. I was also uncomfortable with this topic. As for Children's Day memories, I only remembered running away to the playground near my house to avoid my family, who didn't go to work on the holiday. Suppressing a sigh, I responded to Choi Ji-ho, who was glaring at me with fury. I didn't come up with this. Then it must be the company. Then Choi Ji-ho headed straight for the practice room door. Since it would be obvious to anyone that he was angry, I quickly stopped him. Where are you going? The office. What for? You're not seriously going to confront them, are you? Of course I am. What about it? His expression was nothing short of menacing. The wild look in his eyes made it seem like he might actually go raise hell. I understood his feelings. It was natural to be angry, especially if it was a family issue. I tried to stay calm and talk him down. At least cool off a bit before you go. I tried to say it in a way that wouldn't provoke him. But Choi Ji-ho didn't answer and stormed out of the practice room. We're screwed. Nothing good will come from him going like this. Life in an organization was truly full of contradictions. There were times when speaking politely led to being ignored, and if you showed your emotions when something important went wrong, people might accuse you of treating the company like a playground. In such a place, even if Choi Ji-ho expressed his shock and frustration, they would only tell him not to get emotional. On top of that, this was the guy who once starred in a video titled, "Popular Male Idol Who Uses His Members as Emotional Dumpsters." I chased after him, determined to stop him from saying the wrong thing and throwing himself into the fire. Are you this blunt at work too? My sister asked me this shortly after I started working at Hampyeong Industry. I try to seem like I have some social skills. Why? So you care about that kind of thing too. If I don't want to get fired, I have no other choice. I had experienced various trials and errors in my first job. Because of that, I honed the ability to adapt my conversation to suit the situation like a chameleon. But that wasn't all. Listening was also an important skill for a corporate worker. The concerns that HR managers typically heard at companies were roughly like this. Assistant manager, I really want to quit. What should I do? Assistant manager, how do I request a department transfer? Our team isn't getting any new hires this time, are we? Please tell me that's not true. Just kill me instead. Listening skills were essential for these types of concerns. It was important to hear what made this person want to quit or why this person wanted to be transferred to a different department. For the last one, though, all I could do was offer my condolences. But with Choi Ji-ho now, I didn't know what approach to take. I knew in my head that I should take his side. After all, for most people, family was extremely important. I knew that, but faking empathy when I can't relate just feels wrong. I could easily empathize with complaints about the terrible practices at the Hampyeong Industry. I could smoothly respond with lines like, "You've really been through a lot," as easily as spitting out coins from a vending machine. But this situation was different. While I agreed that Choi Ji-ho had every reason to be angry, my mind kept telling me, but this is work. If I went after him now, it would just be me pretending to listen to him. F***ck, but I couldn't just say something sociopathic like, compared to being forced into idle life with your sister's life on the line, this is nothing. My mind was in turmoil the whole time I ran after Choi Ji-ho. And the chase ended when I grabbed Choi Ji-ho's elbow before he could climb all the stairs to the third floor where the office was. Hey! When I called out to him, Choi Ji-ho turned to me, annoyed. I looked up at Choi Ji-ho, who was standing awkwardly on the stairs, and I spoke, still holding his arm. I'm sorry for grabbing you without permission. But before you go to the office, can you talk to me just once? You said you didn't come up with this idea. So why should I talk to you? Well, if I had checked it earlier, I might have been able to filter it out. So I'm partly responsible. I meant it. I felt my mistake the whole time I was running up the stairs. Despite my sincerity, Choi Ji-ho laughed in disbelief. Why would that be your responsibility? Choi Ji-ho said with a sneer. You think I'm that stupid? Hey, I know where to direct my anger. Come up with ideas, come up with album concepts, write articles, and record album sales trends. Is that your job in the first place? Why are you trying to take responsibility for someone else's mistake when it's not even your job? Of course, because at the Hampyeong Industry, that was just how it was. At the Hampyeong Industry, I did it because I got paid, but here, even though I'm lacking, the company gave me a chance. I'm doing this because I want to do more. If it came across as overstepping, I'm sorry. No, that's not what I meant. Choi Ji-ho ran a finger through his hair. Ah, whatever. Anyway, I am not letting this slide. You're fearless. You just debuted. Aren't you afraid of the company? I believe that the person who did something wrong should take responsibility for it. What did I do wrong? He didn't do anything wrong. As he said, it was the company's fault. But still, no, that was enough. What this guy said wasn't wrong, so why bother arguing? My original goal was to calm Choi Ji-ho down a little. As long as I achieved that goal, it didn't matter what Choi Ji-ho said. Choi Ji-ho and I sat side by side on the emergency exit stairs. An awkward silence filled the space. Aren't you going to ask why I got so mad? And Choi Ji-ho didn't give in to this quiet atmosphere. Yes, his personality was truly something. Feeling awkward for some reason, I scratched my face and answered. Because you have something you don't want to tell others. Why would I ask about that? Then why did you follow me? Because I was afraid you'd get so angry that you'd end up saying something weird and miss the chance to say what really matters. What? Choi Ji-ho frowned. This be asterisk TCH. No matter how many times I told him not to frown because it would wrinkle his face, he never listened. I told him to straighten his eyebrows, got up from my seat, checked the emergency exit to see if there was any sign of someone, and then sat down on the stairs again. If you'd gone to the office in that state, how do you think you would have behaved? Huh. I mean, if you went in there like that, how would you have acted in front of the staff? At my words, Choi Ji-ho hesitated. It was obvious. He would have said all kinds of things. Most people judge your attitude more than the content of your words. Even if you say the right thing, if they think your behavior is rude, they'll get defensive first. Then Choi Ji-ho propped his chin on his hand without saying anything. Even if it feels like I'm nagging, just endure it. If you get through this well, it might reduce the amount of criticism you'll face in the future. I quietly watched Choi Ji-ho, who was lost in deep thought, and wondered about how I could make this rascal behave a little better. Maybe if he feels some responsibility, he'll cool off. This guy wasn't the type to feel burdened by most things. So, taking a gamble, I said, go and say this as best you can. Even Yiwol feels uncomfortable with this topic. If you could remove this part, we'll do our absolute best with the rest. What? What do you mean what? I don't like talking about family either, you know. Choi Ji-ho looked at me with a bewildered expression. Why? Did I look like someone who grew up in such a perfect family? I asked him jokingly. Choi Ji-ho answered. No, not really. This little b asterisk TCH. I figured you'd just do it if you were told to. I guess I could. But I really don't have anything to say about family, so I'll have to squeeze it out. Even so, it would be inappropriate to tell fans something like, my mom and dad gave me the opportunity to learn that it's okay to eat ramen that's 7 months past its expiration date. So just cool off for a bit and talk it out. If you go in there, cause a scene, and get in trouble, I'll have to do some serious damage control. Tisk. Choi Ji-ho ruffled his hair irritably as he got up. However, unlike a little while ago, it was obvious that the edge of his anger had softened. As I was about to head back to the practice room after sending Choi Ji-ho off, he called out to me. Hey. What? When I turned around, Choi Ji-ho was looking down at me from a few steps above. Choi Ji-ho asked, standing with his arm resting on the stair railing. If you're uncomfortable with it, should I just leave your part out? At that moment, I couldn't help but laugh. How could someone be this naive? He really was just 21. Looking up at Choi Ji-ho, who seemed to have "I'm concerned" written on his forehead, I answered, I don't care either way, so do whatever you want. The family history issue was resolved amicably after that. I didn't ask Choi Ji-ho in detail how it ended, but from the way he returned with a calm demeanor, it was clear that the adults at UA had handled it maturely. Thanks to that, the atmosphere in the dorm was as peaceful as ever. Lee Chong-hyun, who had recently dragged all the members on a spring outing, was humming while working on his music. It was so odd that I wondered how he didn't mix up his melodies. The song he completed was vibrant and cheerful. It perfectly matched the fresh, lively image of the transition from spring to summer, with a sense of brightness that we aimed to continue. Everything was just as I wanted. Except for one thing. Chong-hyun, what is it? Why is this song so high-pitched? 87. Chapter 87. Job Skills Improvement Training 1. Spark songs were notorious for their high-pitched vocals. With high-note master Park Ju-woo and vocal powerhouse Jong Song-bin leading the charge, and Choi Ji-ho and Kang Kyeon being decent singers themselves, all the members sang those grueling songs with ease. Even Lee Chong-hyun, the rapper of the team, was good at singing. In the first place, the agency had graded vocal ability during auditions, regardless of position. So it was understandable to have confidence in the members' singing abilities, but still, isn't this too high? This wasn't just the main vocalist suffering. Even I, a sub-vocalist, was forced to hit high notes. The last time I raised my voice this much was when I had tried to stop Manager from driving home drunk, so this was too harsh for me. But Hyung, if we lower the pitch here, the energetic feeling won't come through. Watching my reaction, Lee Chong-hyun lowered the key and played the audio again. Sure enough, the song felt less vibrant than before. Even if I wanted to make them number one, they had to lower the key because of me, ruining the song and only receiving harsh criticism. This is no good, right? And at this level, our members can handle it. Does that our members include me? If so, you're mistaken. In the web novels about systems, they often give you special abilities or level you up. I recalled the various web novels I had recently finished during my break. They were my only source of information about the system. I was so desperate at times that I even considered emailing the authors, asking how their systems worked, even though I knew how absurd that would be. Although I hadn't read more than 100 chapters of any, I had learned enough to make the system feel less foreign, and I started to have new complaints about my boomer system. While other systems handed out money and magical items, this system, which used the mask of Manager Nam, had been stingy lately. Do I not get experience points or something this time? Just as I grumbled to myself, the system appeared. Plus, system, work instructions from the superior have arrived. Play button. Judging from your nonsense, Assistant Manager Kim must have a lot of free time these days. Truly busy people wouldn't have time for idle thoughts. Plus, yeah, F*CKU. I have no expectations anyway. I had no other choice. From today onward, I'd consider my vocal cords dead. Seeing my determined expression, Lee Chong-hyun asked, "Why are you so worried? Your vocal range is enough, Hyung." "Yeah, I'll just pinch my thighs, and the notes will come out somehow. And I'll be in the hall of shame of the world's most ugly male idols." I could already hear the tearful high notes that would be sold as video shorts. In front of my darkened vision, the system that was darker than pitch black appeared again. Plus, system, work instructions from the superior have arrived. Play button. By the way, Assistant Manager Kim, did you order something? A package came. Don't use the company as your personal post office. Plus, the only things I'd ordered were the studio estimates and the demo tape Chong-hyun was supposed to submit this week. What was this thing talking about? I grumbled to myself. And as always, the system only said what it wanted to say. Plus, system, subordinate, is being notified of the OJT period. 20xx.03.xx 20xx.03.xx. Total 7 days. Purpose: strengthen job skills through group training. Participants: all 6 Spark members. Conditions: achieve minimum of 5 hours of practice per day for each task during the OJT period. Reward: 1 skill proficiency point for tasks that meet the 5-hour practice minimum for all 7 days. Plus, TL note: OJT equals on the job training. Skill proficiency increase. I immediately took the bait. This was an offer that I couldn't ignore. I hadn't been able to increase my proficiency recently, no matter how much I practiced or even performed on the actual stage. Moreover, this time, it wasn't just me. Even the Spark members, who had already reached a certain level of skill and weren't growing much anymore, had a chance to sprout up like bean sprouts. It's a shame that high school isn't on break right now. I sighed inside. Why are there so many minors on this team? While I was lamenting, Lee Chong-hyun asked me, "What are you thinking, Hyung?" "I'm thinking we all need to work our butts off to make sure your song shines even brighter." I smiled brightly at Lee Chong-hyun, who had been working hard to create a great song. It seemed a desperate special training plan was needed. But before that, instead of just reaching the minimum of 5 hours of practice, how about increasing skill proficiency by 1 point for every 5-hour increment? According to the system's suggestion, even if I practiced 10 hours a day for 7 days, I would only gain 1 proficiency point. But if it were calculated in 5-hour increments, I could earn 2 proficiency points from the same 10 hours of practice. Since I'd be working myself to the bone anyway, I figured I might as well maximize the rewards. Plus, system, work instructions from the superior have arrived. Play button Assistant Manager Kim. The company isn't obligated to fulfill every employee's wish. That's up to the company to decide. You're overstepping. Plus, the law also says that someone who works 4 hours should be given a 30-minute break. You piece of sh*t. When I kept arguing, the system finally accepted my proposal. It should have just agreed from the start. Anyway, superiors never seemed to think for themselves unless they were pushed by their subordinates. Now, the remaining issue was how to convince the others. 10 hours sounded easy, but if we excluded the time spent on workouts and classes, it meant they would have almost no time to rest during those 10 hours of practice. What rest time? By their standards, they'd have to cut down on sleep, too. The recommended amount of sleep was 8 hours a day, but these guys were already sleeping way less than that. I didn't want to cut their sleep time even further. Should I just practice 20 hours a day myself to match their average level? As I was contemplating ridiculous ideas, Jong Songbin approached me. Yiwol Hyung, what are you thinking about? Of course, I should discuss this with the leader first. I didn't lack confidence when it came to persuading someone with words. That didn't mean I was particularly confident either. Still, convincing kids who were much younger than me was more of a matter of conscience than skill, so I steeled myself and began to speak. You know, Songbin, do you believe that effort leads to results? Then I gulped nervously. I felt uneasy about saying this to Jong Songbin, who had struggled for a long time as a trainee and had been distressed by poor evaluations. That was why I approached Songbin first, intending to persuade him. Songbin's answer was completely unexpected. Of course. Why do you ask? Huh? You really think so? There's nothing that can't be done with effort. Oh, of course. I've come to know that there are times when things take more effort than expected. Jong Songbin smiled bitterly. So I exaggerated my reaction, hoping Jong Songbin's mood wouldn't go down. Thankfully, his expression soon returned to its usual gentle demeanor. But in the end, I debuted, right? I believe in the power of effort. F***ck, you're all grown up. You're mentally more mature than me. I was so proud that I wanted to give Jong Songbin the Excellent Colleague of the Month award. How must he have felt, having his mental state shattered like that, if his debut had been endlessly delayed as it was before? And furthermore, after enduring such difficult times and finally debuting, how must he have felt when the team disbanded? All sorts of random thoughts crossed my mind. I tried to shake off those thoughts by running my hands through my hair. Let's focus. Right now, the priority was selling these guys on the plan. Putting on my best innocent smile, I asked Jong Songbin, let's say if you train hard for a week, you're guaranteed to see results. Will you follow my lead? Guaranteed. Yes, definitely. The system didn't lie. It just omitted certain things. Jong Songbin tilted his head for a moment and then answered, I will. Really? Yeah. I'd probably do it even without guaranteed results. I trust Hyung wouldn't make us do anything bad. What a touching answer. This teaching assistant will give his body and soul to train you. As I was basking in the wave of emotion, Jong Songbin suddenly opened his mouth with a serious expression. But, Hyung. Yeah, what is it? Hyung, you're not in a cult, right? A cult? Me? A guy who woke up one day to find he'd lost his degree, job, and even had a career change? I should be the one doubting the existence of any higher power. I was so dumbfounded that I was about to stand up, but Jong Songbin's expression was too serious. He seemed genuinely worried I was about to give him a holy sermon. I wasn't in a cult. I felt wronged. Of course, being wary of cults is important, but still, I ran my hands over my face. And with a smile that seemed to give up everything, I said to Jong Songbin, listen carefully, Songbin. Why yes. Actually, I squeezed my eyes shut and opened them, and I looked at Jong Songbin with all the sincerity I could muster. This week is when the energy of the universe aligns. What? Jong Songbin made a dumbfounded expression. Yeah, you don't get it, right? I don't get it either. However, I didn't want to be labeled as a dangerous person and kicked out before achieving all the KPIs, nor did I want to miss the chance for all the members to experience their third growth phase. So, I placed my hand on my chest, doing my best to appear as sincere as possible, and spoke. The ancestors told me. If I had known sooner, I would have told you earlier. Sorry about that. Hyung. You know ancestor spirits are part of the local religion, right? I'm seriously not part of a cult. I'm not going to go around preaching. I'm not going to buy any religious items and wear them. and I'm definitely not going to try selling you some weird ionic carbonated water. I promise. I tightly closed my eyes and clasped Jong Songbin's hands as I made this vow. Silence filled the emergency stairwell, and a few seconds later, Jong Songbin's laughter echoed through the emergency stairwell exit. 88. Chapter 88, Job Skills Improvement Training, 2. Jong Songbin laughed heartily for a long time. Then, wiping away tears and sniffling, he said to me, Hyung, what? If you ever decide to sell it, I'll buy a bottle of that octagonal ionic carbonated water. Try buying that stuff, I dare you. I'll make you clean the bathroom with it. I firmly warned him and left the emergency exit with Jong Songbin. A few days later, the Double XP Week, a name Jong Songbin came up with, saying it was a popular term in PC cafes, arrived, and we all trained like maniacs. I expected someone to question why we needed to push ourselves so hard, but they all agreed without hesitation when I told them about it. Was it because they would diligently practice on their own, even if I left them alone? Or maybe they just didn't feel the need to question me. The student group did seem a bit disappointed, though. Can't we just skip school and practice? Kian, don't raise my blood pressure. Go to school. Still, I managed to talk them into going to school. This must be the hardship of parents. Because my schedule was tight, I also had to split my 24 hours into ultra-efficient 5-nanometer units. Here was my daily routine. To raise my skill proficiency by 3 points. 3:30 wake up. 4 o'clock wash up and plan work. 4:30 make toast and go to the practice room. 5:00 10:00 dance practice. 1. 10:00 16:00 vocal practice, including shower, lunch, and meeting. 16:00 19:00 dance practice. 2. 19:00 21:00 exercise. 21:00 23:00 dance practice. 2. 23:00 wash up and monitor after returning home. 00:000:30 worry about the future. 0:30 go to bed. Thanks to the perseverance I honed at the Hampyeong industry and the system's work support function, I was pushing my body to the limit. Who knew I'd ever feel grateful to those two? Of course, I didn't subject the members to the same lifestyle. They didn't have a work support system. Thanks to that, if you filled up your practice time, everyone go home. What about you, Hyung? How many times do I have to tell you, Chonghyun? I still have a long way to go, so I'll stay a little longer. No, Hyung, if you keep this up, you'll collapse. This kind of argument had been going on for a week. Did they really think I was that fragile? If this were enough to make me collapse, I would have collapsed already at Hampyeong Industry. Chonghyun, look around. I put a hand on one of Lee Chonghyun's shoulders as I spoke. It was currently 10 p.m. Everyone had finished their dance training and 5 hours of practice. At this point, I was the only one, still standing upright. The rest were sprawled on the floor. No, Choi Jiho was sitting down. Anyway, aren't I the only one who's still fine? That's why you guys have to go home. Where on earth does this Hyung get his stamina from? I've already given up on understanding. Kong Kian shook his head as he listened to the dumbfounded Lee Chonghyun. Regardless of what they said, I hurried them to pack up and head back to the dorm. Just then, as Choi Jiho was picking up his bag, he asked, "Can't we leave together? What if Hansu passes by?" "No need to worry. That guy left work at 4 o'clock earlier." I'd always had a knack for knowing when my boss left work. I pushed Choi Jiho out the door, telling him to hurry and take the others back to the dorm, then closed the practice room door behind them. As soon as the guys left, the practice room became quiet as if there had been no noise at all. Only then was I able to let out a small sigh. I resisted the queasy feeling in my stomach and wiped the corner of my mouth a couple of times. To be honest, my condition wasn't all that good. I was just less tired than those guys. I turned on the system and checked my accumulated fatigue level. Plus, total fatigue, 35%, work support service activated. Plus, the base fatigue was 35%. Adding the 20% discount provided by the work support service, my total fatigue was around 55%. I got a nosebleed when it got over 40%, so I had to be careful not to let it go any higher. I definitely didn't want to draw attention by collapsing and getting a nosebleed in front of everyone. In order to avoid such a case, I had to rack my brain to find the most efficient way to rest. But the more I thought about it, the more annoyed I got. How great would it have been if I'd had this kind of support back at the Hampyeong industry? Of course, Manager Nam didn't even blink when I crawled out of the bathroom on all fours after vomiting. If I don't want to end up back at Hampyeong industry, I better just shut up and keep working. I drank water in a half-resigned state. At least, that the members hadn't caused any accidents recently. If those guys ran away from home, had a fight, or got sick, like they used to before the debut, my fatigue level would have increased by 20% due to stress. So yeah, it was nice that they were quietly practicing. I applauded their ability to recognize when not to cause problems. However, as if to mock this brief period of peace, the next day, a boulder was thrown into the calm lake of my heart. We need to postpone our comeback. Jong Songbin asked. It was because of what Min Jukyung had just told us. It was literally a bolt from the blue, telling us the news that the release of our second album, which was scheduled for early to mid-May, would have to be postponed. Why? Unable to hold back his impatience, Choi Ji-ho blurted out. Nuri is scheduled to make a comeback in June, but if you guys made a release in May, we won't have enough company resources to support us within the company. If that happens, both sides will lose out. This meant that the comeback of a renowned ballad singer under UA overlapped with our schedule. It wasn't wrong, but there was more to it than that. But Mr. Jukyung, may I ask why this is being brought up all of a sudden? If they were going to tell us this, it should have been much earlier, definitely not now, when we already had estimates for the album cover. At my question, Min Jukyung hesitated, avoiding eye contact. Then Min Jukyung carefully opened his mouth. Actually, Nuri's album was supposed to come out in April, but it got pushed back a lot. I see. Since it's Nuri's first comeback in 3 years, the company wanted to make sure everything was perfect. So, Min Jukyung trailed off. It must have felt awkward to have to explain this. I could understand. Delays happened all the time in companies. A 2-month delay was frustrating, but it was not unheard of. There were probably 5 managers somewhere pulling their hair out over it, but it was not impossible. But something kept bothering me. Would a company that put so much effort into a 3-year comeback handle the schedule so poorly that it would delay things by 2 months? Even delaying a group work that was just about to start? Moreover, they knew the concept of our next album. My head was filled with questions. But at the same time, I also thought of one keyword that would answer all these questions. Mr. Jukyung, I feel like I might be overstepping here, so I'll say this carefully. May I ask one more thing? Huh? No, it's fine, ask away. By any chance, is PDU involved with Nuri Sunbeam's project? At that moment, I heard a small gasp. Glancing over, I saw Lee Chonghyun covering his mouth. Min Jukyung smiled awkwardly. Yiwol, you're quick-witted. That's right. PDU is currently in charge of that project. Thank you for telling me. Oh, could we still hold the regular meeting we had scheduled for this week? Of course. I'll notify everyone. Then Min Jukyung looked at each member one by one and said, but don't worry too much, guys. This kind of thing happens a lot in the industry, and it's not a big deal. The company is not neglecting you, so don't feel anxious. Got it. It was a warm word of comfort. At moments like this, I could feel that Min Jukyung was a good person. Min Jukyung was right. At the Hampyeong industry, Manager Nam delayed approvals for 3 months, and nothing happened. But this time was different. This was a big deal, and we were screwed. If Spark didn't make a comeback at the scheduled time, there was a high possibility that we wouldn't be able to go on the survival program that would start casting in June. We still lacked recognition. In terms of quick exposure, nothing could gather popularity as much as a survival program, but we needed a minimum level of recognition to be cast there. It was like hiring experienced newbies, dirty and unfair, but that was the reality. There was no other way to hit #1 quickly. No wonder things had been so peaceful lately. It seemed my days of getting sleep were over. I lay down on the bed and summoned the system. And I thought, is there something like an employee loan program? Maybe some stamina support guarantee. Then the system popped up. Plus, system, work instructions from Superior have arrived. Playbutton employees these days are so entitled. They don't think about working like everyone else, but expect to receive everything that others get. Plus, so unfair. What work have I not done? I held back my anger. Right now, the important thing was to coax the system into giving me whatever it could. Then, suddenly, I remembered that I had previously brought forward the debut date. I immediately took out the scheduler. The schedule I had set for our next comeback was clearly marked on the hologram scheduler. How far forward can I move it? As I made a rough motion of pulling it forward, the schedule moved forward a few spaces and stopped at a date about a week ahead. It was very early May, so that meant the date could definitely be brought forward. The question now was, what kind of incident would arise this time? Hey, manager nom bastard. No. Hey, system bastard. Is someone going to run away again? Plus, system, work instructions from superior have arrived. Play button. It seems our department has reached a stable period these days. At times like this, let's all try not to let the atmosphere get the better of each other and do our best in our respective positions. Plus, it was still a snarky tone, but I had learned to extract hints from the system's words by now. In conclusion, no one would suddenly run away or get into a huge fight. If it wasn't a relationship problem, at least that was less of a headache. Without hesitation, I decided to move the comeback date forward. And then, all the tasks that had appeared before came back to haunt me. Plus, system, new task has been assigned. Securing manpower for the comeback. Reward, increased probability of stable comeback. System, new task has been assigned. Improve job skill. Reward, increased probability of stable comeback. System, new task has been assigned. Share secrets with members. Reward, increased probability of stable comeback. Plus, all of them, threefold. OF*CK. I shouldn't have moved the date after all. 89, Chapter 89, Job Skills. Improvement Training, 3. First, improving job skills. That was an OJT mission, so if I trained hard, I could pass it. Next, sharing secrets with the members? What on earth was that about? What kind of secrets? Discussion about salary percentages? Didn't UA have a policy against employees sharing salary information? Still, since it increased the chances of a stable comeback, I should share something. Worst case, I could gather everyone in the vocal practice room and tell them the 101 reasons I couldn't get into college. Since it was something that had already happened, there shouldn't be any penalties. Then all that was left was, plus, system, new task has been assigned. Securing manpower for the comeback. Reward, increased probability of stable comeback. Plus, this one, by moving up the comeback date, we might be able to secure some company resources. However, that was only to a certain extent, and it was hard to expect the same level of support as when we debuted. Unless Nuri's workload decreases significantly. There were roughly 3 ways for this to happen. First, Nuri suddenly became bold and bulldozed through all the decision-making processes. Second, Yuhansu realized his hidden abilities and used them to his full potential. 3. I took on all sorts of odd jobs at UA, which was short on staff, and minimized the time spent on Nuri's project. Obviously, option 3 was the right answer. I let out a bitter laugh. Then I turned on my laptop, intending to look at Nuri's previous albums in preparation. I also planned to conduct some research along the way. But my noble sacrifice for Spark quickly lost its purity and spontaneity. Would you take a look at the proposal, please? The planning team had come to me with a proposal labeled 4th. I tried not to show my reluctance and cautiously accepted the few pages of the proposal. Why are they giving this to me? The planning team should be the professionals in this industry, so what could I possibly say? It was so awkward. I swallowed a sigh and read the proposal carefully. And then I found it. The Return of the Goddess and a New Journey. An annoyingly familiar, corny title. Has Yuhansu been playing some kind of game lately? These were the kind of words you'd see plastered all over the Gangnam subway ads. That was fine for a game advertisement, but wasn't it different in this case? I tried hard not to frown in front of the staff member and flipped to the next page. And my efforts almost fell apart within 3 seconds. Concept idea. With the concept that portrays her as a descendant of the sirens, who mesmerize listeners with her fatal beauty and enchanting voice. Nuri returns after 3 years, more mature than ever. The latter part was even more amazing. That person, Yuhansu, must have downloaded a weird game somewhere. Did this person only know how to give sexy concepts to female singers? And why did the planning team show this to me in the first place? To mess with me? Or maybe they just wanted me to suffer with them because they didn't want to be miserable alone. Either way, it was painful. I quickly handed the proposal back to the staff member. I'm sorry, I'm still inexperienced, so I don't feel qualified to give any feedback. Wait, Yiwol, hold on. The staff grabbed me as I was trying to run away. I wanted to shout at him to please just let me go. Everyone at the company knew that I didn't get along well with Yuhansu. So what kind of rules were this? What could I possibly say here? I was almost hoping my accumulated fatigue would break the ceiling and knock me out when the staff member spoke again. Don't feel pressured. Just give us your honest thoughts. We're asking around because we're unsure ourselves. Unsure? About what exactly? Even with my eyes closed, I could tell that Yohansu would place Nuri in the West Sea mudflats, film a music video, and then chroma key a million basalt columns behind them. TL note. I have no idea what any of those words mean. The staff laughed awkwardly, perhaps sensing my disbelief. It would be strange for us to ask for your opinion without giving any explanation, right? If it's confidential, you don't need to explain anything. I'm really not concerned. Do kids these days know the word confidential? Anyway, the staff cleared their throat. Actually, the planning team is skeptical about this project. It's not just about the freshness of the concept. This isn't a style Nuri herself likes. Is that so? Yeah. Yiwol, have you seen Nuri's music video? I had. They mostly had a very energetic vibe. She was the type to spread bright energy wherever she went. When I nodded, the staff continued. Nuri is a ballad singer with a strong, challenging spirit. The material for this new song is also unique. So it doesn't fit this concept. The staff sighed at my words. It seemed that Yohansu hadn't looked into Nuri's previous work at all, but I was still curious about one thing. Why did the planning team bring this to me? Especially when they already knew something was off internally. I didn't want to risk saying anything that might come back to bite me, so I cautiously asked the staff member, "Can I ask why you're asking me about this?" Songbin knows more about the trends in the music industry, and Chonghyun is more creative. You're meticulous, Yiwol. That was probably a side effect of the time I got scolded for microwaving Manager Nam's herbal tea for 10 seconds too long. The staff member said to me, who didn't respond specifically, "We're asking people outside the team because we're worried we might be biased against PDU. You know how it is. Hate the person, but don't hate the work." I wanted to ask if it wasn't usually the other way around, but I kept quiet. You seem to be wondering why we're not asking people with meaningful industry experience, but any issues they would point out should have already been addressed within the team. If that's not happening, it means the team isn't functioning properly. Furthermore, the reason I asked you, a young person, was because I thought we might be missing out on the current trends. No matter how sensitive the entertainment industry is to trends, it's hard to keep up with the younger generation. PDU's proposal might not appeal to us, but maybe it'll resonate with your generation. The staff scratched their head and laughed. I was surprised. I didn't expect UA would have such a strong sense of professionalism. It made me wonder how a company with a team like this could have ever come up with a cyborg warrior concept. And I felt ashamed. These people were earnestly focused on their work, while I was busy thinking about my conflict with Yohansu. Let's reflect and learn from it. I resolved to myself. Oh, right, Yiwol. Just when I thought the conversation was over, the staff member called out to me again. You asked earlier. Why did I ask you instead of Songbin or Chonghyun? Oh, right. There are many reasons, but the biggest one is that we think you have great instincts. That was hard for me to understand. It had been years since my brain started feeling sluggish. There couldn't be any worthwhile instincts left in me. As if the staff noticed my thoughts, they patted my shoulder. You've got good instincts. It's surprising, really. At least, that's what our team thinks. So, you got carried away by the praise from the planning team that you searched for ideas for Nuri Sunbeam until dawn yesterday? Lee Chonghyun approached me during break time and asked, Chonghyun, if you put it that way, I might start crying. Even as I answered, my fingers didn't stop moving. I had to quickly send the attached file, add a formal greeting, and throw in a laughing emoji, all within 10 minutes. Despite my disregard, Lee Chonghyun didn't back down. Didn't you say before that your eyes were so dry that tears were about to come out, but then went back in? How is it that every word you say is so logical? Ignoring his rapid-fire remarks, I hit send on the email to the planning team. I couldn't help it. As a fellow office worker, I couldn't just leave my colleagues struggling. Hyung, you're so sleep-deprived. You seem overly confident just because your growth phase is over. Chonghyun pointed out, and Park Ju nodded in agreement behind him. So what? Are you going to take over my schedule? Management from now on. Shall I? Then forward me everything. Look at this kid. Just a few all-nighters together, and he had already got the hang of things. Forget it. I was just kidding. Saying that, I got up from the floor. Lee Chonghyun grumbled. Who made a joke with such a serious tone? But I pretended not to hear it. When I checked the time, there were about 2 minutes left until practice resumed. In the meantime, I secretly went to the corner of the practice room and opened the system to check the progress of my work. Plus, System Job Skills Enhancement Program Progress. Kim Yiwol. Dance 1. Dance 2. Vocal. Choi Jiho. Dance. Vocal. Plus, on the 5th day, all the members were steadily completing their practice hours without any issues. What was left for me was to push hard for the next 2 days, making up for my incomplete hours by tonight, and finally finishing the Dance 2 module with a perfect score. If I could just succeed in this. Much greater than I'm tired of just turning a blind eye. T2Y excuse of a dancer. Yiwol, practice a bit more. Aren't you embarrassed in front of the members? Much greater than the eldest, but the least skilled. Why did this hole have to join at the last minute so annoying? Much greater than this guy just isn't cut out to be an idol. No matter how hard he practices, if this is the skill level he's showing the public, it's clear he's not suited for this career path. Maybe I could bring some comfort to the 5-member supporters who were probably agonizing over me. I'm sorry. I'll try to stay out of sight as much as possible. Hyung, our break is over. As soon as I finished checking my progress, Jong Songbin called out to me. Yeah, I'm coming. I got up from the corner as naturally as possible. At that moment, I felt something warm under my nose and something dripped down. I quickly covered my nose and mouth with my hand. What is it? Is it snot? How embarrassing. A grown man, unable to blow his nose properly and now dripping snot. This was enough to make Spark's 6-member supporters instantly become 5-member supporters. Hyung, why are you doing that? Park Ju-woo asked. I waved my hand so that the members wouldn't come near me, who was in the ugliest state. Sorry, I must look really gross right now. Could one of you bring me some tissues and pretend you didn't see this? Hyung, you're bleeding. As I was reaching out my hand pitifully, Lee Chonghyun shouted. Bleeding? At that moment, a familiar metallic scent hit my nose. Something I had been desperately trying not to swallow seeped through my lips. I slowly lowered my hand from my nose. My palm was soaked with dark red blood. 90, Chapter 90, Job Skills Improvement Training 4. At this point, is the inside of my nose just torn up or something? I looked at the droplets of blood dripping from my hand onto the tip of my shoes and briefly wondered. How could I get nosebleeds this frequently? I was seriously considering whether I should get electrocautery when a tissue was suddenly shoved in front of me. I raised my head slightly and saw Park Ju-woo's face as pale as the tissue he was holding. Hyung, tissue. Oh, thank you. I pinched my nose as hard as I could. Jong Songbin asked. Hyung, are you okay? Yeah, I'm okay. This is nothing. Choi Jiho, pulling out tissues, muttered. This is not nothing. The floor is red. The floor. I lowered my gaze and looked down at the floor. I could just wipe it off. Why make such a fuss? Why is the floor like this? There was a sizable bloodstain on the practice room floor. I must have stepped on some blood while I was hesitating, as there were even shoe prints left in a few places. What do you think? Take off your shoes and go sit over there, Hyung. Then Lee Chonghyun started wiping the soles of my shoes with a wet tissue. Kang Kyeon, who received a few wet tissues from Lee Chonghyun, also joined in wiping the practice room floor. Hey, it's fine. I'll do what? You're going to wipe the floor, Hyung? While your nose is bleeding like that. Squatting down as he wiped my shoes, Kang Kyeon gave me a side-eye. Lee Chonghyun also added, I knew this day would come. A person can't keep up with daily practice and work without any sleep. Of course, the body's going to give out eventually. Is it just me, or was that sarcasm just now, Chonghyun? Of course. As I exchanged words with Chonghyun, Park Ju-woo quietly grabbed my arm. He then sat me down on the sofa and handed me a new tissue. You should head back early and rest today, Jong Songbin said. But that wasn't an option. I needed to complete the practice hours to mark it on my job skill enhancement program. I just had to hold out for the next 2 hours. I couldn't let it end like this. Resolving to endure the embarrassment for the sake of my goal, I said with determination. No, I'll just plug it with tissues and keep going. Huh? From a distance, Lee Chonghyun replied, sounding utterly baffled. When I looked up, all 5 of them were staring at me. This kind of thing will stop soon. If I just block my nose. No matter what, I don't think it's right to dance in this condition, Hyung. I agree with Songbin. You can't just move around. Jang Songbin and Park Juwoo spoke up from the left and right. This is ridiculous. I am not asking for much. Just give me 2 hours. Things were turning awkward. Scratching my head, I tried a more diplomatic approach. Okay, then how about I just go through the motions? Do you really think practicing a couple more hours today will make a huge difference? Just head back to the dorms. Choi Ji-ho said as he threw the wet tissues into the trash can. It does make a huge difference, you punk. How much longer do you want to be on stage with a teammate whose dance skills are still in the single digits? He's got nothing to lose, huh? How annoying. As if it was not bad enough that I was struggling, now he was getting in the way of my practice too. I had no choice but to look at Kang Keon asking for help. That guy, who was obsessed with practice more than anyone else and had frequent clashes with Choi Ji-ho, would surely take my side. Keon, what are you doing? I asked, looking at Kang Keon, who was picking up my bag without even making eye contact with me. Kang Keon opened my bag, put my water bottle and planner in it, and answered, "Packing up. That's my stuff, though." "Exactly, which is why I'm packing it." Once he finished, he carefully closed the clasp and handed the bag to me. "Let's go to the dorm, Hyung." "What? If you're worried that practice won't go well without you, then we'll all call it a day too." "Songbin Hyung, can we leave early today?" Kang Keon's expression was cold. No one tried to stop him. In fact, Park Juwoo and Lee Chong-hyun hurriedly packed up their own things, as if worried that Jong Songbin might tell them they couldn't leave. "What are you guys doing? What does it look like?" "Packing up to go home." Lee Chong-hyun got up, slinging his own backpack onto his back while carrying mine on the front. It was ridiculous. They'd all acted like they'd die if they missed even a minute of practice, so why were they suddenly doing this? If a teammate was struggling, shouldn't you at least help them reach a functional level on stage? This wasn't the time for a misguided show of support. As I sat there helplessly, the one who dealt me the final blow was Choi Ji-ho. He followed his dongsangs who were rushing out, then stopped next to the practice room door, put his hand on the switch, and said, "What are you doing? Aren't you coming? F***K, leave me alone." A dim room with the lights turned off. The warm glow seeping in from the living room, and my dongsang's gentle words telling me to rest well. F***ck them all. F***ck. I lay under the covers, endlessly frustrated. My 20 hours of practice were about to go to waste. It had been a while since I felt this intense anger. My nose had been doing fine for a while. Why was it suddenly acting up again? Did my fatigue level go up again? With a hint of doubt, I turned on the system, and within the dark cocoon of my blanket, the screen lit up brightly. Plus, total fatigue, 45%, work support service. Activated. Plus, wait, when did it go up this much? Last time I checked, it was in the 30% range, but now it had climbed up significantly. Come to think of it, at 60% fatigue, my limbs would tremble. At least this explained why I felt so terrible. But still, when I worked at the Hampyeong industry, no matter how many nosebleeds I had, I just stuffed cotton up my nose and got the job done. As I muttered these pointless boomer values to myself, I heard someone entering the room. Soon after, the lights in the living room went out with the sound of a switch being pressed. "Good night, Hyung." Yeah. I could also hear Lee Chong-hyun and Choi Ji-ho saying their good night. Since earlier, I'd been hearing them talking about managing their stamina and getting enough sleep in the living room. It seemed they had agreed to call it an early night for once and refresh themselves by getting to bed early. Refreshing was definitely a good thing, better than having a nosebleed and collapsing. I could hear the sound of the blankets turning over a few times above my head and across from me, and then it became quiet. The rest of the dorm soon quieted down as well. "You guys are sleeping while leaving the klutz like this? Seriously?" I was so frustrated that I couldn't close my eyes. Why on earth are they going through all this military-level discipline to become idols? Wait, now, all the members were asleep. Then, I could just get out without being caught, right? I only had 2 hours left to complete today's practice requirement. Losing all my previously accumulated practice hours over this felt like such a waste. If I'd been doing something else with my time, that'd be one thing. But all I did was practice, and now I had nothing to show for it. That would be infuriating. I'd already had enough of that feeling back when I worked insane overtime, only to find that the company's all-inclusive wage system didn't compensate me for it. I clenched my fists under the blanket, and I made up my mind. Let's go. I couldn't set an alarm because I might wake someone up, but I could just stay up and push through. I'd worked too hard for these practice hours. I wasn't about to let them go to waste because of this. Hoping they'd enjoy a truly peaceful night's sleep, I kept my eyes wide open, all senses on alert. The Spark kids fell asleep faster than expected. After about 30 minutes, there were no more sounds coming from the living room. This was all thanks to all the hard work I put in. Good job, my past self. Phew. Fortunately, my nose didn't bleed again while practicing. Yes, if you have a conscience, you should just stay like that. If worse came to worst, I'd have practiced breathing through my mouth. Thankfully, it didn't come to that. Here I was, putting in so much effort, and those Spark kids wouldn't even cooperate. I almost teared up, thinking back to myself 2 hours ago, sneaking out with just my socks to avoid waking anyone up. If they had just let me practice from the start, I wouldn't have done something crazy like voluntarily returning to work in the middle of the night. Grumbling to myself, I turned off the music. At the same time, the blank spaces for the dance, too, in the system were filled. Plus, System Job Skills Enhancement Program Progress. Kim Yiwol. Dance 1. Dance 2. Vocal. Plus. Heck yeah, another day with full attendance. If I could just hold on for 2 more days, I might actually level up from being a klutz. Hyung. Ga. That startled me. Feeling like my heart nearly jumped out of my chest, I turned my head toward the door where the loud noise came from. There stood Jong Songbin, drenched in sweat, flinging the door wide open. Jong Songbin had mixed feelings these days. The work itself was not difficult. The people at the company tried to treat them well as the youngest members, and whenever there was potential trouble, the group's eldest, Kim Yiwol, would step in and smooth things over. The group atmosphere was good, too. There was a time when Jong Songbin worried about what would happen if they debuted just like this. It was not that they disliked each other, though, admittedly, there might have been some friction, but they weren't particularly close either, and every awkward moment between members left him wondering. Jong Songbin knew that relationships between boys couldn't improve right away, but he still hoped for it. Was it because of his earnest prayers? After the arrival of the eldest member, Kim Yiwol, the group gradually got over the seemingly precarious conflict between them and began to develop a better dynamic. So, had the team finally reached a period of stability? Jong Songbin found it difficult to answer that question, and it was all because of the very same Kim Yiwol. 91. Chapter 91. Internal Discord 1. To Jong Songbin, Kim Yiwol was undeniably the most reliable member of the team. There was something about him that made Jong Songbin feel like he could share concerns he found difficult to talk about with friends or younger members. In addition, Kim Yiwol was competent, talented, and even proactive. Though he had started training later than the others and wasn't naturally skilled at dancing, his relentless effort was evident as he gradually improved, leaving little room for doubt. Because of that, Jong Songbin had never once worried about Kim Yiwol. Except for one thing, his health. Kim Yiwol's stamina was vastly superior to the other members. Even when everyone else was exhausted after long hours of practice, Kim Yiwol remained calm. And it wasn't just that. While everyone else would head to bed the moment they got back to the dorm, Kim Yiwol would often sit in front of his laptop before his white hair even had a chance to dry. He never missed a PT session. In fact, his trainer was sometimes shocked at how unchanging and consistent his workout routine was. One day, while eating bread baked by Kim Yiwol and walking to school together, his Dongsing Kyeon, is Yiwol Hyung a cyborg, even said that. That was how consistent Kim Yiwol was. Although his dark circles got darker when he didn't sleep much, Kim Yiwol was always calm. He didn't seem particularly tired from lack of sleep, nor did he become irritable from diet restrictions. Only once he excused himself early, saying he was tired while they were all monitoring together. It was obvious that it wasn't because he wasn't feeling well. He probably had his reasons, so no one pressed him further. Besides, Kim Yiwol wasn't the type to fully accept other people's concerns about him. Most of what he said was usually, "I'll take care of it. Don't worry. I'm fine for now. Go on ahead. I'll wrap things up when I have time." Or something like that. Jong Songbin knew that Kim Yiwol always drew a firm line when it came to work and schedules. So all Jong Songbin could really do was occasionally remind him to take care of his health or throw in a few nagging words about getting more sleep, sometimes mentioning their younger member, Chonghyun, to persuade him. That was why, when Kim Yiwol had a nosebleed in the middle of the practice room, Jong Song-bin was very surprised, but he couldn't shake the thought that it was inevitable. Everyone was shocked, but Kim Yiwol was unfazed. Instead, Kim Yiwol calmly pressed a wad of tissue to his nose and said, "I'll just plug it with tissues and keep going." Even with blood seeping through his fingers, Kim Yiwol was calm. The bleeding was so bad that it looked like he might have torn something. Everyone advised Kim Yiwol to go back to the dorm, but Kim Yiwol would not listen. Even after more than 10 minutes had passed without the bleeding stopping, he remained determined, until Kian, who rarely raised his voice at his hyungs, finally packed Kim Yiwol's things and practically dragged him out of the practice room. Only after confirming that Kim Yiwol was lying down on the bed in his room could everyone breathe a sigh of relief. "I should definitely contact the manager Hyung when I wake up in the morning," Jong Song-bin thought to himself, and also fell asleep in his bed, until someone woke him up. That someone placed a hand on his shoulder and shook it gently, and then that person called out to him in a small voice, "Song-bin, Song-bin." The one who called his name several times was his friend and other roommate, Park Ju-woo. Jong Song-bin forced his eyes open. In the dark room, Park Ju-woo's shadow was faintly visible. What is it? I'm sorry for waking you up. But where did Yiwol Hyung go?" "What?" In an instant, Jong Song-bin was fully awake, the shock feeling like a blow to the back of his head. "What do you mean? Isn't he in his room?" Jong Song-bin sat up abruptly and asked. His eyes, now adjusted to the darkness, saw Park Ju-woo's anxious expression. "I woke up and thought I'd check on him to see if he was bleeding again. But his bed was empty. I thought maybe he said something to you before he left." Jong Song-bin had never heard anything of the sort. He immediately kicked off the blanket and headed to the other members' rooms. Just as Park Ju-woo had said, one of the beds on the first floor was empty. Some might say that it wasn't unusual for a grown man to step out late at night. But the Kim Yiwol that Jong Song-bin knew was the type who would never do anything that went against the rules. For him to leave without saying anything meant there had to be a reason. Jong Song-bin hurriedly went to the living room and picked up the phone. Then he called the manager. If Kim Yiwol had gone to the hospital in the middle of the night, the manager would have accompanied him. However, Jong Song-bin's expectations were dashed, and after the beep sound stopped, the manager's voice, who seemed to have been in a deep sleep, was heard. "Hello. Hyung. Is that you, Song-bin? Why are you calling at this hour?" Hearing the drowsy voice, Jong Song-bin was taken aback. He tried his best to remain calm and apologized for the call, explaining that he suddenly forgot his schedule for tomorrow, and then he hung up the phone. Watching him kneeling in front of the living room cabinet during the call, Ju-woo asked, "Manager Hyung doesn't know either?" "Yeah. It seems Hyung went out alone." Struggling to hide his anxiety, Jong Song-bin nervously bit his lip. He kept thinking about Kim Yiwol's pale face and the blood streaming down his hand that he had seen during the day. At that moment, Park Ju-woo, who was watching Jong Song-bin, said, "I'll go around the neighborhood." He might have gone to the convenience store to buy medicine. "Huh? No, I'll go. You should rest. Song-bin, you have to go to school tomorrow. I can sleep in before practice." With that, Ju-woo headed toward the door. Jong Song-bin suddenly remembered a time when Ju-woo had been seriously ill with a high fever. At that time, Kim Yiwol had run outside in the middle of the night without hesitation. Perhaps that was why Park Ju-woo felt the need to be proactive now. At the same time, he remembered what Kim Yiwol had suggested to the team for his sake. "Let's at least pair up in teams of 2 while we're in the company." Those words. Jong Song-bin rose to his feet. Then he left the dorm with Park Ju-woo. The two of them ran around the neighborhood for quite some time. They went to every convenience store they could find and even went to the emergency room of a nearby hospital. They asked if a tall man named Kim Yiwol had ever been there, but the only answer he got was no. He didn't go out to buy medicine. Park Ju-woo muttered, trailing off. It was already past midnight. At that moment, something flashed through Jong Song-bin's mind. It was a question Kim Yiwol had suddenly asked him a while ago. "Let's say if you train hard for a week, you're guaranteed to see results. Will you follow my lead?" "Guaranteed?" "Yes, definitely. 1 week." And since then, Kim Yiwol had been diligently making sure that the members practiced for 5 hours straight. And Kim Yiwol himself had been putting in nearly 15 hours of practice each day. Ju-woo. "Huh. I think I know where Hyung is." Jong Song-bin ran straight there. When Park Ju-woo asked where he was going, Jong Song-bin didn't stop moving and just answered that he was going to the practice room. Park Ju-woo seemed surprised but didn't question it further. As he picked up his pace, Jong Song-bin hoped that the practice-obsessed Hyung wouldn't actually be in the practice room. And he prayed that it wasn't just because of a revelation from his ancestors that Kim Yiwol persisted in practicing until the end. However, what greeted Jong Song-bin and Park Ju-woo in the basement of UA was a bright light spilling out from the practice room, where the lights had definitely been turned off. When Jong Song-bin opened the door, he saw Kim Yiwol standing there, drenched in sweat, looking as if he felt refreshed. I looked at Jong Song-bin's face, then at the clock on the practice room wall. "What are you doing here at this hour? Did you come here alone?" As soon as I finished speaking, Park Ju-woo's head appeared over Jong Song-bin's shoulder. So, the two minors ventured out together at night. These kids were asking for a scolding. Just as I was deciding whether to reprimand them for sneaking out without a word or praise them for sticking together, Jong Song-bin's expression turned serious. "Hyung, is that important right now?" For once, there was a rare frown on his face. "Do you know how surprised we were that you're gone? And why are you in the practice room at this hour when you're not feeling well?" Only then did I realize that these guys had come all this way because of me. It was regrettable that I'd been found out, but since I had already fulfilled the practice hours, I wouldn't lose anything by going back now. I said as I closed the cap on my water bottle. "Sorry, I thought you were all asleep. I was just about to head back." "No, I don't want to hear it." "Apology." Jong Song-bin's voice echoed in the practice room. He shouted in frustration. "You were bleeding so much, but you kept saying you were fine, and you didn't listen when I told you to go to the hospital. What if it's something serious?" "Song-bin, it's just a nosebleed." Most people don't bleed so much from just a nosebleed that they soak their clothes or stumble while walking. Jong Song-bin didn't back down an inch. He must have been really disturbed by the sight of my blood-soaked shirt. But I really didn't need to go to the hospital. My nosebleed wasn't a health issue. It was a penalty from the system. Besides, in the past 9 years of health checkups, I'd never once had any significant issues. There was no way I'd suddenly develop something serious now. I was at a loss as to how to explain this. I was just grateful that Park Ju-woo was trying to stop Jong Song-bin, even if the attempt seemed awkward. Despite Park Ju-woo's dissuasion, Jong Song-bin didn't stop. "We came together because you told us to go in pairs. We filled all the practice hours and done everything you asked us to do. So why are you not following the one rule you said about telling us if something's wrong?" I didn't mention it because I wasn't actually sick. Who would expect a nosebleed? If Chonghyun or Keon were in your shoes, would you say the same thing? That it's just a nosebleed, no big deal, and to keep practicing. Jong Song-bin was even more persistent than when I got hit by Yoo Han-soo. I sighed softly inside. I didn't want to argue with a kid. "Song-bin, you would have done the same thing back then." "What?" "I mean practice. You said you'd keep at it, even if it didn't guarantee results." When I'd asked him if he'd work hard under the assumption he'd see results, Jong Song-bin had definitely replied like that. And as expected, Jong Song-bin, who had a good memory, immediately remembered the conversation at that time. I didn't miss this opportunity and continued talking. I did it because I thought it would definitely yield results. I wanted to prepare as much as possible before the comeback. There's nothing wrong with that, is there? But you didn't mention that it'd involve this kind of strain. That's just a matter of handling conditions differently. Is there anyone among the members who doesn't practice to their limits right now? Why does that limit apply so harshly only to you? It's true we're all doing our best, but we don't all practice as much or sleep as little as you do, because you're looking out for everyone. But why does only Hyung? Song-bin, you're not seriously asking that, are you? I shrugged my shoulders and said, "I'm doing this because I'm way behind you guys." 92. Chapter 92. Internal Discord, 2. "So you had a huge fight with Jong Song-bin yesterday?" Choi Ji-ho asked, chugging down his cold milk. He didn't listen when I told him to warm up the milk before drinking it. I explained the situation calmly. "Song-bin just got a little worked up. You're the type to talk to people in a way that makes them angry." "Ji-ho, is that a self-introduction?" I said with a bright smile, but Choi Ji-ho just snorted. Unbelievable. After all the effort I put into helping him control his big mouth, this was how he repaid me. "I heard even Park Ju-woo didn't side with you." Choi Ji-ho's remark dragged Park Ju-woo, who had been quietly eating bread in the corner, into the conversation. Then again, if Park Ju-woo hadn't brought it up in the first place, Choi Ji-ho probably wouldn't have noticed that Jong Song-bin was upset. Still, I shot Ju-woo a hopeful look, silently asking if he really felt that way. But Park Ju-woo turned away from me. Are you betraying me too? After all the pancakes I fed you during Chuseok? The world is full of traitors. No, is it really my fault? I asked, genuinely indignant. The answer I got was brutally straightforward. Of course it is. Goodness. All I did was practice a little. How is that my fault? The one who nagged me the most about my dancing sure had a lot to say now. Hyung, how's your nose? In the meantime, Park Ju-woo carefully checked on my nose. He was very skilled at the art of giving the disease and giving medicine. 1. It's perfectly fine. My nose has never been better. Sure it is. Choi Ji-ho, you want to pick a fight? When I shot back, Choi Ji-ho shrugged his shoulders. I ignored him and focused on Park Ju-woo. Ju-woo, as his best friend, what do you think? Do you think Songbin is really angry? How should I put this? Express it in a percentage. Maybe 97%. So, it was at a critical level. This was serious. Watching me bury my head in my hands, Choi Ji-ho asked, are you scared of Jong Songbin? The happiness index of subordinates fluctuates depending on the mood of their superiors. If the team leader is unhappy because of me, how could I not care? Just leave it. He'll calm down after he sorts out his thoughts. I'm sorry, but is that a story from your own experience? Yeah. Is that something to be proud of? UB****ch? I'd sunk to the level of being on par with Choi Ji-ho. I felt a little sorry for Jong Songbin. I swallowed a sigh and said, it can't be helped. I have to apologize to Songbin. Apologize? Aren't you just going to add fuel to the fire? No. I'll explain some measures to prevent it from happening again. So you're going to pour fuel to the fire. I wanted to put a gag order on Choi Ji-ho, who kept putting a damper on everything I said, but I held back. Our country had freedom of speech. Then what should I do? Do you want to see Songbin's heavy expression throughout today's practice? I don't care. It's not because of me. Choi Ji-ho raised an eyebrow at me. He didn't care as long as it wasn't him getting into trouble. Seeing that carefree face of his, I felt a deep anger rising from my gut. I don't want to see it either, but that doesn't mean that the preventative measures that you mentioned will appease Songbin. Park Ju-woo said carefully. It was saddening. There was no one on my side in this world. As I pitted myself, Park Ju-woo glanced at me and added, but if that's really what you want to do, go ahead. Forget it, man. As I expected, Jong Songbin came back home with his anger intact. Kong Kyeon, who had walked home with him, shook his head behind Jong Songbin. So as soon as Jong Songbin arrived, I knelt down and offered a heartfelt apology. I roughly admitted my negligence in not taking care of my health properly, apologized for surprising my colleague, and promised that something like this would never happen again. That's not something you can guarantee, Hyung. I'll pray to my ancestors for a health monitoring guardian spirit. I also extended my apologies to the ancestors whom I'd only taken advantage of. Please, do not forgive this disrespectful descendant. However, I meant it when I said that I would never do this again. Even if I didn't have a guardian spirit for health checkups, I did have a fatigue index that could be measured in percentages. Perhaps sensing that I had some assurance, Jong Songbin's expression wavered slightly. I took advantage of Jong Songbin's moment of hesitation, appealing to his concern for his injured teammate, his sympathy, and, of course, the guilt he must have felt for losing his temper at an older member. In other words, I just kept begging on my knees. His face turned pale, and he accepted my apology. He must have been moved by my sincerity. The highlight was when Jong Songbin sighed, saying, Hyung, you really, with a voice that was about 80% filled with exasperation. Anyway, thanks to Jong Songbin's generous acceptance, our afternoon practice went very smoothly. At least, until Yohansu called. When I called back after seeing a missed call on the phone I got from the manager, the guy immediately yelled as soon as he picked up. UXXXX ignoring my calls? This crude language, lack of phone etiquette, and even the anger that transcended the limits of space. He really reminded me of someone. I'm sorry, PD Nim. I politely answered the phone. The Spark members who were scattered here and there jumped in surprise. I motioned for them to sit down and be quiet. Then Lee Chonghyun mouthed, put him on speaker. Yeah, no matter how worn out my conscience was, I knew that I shouldn't let the kids hear such bad adult conversations. Even in the midst of all this, Yohansu's medley of curses continued. It's not that I didn't answer on purpose. It's just that we all have to turn in our phones. And so what, XX? Do I have to check your schedule before I call you? Huh. No, of course not. I am sorry, PD Nim. Sorry? Why the XX are you to say sorry after messing with me like this? And Yu Han-soo was already beyond reason. At least in my previous life, I had never met a boomer like this before I met Manager Nam. This life was progressing too fast. Just as I was about to squeeze out a fake tear to pity myself, my eyes met Jong Songbin's. His gaze seemed to ask if I hadn't forgotten a promise we made before. All right, I get it. I got up quietly on my knees. I apologized to Yu Han-soo with only the barest hint of sincerity, and then I mouthed to the guys without making a sound. I'm going to record this. They understood and let me go without saying anything. So I pressed the record button on the emergency exit and watched Yu Han-soo babble for a long time. I waited until Yu Han-soo yelled, asking if I was even listening, then replied in the most dejected tone I could muster, apologizing profusely and assuring him that I was listening carefully. I leaned my back against the wall of the emergency exit, feeling that this conversation would take a long time. And this premonition was never wrong. Only after 20 minutes did he finally get to the main point. IUXX, you dragged on Yuri to this too. On Yuri was Nuri's real name. I had expected that this might have set him off, and sure enough, he was boiling mad. PD, what? Making excuses now? Triple X, you've already caused a mess, and now you have something to say? Huh. Who do you think you are, crossing the line like that? Just because you got a few compliments from the company, you think you're something special? Haven't you heard the saying, a frog in the well before? It was unfair. They were the ones who cautiously asked for my opinion first. And if he wasn't going to listen to what I said, why even call? This guy was truly stuck in his ways. He should spend this time figuring out his own survival. You're not afraid of anything, are you? But you know what? Your reputation in the industry is already XX bad. If you get caught in one wrong move, you'll go straight to hell. I'm sorry, PD Nim. Of course, I'm not sorry at all. A whistleblowing idol was one thing, but an embezzling employee had even worse prospects. He should start realizing how far he had fallen. You messed with the wrong person. You think I don't know people in the industry who can bring you down? Behave properly. Jang Jun is out there talking about you too. Jang Junho. I thought Yu Han-soo only filmed Jang Jun's music video, but they must have really hit it off. If they were close enough to gossip about me behind my back in private. Or maybe Yu Han-soo was just bluffing to scare me. It didn't matter either way. Neither Yu Han-soo nor Jang Junho could be a threat. Jang Junho sunbeam him? Oh yeah, you're famous for being rude. Jang Junho was really keeping an eye on you. It would actually be helpful if they were close. I could expose them both as a duo. PD and senior artist team up for harassment. What a catchy headline. I played with my fingernails with one hand and spoke in a very flustered voice. That can't be true. I've only greeted Sunbeam a couple of times. You threatened Jang Junho. Insubordination is a serious crime. You get that? No matter how serious of a crime insubordination might be, did it even compare to abuse of power? That kind of logic only worked in the military. Yu Han-soo didn't stop talking after Jang Jun's name was mentioned, probably because he thought I was genuinely flustered. From what I've heard, you were really being rude over something trivial. You went on about how Jang Junho threw a water bottle, and he took your phone for inspection. You called it abuse of power? PD Nim, that's. If that counts as an abuse of power, then what I've done to you must be way worse, right? Did Jang Junho throw the bottle at anyone? Did he smash your phone? Oh, I broke your MP3, so I guess you'd report me for abuse of power too? I definitely would. This would make perfect evidence. It was downright impressive how he kept adding more offenses on top of the embezzlement suspicion. I covered my mouth and desperately held back my laughter. In this F***ed-up world, things could still go your way. Maybe I should buy a lottery ticket today. And then, as usual, he started swearing. I had recorded enough, so I was about to apologize profusely and hang up when I heard footsteps coming up the stairs. Getting caught here wasn't ideal. Involving a staff member might silence Yu Han-soo temporarily, but such a mild punishment was not enough. If I played this right, I could send off Jang Junho and Yu Han-soo as a bullying duo. So I greeted the shadow in the loudest voice I could, even though I couldn't tell who they were. Hello. Yu Han-soo's swearing stopped. Soon after, footsteps came up the stairs, and an employee from the agency came up. What are you doing here? Oh, I was just answering a call. At that moment, the call ended and the phone screen lit up brightly. I tilted the phone slightly so that the employee could see the screen, and the name I had politely saved as producer Yuhansu appeared. Is PD you still calling you? The employee was shocked. I waved my hand desperately and said, no, it's been a really long time since I last spoke to him. It was true, but more importantly, I wanted to go back to the practice room and check the recording. Even so, the employee didn't leave right away. Did PD you say something again? No, really. At that moment, my nose started itching at the worst possible time. Worried that the inside of my nose might start bleeding again, I quickly lowered my head. I pretended to sniffle and put my hand under my nose, but fortunately, it was dry. Just as I was about to raise my head in relief, the staff member shouted in surprise. Are you crying? Huh? Me? No, wait. Maybe it could be seen that way. Being caught mid-call with a boss who's been tormenting me, and then suddenly hanging my head and sniffling. It would be easy to misunderstand. I didn't think I'd come off as so delicate, but the circumstances were unfortunate. I put on my brightest smile, explaining that it wasn't what they thought. However, the staff members saw my behavior as that of a brave trainee holding back tears and trying to act cheerful, which made things difficult. In the end, I had to put off checking the recording until the evening and politely send the employee off on their way. 1. Giving the disease and giving medicine is a proverb in Korea. It means to make trouble and then give help. In this context, it was Park Ju-woo who started the convo and kicked up a fuss, but he was also the one who tried to change the subject and calm them down. 93. Chapter 93, Employee Farm Experience, 1. The 7 days of hellish OJT wrapped up without any major issues. Thanks to that, my skill levels, which had been stagnant for a while, saw significant changes. Plus, performance evaluation, 100. Vocal proficiency, 10/20. Our dance proficiency, 9/20. Our self-PR, 12/20. Our attendance management, 18/20. Our organizational adaptability, 11/20. Our total fatigue, 38%. Plus, vocal proficiency went up, and so did dance proficiency. Ever since I learned that going over 40% accumulated fatigue could wreck my nose, I'd been managing it meticulously down to each 1%, and yet, why did my self-PR go down? It had only been a few days since I last checked, and my self-PR had dropped by 1 point. I didn't know it could get a deduction. Scores for non-technical categories could fluctuate, sure, but still, this was a bit much. Don't they give reasons for the deductions? When an HR evaluation is done, shouldn't they provide a reason? As I was silently grumbling to myself, the system popped up. Plus, system, work instructions from Superior have arrived. Play but no, Assistant Manager Kim. I saw your PT, but compared to the other employees, your PT didn't stand out. Since it's a relative evaluation, there's nothing I can do about it. I am sorry, okay? Plus, with a kind explanation. It pissed me off. I understood their reason, so it pissed me off even more. How could I stand out among those great members? Trying to hold on to that one score wasn't even worth it. As a clumsy beginner, it was better to just quietly stay on the sidelines so as not to get in anyone's way. I didn't even want to imagine how much unwanted attention I might draw if I overstepped without knowing my place. Anyway, it's fine as long as my skills improve. This time, the boost in my dance proficiency felt a bit special. There was no sudden miracle where I became an amazing dancer, but my energy drain from dancing the same routines significantly decreased. It seemed I was using up less unnecessary energy now. The Spark members also seemed to notice the change after just 7 days. It was easy to tell just by looking at how everyone was practicing more enthusiastically than usual. The favorable wind that started blowing began to have an impact in various areas. Hyung, I went to the A&R team today. What for? I suddenly had a brilliant idea. I wanted to ask if I could make some last-minute adjustments. Lee Chong-hyun, who received a creative boost, tweaked the title track right up until the very end of the recording. This time, how about putting as much harmony as possible in the high-pitched parts? I think it will feel much richer if there are more components in each section. Sounds good. But, Songbin, wouldn't that put too much burden on you and Ju-woo? If you don't build up the harmony to high notes, then I and Kong Kion should join. Or Kim Yiwol, you can increase your part. Jong Song-bin actively gave his opinion and supplemented the melody part. Okay, now let's take 5 minutes to brainstorm keywords for image transformation. Ready, go. Hair dyeing, colored contact lenses, face stickers. Wait a minute, my typing can't keep up. Memorize it. You're faster that way, Chonghyun. Though I had my complaints about Spark, I'd admit. All the members' ability to express their opinions had improved significantly compared to before. Thanks to that, the brainstorming was fun. So yesterday, we had a non-stop meeting for about 4 hours. After I sent an email to the planning team with the contents I organized attached, it was already lunchtime. Right then, the manager showed up with a salad pack, and I closed my laptop, asking, "Manager, what happened to that self-produced content that was put on hold?" We'd had to set aside plans for our self-produced content due to sensitive personal issues and the sudden OJT. Tasks that required a lot of effort would be hard to manage due to the stages right before and after the comeback. Seeing that the planning team didn't say anything, I didn't think there would be any major issues, so I put it aside, but it was time to wrap up the big tasks. The manager took the salad pack out of the bag and said with a bright smile, "Oh, that? I heard you're going to the farm." "Yes? Farm? Where?" "City Weekend Farm. It's good for children's emotional development. So, Assistant Manager Kim, please find out about it and let me know." That was how my relationship with the Weekend Farm began. Since I'd taken on the initial task of applying for the Weekend Farm, I ended up being responsible for everything from buying seedlings to planting Manager Nam's pot to pulling weeds on summer weekends. One rainy summer day, I even got a call like this in the middle of the night. "You want me to make a water channel for the field?" Yeah. Well, if furrows are dug beforehand, it should be fine." "Assistant Manager Kim, did you dig that?" "Yes, before I sowed the seeds." But I can see that the rain is unusual." "Assistant Manager Kim, just go and take a look. My wife and kid are insisting on going to the field." Manager Nam, who wouldn't let his wife and children get a single drop of water on their hands, sent me out into the pouring rain. "Manager, I've cleared the water channel and are heading back." "Oh, good work. Honey, are you sure we shouldn't go check? Aren't all the peppers going to fall?" "Oh, no, it's okay. I got in touch with the farm staff, and they've looked over everything." "Oh, in this rain? Running a farm must be tough." I so wanted to shout back to the concerned wife that her husband had sent a colleague from the Hyongpying industry, not a farm employee, into the storm. I thought that would be the last time I'd get my hands dirty with soil. "Here's your outfit, Hyung." Resigned, I took the pants that Kong Keon handed me. The pattern was flashy. "Who picked this out?" "Juwoo Hyung." "Our Juwoo, you have quite the knack for selecting uniforms. You even found pants that are perfect for farm work." Park Juwoo glanced at me and asked, perhaps sensing my mix of amusement and pain, "Hyung, if you don't like it, I can swap mine with yours." "No, I like it." I didn't want to be seen on the camera as a 21-year-old adult male who stole his Dongsing's poppy pants because he didn't like the Cosmos patterned one. At that moment, Choi Jiho, who had finished changing his clothes, appeared from the next room. "Hey, is this supposed to be the right length?" With his bare ankles visible, the bottom hem of his black pants, covered in peony designs, flapped well above his ankles. Finding capri pants that fit your height must be tough, huh? People should have a sense of decency. I took out a pair of ankle-high socks that I had brought just in case and handed them to Choi Jiho. "Put these on, unless you want to end up with a rash from the grass." "A rash?" "Yes, something like that." I was even kindly giving him advice to pull his socks up too. The top of his pants if he didn't want bugs to get in, when I heard a staff member's voice outside. "Spark, we'll start filming in 10 minutes. "Oh, yes." "Oh, shoot. I hadn't even changed yet." The cameras were all covered for us changing our clothes, so I took off the t-shirt I was wearing with relief. Then, as I bent down to pick up the team shirt that had just been handed to me, "Hyung, Jong Songbin called me urgently." I tried to turn my head toward the sound, but Jong Songbin was a step faster. Jong Songbin turned my body so that my back was facing the wall, and he asked in a voice so small that I could barely hear him, "What's wrong with your back, Hyung?" "My back? What about my back?" I reached back, wondering if a bug had landed on me, but I didn't feel anything. Jong Songbin looked dazed. "No, what's going on? Do I suddenly have a dragon tattoo on my back?" Later, the system might say something like, "Assistant Manager Kim, is it appropriate for an office worker to have such a tattoo? That's a deduction in attendance rating for you." Just the thought alone gave me a headache. As I was momentarily out of sorts, Jong Songbin took me to the next room. Everyone was busy changing their clothes, so no one paid attention to me. Jong Songbin closed the door behind him and spoke carefully. There's a huge scar on your back, Hyung. A scar? Oh, that. The moment I heard the word scar, my thoughts that had been going on in a million directions stopped in an instant. Right, I do have one. When I was a kid, it happened when I was running away to avoid getting hit and ended up tripping. Unluckily, my back got cut open by the corner of the table, and my skin was all torn. But still, it's not big enough to be called huge, is it? The scar was definitely huge at first. But Nuna came home just in time and took me to the emergency room, so I was able to get it stitched up right away. Nuna insisted that having a huge scar on a grown man's back would scare people, so she nagged me into getting scar removal surgery when I was a student. I guess someone unaccustomed to scars might get surprised, especially since it was our first time changing together, so he must be even more thrown off. I spoke to Jong Songbin as nonchalantly as possible. I got it from a bad fall when I was little. It's shrunk a lot since then. Shrunk. This. He was exaggerating. At most, it was like a slightly thick line now. Yeah, I never said anything because it wouldn't show when I'm wearing clothes. But should I cover up my scar when I go on air? Like a tattoo? I don't know much about that either, but, Hyung, I think it might show through a white t-shirt. It's not that bad. If it's a thick enough shirt, even a white one should be enough. But as I answered like that, I felt something off. As much as Jong Songbin genuinely cared about his teammates, wasn't he overreacting a bit? Just because of a scar, not even a dragon tattoo? I went to the mirror in front of the room and turned my back to it. Then I turned my head slightly and checked the mirror. Huh, wait a minute. What's wrong with my back? 94, Chapter 94, Employee Farm Experience, 2. I was speechless for a moment. Even at a glance, my back beyond the mirror looked like it had a lot of stories to tell. A jagged scar ran diagonally from between my shoulder blades down to my mid-back, revealing a spot that hadn't healed smoothly. Some people might actually find this unsettling. I could understand Jong Songbin's reaction. It was definitely visible through a t-shirt. Really? It's big. I didn't know my back had become like this. I'd felt the scar while washing, but it had been so long since the injury that I didn't really think about it anymore. The bathroom in the dorm was so small that there was no space to look at my back in the mirror. But more importantly, I wondered why my scar, which I had taken good care of, had become like this. The fact that I had a scar didn't change, but if the shape of the scar had changed, F***CK, is my sister really alive and well? Didn't it look like that the sister who had helped me deal with the accident in the middle of? It was gone. I immediately checked the welfare service record of my sister's status. Plus, system, welfare service, usage details. Relation, blood relative. Health status, good. Psychological status, bad. Other, at work. Plus, I almost wanted to give the system a beating when I saw that her psychological status was bad, but seeing at work made me understand. Yeah, that was unavoidable. The bigger issue was whether I could continue to trust this system. It turned a person's back into a rag, and now expected a few lines of text to convince me? I couldn't do anything about it, so I'd put up with it for now. But if I find out that you're lying, I'll smash my own head to the afterlife, and hold a never-ending filibuster with you, system. Hyungs, are you guys still changing? They said we have to head out now. Lee Chong-hyun shouted from beyond the door. I told Jong Songbin that I would cover it up properly before heading out, and then I sent him off and put on 2 layers of t-shirts. In the past, Spark rarely had outdoor activities. I remembered the prevailing opinion was that if they barely talked in an indoor studio, what good would it do to let them go outside? They were occasionally active in sports programs, but they seemed very awkward with other people. The problem is that their fellow members are also included in those other people. But now it was different. Thanks to countless days and nights of relentless drilling, these kids finally realized and internalized just how much of a serious offense it was to stand in front of the camera with their mouth shut. As a result, I don't know how to put this, but our Hyungs really have this aura, you know. What do you mean by that, Lee Chong-hyun? You look like you'd be amazing at farm work. You're so reliable, really. That's true. You look reliable, too, Keon. Huh. None of them seemed capable of shutting up. In the midst of it all, they hadn't forgotten the rule about avoiding audio overlap, and their timing to jump into the conversation was flawless. I watched the guys chatting loudly, and then I casually said to our MC Jong Song-bin, who was pushed to the sideline, "Song-bin, they're so noisy, should we stick them up in the field as scarecrows?" "Hyung, you really seem like you'd do it, so please don't." "Geez, I can't even joke." It seems Song-bin genuinely thought I'd put them out there upside down, so he quickly got the group under control. Now that we're in the countryside, the first thing we have to do is prepare lunch. Everyone clapped with excitement at Jong Song-bin's announcement. Prepare lunch, huh? With these guys in the middle of nature? Well then, there was no need to think further. Let's make Pajian. What other choice do we have? It had to be something easy to make. Pajian sounds good. And what else should we make? With our skills, just being able to finish Pajian without a hitch is enough of an achievement. Chonghyun. I put my hand on Lee Chonghyun's shoulder and said with a smile. My eyes were smiling, but I was being serious. If I sent two of them out to the field to pick scallions, I could already predict one would bring back onions and the other water celery. Trying to ignore that inevitable future, I maintained my smile as I asked, "Do we get something like pancake flour or salt?" "All necessary ingredients can be won in games with the production team," the PD answered. Just then, I heard an ominous conversation. "Songbin Hyung, do we need salt for Pajian? Don't you usually dip them in soy sauce?" "Maybe he's using it for something else." "Right, Jiho Hyung. I think we used it last time when making the kimchi pancake." "Lee Chonghyun, did we put salt in it then? Wasn't it sugar?" "Maybe it depends on the ingredients," I asked with a faint smile. PD Nim. "Yes. The ingredients. How much can we get? Because, honestly, I think we're going to need a lot." Making 6 servings of green onion pancakes turned into a rather chaotic ordeal. Are green onion roots always like this? Maybe it's because they're organic? Isn't that actually an onion, Jiho? Starting with the single-brain-celled Choi Jiho, who, true to expectations, pulled out an immature onion. "Didn't you say we have to build the stove?" "Wait a minute, Hyun. If you don't want to do it twice, we have to carefully consider the members' paths and where the wind blows before deciding on the location." Lee Chonghyun, who used his good brain to this extent, and Kang Kion, busily took down half-built bricks, agreeing that it needed to be redone. At this rate, we would have lunch in the afternoon, maybe around 5 p.m. It was comforting that at least Jong Song-bin and Park Ju-woo were quiet. Yes, out of these 5, at least one person had to have experience cooking outdoors to keep some balance in the universe. "Hyung, how much should I peel off the green onions for them to be ready?" "Iwal Hyung, there are 3 types of soy sauce in the pantry. Which one should I bring?" The heck. Next time, I hope the production team took them to something like the Boy Scouts instead of farm work. A one-day cooking class would be even better. I answered their questions one by one and handed out the gloves. "Why gloves? I'll do the cooking, so just go and gather some firewood." And as I watched their backs retreating toward the mountain path, I lamented to myself. This is all because I have been feeding the kids too much salad. If they'd ever had to cook for themselves a few times, would they really be like this? I'm not a great cook myself, so I can't say much. I thought this as I scrubbed the large cauldron lid placed off to one side of the porch. Then Kang Kion came over and asked, "Are you going to put some pancakes on the lid?" "Yeah, I think it'll work better than using a frying pan." "Then, should I clean it?" "I'll handle it. It needs oiling anyway." "What about the stove? Is it done?" Lee Chonghyun told me to leave it to him. Glancing over to the yard, I saw Lee Chonghyun tearing down his carefully stacked bricks, muttering, "This isn't it." "Kion." "Yes." "Stop running away and go back to help him finish the stove." "Yes." As I was wiping the lid of the pot, I thought of the workshop at the Hampyeong Industry. You can't have a workshop without a barbecue. Isn't that right, Team Leader Cho? "Oh, absolutely. Manager Nam even brought all the charcoal for us. We're just along for the ride." "Huh? What do they call that these days? Getting a free bus ride." Back then, I'd done the reservations, the grocery shopping, the grilling, and even poured drinks. Who was riding whose bus? It was a tearful workshop memory. At that time, while Manager Nam and Team Leader Cho drank until they collapsed, I was outside wiping the iron plate. If someone asked me what I enjoyed most about that workshop, I'd confidently say it was scrubbing the grill. As I recalled the beautiful memories, my hands holding the dishwashing sponge gained strength. While I was wiping the moisture off the lid of the pot I just washed, this time Park Ju-woo came to me. Park Ju-woo held out a huge bowl full of dough and asked, Hyung, is this enough dough? Yeah. Who made it? It's well done. Jiho Hyung. Although he struggled, it seemed his experience making kimchi pancakes paid off. It was a real progress. Even after getting my approval, Park Ju-woo didn't immediately go back, but crouched down next to me instead. Then he pointed toward the scene where Lee Chong-hyun and Kang Kyeon were loudly building the stove with their voices more than their hands. Hyung, do you know how to start a fire in something like that? You can't help but worry when you see those kids messing around, right? I patted Ju-woo's shoulder to reassure him. Of course. Just trust me. I knew how to light a fire and cook rice in a cauldron. So, go ahead and get me some cooking oil. After many twists and turns, the Pajeon turned out exceptionally well. Maybe because it was just fried, it tasted delicious. After filming the eating scene, I made sure that the staff got one each. When I sat back down to fry more, the others had already started bringing me more ingredients. Occasionally, Lee Chong-hyun would insist on making bunny-shaped pancakes, taking advantage of the wide griddle, but since it was a broadcast, I let him do whatever he wanted. He failed to flip it over, and one of the rabbit's ears ended up being shorter, but it was still delicious. The filming continued at a brisk pace. After Choi Ji-ho and Kang Kyeon lost at rock, paper, scissors and amicably took on dishwashing duty, Jong Song-bin and I managed to win grocery vouchers from the production team and went shopping. In the meantime, Park Ju-woo and Lee Chong-hyun somehow managed to sacrifice the shuttlecock and the badminton racket to a tree branch. They were so blatantly caught up in the tree that I thought it might be a hidden camera prank for a moment. After pulling weeds in the garden, playing foot volleyball with the production team, and writing rolling paper, the day in the mountain village quickly came to an end. But, of course, that didn't mean the celebrities' day was over. I carefully sliced the cucumber that Choi Ji-ho had picked from the garden earlier in the day and neatly placed it on the faces of the Spark members, who had been worn out under the blazing sun all day. Honestly, I felt more suited to being a staff member than an idol. Hyung, I'll put some on your face, so go lie down too. Stay put. Think of it as my hard work being diminished every time a cucumber falls. I had just gotten Jong Song-bin to settle down when Lee Chong-hyun suddenly leaped up from afar. Hyung, I have something I really want to do. Right now. At that moment, the cucumber fell off Lee Chong-hyun's white, jade-like face. Mr. Lee, I put so much effort into slicing those. But the camera was still rolling. I held back my anger and asked, what is it? Truth or dare? I know it sounds kitsch, but if we don't do this here, it'd feel like we're missing out. He dropped my precious cucumbers to the floor just to say that. He could have made that suggestion while lying down. The fans would probably like it, though. Idol fans tended to want to know even the smallest things that would make anyone wonder, why are you curious about such trivial things? Manager Nam's daughter was the same way. I could understand asking for things like Choi Ji-ho's height, weight, and favorite shoe brand, but she was far from satisfied with just that. I didn't know what was so fascinating about the fact that Choi Ji-ho ordered jjajangmyeon with cream shrimp at a Chinese restaurant one spring day in May, but I remembered she really liked the tidbit I gave her. The truth game would likely bring out some stories more interesting than that. And if not, we could just prod until something came out. I'm in. Surprisingly, even Park Ju-woo raised his voice to support Lee Chong-hyun's idea. As I was wondering whether the truth or dare game was popular among young people, Park Ju-woo said with shining eyes, I've never been on a school trip, so I haven't had many opportunities to do things like that. No, Ju-woo. If you say it like that, how can we not do it? 95, Chapter 95, Employee Farm Experience, 3. 8 p.m. In the city, this would be peak practice time, but in the countryside where the sun had set and there was no internet, it was the perfect time for a game of truth or dare. I felt like the system gave me a task like sharing secrets with members because it knew things would turn out like this. The members all peeled cucumbers and sat in the living room. Their faces seemed a little more moistened. This would be even better if we each had a candle to hold. Isn't that more like a retreat? It sets the mood. To cater to Lee Chong-hyun's need for ambience, I borrowed the writer's phone and put on a video titled 1 hour per 1 hour, campfire time, then handed it to him. Holding a digital bonfire in his hand, Lee Chong-hyun immediately shut his mouth. So, how should we decide the order? When I asked, Jong Song-bin answered right away. We haven't done our weekly compliments yet. So how about we start by complimenting the person next to us? Whoever gets stuck can go first. Sounds good. Jong Songbin confidently stepped forward, saying that he should be the one to start it since he was the one who brought it up. I want to compliment you, Chonghyun, for your spirit of service. I was touched when you took charge of stacking the bricks for the oven so the older members wouldn't hurt their hands. I feel like he just wanted to do it, though. Ignoring Kong Keon's muttering, Lee Chonghyun happily accepted Jong Songbin's compliment. The praise relay continued. Thanks to having done this a few times at the dorms, everyone was able to compliment each other with ease. The turn went around and eventually came to Choi Ji-ho. I was the one who would receive the praise. I motioned for him to say it quickly. Choi Ji-ho furrowed his brow and hesitated. What's with that silence? As if something was stuck in his throat, Choi Ji-ho couldn't say anything. Couldn't he at least follow Jong Songbin's lead and compliment me on something from today? Like, Yiwol, thank you for diligently cleaning the pot lid, or something like that. Of course, Jong Songbin must have been sincere in his praise. I put my hands together. You really don't have anything? No. I mean, you got scolded by Jong Songbin the day before yesterday. So you're saying I only do things that deserve scolding, and there's nothing to compliment? You should be the first to ask questions. I immediately pushed Choi Ji-ho into the pit of the truth game. But it wasn't a very good choice. No one dared to ask him questions. Well, they must be afraid of what might come out of this guy's mouth. What kind of stories would get the best reactions from? The fans. First of all, no one here was crazy enough to bring up stories about their first loves. Questions about his school days. He didn't seem to have many friends, so let's skip that. I opened my mouth after thinking about it. If we were traveling for a schedule in the provinces or abroad, who would you want to share a room with? It wasn't a question meant for today in particular. After all, tonight we'd all be sleeping cramped together in one room. Choi Ji-ho answered without hesitation. Park Ju-woo. Why? He's quiet. Less interaction makes things more comfortable, doesn't it? I think we should hear Ju-woo's opinion on that too. I'd like to share a room with Ji-ho Hyung. Such a good guy. Park Ju-woo, you're exempt from the next laundry duty. Choi Ji-ho, you're going to have 100 lessons on speaking politely. Next up was Jong Songbin, who lost in the game of wits. As soon as Jong Songbin's turn came, Lee Chonghyun jumped in as if he had been waiting for it. I've been wanting to ask this question. Hyung, would you prefer 5 Yiwol Hyungs or 1 5-year-old Yiwol Hyung? Am I playing a punishment game? Ignoring my bafflement, Jong Songbin seriously pondered the question. Next to him, a heated debate was taking place between the third parties. Why are you asking such a question? It's obviously the 5-year-old Yiwol Hyung. Why? You can. Teach him to dance early. Kong Keon, fully invested, said something horrifying. I went from being 29 to 20, so back to being 5 years old was probably not impossible for me. What was the point of this debate? After thinking it over for a full 5 minutes, Jong Songbin said with a solemn expression, I've made my decision. Oh, what are you going to choose? I'll go with 5-year-old Yiwol Hyung. When Park Ju-woo asked why, Jong Songbin tightly closed his eyes and said, if there were 5 Hyungs, we'd each have to look after one. But if it's just one Hyung, we can all watch him together. I'm sorry, but are you planning on co-parenting me? I was so dumbfounded that I could only laugh. Those idiots. If it were up to me, I'd turn them all into 5 versions and make them do 5 times as many events. Once the questions started flowing, all sorts of things came up. Having been trained through years of drinking games, I was able to escape the hell of questions without getting caught once. Well done, past me. With the morning mission instructions from the production team delivered, today's recording finally wrapped up. Since the majority of the team members were minors, we had prearranged not to hold any nighttime recordings. The guys removed their makeup and returned to their natural state only after the camera turned off. Maybe because it wasn't stage. Makeup, there was not much difference from their bare face. Or maybe it was because they were all still young. By the time I came out from washing up last, there were neatly laid out blankets for each person in the room. We were used to dorm life, but unlike when there were usually 3 people per room, today there were 6 people per room. It reminded me so much of the military. At least the blankets are bright and nice. I glanced around and saw that the guys had also laid down with their own colorful blankets. Just as I was about to cover myself with my own blanket, someone called out to me. It was Jong Songbin. Hyung, are you going to sleep? Yeah, I have to. The company had warned me not to let my dark circles grow before the comeback. If I knew how to manage that, I would have gotten a job at a dermatology clinic. You go to sleep too. We have to wake up at 6 tomorrow. Yes. Jong Song-bin answered obediently and crawled into bed. Then, after 30 seconds, he popped his head out again. But, Hyung, what is it? Can I ask why your back is like that? Jong Song-bin glanced at me. Why? Are you worried that I might have been doing something stupid? No, I would never think that. Jong Song-bin waved his hand in surprise. At the same time, we quickly checked the surroundings to see if anyone was awake. The other guys were still motionless, perhaps exhausted from the rural activities during the daytime. Jong Song-bin said he didn't doubt me, but he must be worried inside. It was not uncommon for an idol to disappear because of something that happened in the past. I was a trainee who joined late, at the age of 20. If someone with an unknown background suddenly showed up with a large scar on their back, I'd be wary too. But I didn't really want to talk about my family history, which had no dreams or hopes. Even if I talked about that, it'd just make things awkward for both of us. As I was thinking about what to say to Jong Song-bin, the system appeared on the dark ceiling. Plus, system, new task has been reissued. Share secrets with members. Reward. Increase the probability of a stable comeback. Plus, secrets? Didn't we already share secrets in the truth game? What else do you want me to talk about here? I was quite curious. The system could be lazy at times, but it never missed new task-related content. As if it could read my thoughts, the system popped up again. Plus, system, work instructions from Superior have arrived. Play button, Assistant Manager Kim. You don't think you can just slip away with that, right? I am upset. We need everyone on board for team bonding and all that. Plus, so because I was the only one who didn't get caught in the truth game, it was invalidated? Since the footage would be edited, I thought it wouldn't matter if one member didn't participate. I was too short-sighted. If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. Jong Song-bin, who was watching my reaction, said urgently. Weren't you worried that I might have caused trouble? Not at all. No? Then why did you ask? Well, it's not that important. Jong Song-bin darted his eyes around for a while and then said, if it's something Hyung doesn't want to reveal, I was just wondering if there was anything I could do to help. Like, I could let the company know when we're deciding on costume concepts. Not that I'm trying to take charge or anything. For this guy who was so smart, his rambling got unusually long. I quietly waited for Jong Song-bin to finish what he wanted to say. After some hesitation, Jong Song-bin carefully brought out what he really wanted to say. You seemed flustered when I mentioned your back earlier. I'm sorry if I brought up something uncomfortable. I know it's not much, but if there's anything I can do to make sure it doesn't happen again, I'd like to help. Only then did I understand why Jong Song-bin couldn't meet my eyes. He'd been feeling guilty, thinking he'd unknowingly touched a nerve. How can you live in this harsh world with such a conscience? I couldn't help but laugh. It's nothing like that. You don't have to worry. That's a relief. It's true. I slowly closed my eyes. Next to me, I heard the sound of Jong Song-bin pulling his blanket up. It's not like I had been doing something stupid. Outside, I could hear the sound of cicadas. When the sound of cicadas stopped, I could hear the breathing of someone who had already fallen asleep, and then the cicadas started crying again. The atmosphere in my house was a little rough, and sometimes things went too far. Even though I chose my words carefully, the meaning should have been conveyed. Jong Song-bin was a smart guy. Another sound of cicada was heard from afar. The atmosphere of the countryside night was so unfamiliar that it made me feel as if my childhood memories weren't mine. So, it felt like reading a very old, faded diary of someone I had no connection with. It was just bad luck at the time. I barely notice it since I don't see my back much. I let out a small laugh and turned to Jong Song-bin. He had a complicated expression on his face. It's not nice to look at, so I'll keep it hidden. Don't worry too much. Hyung. I told him I was tired and that we should go to sleep, and turned my gaze away from Jong Song-bin. Country nights were scary. They made people recall the past in an instant. I tried to hide my awkwardness and turned to sleep, but I heard someone sniffling on the other side of Jong Song-bin. Did someone catch a cold? Or maybe they have allergies to the unfamiliar environment. Or I got up to find the culprit who was sniffing in the middle of the night. A few blankets rustled, then everything went silent. Hey, could it be someone wasn't asleep? The three heads hidden under the blankets didn't move at my question. At that moment, I heard another sound of sniffling from behind Jong Songbin. No way. None of you were sleeping? I'm a little embarrassed, guys. 96. Chapter 96. Event Promotion 1. The next day, the Spark team wrapped up filming with a warmer, closer bond. Though I was left a bit more embarrassed than before. I felt like I'd written a long message for the employee suggestion box, only to find out that my name was printed right alongside it. Since Lee Chonghyun, who had been clinging to me like a koala, showed no sign of getting off my back, I barely held back from taking off my t-shirt, saying, "No need to keep it a secret. I'm going to show my upper body today." After a hearty breakfast of ramen, even though there were 6 of us, the PD had suggested only cooking 5 packs, which made the kids look a bit glum. A welcome surprise awaited us when we returned. "Guys, the next album plan has been finally approved." Yay! While we were out sweating in the mountains filming episode 2 of our self-cam, UA completed all the groundwork for our comeback. It seemed the team couldn't bear watching Spark struggle anymore, so they miraculously met the tight deadline. Thank you. We will repay this favor with success. Not me, but the Spark guys. And it wasn't just well-finished work that greeted me with enthusiasm upon my return. You think you'll be okay after getting on the bad side of the industry? Arrogant punks like you never make it. That's your future. Aren't you anxious because of your lack of skills? Hiding behind people who know nothing while you play your little games. How pathetic. Don't live like that. You should work hard on your image management. You have no idea how small this industry is. Rumors are already spreading. Do you understand the status of senior artists and directors? Remember that there are a lot of eyes watching on the company. Jang Junha's juniors and my acquaintances. Everyone is watching. Yoo Han-soo sent me a lot of text messages in just 2 days. The spelling was so bad that it was hard to read. He even sent texts just like Manager Nam. Maybe he'd actually taken a course on texting this way. More importantly, had he always been this dumb? At least when he hit my face, he had the sense to call me to a place without CCTV. It seemed this person had never been accused by someone who had less power than him in his life, judging by the fact that he'd been leaving such a blatant record that could serve as evidence. To repay him for his shamelessness, I captured and backed up all of Yoo Han-soo's texts. Apart from this spam message issue, everything else went smoothly. Except for one thing, recording. Since his OJT, Lee Chonghyun's rap skills improved like crazy, and he directed others as strictly as his new, higher standards demanded. Yiwol Hyung, should we just build harmony here once? I think we'll do it live too. It's so exciting. Songbin Hyung, can you try to make your high notes a bit more stable? You can do it. Aside from vocal genius Park Ju-woo, the other 4 members had to endure Lee Chonghyun's strict feedback during recording. The Magnes, once so close, ended up fighting for 3 minutes after every line. As the old saying goes, fighting makes you grow. If that were true, these guys should grow to be 190 centimeters tall by the end of this week. That wasn't all. Now I had to watch the directing with Lee Chonghyun, so I had to nitpick the recordings of the Spark members one by one. Watching the directing? Me. You already gave feedback to the A and our team during flowering, right? It's inefficient to relay things back and forth, so I think it would be better for you, Yiwol, to watch the directing yourself and get in sync with the kids. That was how it turned out. Thanks to that, I took on the unexpected job of pitch checker. I also got an overload of new music knowledge. Still, under the leadership of the master of music, Mr. Lee Chonghyun, the second song, with list, was perfectly completed. Lee Chonghyun, when you made a song like that, did you also prepare to dance and perform it live? Of course. Do you think I'd just focus on the vocals without considering the choreography and timing? Then came Choi Ji-ho and Kang Ki-yeon's Bloody Revenge. It was an intensely productive time. At this point, I was starting to forget if I'd ever been an office worker. I finished going through my phone while drinking the sports drink that Ms. Nuri had kindly stocked in the practice room as a thank you. Now, all I had to do was return it to the manager like usual. Well, that and finish my conversation with Mr. Polo. Hellas Polo Sunbeam. Mr. Yiwol, is Spark making a comeback? Got a message about it last night. Me. Hello, Sunbeam. The detailed schedule hasn't been set yet, but we'll be releasing a press statement soon. Hellas Polo Sunbeam. Oh, you're working hard. Well, the early days of debut are really crazy. While my head was thinking, why did this person contact me? My fingers were already sending a message of thanks for the compliments and how honored I was to participate in the radio show last time. As we exchanged a few more messages, Mr. Polo said, "Hellas Polo Sunbeam. Are you going to wear a headband next time too? If you are, I should prepare myself mentally." As expected of an idol who once hit the top, he didn't miss a single detail of what made waves. For a guest, appearing on a radio show was a special event, but that was not the case for the main DJ. For them, it was just another day. Naturally, it was not easy to create a buzz just by doing your original job. It seemed he'd seen a meme somewhere titled "Getting Swayed by a Handmade Headband on Live Broadcast." After the recording, he'd even posted on his SNS about how he was enchanted into buying a golden headband and putting it on a plushie he'd received as a gift from a fan. I respected that. The idol power that didn't miss even things like this. Me. I'll go beyond your expectations. But no way was I letting him do that. I was not about to let even a tiny bit of media attention get snatched away by an already famous DJ. Then, I quickly got a reply from Mr. Polo. "Hellas Polo Sunbeam. I'll look forward to it. I remember the amazing fashion you wore when you came out on the episode Happy Face." At the same time, I started to think about it a lot. Did I overdo it? Maybe this guy just wanted to tease me. Beck Haywen, who had just gotten off school, collapsed onto her bed like cheese. "Life is boring." Beck Haywen sighed. Beck Haywen, who had gone to the study room to study on the weekend, was miserably defeated by sleeplessness and ended up coming home in broad daylight with a white flag. If only someone could bring her something exciting. If only there was someone who could hand her guaranteed, juicy content and tell her the exact minutes and seconds when it got delicious. Thinking that way, Beck Haywen endlessly refreshed her SNS feed. But no new posts were uploaded. Where had the fan pages gone? The ones that promised they'd share every detail, even if the world were ending. The feed was dead silent. Just as Beck Haywen vowed to play for exactly 3 more minutes before washing up. Right after the 27th refresh, a post she had never seen before appeared. Upload time 3 seconds ago. The official account of Spark, which she had recently followed after admitting to herself she was a fan, complete with the blue verification badge. A content. Beck Haywen clamped her mouth shut and jumped up like a fish out of water. Even though the members' personal content had been uploaded regularly until last week, Beck Haywen was always thirsty for new bait. Such was the life of a fan. Please let it be a comeback. Please be a new song. Beck Haywen prayed earnestly. If the agency had been just a typical idol agency, she wouldn't have to worry like this. But since Spark was the company's first idol, there were a lot of uncertainties. Much greater than at @SPARK_official. "Hey guys, do you see?" Along with the caption was a photo taken from the ground, looking up at the sky. Although it was only April, a date for early May was stamped in the corner of the photo. The cryptic caption and the absence of any of the members in the photo left Haywen with one certainty. A content. It was a comeback. UA was giving them a Children's Day present that even mom and dad didn't bother to give out anymore. With her long-faded childhood innocence resurfacing, Haywen thought with glee. Then, the feeds of Beck Haywen's friends, who usually claimed they were too old for social media, also started updating. Right. Beck Haywen looked at his predictably excited friends and joined in the frenzy. Much greater than at Minimum Hunter. "No, I can't see anything. But I can smell the dirt a little. When did you get buried? But it seriously looks like they're buried alive. This is life. This is life." Beck Haywen smiled contentedly. When her sibling annoyingly asked when she planned to shower, she retorted, "Shut up and go first, or do whatever." For Beck Haywen, this was a moment that required her full attention. The blessing of new content didn't end there. Much greater than at @SPARK_official. Does anyone remember what they said here? The nostalgia in the caption was perfect. She couldn't quite remember, but somehow she did. Muttering to herself, Haywen checked the image attached to the post. It was an old, crumpled piece of paper with scribbled, multicolored writing in 6 different colors. The writing was messy, as if it had been scrawled with the left hand, making it hard to decipher immediately. Beck Haywen happily waited for fans who enjoyed interpreting bait to come. And the very next day, the teaser was released. Starting with the thumping sound of drums, an exciting melody with a different feel from the debut song, Flowering, flowed out. In front of a whiteboard that read "The Ultimate Playtime Mission" stood Jong Songbin. The scene then cut to a top-down shot of the members sitting around a meeting table, facing each other. Because of the camera angle, not all the members were captured on one screen, but it soon switched to other frames. The teaser showed the group dancing in front of colorful amusement rides, quickly intercut with shots of each member at home gathering supplies, and then it faded out. When the screen came back on, the members were standing in a line at the entrance of a sprawling amusement park. With solemn expressions, they wore ridiculously flashy headbands that Park Ju-woo had picked out. Over this, the title, written in uneven, white crayon-like letters reminiscent of the scrawled teaser post, appeared. With List and Baek Haewon, having watched the teaser 3 times, clapped. 100 points for the kids' visuals. 100 points for the cute helium balloons wrapped around their wrists. And a bonus for the catchy melody, sure to get any longtime K-pop fan excited. In total, it was a 300-point teaser on a 100-point scale. Baek Haewon was moved. Even the colleagues of the Minam Hunter asked, "Mihyun-nim, do you have enough bullets?" It was the best compliment, as it implied that the album would be worth the purchase. But Baek Haewon didn't settle for that. For a diehard fan, the greatest risk was seeing everything through rose-colored glasses. So, Baek Haewon ventured into an entertainment forum she hadn't visited in a while. 97. Chapter 97, Event Promotion 2. It was only the second comeback, but there were noticeable changes in the community. During debut, only a handful of people with consistent usernames posted about them. But this time, there were quite a few threads mentioning Spark. Much greater than is Songbin the leader again? Look at them feeling sorry for him. Song leader. Much greater than looks like SBK is doing a youth concept again this time. It's strange. How can they do this when there's no youth on their face? No youth in their face, you said. That's mean, sir. Except for the oldest members, the rest are actual high school boys. It's refreshing, though, seeing this pure youth vibe you rarely find in the idol world these days. These days, most of the concepts are strong, so it gets tiring, but they must be aiming for that. Much greater than is Lee Chong-hyun. Genius? Even though I only listened to it briefly, the melody sounds amazing. The more I see of Chong-hyun, the more I'm impressed he doesn't have a long career in composing, but he always comes up with good songs. I think it's really amazing. Isn't it just pushing for him? Jealousy is ugly, dude. Much greater than UA is working hard. They're timing these comebacks perfectly to keep up the momentum. If they don't push hard at the start, then when would be the right time? Now is the time to go all in. If you really work hard when you're still new, you have a higher chance of surviving. If you don't get popular after a year, it'll be really hard to recover. Maybe because they hadn't gotten a lot of attention yet, there were mostly only good posts on the forum. There were perks to standing a group that wasn't super famous yet. Keep this form going. No, please get famous. Taste the sweetness of success. But also, please don't get too famous. Baek Haewon turned off her phone with conflicting thoughts. As she read more related articles, she felt like her heart would burst out from the overwhelming emotion. I hope the music video comes out soon. Baek Haewon prayed earnestly like a child making a wish on Christmas Eve. And soon after, the music video was released like a gift. As the video began, a distant bird chirping set the background as Jong Songbin, wearing a gray hoodie, walked forward. Jong Songbin passed the deserted school and climbed the mountain behind the school, stopping in front of a tree. Pushing a large rock aside, he opened his backpack, pulled out a trowel, and began to dig into the damp soil. After the sound of digging dirt was heard several times, Jong Songbin stopped moving when there was a sound of the trowel hitting something. The angle shifted to the ground, showing Jong Songbin's hand clearing away the dirt, revealing the open sky above. The camera was pulled up from the ground along with Jong Songbin's hand movements as he took something out. Jong Songbin tapped the cookie container he had dug out underground, shaking off the dirt and opening the lid. The title appeared, and the song began with the sound of a stainless steel container opening. Even without an alarm, I wake up, and just seeing the morning sun makes me feel good. That day, as the first verse began, the screen changed to the whiteboard scene from the teaser. Jong Songbin wrote, "The ultimate playtime mission," in large letters, then attached a worn, colorful piece of origami paper he'd taken from the time capsule. Next to it, he pinned a large, printed amusement park flyer. That's right, the day we promised. Jong Songbin looked straight ahead, and his part started playing, followed by the members' group dance scene. The hair colors of the members dancing in front of the carousel were dazzling. Out of all of them, Jong Songbin's bright yellow blonde hair and Park Ju-woo's light pink hair stood out. To have fun properly, you have to prepare properly. A cell phone that was turned off. A small wallet and sunglasses. Did you pack everything? Are you ready to play? In an elegant living room, Kang Ki-on discreetly slipped an expensive-looking camera from a glass cabinet into his bag, while Lee Chong-hyun broke open a piggy bank. The scene then moved to Choi Ji-ho, laying out several outfits on his bed, and Kim Iwol, packing his bag full of drinks. The scene ended with Park Ju-woo trying on different animal headbands in front of a mirror before cutting back to the chorus, with the group dancing together. Playing is the best. In a place with a nice view. Eating all the delicious things. Doing only what I want. I want to live every day like a vacation. Bubbles rained down behind the brightly smiling members. As the second verse began, the members enjoyed their time at the amusement park. A gift for a good child. The best vacation for a cool adult. That's right. And time with you. Kang Ki-on took pictures of the members riding all kinds of rides, and Jong Songbin tied up 6 helium balloons to his friend's wrists. Soon, the screen was filled with pictures of the members wearing ridiculous sunglasses and eating food sold at the amusement park. After the happy moments, they left the amusement park, with a parade playing in the background. With the flow of the melody all settled and gradually built up to a climax toward the chorus. The 5 members Choi Ji-ho, Kim Iwol, Lee Chong-hyun, and Kang Ki-on, all led by Jong Songbin, visited a small hospital in a secluded land. In the hospital room they visited, Park Ju-woo was lying with his eyes closed. It's a dreamlike wish. But even once, I want to have a pleasant conversation and smile happily and live every day like a movie. Jong Songbin put an amusement park entrance bracelet on Park Ju-woo's wrist, and Kim Iwol placed the headband Ju-woo had chosen on Park Ju-woo's head. As Chong-hyun tied the helium balloons to the foot of Ju-woo's bed, Choi Ji-ho wrote the phrase, "Park Ju-woo's one wish has come true," on the balloon. Then, Kang Ki-on held up an album in front of Park Ju-woo's face, showing a photo of him edited into their amusement park pictures. Park Ju-woo's face, which was closed, was naturally included in the photo, as if it was taken with his eyes closed on purpose. Having playfully decorated Ju-woo's space, the members sat around his bed, happily chatting together. Right now, right this moment. With the last chorus, the focus gradually moved away from the hospital, and soon the blue sky was revealed. With list, the title appeared again on the brightened screen, with a large circle marked over it. The video came to an end. As soon as the music video was released, the online community began to heat up. Much greater than from now on. Spark is the definition of youth. That's just how it is. The MV alone makes the story perfect. It's actually a pretty sad story if you look closely, but I love how they kept it lighthearted till the end. Yeah, I love that it doesn't feel overly dramatic, but rather gives the sense that they genuinely believe their friend will wake up anytime. Much greater than I apologize for complaining about the reused youth concept. Please, stay forever young. Look at the change in attitude. Much greater than is the title with list, because it's the combination of with you plus wish list. Ha TLQKF. Seeking someone to fulfill Park Ju-woo's wish, one first. Much greater than summary of the contents/spoilers of this Spark MV, continuously updating. The place that Jong Songbin visited was the elementary school that the kids used to go to, plus the item Jong Songbin took out is a time capsule that they buried together during their school days. Park Ju-woo is the only one not on screen during the meeting scene. When you look at the scene where the kids are packing their supplies, they are all wearing high school uniforms or holding their high school student IDs. But Ju-woo is the only one with middle school written on his school uniform. Among all the members' phones receiving the message to meet at the amusement park, only Ju-woo's is a 2G phone, suggesting he had an accident before smartphones became common. The headband that Ju-woo had chosen is worn by all the members, suggesting that he had planned for everyone to go to the amusement park together after opening the time capsule. Later, the friends find out about the headband and wear it when they visit. In the music video and album photos, only Park Ju-woo's wrist does not have an all-access bracelet. In all the photos, Ju-woo's eyes are closed. This part gave me chills the most. Ju-woo's hair length and the others' positions are slightly different in each photo, not taken all at once. It implies the friends took selfies with Jiwoo at the hospital and edited him into the amusement park photos. At around 0:32, you can see that the time capsule says, "Open when 20." It's so sad and touching to think they made this time capsule as kids who didn't even know proper spelling, and now, as high schoolers about to turn 20, they're opening it hoping to wake up their friend. Oh, so that's what it means? Mind blown. Asterisk Jiwoo. Much greater than has anyone heard SBK's new song? The song seems really good. Though I wonder if they can perform it live, it's super fun to listen to. Didn't Mr. Park Jiwoo actually collapse while recording? This is it. The comment above top comment. The response was good, and the reviews were generally favorable. Just looking at SNS, there were a lot of recent posts about Spark. Probably because about half of the music video was filmed at an amusement park, the screenshots were also quite pretty. The colors, the composition, everything turned out well without any noticeable flaws. Maybe because they dyed their hair in pastel tones, even the members looked like they belonged to the amusement park. Above all, much greater than perfect seasonal vibes. The more I listen to it, the more I want to just throw everything away and have fun. That's why it fits perfectly with May early summer. The song is also upbeat. This is kind of like an escape song for students who have midterms coming up. The release date and the mood of the song were just right as planned. Thanks to this, it received a great response from students who were in the middle of their exam period and office workers eagerly counting down to Children's Day, even though they weren't kids anymore. For a relatively unknown group like Spark, it was crucial to row when the tide came in. And they had to row so hard, even if it meant having their arms fall off. They had to keep releasing content to make sure that anyone who thought, "Oh, these guys are pretty good," stayed interested. Typically, the music video and track release happened at 6 p.m., but even with the earliest music show performance the next day, there was still too much time to fill. It's about time for the marketing team to upload the video. I checked the time on the bottom of my laptop. 6:05. By now, those who started watching the music video right at 6 were likely finished watching. And right on cue, as requested beforehand, Spark's official channel uploaded a lively behind-the-scenes video from the recent farm experience. Baek Haewon felt like she was going crazy. Sure, part of it was the disastrous midterm scores, but mostly, it was the flood of new content that kept swaying Haewon's heart this way and that. Baek Haewon, who had been watching the 5-minute music video over and over again, thought it would be better to stream the music video, so she had been streaming the music video for 50 minutes straight. The kids' faces are amazing. The song is amazing too, but their real faces are amazing. A stream of tears seemed to flow inside Haewon's chest. The ending's lingering emotions refused to go away. When was the last time she had felt this kind of pride and exhilaration for standing such talented idols? Baek Haewon realized that happiness was, indeed, not far away. She took a deep breath to calm her madness, and she began to carefully frame her impression so that as many people as possible could accept her words without feeling any resistance. If even at least one of her many acquaintances joined her in her passion for Spark, Baek Haewon could die with no regrets. With a determined heart, Baek Haewon returned to SNS, where she had momentarily stepped away to re-watch the MV. New unread posts greeted her. Much greater than at @SPARK_official. The ultimate fun adventure for adults. Let's go experience the mountains together. Adult with a wish, Kim Yiwol. Special note, an old soul with a love for vintage tastes. Spark, 2x05xx. Let's go to the mountains. City Friends, EP1. In the attached thumbnail, 6 members wearing colorful floral pants were looking at the camera side by side. If it's labeled EP1, that means they'll give us a second episode too, right? If it ended up being just 10 minutes per episode, Baek Haewon swore she'd report them for toying with a high schooler's heart. Determined, she clicked on the video link. Then, a massive scale episode lasting a full 53 minutes greeted Baek Haewon. 98, Chapter 98, Event Promotion 3. It was past 10 p.m., but most of us were still wide awake. Jang Songbin and Lee Chonghyun were busy checking the music charts in real time, and Kang Kion tried to meditate in the dressing room, saying he would mentally prepare himself before the first episode. Only Choi Ji-ho and Park Ji-woo, who never seemed to get nervous, had already drifted off to dreamland. Keeping my distance from the two guys who were seriously analyzing the charts with their foreheads stuck against each other, I opened my laptop to check the reaction to our new content. If the traffic hadn't hit rock bottom, there would have been some responses related to the content by now. And fortunately, there were quite a few comments on the MeTube video. The first comment that caught my eye was quite impressive. Much greater than the thumbnail is really scary and hilarious. I think I would believe it if you said that they were gangsters hiding in the mountains to avoid arrest. Why are you doing this to our kids? But it was such a reasonable suspicion. Rank number 1 for groups you can't believe are mostly underage. Well, this group's face value was a bit too much. Rather than saying that the face value was high, it would be more appropriate to say that they all looked the same, but whatever. Still, the thumbnail was definitely over the top. Even from my perspective, it looked like a group of tough guys heading to the countryside to help out a senior. This was all because of Choi Ji-ho. If it weren't for that guy, we might have been able to pull off an innocent, youthful vibe. Much greater than the 2 oldest brothers are a real duo. They wouldn't have to worry about not being able to get a refund wherever they go. Or maybe not. There were a lot of new posts below that too. What was unusual was that there were quite a few posts related to me this time. Much greater than what do you think of a guy with visible veins in his arms while scrubbing a large pot? That alone says it all. Yiwol, with that innocent face and fierce veins showing, you could get sued under some kind of law. Let's just be real honestly. His face isn't innocent exactly either. What are you talking about? Our Yiwol is literally a baby kitten. 0.3 seconds before baby kitten yawned. Much greater than Sparks Yiwol, who doesn't put up with nonsense but will tolerate anything for cuteness. When he told another member to pull out a green onion, but said member brought back an onion instead. Ji-ho, have you seriously never bought green onions from the store? Have you just been eating onions with your eyes closed? When the Dongsing said he wanted to make pancakes shaped like rabbits. Do they really need to be in that shape? But when Chonghyun said, they say good-looking food tastes better, he immediately agreed. He looks so cool, but has an unexpectedly high sense of aesthetics. It's honestly hilarious. Our boy really loves cute things. He even takes 100 pictures of the members during their schedules. Much greater than I was wondering why all the members were wearing arm guards. It turns out Yiwol made them wear them so they wouldn't get splattered with oil. But he was the one who actually fried everything. If that's the case, why did he put on the arm guards to the kids in the first place? Seriously, he made sure they were all protected but wouldn't let anyone near the stove. Truly a classic, overprotective older brother. Overprotective older brother, that's accurate. Much greater than I heard Yiwol got scolded by Songbin. I wonder why he got scolded. It's hard to imagine, but at the same time, you just know there's something. True that. Much greater than the kids reading each other's rolling papers was so moving. Yue, if you have a brain, please scan and release the full text. Please, please, please. Much greater than an idol who stays behind to help pack up the cameras after filming. Sparks Yiwol, 21 years old per eldest per vocal. He said he stayed because he wasn't tired yet, but he didn't leave until the staff had finished packing up. Even after putting away the cameras, he didn't go back in right away, so the writer took a picture with their phone. Really. It shows his personality so well, it made me tear up. The fact that he waited until all the members were asleep before coming out is just it's seriously too much. He said that if he came out on his own, the other members would feel like they had to come help too. So he didn't want to do that. He said they're still young and need their rest. Spark members are seriously angels. XX Yiwol, you're still a baby too. The other members might have kind sides, but I didn't. I just had a stubbornness that was deeply ingrained in me. I couldn't bring myself to fall asleep when others were still working, so how should I clear this misunderstanding? Oh, there were some really unique reactions. Much greater than the oldest Hyung's physique is insane. Just wearing a t-shirt and floral pants, and he still looks good? Even for an idol? The others were laughing at how silly it looked, but I was just here in awe. Those long legs, and the camera just kept going up. The fact that he can pull off pants like that without losing his cool is unreal. They were comments complimenting my appearance. Maybe I was getting a bit of a boost just by being around these good-looking guys, but thankfully, I didn't see any harsh comments like, this guy's face wrecks the group's average looks. Should I be thankful for this or not? Still, I suppose I should be grateful they kept me from getting any hate. May my shining looks last forever. But I wondered if I could just leave this alone. I knew they were free to post what they wanted, but I felt like the attention that should be directed to the other 5 was being diverted because of me. Hoping that at least these people's bias was not me, I turned off my laptop and sent all the members who hadn't gone to bed yet into their rooms. On the first day of the broadcast, we visited the music broadcast studio again after about 2 months. Having been there a few times, we were somewhat familiar with the broadcasting station. Today, we had an early morning pre-recording. At 3 a.m., there were a few early morning pre-recordings during our debut activities, but this was the first time it was this early. Back in my days as a working professional collecting photos of Spark, I'd often wondered about this part of the idol life. When there's an early morning pre-recording, what time do the broadcasting station employees and staff go to work? It's a 4 a.m. pre-recording, but they check in at 2 a.m.? Where do the audience members even wait for those 2 hours? They perform twice that day? Do fans from out of town travel through the night just to see 2 performances? For me, who struggled like a zombie to even get to work at 9 a.m., that passion was beyond my understanding. Now, as an idol myself, I dove into fans' reviews of dawn pre-recordings as soon as our schedule was set. The internet was filled with tear-inducing, heartfelt accounts. Taking night trains to wait at 24-hour cafes until the recording began was just the start. Some fans even took days off, with others arranging substitute shifts on weekends, and some even booked accommodations because their hometowns were too far. It wasn't even a concert, it was just a few performances. The fact that they gave their time like this couldn't be expressed as a simple driving force. So, this time, I was thinking of giving gifts to fans. TL note, the official term is yakjagong. It's gifts from celebrities for the fans. It's the opposite of gojong, gifts from fans for the celebrities. I still hadn't received my earnings, but I had some stocks gradually increasing in value. If I sold just a few of them, I could buy a few snacks. For this pre-recording? Yes, I just feel so sorry about the early morning time slot. That's true. Since we're recording at 3 o'clock, fans will be here even earlier. Once the members who heard my idea gathered one by one, the meeting about this gift giving became serious. We should probably hand it out in person, but is that not possible? We'd need approval from the company and fan managers. I heard there are set protocols for the site. The meeting was mainly about me giving my opinion and Jong Sung-bin deciding whether it was possible or not. Then, the other members would chime in with their ideas. If we're talking about snacks, how about macarons? I've seen them a lot at events. Chonghyun, your idea is good, but it probably needs to be refrigerated. It could be a burden to those who don't eat it right away. I guess so. Maybe we should change it to a sandwich. I think it would be good to have drinks. If they're going to wait for a long time, they definitely need water or drinks. There are a lot of reviews saying that people have to wait at cafes, so I'm a bit worried about whether it would be okay to give them drinks. Songbin, what do you think of Jui's idea? A bottled drink might be okay. Since there might be some people who can't drink high-caffeine drinks, we could prepare 1 coffee and 1 juice and let them choose. While we were having such a heated discussion, Choi Ji-ho intervened. Have you thought about the budget? I'm still figuring it out. Why do you ask? Then what about giving out a self-defense spray? Spray? First of all, it wasn't on the list of items I'd expected. I hadn't come across it in any of the gift examples I'd researched. However, I could understand why Choi Ji-ho brought up this item. Safety was the most important thing. Fans have to keep waiting outside at dawn. There aren't many stores with their lights on at that time, so it's a bit worrying. That's right. It's too dangerous. Money can be split among us. I was moved. How thoughtful of Choi Ji-ho to say something like that. Furthermore, Choi Ji-ho even told us the name of the product he had bought for his dancing. Choi Ji-ho wasn't the only one who was impressive. The day after we had this talk, Jong Song-bin immediately suggested to the manager that he wanted to hand out gifts and requested permission from the company. You're going to pay for it yourself? You haven't even received your first earnings yet. If we don't do this, we'll feel so bad. Of course, who else would travel by night train, just to sit around and wait for hours in an uncomfortable spot, all to see someone for barely an hour? If you don't feel bad, you should question your humanity. Hearing how some fans even stayed overnight at saunas, the company graciously offered to cover all the costs of the fan gifts. Instead, we wrote handwritten letters as much as we could, using the money we saved. The stationery was carefully selected and bought by Kong Kyeon on his way home. Writing the letter wasn't easy. Because I wrote it with concern, I ended up nagging more than expressing gratitude. My letter. Hello, this is Yiwol. Thank you for coming to see us at this early hour. But safety always comes first, right? If something happens, please use the spray. The nearest police station is straight ahead from the waiting area, then right at the first intersection. Was like this. No, Hyung. Are you writing a public service announcement? Lee Chong-hyun was shocked when he saw my letter. So I silently pointed to Choi Ji-ho's letter next to me. This guy was even worse than me. Asterisk how to use the spray asterisk. Take off the cap. Maintain an arm's length distance from the attacker, then spray. When it's windy, always turn your back to the wind and watch out for your eyes. If someone keeps walking around or following you, pretend to talk on the phone and move to a crowded place. Are you writing a manual, Hyung? I wrote it because I thought the product manual wouldn't be readable at night. This kind of thing should be written clearly. In the end, Choi Ji-ho and I had to rewrite our letters. Still, we decided to print out the police station location and the spray usage instructions in large letters and include them with the letters. After all these preparations, the day of the recording finally arrived. 99, Chapter 99, Production Announcement. Except when they were putting on makeup, all the members kept checking the chat window, but fortunately, no posts about anything dangerous came up. Instead, the SNS was filled with fan posts enthusiastically sharing their fan appreciation gifts, much greater than today's Spark public broadcast fan appreciation event. At first, I thought they know what they're doing, seeing just the drinks and madeleines. But when I found the self-defense spray and the letter underneath, this Nuna burst into tears. They even included a handwritten letter. I'm sorry I was blinded by the food and saw your affection late. Wow, a handwritten letter. I'm so jealous. My bias is Ji-ho, and my second favorite is Keon, but I got Keon's letter. He was even bragging about choosing the stationery himself. My baby deserves 100 kisses. Poor Keon, he's been nothing but kind. Why would you do that to him? Oh my gosh. Much greater than classy rookie boy group's fan appreciation event. They handed out 30,001 self-defense sprays for each person because it was dangerous to record early in the morning. Plus handwritten letter. Plus drinks and madeleines. Plus public recording photo cards. Not sure it's worth calling it classy. Fans who post this kind of comment usually have never received a fan appreciation gift. What are you even saying besides? The company covered the cost, so it's a fan appreciation from the company, not an appreciation from your idols. These guys haven't even received their first earnings yet, and the company covered the cost since they wanted to do something out of their own pocket. Why ignore their intentions just to be sarcastic? They haven't even accepted any gifts or support from fans since debut. They're always working hard to give back as much as they can. Please give them love. Much greater than I was startled when I opened the bag and saw a police station map right on top. The packaging design is quite unique. Much greater than I did think. The madeleines were delicious. But they turned out to be expensive. Came for the pre-recording, found the madeleine of my life. Compared to the time the fans spent waiting, this gesture felt like nothing. My heart was pounding, filled with a mix of guilt and gratitude. Maybe that was why. The time waiting for the recording felt so long. And it seemed I wasn't the only one feeling this way. It must be hard for the fans. At least we get to wait in the waiting room. Yeah, we really have to work hard on stage today. Lee Chong-hyun and Jong Song-bin said as they looked out at the still dark sky. Park Ju-woo was already warming up his throat in the corner of the practice room. As I handed each of them a cup of warm water, I said, "The most important thing is not to lose your voice. Warm up your throat properly." Yes. The three members, all but the quiet dance line, answered loudly. Guess they had ignored my advice to save their voices. We were finally able to meet our fans again at 3 a.m. How have you been, everyone? I've been doing great. Isn't it exhausting to come for such an early recording? Not tired at all. We, of course, did our best to show an upbeat front to the fans who had patiently waited for us. The fans, on the other hand, had no obligation to do the same, yet they greeted us without a hint of fatigue. Some of our fans even wore outfits that I often saw on the subway to work. I asked a few of them more cautiously, "Well, the office workers, how are you planning to manage? I took a half day off. So after this pre-recording, you'll head straight to work?" "I don't want to. I'm going to quit." It was amazing how much emotion could be packed into just a few words. My heart ached. How could they go back to work just like this? I couldn't think of anything to say. Thank you so much for using your precious time off to see us. We'll give it our absolute best on stage today. I had a hard time choosing my words. I really wanted to express this gratitude, even if it was still lacking. When I bowed in gratitude, the guys next to me bowed as well. Good job, you guys. Whenever there was a break between shoots, we chatted about all kinds of things with the fans. Your hair dye suits you well. Really? But don't you think Yiwol Hyung's gray is a bit too dark? He should have gone with something bold, like green. No way, it doesn't suit his tone. Sometimes, from the side, they'd bring me into the conversation. Thankfully, many fans were quick to stop Chonghyun from making even bolder suggestions. But what did you say? I put a lot of thought into getting my gray hair. This was the first time I'd bleached my hair in my life. People often wear music video outfits for their first broadcasts, but today Spark was dressed in Boy Scout style. Only the colors were changed to a fresh blue tone. How do you like our outfits? Do they look okay? Jong Songbin asked and received an enthusiastic response. I was a little embarrassed because I never wear shorts outside of exercising, but the fans seemed to like it. Somehow, the previous Spark members wore shorts even in the middle of winter for music video shoots. For reference, in this round of music shows, we decided to wear outfits related to the wishes that the young Spark members wrote in the time capsule that appeared in the music video. Starting with the adventurer outfit, which was Kim Yiwol's outfit, we would then have hero outfits, vacation outfits, pajama party outfits, PC room regular outfits, and skateboarder outfits. There was a reason for this lineup. Who wrote the wish to be a hero? It's me. Choi Jiho, you're surprisingly outspoken with your suggestions. One guy admitted he'd always wanted to wear a hero's mask at least once since he only had magical girl toys at home. Juwoo, what's a pajama party? It's when you wear pajamas, order a lot of delicious food, and have a lot of fun. There was also one guy who wanted to have a pajama party that his cousin did with his friends every quarter. A regular customer at a PC room? Do elementary school kids really go to PC rooms that often? Hyung, have you ever been to a PC room in the afternoon? It's basically an after-school program. Lee Chonghyun, you're really familiar with that field, aren't you? Oh, Kong Keon taught me all this. Why is my name coming up here? And then there was the guy who wanted to stay in a PC room until he spent all his allowance. These guys had a lot of Children's Day wishes. So since we had already put ideas into the music video, we matched the outfits. I was already worried about the next music show where we might end up wearing skin-tight costumes. I'd have to pray hard to avoid it starting today. When Lee Chonghyun asked, "How's this song?" there was a sound of cheering. The song was pretty hard not to like, but Chonghyun seemed thrilled to see the fans' enthusiasm up close. Spark recording will begin now. And with the end of the short break, recording resumed. The several recordings were completed without a hitch. Though Kong Keon had a brief moment of panic after a voice crack, he managed to recover by using mental control techniques, making up for the mistake during the next take. I gave him a reassuring pat on the back for finishing the recording without visibly panicking, despite the cold sweat. Since the full-scale activities had begun, each day was going to be hectic from today onwards. Even with one music show done, there was no time to catch our breath. We'll also be filming our challenge. Life experience meeting here, right? Our first variety show appearance for this activity period was scheduled to start this very morning. Fortunately, since it was from the same broadcasting station, we could save on travel time. Spark hadn't had many chances to appear on variety shows. With countless idol groups competing and shows featuring everyone from chefs to athletes, the demand for idol guest appearances was steadily declining. However, Spark needed to appear on a TV show. No matter how diverse the broadcasting platforms had become, TV and public broadcasting entertainment programs, as well as music shows, were promotional tools that remained valuable. Up until now, we had compensated for the lack of entertainment programs with a barrage of self-produced content. During our active period, we uploaded content weekly, with at least 2 live broadcasts per week, and each member released personal content at least once a month, regardless of promotions. Adding in spontaneous live broadcasts or additional uploads from individual members, the amount of content was substantial. Among currently active groups, Spark's upload frequency was probably one of the highest. However, there was a side effect of replacing all of this with self-produced content. The inflow rate from external channels was low. In addition, no matter how much we raised the quality of self-produced contents, it was difficult to compete with existing entertainment programs in terms of quality. It was the same even for the camera quality. If you just look at the individual cams of each member, the technical skills of the equipment, and the available budget, the difference would be obvious. It would be tough for UA, which already had no money, to raise the budget for self-produced content. We should try broadcasting programs at least once. With that in mind, I looked into various entertainment programs, and one program caught my eye. It was a program called Challenge. Life Experience. Challenge. Life Experience, a variety show where celebrities experienced various jobs. There was a reason why such a simple entertainment program survived the era of content flooding. Much greater than next week's episode of Challenge. Life Experience Preview. Selling Tonghulu in Hongdae. Wow, already so tough. Just watching the trailer, I feel exhausted already. In this show, celebrities experience jobs that viewers could easily recognize. An 8-hour full-time shift, the daily recommended working hours. In other words, it was an intense job experience where celebrities put in the hard work but didn't necessarily get as many benefits. The fact that celebrities did the same job as them and sympathized with the high workload genuinely appealed to many viewers. Since the show was about experiencing various labor environments, it had often been mentioned in social discussions. Much greater than what's your all-time favorite episode of Challenge? Life Experience? Sanitation Worker episode versus Muljul, one episode. Tough choice. I personally loved the Muljul episode. The Sanitation Worker episode is legendary. Really captured the labor intensity and public perception. I heard schools even started using it as educational material. Popularity? Check. High likelihood of getting booked? Check. Content appropriateness? Absolutely. So I immediately knocked on the planning team's door until it practically broke down. And I strongly appealed to them about how much I wanted to take on a life-challenging experience. As a result, guys, we have about 2 hours to spare right now. Let's sleep for an hour and then go to the meeting room to film Challenge Life. Spark embarked on their first variety shoot with a brutal schedule from the get-go. 1. Muljul is a traditional Korean freediving practice, often performed by haenyeo, female divers, on Jeju Island who harvest seafood by diving without any breathing equipment. 100. Chapter 100, Break Room Management 1. As we opened the door to the meeting room we were guided to, several cameras and about 10 production staff members greeted us. Spark, welcome. Hello, we are Spark. Please take care of us. Wow, Rookie's energy is on a different level, as expected. The PD smiled brightly and pointed to an empty seat at the meeting room table. We sat side by side facing the cameras. The filming content of Challenge Life Experience was simple. The day before the filming, cast members would have a meeting with the production team to receive information about the job they'd be tackling the following day. And then they would go to the work set the next day. That was the entire concept. If a specific skill was required, the production team would set up a training session in advance. Much greater than when Yeonji heard she'd be getting scuba lessons. Her face was priceless. Cute, like a startled hamster. When they said scuba lesson, I thought it would be an aquarium part-time job. But it turned out to be Muljul. Challenge Life really goes hard. Otherwise, the cast would dive in with sheer determination and grit. Honestly, as long as it wasn't unloading boxes at a warehouse, the job didn't matter. I'd be fine, but if any of the guys got hurt, that'd be a problem. While I was thinking about this and that in my head, we finished introductions with the PD. And then the main topic began. First of all, you know what kind of program this is, right? Yes. Great. However, we have one issue. An issue from the get-go? This was really tough. Looking at the flustered members, the PD said seriously. The legal working hours for minors are 7 hours, so the younger members will need to clock out earlier, leaving the eldest ones to close up. That was a really big problem. My heart was already pounding at the thought of running around sweating, leaving only me and Choi Ji-ho to handle things in the deep end. The PD continued. Have you ever worked part-time? I've only worked as a shopping mall clothing model a few times. Choi Ji-ho said. This guy had done a pretty cool part-time job. The younger members simply shook their heads due to their age. I had some experience working part-time, but I decided to stay quiet because it would be troublesome if I had to prove it later. Seeing us nodding, the PD shouted. Tomorrow, Spark will work at the Holy Grail of part-time jobs, a CAF. A CAF? It was a fairly popular part-time job considering their filming locations so far. Cafe part-time jobs could be tough. There were lots of items on the menu and plenty of demanding customers. But given the unique nature of a show that once sent a famous actor to remove beehives, I didn't think they'd just put a group of 6 people in a single CAF. Is it a cafe with long lines? Or a cafe near a subway station or a big franchise? Is it the time for seasonal drinks at a Starbucks right now? I roughly narrowed down the candidates in my head. Unlike me, the guys sitting next to me were talking about how they wanted to wear a cafe uniform and how they liked the barista roles and dramas. A CAF is a staple of part-time jobs. Not only are they one of the most common jobs out there, but they're also a familiar part of our daily lives. Then the PD opened his sketchbook. You guys, after receiving training from a professional barista this afternoon, you'll be hosting a one-day drink giveaway event in Gangnam tomorrow. Gangnam. Why are you so shocked, Mr. Yiwol? As I looked at the red dot on the map, I couldn't believe my eyes. Gangnam. We'd have to survive from open to close at a Gangnam CAF? I felt dizzy. I felt like I was about to faint. What's wrong, Yiwol Hyung? Is it because you're worried there will be a lot of customers? But it still feels like it's a bit far and a bit distant. Kang Kian looked at the map and answered Park Jua's question. It's Gangnam, so there should be at least a single CAF on the way from the station to here. They'll be scattered around for sure. Choi Jiho also added. Instead of listening to what they were saying, I looked ahead and saw the PD and production staff smiling sinisterly. Yes, it was not that close to the station. But, PD, could you show me the map again, please? I received the map from the PD. My uneasy intuition was spot on. Within 2 blocks of the red-marked location, everything was high-rise buildings. Guys, we're in big trouble. I murmured as if leaving a final will. My vision went dark. Office workers were very busy during lunch hours. Some companies offered great perks, with lunch breaks lasting an hour and a half to 2 hours, or even allowing employees to eat whenever they wanted. Most companies without in-house cafeterias set lunch breaks from 12 to 1. To make the most of that 1 hour, every step had to be efficient. You had to choose your lunch menu in advance by 11 o'clock. For restaurants with long lines, you would have to dash out the moment the clock struck 12. Drinks were always to go. Restaurants that accepted reservations were booked a week in advance, and orders for cafes with apps were placed ahead of time. As if following a manual, office workers moved with precision. The places where so many office workers went after eating were mostly divided into 3 categories: to smoke, to take a walk, or to a CAF. The marked location on the map was right in the middle of a dense office area. Even someone like me, who didn't drink coffee, knew this. Every CAF near an office during morning and lunch hours would be packed to the brim. And now, with a free drink giveaway to boot, all for the sake of filming, we were screwed. They'd probably grind us down to coffee grounds by the end of it. It's not exactly an extreme environment, so I think they tried to balance it out by making us give out free drinks. What a lousy excuse. Even I would drink just about anything if it were free, except poison, of course, so how chaotic it would be if we were giving out coffee, which was an essential potion for office workers. Hyung, why do you keep staring off into space? Jong Songbin asked. In his hand was a glass of smoothie we had spent all day making. I thought back to the performances the members had shown today. Then I looked at Jong Songbin and answered, I'm just thinking about how we can finish tomorrow's business successfully. Challenge. Life Experience had been facing a bit of a slump recently. The reason was simple. Rumors of how grueling the program was had made it increasingly difficult to recruit cast members. The show's main content revolved around shedding light on tough, yet essential jobs. Naturally, the work that the production team prepared was physically demanding. Just like many other entertainment program writers, the Challenge Life writers also had to spend a lot of time casting cast members. High-intensity work manageable enough for celebrities to attempt, but tough enough for viewers to think, wow, they're really struggling. As this dilemma repeated, they ran out of material and cast members. In such times, the main PD decided to take a look at the ideas that had been eliminated for various reasons. Cafe part-time work was also one of the ideas that had been eliminated in the past. The reasons for its rejection were varied. The work was so common that it was not perceived as difficult as other ideas. So the production team added challenges to increase its difficulty. They even considered aligning the episode with the launch of a seasonal drink at Starbucks, though they ultimately dropped the idea to avoid disrupting national-level events. Once the concept was set, the next hurdle was casting. Raising the difficulty was great, but the preliminary research suggested it would require more than 1 or 2 people to pull it off. In times like this, idols were the easiest choice. They worked in groups, and the newer they were, the less picky they tended to be about easy or difficult tasks. However, there were always two sides to every coin. There was a reason why Challenge Life, who was desperate for cast members, didn't call new idols unless absolutely necessary. Much greater than it's really frustrating. How can someone fail to memorize table numbers all day? Even from edited footage, I could memorize them. I almost switched the channel. Koreans couldn't stand frustrating things. While viewers might enjoy watching the cast members struggling with unfamiliar tasks, they also wanted the cast members to handle things at the same level as professionals. This was evident from the popularity of compilation videos titled Stars Who Conquered Challenge Life moments dominating various platforms. And, though not all of them, most idols who debuted these days were too young to begin with. Having spent their formative years training for debut, they often lacked what people called work sense. Work well, and you'll be loved anywhere. That was the kind of entertainer Challenge Life needed. So the production team first contacted Partha, a new boy group that had recently debuted from a large agency. The broadcasting industry still trusted them, saying at least major companies educate their idols properly. To cut to the chase, the offer was declined. The production team of Challenge Life forgot for a moment. The reason major companies were great was because they prevented their entertainers from appearing on cost-effective programs like this. 1. While the writers were racking their brains. Hey, if you're fine with a rookie, how about this group? For the first time, the group Spark was mentioned in the meeting. They have similar years of experience as Partha, and there are many reviews on SNS and forums that say they are just as good. At the same time, a short video was projected onto the meeting room screen. The title of the video was An Idol Unusually Gifted with Work Sense. As the video played, the fair-skinned young man in the thumbnail was captured on the screen. Jiwoo, clean from top to bottom. I've uploaded the guide to the shared folder. Check it, and let me know if you can't access it. Short but crisp scenes were accompanied by captions explaining the situations. Writing press releases, demonstrating Excel formulas, handling greasy dishes flawlessly, and more. Since Partha declined the offer anyway, let's try this out. With that mindset, the Challenge Life production team contacted UA to inquire about casting. By that afternoon, they received a response. Any time would work. If we keep one regular CAF staff member to support them, there won't be any problems. The main PD prepared for filming while thinking about the possibilities. During the brief meeting the day before filming, some concerns arose. The groups were all tall and handsome, but most of them still had a youthful look on their faces. Only the young man he saw in the video gave off the aura of having been through a lot, so he thought he could trust this guy. After this long saga of twists and turns, the door to Challenge One Day CAF finally opened on a warm day in May. 101, Chapter 101, Break Room Management 2. Let's decide on positions first. That was the first thing I said to the members when I arrived at the dormitory last night. Position? Lee Chong-hyun asked back. Given that we had all learned everything together, from making Americanos to blending smoothies, his question was understandable. But doing it that way would make customers wait 40 minutes for their drinks. There was a reason why the division of labor had become more sophisticated in modern society. I divided the roles based on the performances the members had shown. First, I assigned Jong Song-bin to handle the counter and take orders, considering his natural ability to engage with people with a smile and his attention to detail. Next, Lee Chong-hyun was tasked with comparing prepared drinks to the order slips and calling out customer names, utilizing his excellent memory and quick thinking. Kang Kian and Choi Ji-ho were paired together to handle the preparation of smoothies and tea-based drinks. Since they complemented each other well, it made sense to assign them tasks as a team rather than individually. And Park Jiwoo. Jiwoo, your task is just to make shots all day. What if the customers order a lot of drinks that don't contain coffee? Not gonna happen. Even if you only make Americanos all day, you'll barely manage to keep up. Lastly, I decided to take on tasks like making coffee-based drinks other than Americanos, taking out the trash cans, and doing the dishes if Choi Ji-ho and Kang Kian couldn't keep up. As expected, as soon as we entered the CAF, everyone took their assigned positions and started checking the supplies. Did you plan where to stand like this in advance? The PD asked Jong Song-bin, who was sticking a memo on the POS machine. Yes. Iwol Hyung found an image of the cafe's interior yesterday, so we discussed it in advance. Maybe because it was their first official variety show, they were very disciplined. I was about to give them some mental kudos, but the camera suddenly turned to me. Mr. Yiwol, how did you know the cafe was here? We only told you the general location yesterday. I narrowed it down to open kitchen cafes in the area you mentioned, ones that usually employ at least 3 part-timers. Since you said it would be event style, I focused on cafes with entrances facing the main road. You found this place just from that? Well, I wasn't 100% sure at first. I shortlisted about 10 places, narrowed it down to the top 3, and checked out all 3 interiors just in case. Worried that explaining all of that in detail would make it seem like I was bragging too much about something trivial, I just brushed it off. Just then, an alarm rang to mark the start of the business preparation. By rule, production staff intervention stopped from the moment prep time began. And that moment was now. I put on my apron and prayed silently. I had an absurd wish. May all the workers going to work in Gangnam today would be in good spirits. Magne. Yes, PD Nim. Didn't you say that they've never worked part-time before? The main PD asked in disbelief. The youngest writer glanced toward the kitchen and gave a slight nod. Then why are they so quick and efficient? Spark was so calm and efficient that it was hard to believe that their average age was barely 20. I thought they were unusual from the moment they all showed up in matching black t-shirts. Since they had rented out a private CAF, there were no uniforms provided. The production team had assumed that, being an idol group where the individual appeal was important, they would naturally come dressed in something appropriately stylish yet neat. However, Spark showed up in black short-sleeved t-shirts, breaking expectations. On top of that, they had somehow acquired 6 identical aprons. From a distance, they looked exactly like the CAF's official staff. Why did you bring aprons? It felt disrespectful to use the cafe supplies carelessly, was what they said. Their preparedness was on another level. Up until this point, the production crew was only a little surprised, but not too flustered. After all, anyone could have a plan. Until reality hit. And soon enough, office workers who were about to start work at 8 o'clock came rushing in. This was the moment when the production team filmed the cast panicking, struggling to take orders. Or so it was supposed to be. Let me confirm your order. Was it an iced Americano? Song Bin Hyung. From now on, let customers know there's at least a 10-minute wait when taking orders. 3 iced Americanos are coming now. Behind the bar, drinks were being made with the precision of a factory assembly line. And that wasn't all. Choi Jiho, are your hands free? Open a new carton of milk for me. I don't have work right now. Does anyone need help with anything? Hyun, could you wipe up the coffee grounds over here? When work piled up on one side, the other members would rush over to help and then quickly return to their original positions. The members are good at communicating. The sound director, who was listening to the series of conversations, was impressed. Even amidst the chaos of a crowded CAF, they always made sure to clearly call out the name of the person they were addressing and specify their requests as much as possible. It was to avoid any need for repetitions. Kim Yiwol, who referred to himself as being in the odd job position, also had impeccable timing when stepping in. Kim Yiwol would rustle around the kitchen and come back every 30 minutes to produce endless Americanos with Park Ju-woo. Sure enough, right on cue, Kim Yiwol came back, calling out toward the kitchen. I filled the paper cups and washed the dishcloths, so use them as needed. I left the folded carriers in the break room because there wasn't space out here. Yes. As soon as Kim Yiwol finished speaking, customers came rushing in again. Does he have some kind of customer-attracting superpower? The main PD couldn't help but think that Kim Yiwol had an unusual knack for getting buried in work. But then, it dawned on him that it wasn't just luck. While many workplaces were experimenting with flexible working hours, Korea still had fixed start times. Although 9 to 6 was the standard, many places staggered their start times by 30-minute intervals beginning at 7 or 8 a.m. Every time Kim Yiwol emerged, like a cuckoo clock announcing the hour, it coincided with a fresh wave of customers, timing that was far from accidental. The production crew, who started filming early in the morning to create a picture that said, "Those people are working hard," had not even considered this point. As the warlike rush finally eased around 10 a.m., the CAF began to settle down. It was finally time to catch their breath. Who's eating lunch? Early? Come grab your lunchboxes. Me, Kang Ki-on, and Song Bin Hyung. It was also time for half of the staff to eat lunch. After distributing lunchboxes to his Dongsing, Kim Yiwol took over the POS system from Jong Songbin. Seizing the moment when the kitchen cleared out, the PD entered the kitchen with the camera crew and asked, "Is Mr. Yiwol going to take orders?" "Yes." Songbin left some notes, "so I think I can manage." In the place Kim Yiwol pointed, there was a memo that Jong Songbin had put up before opening. The note neatly outlined scripts for taking orders, the types of coffee beans, and final confirmation phrases for orders. Kim Yiwol handled the occasional orders without any trouble. Occasionally, there were customers ordering multiple drinks for office errands. But with Park Ju-woo in charge of Americanos and Choi Ji-ho handling other beverages, there was no need to call back anyone from their lunch break. Is there a reason for deciding the lunch order in advance? Yes, our members are still growing, so it's important they don't skip meals. Kim Yiwol smiled. It was a smile that made you think he's good at social life. The afternoon was twice as hectic as the morning. First, office workers returning from lunch swarmed the CAF. The rumor about the free event had also spread. People who had heard about it from their co-workers came to visit, crowding the cafe. The production team had put a cafe employee on standby in case of such a situation, but Spark handled it with calm precision. With Jong Songbin informing customers about wait times in advance, those in a rush naturally left without placing orders. The remaining customers, aware they would need to wait, placed their orders without complaints. Still, the drinks came out in 10 minutes. With each member handling a specific task, they seemed to have become more skilled, and everyone's work speed increased. The only difference was Kim Yiwol's movement pattern. Kim Yiwol, who used to go back and forth between odd jobs and Park Ju-woo in the morning, was now busily moving between the refrigerator and the blender. The mango yogurt smoothie and shine muscatade you ordered is ready. The menus that Lee Chong-hyun shouted out were also much more diverse than in the morning. The main PD glanced between the array of colorful drinks laid out in front of Lee Chong-hyun and Kim Yiwol, who was pulling a fresh pack of frozen strawberries from the industrial refrigerator. They're really good at this. It seemed that new cast members would be added to the casts who conquered Challenge Life.zip videos soon. The filming of Challenge Life ended without a hitch. While Choi Ji-ho and I were doing the closing cleanup, the guys who had left earlier came back in their casual clothes, surprising us. "What are you doing here?" "What do you mean? We're customers." "Owner, please give us 4 cups of the most popular menu in this cafe." That was what they said. But when I actually started making an Earl Grey peach shake, they freaked out and refused it. Then they started complaining about how dusty the CAF was and grabbed cleaning tools themselves, finishing up all the tidying. What kind of CAF makes customers work? If you don't order a drink, you're not a customer. After bickering and making closing remarks, it was already 11 p.m. I stayed up all night, worried we'd get a call from the company saying, "Did you guys have an accident at work?" But no such call came. So, we thought Spark's first appearance on a variety show was just a moderate success. "Hey guys, what is it? Spark's trending. For real." Not long after the filming day, on the day our Challenge Life episode was aired, the manager suddenly came into the practice room, so the boys immediately stopped dancing and ran over to him. The word Spark was clearly visible on the manager's phone screen. Challenge Life Spark, 1,210 posts. Challenge Life Buzzer Guy, 2,509 posts. Wow. Lee Chong-hyun, who was gaining popularity as the Challenge Life Buzzer Guy, repeatedly checked the phone in disbelief, his eyes sparkling. Next to him, Choi Ji-ho squinted slightly as he stared at the screen. Without his glasses, he probably couldn't make out the text very well. "Looks like scrubbing that blender paid off," Kang Ki-on said with a shrug. Jong Songbin, who had been silently looking at his phone, also smiled faintly and muttered, "Guess so." Maybe it was the satisfaction of getting off to a good start without anyone making a mistake. At that time, I had no idea that my own small mistakes were quietly starting to accumulate. 102. Chapter 102, 50-minute self-introduction 1. Here was a quick glimpse of Spark in Challenge Life. Much greater than as expected. The idol ranked #1 for having an unusually sharp work ethic. I don't know about anything else, but K-Sulbin and Idol definitely have worked part-time at a cafe before. Much greater than 2x05xx Challenge Life Spark. If the cafe has these kinds of part-time workers, I'd go every day. The smoothie that Emperor Ji-ho makes? I could even eat it in the freezer. Much greater than as a current cafe part-timer, I really enjoyed watching Challenge Life this week. I was wondering if a cafe part-timer episode would ever come out. I'm so happy that it finally did. I'm surprised that Sparks are so good at their jobs. They're way better than our new employees at our cafe. Boss, please change the part-timers. Thank you for the kind words for our kids. They're good at their jobs, but they're also good at their main job. If you don't mind, please come watch their stage. Honestly, it was just average. The surprise seemed a bit exaggerated. Hey, they did a great job. It's not easy for a beginner to not make a mistake in the drink when they have so many customers. Since it's a show, they probably cut out any complaints or mistakes. I think they edited the show to really push the hard worker image to boost the ratings because of the idol. The production team's intentions were so obvious, so I wasn't really into it. F***CK, are people already unfairly criticizing our kids? They've grown so much that they're even seen as driving up the ratings. Much greater than everyone else is like, wow, they're good with their hands. While Yiwol and Chongyan Theory practically human calculators. PD's expression when he saw them memorizing drinks equals my expression. The kids really have good memories. Yiwol's ability to memorize subway routes wasn't for nothing. Please also give a shout out to Keon, the dishwashing master. He's so cute. He's obsessed with water stains, but it's so endearing when he's cleaning. Everyone was mentioned, and no one was evaluated negatively. It was the best possible publicity. In an idol group where multiple members work together, this was a sensitive issue. Because when a specific member got attention, your favorite member's opportunities were diminished. In the past, sparklers used to seriously keep each other in check. As the group's opportunities to be on screen diminished due to various setbacks, there was a kind of rivalry among fans who wanted to grab even the slightest chance for their favorite member to shine. Maybe if the members were shown getting along, it wouldn't have happened, but well. So up until now, I'd been faithful to giving everyone a chance to shine, making sure everyone got equal screen time, equal opportunities to speak, etc. And I had no doubt that it was producing good results. Yiwol, it's good to talk about the members, but can you talk about yourself a little more? Until I heard this at the fan signing event. It wasn't the first time I'd met someone who picked Kim Yiwol as their bias. I always wondered, what could they possibly like about me, out of all 6 members? But that wasn't the point right now. Those who loved Kim Yiwol had something in common. Much greater than someone. Please teach me how to love Spark even more than Yiwol does. Even during personal live streams, he would always tell where the members were. There were many times when he couldn't take his own pictures because he was busy taking pictures of the members. He practiced the longest, but he said he had to avoid inconveniencing the members. I like how kind he is. But honestly, if someone asks, where is Jiho, during his solo streams one more time, I might snap. For some reason, they saw me as this kind-hearted eldest brother. They viewed everything I did through an incredibly positive lens, to the point that I often wondered if I deserved such generous praise. When it came to fans who liked Spark as a whole or the other members individually, it was clear what I could do for them. I could work to keep the group from falling into a slump, or I could create plenty of content to fill the gaps the others hadn't yet covered. But what should I do for those who like Kim Yiwol? I couldn't help but think this way. Photos? Honestly, my face was hardly good enough to post as an idol selfie. Covers? I'd only been learning to sing for a short time. There's no way my singing would sound good. Dancing? Not even worth mentioning. So, I figured the best I could do was show up on the official fan cafe every day and chat as often as possible. My story? Yes. The fan in front of me nodded passionately at my response. Honestly, anything you talk about is great. But I also want to hear what you like and what you did today, things like that. Even as we talked, the fan's eyes were fixed on me. Do you mean hobbies or updates about my daily life? Exactly. Oh, but that doesn't mean the anecdotes about the other members aren't fun. You know, of course. Thank you for being curious about my daily life. I finished signing with a smile. Then, while jotting down a brief TMI on a post-it note, I thought to myself, what exactly should I do to promote myself? The reason I constantly mentioned the other members, even during my solo live streams, was simple. The ones who deserved the spotlight were them, and Sparks fans were fans of those 5 members. I didn't think anyone would be curious about what I had to say. But after what happened at the fan signing event, I couldn't approach my broadcasts the same way. If that was what the fans wanted, I could not help but do it. The problem is, who would find the boring daily life of an office worker interesting? I felt like I was selling a falsely advertised product to the people supporting Kim Yiwol. My heart felt heavy. I couldn't even figure out what to talk about. I even recalled the time Manager Nam's daughter was obsessively curious about Choi Ji-ho's every move, but that was about Choi Ji-ho. Comparing myself to him, the group's center and one of the most recognizable members, would be rude. I aimlessly played the members' self-produced content on auto-repeat, searching for inspiration. My eyes stopped on Lee Chong-hyun's piano cover of With List. Should I try playing the bass? Playing bass was one of the few hobbies that felt like a real hobby. It wasn't too far removed from Spark's activities, and most importantly, I genuinely enjoyed it. I hadn't touched it in over a year since becoming a trainee, so I need some practice to get back into the groove. But with nearly 10 years of experience prior to that, I probably wouldn't struggle too much. The real problem was not having an instrument. Buying one just to shoot a video felt like a waste of money. Should I look into secondhand deals? The thought of it spiraling into a bigger task made my head hurt. Maybe it'd be better to tell some story about how I couldn't afford tuition and drop out, rebranding myself as the ultimate clumsy character. Hyung, what are you watching? Huh, it's my video. Just as my eyes were starting to mist up, someone dragged me back to reality by the hair. It was Lee Chong-hyun, who had just returned to the room. Are you monitoring my videos? What should I do? It's so embarrassing. It's not like that. I was thinking about what kind of personal videos I should make, so I looked at them for reference. I closed my laptop as I spoke. To me, this action signified the end of the conversation, but Lee Chong-hyun sat on Choi Ji-ho's bed across from me and asked, "So, have you decided on a topic?" "Huh. You said you were brainstorming." If someone like you, who never seems to worry about anything, is saying that, it must mean you're really stuck, right? His words hit me like a dagger. It was as if a hole had been punched in my chest. Looking at him, not showing any signs of leaving, I said, "That's true. I don't know what I should do to fill 10 minutes by myself. Hyung does. Talk about us a lot. Oh, what about work? I want to leave that out as much as possible." Then it's really difficult. You do nothing but work. Are you adding fuel to the fire?" Lee Chong-hyun burst out laughing at my comment. While I was seriously agonizing over it, he seemed to be enjoying the situation. Come to think of it, Hyung, don't you have any hobbies? I don't think I've ever seen you actually having fun, even when you're resting. Why wouldn't I have hobbies? I even started reading web novels recently, trying to feel young again. The only thing I could show is the bass, but I don't have one, so that's out too. It's giving me a headache. Bass? There must be a few in the practice room for practice, though. What? Lee Chong-hyun pointed his finger toward the company building and continued. You know, on the second floor of the office building, there's a practice room and a band rehearsal studio for the seniors. They've got all the band session instruments there. They're not as high-end as the ones used for recording, but they're still decent. As expected, UA, a music powerhouse, might not be good at management, but they had a lot of resources. I was so touched that I felt like crying. As Lee Chong-hyun said, UA had quite a few instruments. After signing the reservation log in the equipment room, I managed to borrow a bass guitar. Returning to the small practice room and holding the instrument brought about an indescribable feeling. I really played a lot when I was a college student. Though it seemed like I hadn't played since my voice changed, in truth, I could count on one hand the times I'd picked up the bass since joining the Hampyeong industry. Hopefully, I didn't forget all the fingering techniques. It felt so unfamiliar to touch the strings again that I couldn't help but laugh. It wasn't the fanciest bass, as Lee Chong-hyun had mentioned, but since the one I used before was a standard model, I didn't feel uncomfortable. Now that I had the instrument, all that was left was the song selection. If what the fans wanted was the TMI insight into the human Kim Yiwol, covering Spark's song didn't seem like a good choice. So I thought about playing Park Ju-hwa's favorite song, as I'd once promised, but then it hit me. No matter what ideas I thought, it all circled back to the group. This must be what people called completely immersed. But if I've never really asserted myself before, maybe staying in the background is just my natural inclination. Really, my mind was in a mess. 103. Chapter 103. 50-minute self-introduction 2. My past life was solely to accommodate other people. How about we have some loach soup for lunch today? If anyone hasn't tried it, now's the time. Assistant Manager Kim, wait a minute. Please give me a lift. Assistant Manager Kim, Please schedule an interview with that manager. No matter where I was or what I was doing, there was no room for my opinion. For years, my duty was to do the work I was ordered to without getting on anyone's bad side. And now, out of the blue, I had to stand out and share trivial stories. Assistant Manager Kim, do you know how busy managers are? Why should I waste my precious time listening to you? Whenever I tried to do something, Manager Nam's voice echoed vividly in my mind. It was suffocating. But here I was, being told to market myself. My PR score was already abysmal. I couldn't afford to ignore this any longer. I sighed. With mixed feelings, I started playing my bass again, something I hadn't picked up in ages. Should I play a song I learned in the band club? But what if they ask how I came across this song? Should I play my high school anthem instead? But wouldn't that be boring? After thinking for a while, I came to a conclusion. I had been playing the bass all this time without any real thought behind it. Is it possible for someone to have a sense of self so little? How shameful. What was the appeal of Kim Yiwol as a person? Did I even have any appeal in the first place? Someone with no friends like me? The more I thought about it, the more I felt that I had lived my life wrong. This must be why the system sent me back to the past. It told me to live properly this time. If I wasn't particularly talented, I should at least have something special, but unfortunately, the bass wasn't exactly an instrument that stood out. I could play fast, sure, but I doubted fans would find that particularly impressive. To everyone who likes Kim Yiwol, I'm truly sorry. Your pathetic idol is crying. As my thoughts threatened to spiral out of control, Kang Keon knocked on the practice room door. It was a call from the manager. A solo variety show? As soon as Choi Ji-ho and I entered the meeting room, the manager got excited and started babbling. In short, our group was offered a solo variety show. It seemed to be a chain reaction from the recent broadcast of Challenge Life. Since it's a variety show based on MeTube, the shooting time won't take long and it's less intense. Do you know that young people these days watch MeTube more than TV? This is a much better opportunity for us. He was right. Plus, the fact that they hadn't specified any guests gave us a lot of creative freedom. It was the kind of offer we couldn't afford to turn down. If it weren't for the fact that it was a drinking show, I was wondering why they only called me and Choi Ji-ho. Since we were the only ones in the group who could legally drink, they didn't need to request specific guests. Now that I needed content that could make myself known, a solo variety show was a golden opportunity. But the alcohol-based theme left me uneasy. Drinking moderately in a relaxed setting? That was great and all. That was great, but first, I had doubts about whether a drinking show was the right choice for a group where the majority of the members were minors. Second, as idols with many young fans, it didn't feel great to promote drinking culture. The community's reaction to Spark mentioning alcohol was pretty positive. Though. I could still vividly recall the flaming discussions on online forums when Spark first talked about a team dinner on the radio. That was when I realized just how many nuanced ways there were to express affection in Korean. Still, if they gave me this opportunity, how could I not go? As long as we didn't actively encourage drinking, it should be fine. The only remaining question was who would go. I glanced at the seat next to me. Choi Ji-ho couldn't quite hide his discomfort. I had expected it from the moment I heard about the drinking show. Despite looking like someone who could drink anything on the table, this guy didn't drink at all. I could only assume it was due to the influence of his father, who was said to have been a heavy drinker. One way or another, I have only one choice. I sighed inwardly at the thought of dirtying my liver that was finally purified. But it couldn't be helped. Since I've decided to support you, I'll do my best. Are you good at drinking? After I voluntarily declared I would appear on the show, Choi Ji-ho asked as we left the meeting room. Just fine. What? I asked back, but Choi Ji-ho didn't answer. This brat. Should I just slather soothing gel all over him and let him sit there for 5 minutes, all nice and moist? It might depend on the company's culture, but if the Hampyeong industry asked me about my drinking capacity, there was only one answer I had to give. Regardless of whether you could hold your liquor or not, you had to downplay it and say, I'm not a strong drinker. At the Hampyeong industry, drinking wasn't just openly encouraged, it was subtly forced. There was always an underlying attitude of, let's see how long you can resist. Assistant manager, you're coming to the second round, right? Find a place with some nice drinks. I'm not going home tonight. Our department is staying out until the end. Got it. Assistant Manager Kim, your glass is empty. Leaving already, with your boss still here? I didn't think you'd be so sly. Forcing people to drink was considered harassment, but the people in the Hampyeong industry always acted like they were outside the law. On top of that, there were so many drinking parties. Since the HR team was under the management support department, I wasn't just dragged to team dinners, but also department dinners and even executive dinners. How many bottles of alcohol had I downed? I didn't know for sure, but if I weren't someone with decent alcohol tolerance, my liver would have been destroyed by now. Thank goodness my drinking capacity was somewhat sufficient. After all those years at Hampyeong Industry, the only things I gained were anger toward the world, the ability to let people's words go in one ear and out the other, and the useless TMI that I was not a lightweight when it came to drinking. Since that was all I'd gained, I couldn't help it. I should make good use of this. Don't worry. At my words, Choi Ji-ho, who was walking beside me, glanced over. I won't mess up because of drinking. I even showed a reassuring smile, but the guy just had an unimpressed look on his face and went back to the practice room. The entertainment show Drinkers was filmed in a studio designed to look like a street food stall concept. Until the moment I stepped into the studio, I was showered with concern from everyone at UA. Yiwol, don't let your guard down just because you feel fine at first. Don't keep drinking too much. Stand up and walk to the bathroom every now and then. That way, you'll know if you're getting dizzy. It's better to hear people say, "Why did you even show up if you can't drink?" than to get drunk and make a mess. Got it. Normally, they trusted me almost excessively, but in situations like this, they treated me like a child. Still, compared to my time in the Hampyeong industry, this felt like a luxury. Following the program's rules, I shouted, "Are you open today?" From outside the door, and a voice answered from within, "Yes, come on in." As I stepped into the studio, the MC of Drinkers greeted me warmly. "Oh, what's this? Another handsome male guest? Didn't I say I won't accept any more handsome guests? Now I'll be compared in the thumbnails again. Ah, come on, Sunbeam. Please just make me the last one. Wow, look at this guy. Already trying to take out the competition." As expected from a comedian skilled at hosting talk shows, the MC effortlessly broke through the initial awkwardness of meeting someone for the first time. Taking advantage of the moment, I chimed in naturally. "I've wanted to be on Drinkers for so long. If you'll allow it just this once, I'll consider it a dream come true and give it my all." "Geez, how hard are you planning to try?" "Okay, let's sit down and talk. Our camera directors are already waving for us to take our seats." I smiled awkwardly and bowed my head slightly to the camera directors as I was about to sit down, but then I saw a familiar face among the directors. "Huh, that's right, Mr. Yiwol. There's someone here who's met Mr. Yiwol before." At the MC's remark, the director who made eye contact with me gave a slight nod of acknowledgement. It was none other than the director I had met at the Jang Junha's music video shoot. "Isn't that Director Han? It's been a while." "Wow, Mr. Yiwol, you have a good memory." "Director, didn't you say that it was about half a year ago that you met Mr. Yiwol?" "I met him before his debut. I didn't expect to run into him again like this. I'd heard of scriptwriters transitioning from dramas to variety shows or directors moving from films to documentaries, but I hadn't expected to witness it firsthand. Hey, don't leave me out while you two go off into your little world. I'm going to sulk." The MC made a witty comment and laughed. The world was small, but I didn't know it could be this small. I laughed along with the MC, silently resolving to be extra diligent about keeping Spark members tight-lipped once I got back to the dorm. The format of Drinkers followed a generally established routine. First, the guest would introduce themselves and share a brief update about their recent activities. Then, the MC would bring up pre-researched tidbits to spark conversation while serving a drink as an appetizer. Next, the guest would order their favorite snack, and the production team would serve a prearranged dish. During this segment, the conversation mainly focuses on drinking preferences, drinking capacity, and drinking habits, etc. related to alcohol. Everything flowed smoothly up until the point where I had to talk about recent activities. In the first place, what else could an idol talk about other than their comeback? By the way, Mr. Yiwol, how did Mr. Yiwol end up as Spark's gentleman rascal? It's a false accusation. We're going to hold a hearing soon to find out the truth. I was surprised because the nickname was so contradictory. You don't look the type, but it made me wonder if your true personality is something else entirely. That can't be true. Some tidbits were a little embarrassing. I was worried that if this continued, I'd end up with a nickname like Kim Yiwol, the strongest rascal. Once I went back, I wouldn't let Kong Keon off the hook. I almost spit out some alcohol, but like an idol, I safely recovered. Then, the snacks were served. To be honest, choosing the snack probably took the most time while preparing for this shoot. The reason was simple. I'd never really chosen the snack on my own. I usually stuck eating the pork rinds that Manager Nam suggested, or the menus that my department or club seniors chose. Stuff like incredibly expensive scrambled eggs. Oh, when I drank with my sister, we'd sometimes snack on a bag of jelly. Our Nuna had a really unique taste. I didn't drink alone often either, so choosing the snack wasn't easy. Making up something random just for show felt like a betrayal to the fans who genuinely cared about every word I said. In the end, after much deliberation, this was the snack I chose. 104. Chapter 104. 50-minute self-introduction 3. The MC's confusion was conveyed even in that single sound. Mr. Yiwol, do you like potato chips? The MC asked while looking at the torn bag of potato chips lying on the table. Yes, they're my go-to snack when I drink. The truth was, I mostly ate seaweed. There was no particular reason, I just didn't want to bother buying or preparing specific snacks. However, bringing only a canister of seaweed to the show seemed a bit too lazy. Plus, there was the risk of it sticking to my teeth on camera, so I decided against it. Instead, I went with potato chips, my second most frequent choice and a staple of convenience store 2+1 deals. I hadn't expected him to be so surprised with the potato chips though. Then again, considering a previous guest brought truffle-topped canapes, the difference must have felt pretty stark. Oh, Mr. Yiwol, do you drink often? Not really. Today is my first drink since I started living in the dorm. Really? Then you haven't had a single sip of alcohol since you were a trainee? Yes, because most of the members are minors. I figured it'd be better not to. Mr. Yiwol is kind. Let's just have fun today and not worry about your doxing. What do you think? Sounds great. Oh, and I did mention another snack. Right? Potato chips couldn't be the only one. As I brought it up, the next snack was served. The MC's expression brightened. After all, even though it was just filming, having only potato chips felt a bit underwhelming, especially on a show focused on showcasing drinks and snacks. Thanks to that, I ended up going through a favorite food World Cup to find something else that matched my tastes. The winners? Convenience store fish cake skewers and a small-sized cup of instant ramen. Mr. Yiwol, you have the same taste as an ajusi. Ahaha, is that so? I just think these are delicious. The fish cake skewers I ate alone at the convenience store with another bottle of soju after sending off the drunken manager Nam to his house. And instant ramen, which I had paired with a pack of soju on the day manager Nam scolded me relentlessly. I didn't eat them often because they reminded me of manager Nam, but whenever I did, they were delicious enough to wipe away all the day's frustrations. Seeing me smile nostalgically, the MC placed a hand on my shoulder and said, I know that fish cake skewers and ramen are delicious, but I can't leave this alone. Mr. Yiwol, I'll buy you some really delicious snacks next time as your senior. Really, I'm grateful, but why the sudden offer? I was a bit flustered. Sure, my snacks were humble, but they weren't exactly cheap. The fish cake was a premium brand product. It probably wasn't about the price. Some guests had brought nostalgic foods like grilled ginkgo nuts or spicy peppers. I assumed it was just a polite comment made for the show and decided to let it slide. That made sense. Really, let's start with a toast. Cheers. Yes, yes. Following the MC's lead, we filled our glasses and poured soju. The atmosphere was very warm. Up until the system appeared, I had two goals for today. 1. To appear more honest than usual, as viewers would expect from drinking talk. 2. To not lose self-control despite all that. But, seriously, Mr. Yiwol. Yes, Sunbeam. Why are you such a good drinker? But it was all ruined. Because of that damn system. Plus, system, work instructions from Superior have arrived. Play button assistant Manager Kim. Come here and have a drink. Don't make me strain my arm. System, short-term task has been assigned. Finish at least 5 bottles of soju. Reward, +1 to self-PR score. Failure, increased probability of attitude controversy event occurrence. Plus, attitude controversy event. That kind of event would happen sooner or later, even without drinking. Like when I eventually started throwing punches at thin air. More importantly, since when is drinking well considered a virtue for an idol? Haven't you been helping me to succeed as an idol all this time? Isn't getting wasted and making a spectacle of myself more likely to cause controversy? My mind was in turmoil, but there was no time to hesitate. The cameras were still rolling. Drinking 5 bottles wasn't that hard. Back in the Hampyeong industry, even after grueling over time, I managed to drink everything Manager Nam handed me at company dinners. Now, in my 20s, I'd probably hold up even better. The problem was that since it was just the MC and me drinking, it was hard to gauge how much I'd actually consumed. And knowing the system, even being a single drop short of 5 bottles would result in failure. So, I had to be meticulous about this. Can't measure properly? Then there's only one answer. I have to drink an overwhelming amount, so that I win. From then on, I drank without letting my glass stay empty for even a moment. I didn't embarrass myself by yelling, "Sunbeam, my glass is empty." Instead, I intentionally placed my glass at the end of the table so that it would be captured on camera, or I would drink it in one shot as soon as I received it. Then, the production staff who saw my empty glass would mention that my glass was empty, or the MC would immediately fill my glass. "Are you okay? Aren't you drinking too much?" "I'm fine for now." Even if I wasn't fine, this was a situation where I'd have to say I was. But honestly, I was fine for now. I silently thanked my drinking capacity. When I glanced at the production staff, they all muttered, "Look at Mr. Yiwol's complexion, it hasn't changed at all." As a result of downing alcohol like a beast. Plus, system, short-term task completed. Reward, +1. To self-PR score. Plus, I regained part of the self-PR score I had unwittingly lost before. Thank you, my liver. Group practice was still a relatively new experience for him. To be precise, he was still in the adjustment phase. So if one person was missing and the number of people was reduced, he should feel better. Jiho Hyung looked straight ahead, but Choi Jiho couldn't focus. Even leader Jong Songbin had to step in and give him feedback. What was distracting him so much? Choi Jiho cast his gaze toward the large, empty spot. It was the spot where Kim Yiwol, a member who was absent due to an external schedule, should have been standing. Even during the short breaks, Choi Jiho kept sneaking glances at the spot where Kim Yiwol usually stood to drink water. He was aware that this behavior was unlike him. However, he couldn't help but feel nervous. It was because of that schedule, the one that made Kim Yiwol absent. There's a MeTube show called Drinkers that's invited both of you to appear. Have you heard of it? A while ago, the manager called Choi Jiho and Kim Yiwol and explained the plan to appear on a solo entertainment show. Choi Jiho had never heard of it. But honestly, he wasn't interested. He got sick of alcohol. The sight of people drinking to the point they couldn't take care of themselves was disgusting to see. That was also the biggest reason he hated his father. Just thinking about his father stirred uncontrollable emotions. Choi Jiho hated that side of himself. At the same time, he didn't want to show it. So, he did his best to avoid anything that reminded him of his father. But life didn't let you do only the things you wanted. Choi Jiho already had a history of scraping a project once. He didn't see it as his fault, but watching others clean up the aftermath didn't make him feel better about it. One of the many reasons he hated his father was the way the man shirked responsibility. It was written all over his face. A person shouldn't live like that. That was what he had resolved to himself. Choi Jiho made up his mind. And just as he was about to volunteer for the filming, "Can I go?" If Choi Jiho is fine with it. Sitting next to him, Kim Yiwol said with a smile. Some might dismiss Kim Yiwol's gesture, saying, "Who wouldn't want a chance at solo activities?" But anyone who truly knew Kim Yiwol would never say that. Kim Yiwol was extremely reluctant to stand in the spotlight. He didn't turn down work when asked, but he didn't hesitate to pass it on to someone else when a good opportunity arose. Even someone like Choi Jiho, who had grown up hearing, "Why are you so indifferent to those around you?" could tell. Kim Yiwol had volunteered. On purpose. If Choi Jiho is fine with it, he had said, as if seeking permission for his actions. It was an unmistakable act of consideration. Looking back, Kim Yiwol had always been like that. When problems arose, he would step in without asking for reasons, resolve the situation on his own, and then quietly return to his work, with his characteristic expressionless face. A few days later, as Kim Yiwol was tying his shoes to leave for the shoot, Choi Jiho called out to him. "Hey, what is it?" The lifeless black eyes turned toward Choi Jiho. The same guy who wore that expression acted like a completely different person in front of others or the camera. Then, was Kim Yiwol essentially a different person from him? Or was he a person who was essentially the same but behaved differently? He didn't want to think deeply about it. That kind of introspection didn't suit him. Instead, Choi Ji-ho asked Kim Yiwol, "Do you need anything?" He should have phrased it as, "Is there anything I can do?" But his words never came out quite right. Still, this guy probably understood well enough. Turning his head, Kim Yiwol retied his shoelaces and replied, "Just make sure the kids don't do anything stupid." With a quick farewell, Kim Yiwol left the practice room. Unlike how he listened carefully to the younger members, Kim Yiwol rarely bothered to respond in conversations with Choi Ji-ho. Whether it was indifference or trust, Choi Ji-ho couldn't tell. But he didn't dislike it. The members of Spark were generally well-behaved. Though they were noisy sometimes, everyone was sensible and capable of managing themselves. That was why Choi Ji-ho believed he could easily handle a small favor like the one Kim Yiwol had asked. Hyung. Until Jong Song-bin came to his room for the first time in a while. "I am sorry, but could you help me look this up real quick?" And showed his phone screen, revealing that adult verification was required. 105, Chapter 105, 50-minute self-introduction 4. What does Kim Yiwol hate the most? If you asked this question, all the Spark members would give the same answer. Doing something unbecoming of an idol. It was as if Kim Yiwol divided everything in the world into two categories: actions that idols can do and actions that idols cannot do. No, it wasn't as if he actually did. "You made a blank expression at this XX fan signing?" "I was drinking water." If you weren't an idol, do you think there would be anyone in the world who would take a bus from Busan to Seoul at dawn to meet you, wait for 3 hours, meet you for 1 hour, and then tell you to get some rest on their way out? Just one photo of Choi Ji-ho looking expressionless at a fan meet was enough for Kim Yiwol to practically hunt him down. What props does Lee Chong-hyun hold in the photo shoots these days? His face does all the work, doesn't it? Is it his face or Lee Chong-hyun himself who's supposed to do the work? Are you planning to let him coast on his looks for the rest of his career? Why are you yelling at me when I am not even doing anything? He never let his guard down, worried that the members might become arrogant. And that wasn't all. He loved his fans so much. When you post on the official fan cafe or social media, pay attention to your tone. There are only two things we can ask of our fans in an imperative tone: wishing them a happy new year and asking them not to push the person in front of them. Isn't the second one something you can only say at a concert? Exactly, so handle everything else with care. That every single word he spoke to fans was meticulously considered. Kim Yiwol was always vigilant. His strictness sometimes felt stifling, but he held himself to even higher standards than he did others, so Choi Ji-ho had nothing to say. The reason the members didn't complain about Kim Yiwol was probably the same. Now, Kim Yiwol left the members in Choi Ji-ho's care. He asked him to keep an eye on them so they wouldn't do anything foolish. But their underage leader came to him, asking for help with adult verification content. Choi Ji-ho's head spun quickly. However, because his brain wasn't built for such situations, it stopped spinning in a matter of seconds. Instead, his instincts kicked in. If he didn't handle this now, Kim Yiwol would rain down fire and brimstone upon him. When he returned, and then he thought, how would Kim Yiwol act in this situation? Kim Yiwol was usually great at resolving things like these. He'd start with a conversation. Instead of saying, "Don't drag me into something weird," Choi Ji-ho sat up in his bed. Next, he chose what to say. Saying whatever came to mind had never gone well for him, so he needed to be cautious. He wanted to blurt out, "Couldn't you ask for something else? Have you lost your mind?" But he held back. Instead, he thought about how Kim Yiwol would handle this and carefully chose his words. After organizing his thoughts in his head, Choi Ji-ho asked, "What were you looking up?" He had done his best. Even if Jong Song-bin had been caught trying to look up something shady, Choi Ji-ho could now confidently say he had given it his all. Choi Ji-ho felt both satisfied and complicated at the same time, while worrying about how Jong Song-bin would react next. However, Jong Song-bin's response was too innocent. "Hangover cure. What? Yiwol Hyung's going to come home drunk today. I was wondering if there was anything I could do for him, but then I found out that minors can buy hangover cures, so I was clicking through the related search term." As Jong Song-bin looked it up, he found a product that seemed very useful, but when he clicked on it, the adult verification page suddenly appeared. Choi Jiho's nervousness evaporated into absurdity. What the? I mean, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Choi Jiho quickly backtracked, squirming a little. He then took the shared phone from Jong Song-bin and logged in with his own account. Can I just summarize it for you instead? Yes. Then Jong Song-bin opened his journal. It seemed he even planned to write it down. But unfortunately, there wasn't much for Choi Jiho to summarize. The related searches had led Jong Song-bin down a path entirely unrelated to hangover remedies. After explaining that this was unrelated to the information he was looking for, Choi Jiho thought that he was now finally free from the responsibility of being an older member. Of course, responsibility was never that easy to shake off. In the end, Choi Jiho had to accompany Jong Song-bin to the convenience store, where he had to buy hangover cures. For the first time since meeting Kim Yiwol, he genuinely missed him. Hyung, the video is up. At Lee Chong-hyun's shout, everyone gathered around the spare phone he was holding. On the screen, a thumbnail for the Kim Yiwol episode of Drinkers was displayed. The upload time was 1 hour ago, and the video title was Looking for the Soju Thief. Sparks Yiwol episode. I'm sorry, but doesn't the title lack respect for my dignity? I was flustered. Hyung, how much did you drink there? Oh, I only drank a little. Despite my answer, Kong Hyun's eyes were filled with suspicion. The screen's too small to watch properly on the phone. Should we watch it on the laptop at the dorm? Let's all watch it together. Jong Song-bin's suggestion threw me off guard. Wait, you're saying we're all going to watch a show of me drinking together? Completely oblivious to my inner turmoil, Jong Song-bin grinned innocently. You're the first of our members to have a solo variety show. We have to monitor it together. Looking at his pure smile, I thought, when you watch it, you'll realize how unnecessary it was for you guys to buy me 5 bottles of hangover cure on the night of the shoot. The thumbnail alone was already extraordinary. With a smiling photo of me next to the MC's astonished face, it looked like a comedy skit. Thanks to that, I came out like some kind of cheerful-eyed lunatic. It was embarrassing. The suspicious editing began from the entrance itself. Mr. Yiwol, you're really tall, aren't you? Isn't our food stall going to collapse at this rate? He didn't look this tall on video. Oh, was it the video of me with Jiho? That guy is so tall that when we stand together, we all look small. For now, let's not get up from our chairs for today's shoot, and from now on, let's not cast anyone taller than 180 centimeters. Okay. Because of the camera distortion, my height was already as tall as a door, but due to the MC who exaggerated for the sake of the tension of the broadcast and the flustered production staff, it was edited like a giant human visiting a street food stall. When the scene where potato chips were served as snacks came out, sounds like filled the room. Hyung, do you actually like potato chips? Why? Does it sound like a lie? I don't think I've ever seen you eat chips before. Lee Chong-hyun pointed out. I am just keeping fit. Plus, I haven't had a reason to drink since moving into the dorm. But you barely ate them on the show either, right? True, I actually ate seaweed on a regular basis most of the time. Wow, the reality is even sadder. I explained that I couldn't just serve seaweed to the MC, and only then did Chong-hyun nod in understanding. You started as a trainee late, right? What did you want to do before that? I didn't have a specific job in mind, but I was interested in business administration, so I thought about majoring in business. It suits you. Are you good at handling money? I'm not bad at it, but we've got a human calculator in our team, so I leave it to him. Look at how much I talked about you guys. Suddenly labeled as the human calculator, Lee Chong-hyun smacked my thigh. He grumbled about how ridiculous I was, but honestly, I thought he was the one being more ridiculous. Up until that point, things seemed to be going well. It was a little annoying that my scene of drinking soju without spilling or drinking it in one shot was edited like I was some great sommelier, but at least it was more entertaining than being dull. The real issue began when the system triggered its short-term task. The screen went black, and a short phrase appeared in white letters. But we didn't know this man's drinking capacity. Then it cut to me downing shots at 2.5x speed, seamlessly drinking glass after glass without a pause. The MC's widening eyes, the murmurs from the production staff, the growing pile of empty bottles, and me, completely unfazed, continuing to drink. To anyone watching, I must have looked like a complete oddball. Even I found my behavior unfamiliar and strange. There was one exception, though. The students sitting on the floor simply looked intrigued. Their expressions know more than a mild, "It's interesting." Only Choi Ji-ho, sitting on the couch, looked unimpressed. "Hyung, are you a good drinker?" Jong Songbin asked. He must have had no experience drinking before, so he didn't know how it worked. "Just average." "What do you mean average? You're a heavy drinker." I tried to put a positive spin on it, but Choi Ji-ho, this guy, just had to butt in. "Ridiculous. Why are you picking a fight when you don't even drink? It's a broadcast, so the editing must have exaggerated it. But the frames aren't even cut. Hyung, you seem to drink better than my uncle." Lee Chong-hyun kept pointing things out, and Park Ju-woo even dragged elders into the mix. "Are we really monitoring? If you're going to gang up on me like this, why call it monitoring? Just hold a hearing instead." The climax came when the MC brought out a straw. "Mr. Yiwol, this can't go on. I'm getting tired of refilling your glass." "Oh, I'll fill it myself." "No, how can I let the guest do that? I'll just put a straw in the bottle for you." Then he put a straw in a new soju bottle and handed it to me. He probably thought it would make a funny picture. What was I thinking at that time? If I drink all of this, it counts as one more bottle. I was excited by the fact that I could precisely add one more bottle to the count. Looking back now, I must have been completely out of my mind. Thus, the screen captured me gripping a soju bottle tightly with both hands, sipping through a straw to avoid dropping it. Surrounding my face were the word happiness and bubbles with blooming flower effects. Everything was surreal. No wonder the video was titled Soju Thief. It almost brought me to tears. Some days, alcohol just goes down easier. That must have been one of those days. Drinking a lot isn't a good thing, so don't mention it unnecessarily on other shows. When I said it as an excuse, the guys nodded their heads in understanding. However, my excuses were all useless. In a society like Korea, where drinking capacity could almost be considered a bragging right, the sight of me chugging from a bottle only added fuel to the fire. Soju Thief Yiwol episode comments compilation. I'd made compilations of other people's comments before, but this was my first time seeing a compilation of my own made by someone else. The channel where the video was uploaded wasn't even a Spark fan account. It seemed to be a channel dedicated to extracting the most entertaining clips from variety shows and compiling them with highlighted comments. Seeing my face there left me conflicted. Was this how the system raised my self-PR score? Do I watch this or not? After much deliberation, I decided not to watch it. But my decision meant nothing. That night, Lee Chong-hyun crawled up to my bed and demanded I watch the video with him. "Hyung, did you see the compilation of comments that was uploaded this time? I was going to watch it during break time earlier, but I waited to watch it with you. Don't you feel touched?" "Yeah, I am so touched I could cry snot tears, you idiot." The compilation of comments that I saw was, simply put, a grand showcase of Kim Yiwol's humiliation. 106. Chapter 106. Wrapping up work 1. Much greater than I've seen people drink like this before at an old bar. Much greater than XX, he drinks so well. Much greater than look at that pale face while drinking like that. Was there a reason to keep watching? This. It wasn't even made by fans. I appreciated the attention, but it was so embarrassing. I wanted to throw myself out the dorm's window. Just as I was about to suggest turning it off, a short and impactful comment caught my attention. Much greater than 15:38 a.m. drinking hippo. The moment I saw that, I made up my mind. If I ever quit being an idol, I'd go back to farming in a place with no internet. The aftermath of appearing on Drinkers lingered for a long time. In the online communities, people called me bottomless drinker or party drinker alongside Kim Pep, and when I went to music shows, fans would tell me to drink moderately out of concern. I was so mortified I wanted to disappear. So I even did a health-based live broadcast promoting alcohol abstinence at 7 p.m. "You guys, don't do this kind of thing," was the comment that received the most likes, and it stung a little, but anyway. And so, my first solo variety appearance left behind self-promotion points and a trail of embarrassment as it faded into memory. Truly, a season of growth. Everyone, where are we right now? In Chonland. Wrapping up a chaotic activity schedule, Spark visited an amusement park for the final self-produced content shoot of this activity period. A group of flashy people wearing school uniforms and followed by cameras naturally drew all the attention. Wearing the same uniforms from our music video again was painfully embarrassing. I couldn't help but wonder how I ended up like this at this age. Meanwhile, Park Ju-woo was drawing even more attention with his slouched shoulders. Juwoo, straighten up. You're slouching. It's the little embarrassing. What is? When I looked at him in confusion, Park Juwoo tried to cover up the badge attached to his shirt pocket. I'm the only one wearing a middle school uniform. The designs are the same. Only the characters are different. Walking around like that would draw even more attention. To prevent his posture from worsening, I handed Juwoo my backpack. Then I took Park Juwoo's crossbody bag. With the bag strap now covering the badge, Park Juwoo finally regained his smile. However, Park Juwoo's smile did not last long. After riding the flowerbud ride that went up and down, Park Juwoo returned looking pale as a ghost. The original goal was to film the scene where the member who lost the mission looked very awkward among the children. But Park Juwoo's expression looked so pitiful that this episode might become a bullying one-member special feature instead. While the young children on the ride gleefully shouted for it to go higher, Park Juwoo desperately shook his head. Perhaps feeling pity for him, the ride operator left Park Juwoo's flower bud spinning gently at ground level. Juwoo Hyung, you can't handle rides? Kong Keon asked, handing a water bottle to Park Juwoo, who had collapsed onto a bench. He was someone who rarely pointed out the weaknesses of his elders, but he seemed genuinely startled by Park Juwoo's pale face. Yeah. You don't like heights? I guess so. Park Juwoo answered Choi Jiho's words in a very depressed voice. Jong Songbin consoled Park Juwoo. Don't worry too much, Juwoo. Not everyone's good with rides. That's right. I'm sure there's something easier for you to ride. Lee Chong-hyun enthusiastically chimed in. He was the only one wearing an animal ear headband and a mascot plushie that he'd apparently bought somewhere. Yeah, you're already pulling your weight as a vocalist, so it's fine if you're not good with rides. Not wanting to see Park Juwoo appear so dejected on camera, I patted his shoulder and reassured him. Only then did Park Juwoo seem to have relaxed a bit and got up from the bench again. Right on cue, the PD stepped in. All right, Spark. Shall we move to the next location now? Yes. The next ride is Tornado. At that moment, Park Juwoo's face turned as white as the resignation envelope I used to carry around. The second round was a group mission. Everyone had to perform a double-speed dance flawlessly in the middle of a crowd to earn tickets for the rides. Naturally, Spark succeeded. Considering how much we had practiced, it wasn't surprising. Park Juwoo's hands trembled as he stared at the spinning ride that resembled a giant pancake flipper. Mr. Juwoo, if it's too much for you, don't feel pressured to do it. Yes, but I'll try it once. I want to ride it with the members. Despite the production team's considerate offer, Park Juwoo mustered up his courage and stepped up. He wasn't even my kid, but I couldn't help feeling proud. Up until this point, it was going well. That was until the ride started spinning. The reason why the mishap happened could be summarized as follows. First, this was only my second visit to an amusement park. During the first visit, which was for a music video shoot, I only rode the tamer attractions to avoid being out of the camera frame. In other words, today was my first time experiencing a more dynamic ride. Second, I was a pedestrian through and through, so I never had the chance to enjoy speed. Speed? On Seoul's public transportation during a daily commute? You'd be lucky if it didn't stop in the middle of the journey. Lastly, I didn't even watch the usual blockbuster movies. So how should I put it? I wasn't immune to the so-called jump scare situations. That was why I didn't know that Yiwol Kim, are you okay? Couldn't handle rides at all. The start was promising. Even before the safety belt was secured, Jong Songbin sat to the left of the trembling Park Juwoo, and I took the seat to his right. Me, sitting next to Juwoo? It's comforting to have someone reliable next to you, they said. So I followed Lee Chong-hyun's instructions and sat down. The tornado carrying 6 people, Lee Chong-hyun, Kong Keon, Jong Songbin, Park Juwoo, me, and Choi Jiho, began to move to the beat of some lively music. And the moment the rotation gained speed, something feels off. I immediately sensed that this was a mistake. It was fast, way too fast. It felt like my organs were being spun apart in a centrifuge. I thought I could handle a simple spinning ride that didn't soar like a Viking ship. Especially since the kids before us, all in their school uniforms, seemed to handle it just fine. I could hear Park Juwoo groaning from next to me. But just as I was trying to grab his hand as the one responsible in the right seat, now we're going higher and faster. Spin it up. The DJ's enthusiastic announcement signaled the start of the ride's chaos phase. Us a ride supposed to feel like your heart's about to stop? Is it normal to feel your life threatened like this? Is this how it's supposed to be? Hey, are you okay? I could hear Choi Jiho's voice from next to me, but I couldn't answer. Instead, the microphone only picked up my spinning, unending screams. Hyung, please have some water. Thank you. With trembling hands, I took the water bottle that Jong Song-bin offered me. I felt like I'd just peeked through the gates of heaven before they slammed shut again. I almost met the system in the void. Are you okay, Hyung? I'm not okay. My heart hurts. Even Park Ju-woo, who was sitting next to me on the bench, was worried about me. It seemed watching me nearly pass out next to him made him forget his own fears for a moment. Is it really okay for kids to ride these kind of rides? Mr. Yiwol, this ride is for anyone over 130 centimeters. Huh? I think you'd need to be at least 230 centimeters for it to be safe. Clutching my chest, I wobbled to my feet from the bench. My legs were still shaking. Oh dear, if this wears you out, the next one might be a challenge. Huh? Don't tell me we're riding that next? At the PD's words, Lee Chong-hyun's eyes lit up and his voice rose with excitement. Beside him, Kang Ki-on looked equally thrilled, his focus sharp as ever. Yes, they were excited to come to the amusement park. The two thrill-seekers were passionately explaining just how tall and terrifying the next rides were supposed to be. Today, I wanted to lean on the magnates who had bold hearts for support. We rode a few more rides after that. When it was time for the park's famed K-Express, Ju-woo and I were treated with consideration. We stayed back to guard the bags. The rodeo show rider has been finally decided to be Mr. Yiwol. See, can I ride in Hyung's place? Your heart as the leader is admirable, but nope, you can't. Because I had been distracted in the game, I ended up riding alone on the spinning lump of metal. Yiwol Hyung, you just have to endure it for 1 minute. You can do it. Hyung, stay strong. There are kids watching next to you. Hyung, fighting. Is it really necessary to cheer him on like this? Looking at that Hyung's face, I feel like I should cheer him on. Being stuck among children, unable to open my eyes, and groaning in discomfort while 5 members cheered me on was the second most humiliating experience of my life, right after dance practice. I almost told them all to shut up, but I held back with superhuman patience. I didn't even care how pathetic I'd look on screen anymore. When I got back to the dorm, I'd unplugged the shared Wi-Fi router. Ugh, you worked hard, Hyung. Jong Song-bin helped me up as I came down from the ride with trembling legs. Thanks to him, I managed to resist the urge to crawl on all fours and surrender. Phew, we've got plenty of footage now. Right. The PD across from me smiled with satisfaction. The riders nodded their heads. Even though it felt like we'd been shooting for about 20 hours, a quick glance at my watch revealed only 2 hours had passed. Did this make sense? It felt like I'd crossed River Styx 360 times. If they'd gotten enough material in 2 hours, just how embarrassing must I have looked on camera? My spirits were in tatters. The PD didn't seem to care whether I was suffering or not. I wondered when I could ever become that professional. Truly admirable. This Hyung has no focus in his eyes right now. Someone get him some water. While Kang Ki-on and Choi Jiho were saying something, the PD clapped their hands to grab everyone's attention. We're going to shoot a few natural cuts for the intro and the stinger video. You can think of the next hour as free time and enjoy yourselves. Really, the members' faces lit up. It seemed they'd been secretly disappointed to skip some attractions for filming. Mr. Yiwol, feel free to rest if you're too tired. No, it's fine. I'll do my best. For a moment, I almost forgot my role and got excited. Calm down, heart. That was how Spark was divided into those who wanted to enjoy the attractions and those who wanted to enjoy the food court. Choi Jiho seemed reluctant to disrupt the younger members' fun, but Lee Chong-hyun insisted that rides were best enjoyed in even numbers and dragged him along. I was impressed with how he looked out for even the socially awkward senior, so I handed over some extra pocket money I'd won from the game. Park Ju-woo and I enjoyed a leisurely break. We shared some beaded ice cream, though he wasn't allowed a single bite until I captured his best angles on camera and looked for some strong-looking bubble guns. We also rode the carousel. We rode it because it was a scene you couldn't get from the thrill addicts, but I couldn't forget the warm gazes the camera directors sent us outside the ride. As the break neared its end, we sat on a bench, catching our breath and waiting for the others to return. The attraction group also returned to the bench we had agreed upon right on time. While Juwoo briefly stepped away to the restroom, they were animatedly explaining what rides had messed up their hair. So, everyone's here now? Juwoo is still. I glanced at the place where Park Juwoo had gone. Then the PD spoke again. No, everyone's here. Yes. We turned our heads to the PD at the same time. From now on, your mission is to find your friend Mr. Juwoo, who is eagerly waiting for you. 107. Chapter 107. Wrapping up work, too. No wonder they said they had enough footage. Once it went through editing, it was tough to even keep 10% of the footage, let alone half. Especially content of rookie idols just excitedly riding amusement park rides. If they only used the most entertaining parts, it wouldn't even reach 10 minutes. And out of that, a minute and a half would probably be just precious scenes of me. But suddenly having a surprise content here, it was a nice twist. It even had a strong connection to the music video. I never thought I'd be rescuing Park Juwoo at an amusement park in my life. My only memory of that had Spark and amusement parks combined together was when Spark filled in for a famous rapper at a nighttime amusement park live performance. That live performance was unforgettable for many reasons. It couldn't have been easy to passionately sing in a place with almost no audience members cheering for them, but that was a matter of their professionalism, so let's set that aside. Everything was terrible. The audience's lack of interest in the idol brought in as a filler, the poorly prepared music track, and the poor sound system. Compared to that, this was much better. Though my years of experience were still fewer now than back then, life was truly full of mysteries. You didn't tie Juwoo Hyung to some ride like a Viking ship, did you? He might faint. Lee Chonghyun fussed. Of course, the production crew wouldn't do something so outrageous. If they did, starting tomorrow, Park Juwoo would have to use the same shade of foundation as me. If you don't rescue Mr. Juwoo quickly, that might happen. Huh. So everyone, focus. You need to play with Mr. Juwoo. The PD clapped his hands, gathering everyone's attention. Right, we couldn't just leave our main vocalist alone. The rules were simple. First, find the hidden hint notes scattered throughout the amusement park. Second, everyone must gather at Park Juwoo's location by 8 p.m., the time limit. It was currently 6 p.m. While it seemed like there was plenty of time, considering the crowd and the size of the park, it might be tight. Before finding the notes, shall we discuss how we should search together? Jong Songbin spoke first. After months of entrusting him with group meetings, he was progressing smoothly. Kang Kian, Choi Jiho, and Lee Chonghyun then offered their opinions in turn. Wouldn't it be better to split into groups? Moving with 5 people seems inefficient. Isn't it better to have more eyes looking than getting separated and potentially missing something? That's true. And since we all have to gather in the end to clear the mission, it might be better to move together. Good attitudes. I didn't even need to step in. I was about to just cross my arms, nod, and listen, and do whatever they suggested. Then, just in case, shall we go around from the entrance together? Let's be thorough so we don't miss anything. Park Juwoo will be waiting alone at the amusement park until 8 p.m. and then just go home. You idiots. Thinking about Park Juwoo standing alone in this vast ocean-like amusement park made me feel like tears might flow from my tear ducts that I thought had long dried up. Swallowing a sigh, I stopped them just as they were about to run to the entrance. I think it would be better to look around the inside of the amusement park first. What do you guys think? How about splitting into 2 teams and looking at the attractions and rest areas? Would that be better? Yeah, your ideas make sense, but we have a time limit. We can decide whether we need to find all the notes or just some of them after we read a few. They usually hid dummy hints in case we failed to find them, so we probably didn't need to find every single one. The production team probably didn't expect us to find every single hint either. Then how do we contact each other in the middle? We don't have our phones. Choi Jiho pointed out a very good point. It was exactly the question I was waiting for. Let's use a messenger. What? We can agree in advance on how each team will move, and one person can continuously go back and forth between them. Isn't that too harsh on one person? Kang Kian said, looking concerned. But it's fine, I'll be the messenger. This way, I could leave the important task of finding hints to the members while checking both teams' progress. Most importantly, I'd appear less on camera. My screen time in this amusement park was enough with Kim Yiwol screaming. Let's decide fairly with rock, paper, scissors. We can't just make Hyung run around. Songbin, what is the second virtue of an idol? Being good at your main job, right? Then who has the best stamina on our team? Jong Songbin couldn't refute that. I've memorized the park map, so let's divide the teams, quickly decide on the search routes, and then spread out. At my words, the members replied energetically. It was the moment the grand search for Park Juwoo began. The first harvest came from Lee Chong-hyun and Kang Kyon's team, who went towards the attractions. The note that the magnates found near the bumper car's exit read, "Why do sparks fly from the ceiling of the bumper cars?" Difficulty. Is this a quiz show, not a hint? Yes. They gave us this when we answered correctly. Kang Kyon then handed me another note. To the aquarium. Difficulty. The location written on the note was the aquarium, located deeper into the amusement park than the bumper cars. If you looked at the hint and answered the question correctly, the next note revealed the location where the next hint was hidden, and depending on the difficulty of the question, you could find out a location closer to the destination. It was an interesting structure. This way, we could manage our time to some extent. But, you answered the question correctly? Yes. Lee Chong-hyun did. I read the question again. It seemed to be a subjective question. When I glanced at Lee Chong-hyun, he winked and said, "Hyung, I'm the Goldberg machine designer of Spark High School. Yeah, you're the best." I gave him a thumbs up and ran to deliver the good news to Choi Ji-ho and Jong Songbin. Correction. I also rode the mini train once on the way. The two were waiting for me in front of the honey butter corn shop, where we had agreed to meet. "What's with that balloon?" Choi Ji-ho asked, pointing to the helium balloon tied to my wrist. Chong-hyun attached it to me. He said the messenger should be visible from afar. Good grief. While the two older Hyungs were arguing about something trivial, Jong Songbin approached. He was holding a white note in his hand. "Hyung, we also found a hint, but what is the unit used to measure the sugar content of corn, fruit, etc.? Difficulty. Bricks." "Oh, Mr. Yiwol, correct." "Huh? Really?" Jong Songbin, who had been turning his head back and forth between me and the PD, belatedly clapped his hands. At this point, I wondered if Hampyeong Industries' annual tradition of making us search for high-sugar holiday fruits was also intentional. To the chuo stand. Difficulty. Aren't there a lot of chuo stands? I saw several on the way here. Choi Ji-ho frowned as he looked at the note. Since the kids are moving to the aquarium, we just need to eliminate all locations in the opposite direction. What kind of question did they have there? A science question. After hearing my words, Choi Ji-ho exchanged glances with Jong Songbin. Somehow, I felt like I could hear their conversation. It was probably something like, "Are you good at science?" "No. Just pray there's no question about calculating the concentration of sugar water at the chuo stand." The quiz extravaganza disguised as a treasure hunt continued for about another hour. Fortunately, instead of calculating the concentration of sugar water, the question at the chuo stand was about the cause of dust explosions. Thanks to Jong Songbin, who usually watched a lot of news, we were also able to reach the cotton candy shop near the aquarium. But without a doubt, today's MVP was Lee Chong-hyun. This guy achieved the feat of answering a 5-star question at the aquarium. What was the question? The scientific name of white coral. And the answer? Corallium conajoy. I was genuinely curious. How on earth did Lee Chong-hyun come to memorize the scientific name of white coral? It seemed I wasn't the only one curious. How did he get that right? That question was designed to be impossible. When Lee Chong-hyun finally remembered the answer after 5 minutes of racking his brains, the entire production crew was shocked. Lee Chong-hyun himself, however, was unfazed. "I diligently read this slippery sea creatures encyclopedia when I was young." You must have read it very diligently. We sincerely applauded him. With respect, as a result of all that effort, the 5 of us were able to combine the hints we obtained from the aquarium and the chuo stand and reach the central garden of the amusement park. The last hint must be somewhere here, right? I think so. Actually, I thought this was the final location. Kang Kyon said awkwardly, looking at Lee Chong-hyun, who was looking around. As it passed 7 o'clock, the surroundings were already getting dark. So, I also thought Park Juwoo would appear somewhere in the garden, scattering celebratory flower petals. It seemed they wanted to stall for time, but was there a reason for it to be this complicated? It seemed the production crew didn't intend this segment to be just a time-filling mission. You could tell by the difficulty of the questions and the structure where solving the mission only revealed the next location, but we had to find the notes ourselves. So, I had even tried to stall for time by riding the mini train in the middle. I didn't know they would consider every possibility and even create quizzes that were beyond the difficulty of a variety show. As a result, we were searching the garden high and low right before the end time. That was when it happened. I found it, Choi Jiho shouted from afar. 108. Chapter 108. Wrapping up work 3. The sound came from a small plaza where fountains would run in summer. There, Choi Jiho was, standing with his feet submerged in a small waterway. Wait a minute. Waterway? What are you doing going in there? It was in the water. What was I supposed to do? Choi Jiho held a dripping Ziploc bag in his hand. A neatly folded note was visible beyond the transparent plastic. Because of that, you just stepped in there? They said it's okay to go in because it's where kids play in the water. And I took my shoes and socks off before going in. It was important to check if an area was off limits. Still, wasn't his feet cold? I took a handkerchief out of my pants pocket and handed it to him. How did you find it, Jiho Hyung? That's amazing. I just saw it. Choi Jiho answered casually. But the conditions were far from ordinary. First, it was dark, and with the fountain turned off, almost no light was entering the waterway. It might be easier to understand this as his sense being at an animal level. We went under the light and unfolded the note Choi Jiho retrieved. Inside, it was written, "Come to the place where we all smiled and took a picture. Don't be late." Is it talking about the place where we took the thumbnail photo? Isn't it where we took a group selfie earlier? Jong Songbin and Kang Kian offered their opinions in turn. But something felt off. It wasn't exactly wrong, but something was ambiguous. Usually, these are written more colloquially. The place where we all smiled and took a picture. I repeated it several times in my head, but it didn't quite roll off the tongue. The place where we all took a picture with a smile would have been more natural. In cases like this, it was one of two things. Either I was overthinking something trivial, or it was intentional. A few scenes flashed through my mind. However, it wasn't good to be overconfident, so I called upon Lee Chonghyun, Spark's official electronic brain. Chonghyun, do you remember what scene was in the third chorus of Our With List MV? The third chorus? If my memory served me right, the backgrounds for A Dreamlike Breeze, Even Just Once, and Sharing Joyful Stories were the studio where the members' individual shots were filmed. And in the next lyrics, in Smiling a Happy Smile we were on the Ferris wheel. Lee Chonghyun, realizing the intention of my question, responded with a bright expression. At the same time, I looked at the other members and shouted, "Heard that? Everyone run." It was quite a distance from the garden to the Ferris wheel. Thanks to that, we had to run until we were breathless. As a result of sprinting through the amusement park like signal flares cutting through the night sky. Juwoo, Hyung, you guys. In front of the Ferris wheel, we were able to have a tearless reunion with Park Juwoo, who had been waiting alone for 2 hours. You must have been cold waiting until sunset. No, I am fine. What do you mean you're fine? Come here. The magne will give you a hug. Park Juwoo joined the center of the group, receiving the utmost care and protection from Jong Songbin and Lee Chonghyun. So, did we succeed in the mission? And Kang Kian shrewdly confirmed the success of the mission. Really, everyone except me had a clear role. Before that, everyone, what was the condition for the mission success? Wasn't it finding Park Juwoo before 8 o'clock? Choi Jiho asked, placing his hand on the top of Park Juwoo's head. Then it happened. A bell rang from somewhere, like a church bell signaling the hour. At the same time, we heard something cutting through the sky. Hyung, behind you. Turning around, magnificent fireworks were blooming in the sky beyond the Ferris wheel. What would you want to do at the amusement park? Yeah, Juwoo, you're the main character in this music video, so feel free to share your ideas. We've already talked about riding attractions. If I had to choose something else I want to do with our members, what Park Juwoo in the music video wanted to see with his friends? I want to watch fireworks together, all 6 of us. And like magic, the fireworks that Park Juwoo outside of the music video wanted to see with the members. I think the me in the music video would want that too. Colorful shooting stars rained down from the night sky. It was such a grand and beautiful sight that the production team's voices congratulating the mission's success and concluding the activities seemed so distant. And so, our second activity period came to an end. With the with-list promotions over, UA granted us our first vacation. It had been a year and 3 months since I joined UA as a trainee, and I hadn't taken a single day off from practice. Tears of gratitude welled up in my heart. I had never used all my annual leaves at Hampyong Industry either. But not having any vacation days at all was a different matter. I wanted to immediately apply to the Ministry of Employment and Labor to establish an idle job code for the maintenance of the K-pop industry and introduce a mandatory vacation system. But since they were letting us rest for a whole week, I'd hold back. It's been so long since we've had a week off. What are you all going to do? Jong Song-bin, who couldn't remember the last time he had consecutive days off, asked with an excited face. Yes, someone who worked hard like him deserved a break. I'm going home. I'll probably go home too. The dance line's destinations were the same as during the holiday. Come to think of it, these guys had faced all sorts of issues, but never any club or casino controversies. Should I be thankful that I didn't have to worry about them wandering around to random places? There was one person whose destination had changed from the holiday. Me too. This time, I'll visit home. Park Ju-woo decided to go to his aunt's house for this vacation. I could practically hear his aunt's voice over the phone, saying she'd have gal be ready and waiting for him. By the way, Park Ju-woo also invited me to come along, but I refused. Aunt said to bring Hyung along. No, I'll be here practicing hard. I was so flustered when Jong Song-bin's parents came to the dorm. How could I possibly go to someone else's house? I would definitely become a mess. It was 100 times better to avoid that situation altogether. Oh, so Yiwol Hyung will be alone in the dorm. At Lee Chong-hyun's words, everyone turned to look at me. I guess so. Then I'll stay too. Why are you staying, Song-bin? Do you think I'm not trustworthy enough to be left alone in the dorm? No, absolutely not. Jong Song-bin waved his hands frantically. I'm 21. I'm perfectly capable of being alone. It's not that. It's not that. When I asked back, no one could readily continue speaking. I knew what these guys were trying to say. They felt bad about going home and leaving one member with nowhere to go all alone. But like I said, I was a full-fledged adult. And not even 21, but 29. No, it had been over a year since I became younger, so if we were just counting the years I'd lived, I was over 30. Did it make sense that a 30-year-old man couldn't last a week on his own? I had the pride of a head of household who had been responsible for a single-person household for years. I appreciate you looking out for me, but even if I had somewhere to go, I would have stayed at the dorm this time. There's something I want to practice. Practice? Kang Keon asked. Judging by the slight sparkle in his eyes, he seemed interested. Yeah, but I won't include you. Why? Think about your recent dance break. If you don't rest here, your joints will be begging for mercy. I'd been working hard since last year to prevent his ankle injuries. I couldn't risk damaging his knee. Kang Keon couldn't hide his displeasure, but still agreed with my point. I was just grateful that he saved me the trouble of arguing. Just as the mood seemed to settle down, for some reason, Lee Chong-hyun, who had been quiet until now, slammed the desk, drawing our attention. Everyone, why doesn't anyone ask me where I'm going? Aren't you going home? I was debating it, but I just decided. I'll stay at the dorm with Yiwol Hyung. With me? I was taken aback. I really was planning on spending my time in a hellish solo dance practice, flailing my limbs around. You don't have to force yourself. Chong-hyun. No, this is a choice for both you and me, Hyung. Why? Lee Chong-hyun answered my question with an unfocused smile. Because even if I go home, my Hyung and Dongsing are in the middle of midterms, so I wouldn't be able to breathe. I see. Therefore, I'll spend an awesome vacation with Hyung. All right, do what you want. After a long conversation, Lee Chong-hyun and I ended up spending the next week together. But I never imagined. Hyung, it was awesome. Did you see the seagull just take off with my anchovy snack bag? That during that week, we'd end up all the way in Busan. I looked at him excitedly running towards me after having all his snacks stolen by a seagull, and I thought to myself, how did I end up here with this kid? The incident traced back to the day before the vacation started. Starting with Choi Ji-ho, who lived farthest from home, the members began leaving the dorm one by one. Meanwhile, Jong Song-bin, worried about us until the very end, repeatedly told us to contact him if anything happened. And so, only Lee Chong-hyun and I remained in the dorm. Hyung, are you going to practice? Yeah, you can rest if you want. No, how can a Dongsing rest when his Hyung is setting such a good example? Up to this point, things were going according to my plan. After finishing our usual late-night practice, we returned to the dorm. Hyung, How about we watch a movie before going to bed? Aren't you tired? Thinking about how tomorrow's the start of our vacation is giving me a dopamine rush. I'm completely wide awake right now. The guy who had been exhausted enough to stick to the floor was now excitedly picking up the remote. I told Lee Chong-hyun to put on whatever he wanted to watch and came out of my room with my laptop. Since I was not really into watching videos, I thought I'd use the time while he watched a movie to sort out some upcoming plans. However, when I came out of my room, what was playing on the TV wasn't a movie selection screen, but a documentary. Small letters in the corner of the screen read, National Environment, Mysteries of the Ocean. Lee Chong-hyun stared at the ocean on the screen, his eyes shining. Does he like the ocean? It seemed his claim about diligently reading the slippery sea creatures encyclopedia in his childhood wasn't an empty boast. Lee Chong-hyun's eyes sparkled as much as the waves on the TV. At that moment, I made a somewhat troublesome choice. Since I had been going out of my way to give Lee Chong-hyun experience for composing, I thought I might as well let him have some real-world exposure to gain inspiration and ideas during the break. 109. Chapter 109 Vacation. It wasn't peak vacation season yet, so I set up a mat in a quiet corner of the beach. After setting up the parasol I borrowed from a nearby cafe, I shoved Lee Chong-hyun into the shade. Here, now go entertain yourself. Yes. As I unfolded the portable table we'd rented with the parasol, the guy took his laptop as if it were natural. Gentle waves lapped at the shore as the sea breeze danced by. Do geniuses get inspired just by looking at the scenery? I wouldn't know. I had never lived a creative life outside of writing cover letters. While Lee Chong-hyun clacked away on his laptop, I caught up on overdue monitoring. Fans left nothing but kind comments even on my bass-playing videos, despite how rusty I'd become since my last performance. I was grateful. Thanks to finishing all the other minor tasks on the train, I became free earlier than expected. Meanwhile, Lee Chong-hyun was concentrating on his screen with frightening intensity. I didn't know if it was thanks to the Pomodoro technique, or if it was because I'd been dragging him around to work so much, but his concentration had evolved to a truly impressive level. If he kept that up, one day Lee Chong-hyun would be able to compose songs in the middle of a bustling night market without a noise-canceling headphone. Anyway, I couldn't bring myself to disturb someone diligently working, even if I wasn't much help otherwise. I quietly shut my mouth and occasionally checked for any contact from the company. Then something caught my eye. Hey, cigarette, but lay in front of the mat. Of the same brand that Manager Nam had me run errands for. We came all the way to this pristine spot for a creative getaway, and someone had to ruin it with cigarettes? The sight of the cigarette, flaunting its white existence on the sand, really bothered me. I tried to ignore it, but once I noticed, it lingered in my head like the smell of Manager Nam's cigarettes. I barely suppressed a sigh rising from my core. Grabbing my wallet, I got up. Anything you want to eat? No. Are you going to the convenience store? Yeah. Don't wander off and stay put. Yes, sir. I went straight to the convenience store. I came out with 2 garbage bags and stainless steel tongs. All right, today, I'm the beach cleanup crew of this area. Picking up trash along the beach was surprisingly fulfilling, except for the fact that I didn't wear a ball cap to protect my face from the sun, which I truly regretted. Now I understood why volunteers used them. I did get annoyed when some people ignored the nearby trash can and threw their garbage into my bag, but I let it slide. Because the kids playing in the sand saw me and collected handfuls of trash and brought it to me. I felt like my faith in humanity was restored. But the sheer number of fireworks casings on the sand was astonishing. Wasn't setting off fireworks on the beach illegal? I could have sworn I picked up more casings here than in the military. Muttering to myself, I darted around like a hornet, picking up cigarette butts, even going near other people's mats at some point. Realizing my rudeness, I politely apologized and turned to leave, but the owner of the mat exclaimed, "Aren't you Spark? Are you seeing this, Spark? You're not nobodies anymore." They asked for an autograph, but neither I, who was picking up trash, nor these people who were enjoying the beach, had anything to write with. So, I returned to my mat, dug out some memo paper from my diary, and brought Lee Chong-hyun along. Then, while the ladies admired Lee Chong-hyun's face, I handed him a pen. So, we had an impromptu signing event on the "I'm quitting my job" memo paper. Min Juk-hyung gave it to me, saying that he had extras, and after filling 2 garbage bags, the sun was setting beyond the horizon. When I returned to our spot, I found Lee Chong-hyun lying down, looking at the sea. Hyung, I wasn't slacking. I just needed a moment to reflect. I didn't say anything, though. It was a vacation. Why was he so nervous? Then again, vacations weren't truly breaks when I was at the Hampyeong industry. Back then, I was Manager Nam's 3-minute standby. If you're done with your work, get some rest and do what you want. Who knows when we'll get another break? Wow, that's scary. What's actually scary is that in 7 years, you guys might end up with all the free time in the world. But I was an adult, so I kept that to myself. Go dip your feet in the water or something. There's a towel here. Just watching is enough for me. You're easy to please. Lee Chong-hyun smiled. It wasn't an empty statement. His face lit up with genuine contentment. I am not being easy to please. I just checked off one thing from my bucket list. What? Staring at the water? When I asked back, Lee Chong-hyun's expression turned awkward. He looked like he regretted saying anything. Should I press him or pretend I didn't notice? If I pressed him, I'd look like a clueless jerk. If I ignored it, I'd look like a cold-hearted person who didn't care about his teammates. But all things considered, it was better to be a clueless jerk than a cold-hearted one. This team had enough clueless people with Choi Ji-ho alone. Why are you so self-conscious about your bucket list? No, well. Lee Chong-hyun scratched his cheek and averted his gaze. It feels like a privileged thing to say. Do you have to consider that when making a wish? It's not like that. Sigh. Talking to these kids is so exhausting. I just wanted to come to a place like this and leisurely watch the sea. What's so privileged about that? Sounds normal to me. I answered casually and sat down on the mat. Considering how he ran to the mountains during his runaway stint and now. Maybe nature was where he mended his mental state. Then it hit me. Right. He was a rich kid. That explained the privileged comment. What? Were you afraid I'd say, wow? Lee Chong-hyun, how privileged. If you said you were too busy sailing on yachts every summer to step on the beach. No. You really were not. Why worry about that? It's not like you ever mock me for not knowing what a yacht feels like. More importantly, I was curious if he actually rode yachts. Do rich people really ride those things during vacation? Seeing my curious gaze, Lee Chong-hyun backed away, looking exasperated. Chong-hyun, yes. Do you really ride yachts every summer? Do I look like a chaebol heir to you? Why is such a realistic person saying this kind of thing? Lee Chong-hyun scolded me, saying I watched too many dramas. And he explained that he wasn't even a Silver Spoon kid, but I'd seen him ranked in the top 13 of Silver Spoon idols, so his words didn't quite register with me. It's the opposite. This is the first time I've been this close to the sea. Really, my parents don't like going out. Even when we travel, the destinations are always the same. Library, museum, exhibition hall. An intellectual kind of vacation, huh? When I played piano, we went to other places, but don't tell me you only went to concerts. Of course. Thanks to that, the closest I've been to the sea was seeing it from the plane during takeoff in Incheon Airport. Lee Chong-hyun grumbled, but kept gauging out my reactions. He probably thought it might come across as boasting, considering it hadn't even been a month since the story about me getting beaten at home came out. So, do you like it here? I asked, looking at him sitting with his knees drawn up. I do. It's relaxing, and the scenery is beautiful. Then that's all that matters. Come with the other guys next time. Why are you trying to dip out? If we go, it's all of us or nothing. I'll pass. I'm at the age where checking real estate prices at tourist spots is more fun than playing around. You're unbelievable. Chong-hyun snorted. But I was actually serious. If you ever come back to the sea again, I hope it's with Spark and not me. And don't just come back with a sunburn like before. Lee Chong-hyun and I spent several hours enjoying the sea breeze while having an in-depth conversation about music. Well, he did all the deep talking, and I just responded, but as long as words were exchanged, it counted as a conversation, right? We talked about Spark's musicality, the members' vocal tones and potential for growth, and the catharsis of popular music, and before we knew it, the sun had set. Thanks to that, we got to see the night sea as well, while Lee Chong-hyun was washing up. First, I read the latest updates on Spark's group chat. Everyone had arrived home safely, and opened my laptop. I had planned to write a post on the fan cafe, but I noticed a section for quick member notes being updated at a rapid pace. I wondered if there had been a sighting of one of us, and sure enough, much greater than Yiwol. Did you go to Busan with Chong-hyun? Much greater than, guys. Tell us about your Busan trip. Much greater than holding my breath until the producing line travel vlog drops. Day 1. It was about us. You guys really did go straight home, huh? As I scrolled through the fans' posts, I found a link to the original eyewitness account. Much greater than saw a celebrity for the first time in my life. Proof included. I came to Busan with my friend, and we were spacing out by the water when we saw someone walking around the beach picking up trash. We thought, what a good deed, but then we saw his face, and he was so handsome. My friend and I kept saying, isn't he a celebrity? He looks like an idol. We kept trying to figure out who he was, and we realized it was Sparks Yiwol. We were searching for confirmation on our phones when he suddenly ran in our direction. My friend and I were like, oh no, is he going to tell us not to take pictures? We didn't take any. But he just came to pick up a cigarette, but near us, awkward. He even apologized for coming too close. Such good manners. We worked up the courage to ask for an autograph, but he said he didn't have any paper and asked us to wait a moment. Then he brought over another member whose face practically glowed. Both of them were hilariously decked out in arm sleeves to pick up trash, but anyway, they both gave autographs to me and my friend, but the state of the memo pad is so. I'll blur out my name. When we asked if they bought it with their own money, they said they just use what the company staff provides. Then they thanked us for recognizing them and went back to picking up trash. The whole thing felt like a skit. What do they look like in real life? Their photos already seem amazing. It's like washing your eyes with mouthwash. My eyes feel refreshed. I understand completely. The memo pad. They handed it over like, this is all we have, and my friend and I burst out laughing. It was a surprisingly detailed account. Even though there were plenty of embarrassing details, I was just grateful they saw it in a positive light. With our promotional activities over, there wasn't anything pressing to deal with. After organizing all the unnecessary materials I had prepared for the With List project, I was finally done with everything I had planned. It's been a while since things have been this uneventful. The work was over. It was a strange feeling. It was something I hadn't experienced in a long time since joining the Hampyeong industry. Hyung, why do you suddenly seem so laid back? Do I? Yeah, it's unsettling. I must have looked so out of character that Chong Hyun hurriedly pushed me into the bathroom, telling me to take a shower. Technically, I was still far from hitting my KPIs. But if my predictions were correct, I'd receive a signal related to that soon. Until then, I should at least be able to enjoy a shower in peace. And after I finished the absolutely refreshing shower, Hyung, I think you need to check the group chat right now. As expected, the signal arrived. 110, Chapter 110, Virtual Meeting. Mental Pillar Jong Songbin. I'm so sorry to bother you guys during your vacation. We got a proposal for Spark to join a survival program. The manager asked me to check everyone's opinion. Following the message was an emoticon of a cute character lying face down on the floor, sobbing. Why is it that every company I work for loves to contact me on my days off? Is this just the industry standard? Our society is harsh. Cutie pretty visual Lee Chonghyun. What kind of program is it? Mental Pillar Jong Songbin. It's a newly launched program. King of Cuteness Kong Kion. Is it only for debut groups? Mental Pillar Jong Songbin. Seems like it. Hold on. I'll organize the details I've got and share them. Meanwhile, those who had checked it out first were already exchanging their opinions. I respect your passion for work, you guys. A few minutes later, a long message arrived from Jong Songbin. Mental Pillar Jong Songbin. Important. Strictly confidential. Do not share outside. Working title, Idol Dynasty Chronicle. Concept, a ruthless survival project featuring K-pop idols who will carry on the legacy of K-pop. Format, 6 boy groups compete through 5 stages, and the winner will be determined in the final. Special note, they want a response as quickly as possible due to the filming schedule. Opinions must be gathered by next Wednesday. The summary was really well organized. Moments like these validated my effort in recommending the art of leadership communication to Manager Nam. Having checked the announcement, I was drying my hair with a towel when Lee Chonghyun groaned. What's wrong? They want a quick decision, but I'm not sure we can gather everyone in time. Hyun, Songbin Hyung, and I are heading back to Seoul for school tomorrow, but Jiho Hyung and Juwoo Hyung aren't. Do we really need to meet in person to discuss this? Survival programs are notoriously complicated. I've heard there are many cases where internal opinions don't align, especially for long-term projects with a competitive format. Then we can all talk it over properly. My reply didn't seem to ease Lee Chonghyun's worry. What's the matter? You don't want to participate? No, it's not that. He hesitated, then spoke with a serious expression. Hyung, everyone's on vacation. Do you think making such a quick decision is possible through text messages? Totally impossible. Just thinking about it makes me feel uneasy. Lee Chonghyun clutched his chest. Watching him, I turned on my laptop, which had been closed for only 30 minutes, and said, Chonghyun, what century are we in? The 21st century, right? Should we really only communicate through text just because of physical distance? I posted a short announcement in the group message chat. Me. Has anyone ever done a video meeting before? I'll show you how to do it. First, vote on what time works for you. 21:00, 22:00, 22:00, 23:00. I'm pretty good at setting up remote meetings, you know. What kind of program was Idol Dynasty Chronicle? Idol Dynasty Chronicle, or IDC for short, was simply another typical survival program. Launched during a period overflowing with survival shows, IDC initially failed to gain much traction. While its title hinted at a strong concept, the show itself didn't differ much from any other generic survival competition. Most of its rivals had the advantage of being sequels or gender-swapped versions of already successful formats, which gave them an early lead in viewership ratings. The only people who showed interest in IDC were hardcore K-pop fans, or the so-called veteran idol fans. That was, of course, until the other programs airing around the same time all crashed and burned. The reasons for their failures were varied. A competing program was caught manipulating rankings. Another show's participants caused a scandal and withdrew en masse. Rumors of romantic entanglements between the MC and a participant, with one party confirming and the other denying it, and so on. With promising competitors dropping like flies, IDC was left standing alone in a desolate wasteland. The production company, previously worried about IDC's lackluster buzz, seized this golden opportunity. Much greater than has anyone seen the final prize for IDC's winning group? Originally it was winning prize, 100 million won. Support for a comeback showcase. But now it's prize money increased to 300 million won. A custom-made golden royal seal engraved with the members' names. Guaranteed participation in Season 2, with exclusive benefits. And they've also added, plus starting from round 3, they'll provide production costs based on ranking. They're definitely betting everything on IDC. They even announced a Season 2 before the first season had ended. As one comment aptly put it, the universe seemed to be conspiring for IDC's success, with the production company seemingly pouring their entire third-quarter budget into the show. As a result, IDC reigned as the representative boy group survival program for about 2 years. The groups that appeared on the show gained significant recognition among their contemporaries. And that was why Spark needed to be on IDC. It was their ticket to finally compete head-to-head with other groups in their generation. If we don't do this, who knows when I'll hit the KPIs. Pushing up Spark's debut, tirelessly filming self-produced content, and appearing on variety shows that others avoided. All of it was to secure this opportunity on IDC. I'd run through several scenarios, worried that pushing the debut date might affect program schedules, including IDC. Thankfully, the changes fell within my projected range. If I hadn't anticipated this, I'd be panicking about the accelerated casting process. And now, after all my dedication to IDC, they still wanted to discuss whether we should participate? Nah, we're going all in. As the appointed time approached, I watched everyone gradually log into the Zoom meeting room I had prepared in advance. I felt so proud. I'd only sent a few lines of instructions via text, yet they all managed to join on their own. With this level of tech savviness, they wouldn't get flustered even on their first day at a remote work company. Choi Jiho, what's with your background? While waiting for everyone to assemble, I asked the guy who was currently in Hawaii. My sister told me to. Turn this on because the room's a mess. Couldn't you have cleaned your room while visiting home? This is my sister's room, though. Well, whatever the room's state, it's up to the room's owner. In the background, I could hear someone scolding Jiho. He made a retort, but I reminded him to behave himself since he was in his sister's room. Once everyone had gathered on time, I obtained their consent to record the meeting, and we officially began our discussion about appearing on IDC. The vote on whether to participate was 4-2 in favor. Park Ju-woo expressed his disapproval, while Lee Chong-hyun was undecided. Surprisingly, Kang Ki-on was eager to join. It wouldn't have been odd for him to feel burdened by such a long-term project, but he firmly said, "We can't always do only what we want." The 18-year-old Kang Ki-on seemed 100 times more mature than 29-year-old me, who used to cry internally at the thought of working. "Listen, I want to respect all of your opinions." At my words, everyone turned their gazes to the camera. But this opportunity is too good to pass up. I opened the PowerPoint presentation I'd hastily prepared and switched the camera to screen sharing mode. After about 40 minutes of presenting 58,000 reasons why we should be on IDC. With all this, how could I oppose? "Fine, I'm in." "Me too." Lee Chong-hyun and Park Ju-woo readily changed their minds. I expressed my sincere gratitude. "So what should we prepare next?" Amidst the warm atmosphere, Kang Ki-on asked a very good question. "Actually, I've been waiting for a chance to bring this up." "What is it?" "How about we all drop the honorifics?" Dismantling Spark's formal speech system had been my long-cherished project since last year. Due to the setup where I was supposed to use informal speech with the younger members, I found myself casually speaking informally in situations where it wasn't appropriate, leaving me uneasy ever since. I couldn't even completely humble myself in front of the mentors guiding someone as clumsy as me. How presumptuous was it to say something like, "thanks," in such a casual tone as a learner? Mutual use of formal speech might be ideal, but that was mainly for professional settings. Considering the members' respectful nature towards their seniors, I knew they would be more uncomfortable if Choi Ji-ho and I were to use formal speech. So, my conclusion was that it would be better for everyone to drop the honorifics and speak casually. I had subtly brought this up with Choi Ji-ho. "You're asking what would I feel if the members start speaking informally to me?" "Yeah, you've been with them for a few years now, haven't you?" "I don't really care." That was what he said. "Once we enter the program, we'll have to handle everything from stage planning to rehearsals in a short amount of time. We'll have far less time and mental space compared to comeback preparations, and I don't think an atmosphere where people are overly polite or hesitant to share their opinions out of respect for the older ones will benefit the team." This suggestion was only possible because I knew they wouldn't lose basic respect just because they were allowed to speak informally. The faces of the members on the screen were painted with surprise, seemingly not expecting this conversation at all. "Hyung, aren't you worried the dongsangs will get too cheeky?" "Yeah, I'm not too worried about the other dongsangs, but I am a bit concerned about you, Chong-hyun." At my words, Chong-hyun burst out laughing. "It's not mandatory. Those who feel comfortable speaking informally can do so, and those who need more time can continue as usual. Just know that you don't need to be overly cautious when suggesting something or giving feedback." "Got it, Yiwol." See how easily Chong-hyun switched? Everyone, just relax like him. As a result of this informal speech liberation, Ju-woo and Chong-hyun opted for casual speech, while Jong Song-bin and Kang Ki-on maintained formal speech. Those two were truly the upright brothers. I briefly imagined Jong Song-bin or Kang Ki-on saying, "Hyung, are you even dancing properly?" And I couldn't help but chuckle. Come to think of it, this wasn't really a time to laugh. I should mentally prepare myself. The next day, Lee Chong-hyun and I returned to Seoul after our short trip. Kang Ki-on had already arrived at the dorm. "Why are you here so early?" "Because of school tomorrow?" "That's part of it." I thought he might have come back early because of Monday classes. "We decided to practice some cover dances for Idol Dynasty Chronicle, right?" "Right." I talked with Ji-ho Hyung, and it seems it will take some time to learn the covers. So until he gets here, I'll watch over your choreography. Good. Anyone who can't keep up with the team isn't needed. It turned out he came to take care of the scatterbrained Kim Yiwol. The dance line becoming united because of me. LT was a heartwarming, tear-jerking sight. I did my best in Kang Ki-on's one-on-one lesson so that Choi Ji-ho wouldn't have to rush up from Gwangju. "Hyung, didn't you say those who can't keep up aren't needed? Just leave me alone." However, I was not destined to become a dancing machine. The world was truly a harsh place. This was just another way of reminding me that I was not a full-fledged member of Spark. Although I continued to be terrible at dancing after that, I didn't completely neglect other things. While honing personal skills that every idol should have and trimming or burning fat to increase my idol power. If you're ready, shall we start the Spark interview? The first meeting for idol. Dynasty Chronicle was approaching, faster than the early summer. 111. Chapter 111, Kickoff 1. Survival programs had a powerful presence in the K-pop field. The moment a promising program aired, it grabbed all the attention. Established idols fret over losing fans. Existing fandoms watch their timelines flooded with program-related content, and the participants engage in fierce battles of wits, trying to make a splash. For the sake of the broadcaster's enormous advertising revenue, those involved repeatedly attacked and defended, spending their emotions, time, and even money until the program ended. Of course, IDC initially didn't have that much influence. Nevertheless, viewers suffered daily. Much greater than why the XX did I get myself into this mess. I got XX for what? Just to see something good? Even I, someone who had never watched a survival show, knew that viewers shed tears of blood, held hostage by their chosen participants. I booked UA's meeting room the day my vacation ended, and I shoved all the Spark members inside. It's shameless of me to say this after insisting we participate, but we need to align our stories about why we joined. This was to solidify Spark's stance on IDC. Fans tried to see their idols in a positive light, no matter what they did. If their idol missed a note on stage, they'd worry if it was due to poor condition. If the choreography was intense, they'd praise it as cool while also expressing concern for their idol's joints. But when their idol entered a competitive environment, things changed. Even if they knew rationally that their idol was a hard worker who practiced diligently, their hearts became uneasy. They started to imagine their idol making another mistake at a crucial moment. In an era where synchronized dance was essential, they became nervous if the choreography wasn't perfectly in sync. They imagined the moment a video updated in slow motion with captions like, "the real skill level of," who was praised as a synchronized dance idol. They become anxious, hoping their idol will do well, praying they wouldn't have to hear the phrase, "keep making mistakes is a skill too," unable to watch the ongoing performances with peace of mind. And I had no intention of putting Sparklers through that experience. I was grateful enough that they accepted me as Spark. I couldn't add more suffering to their plate. Our reason for joining is to be on stage more. Our goal is to make every performance enjoyable. Isn't that obvious? Lee Chonghyun asked. Before you answer, I want to ask everyone, what do you think makes a performance enjoyable? Then they each gave their answers. Flashy performances, singing good songs, having a twist, being perfect. Finally, Jong Songbin, who had been listening to each member's answer, spoke. Isn't it a well-done performance? As expected of Songbin, you understand the fandom well. A performance without any shortcomings. A performance that anyone would have to acknowledge. A performance that allowed viewers to simply enjoy it comfortably, without any anxiety, with complete faith in their idols. Remember Challenge Life? In our country, doing well still directly translates to enjoyment. And we plan to make every performance enjoyable. As if sensing what I was about to say, the members gulped. Let's create performances that no one can argue with if we win first place, and that will make people question it if we don't win. Let's go in with the mindset that we'll win, no matter who we're up against. Enjoyably. And so, Spark's concept was decisively determined to be doing whatever we want without caring about others' opinions, but being so skilled that no one can really say anything. The ultimate fun makers. Entirely one-sidedly. By hopping onto the last train of the IDC casting, Spark became the youngest group on the show. We were a fresh new group that had only been around for 4 months since debut. Spark is the youngest group on our program. How do you feel about that? Perhaps because of this, many of the interview questions during the pre-meeting were related to our experience level. Questions like, don't you feel burdened being the youngest? And are there any senior groups you're close to? Were exchanged. In reality, the biggest age gap was only 6 months. It was not like we hadn't discussed this when we decided to participate. Except for Jong Songbin and Lee Chonghyun, the rest of them had the social skills of a rock. They wouldn't do anything to warrant criticism, but they weren't exactly the outgoing type either. Still, thanks to the smile training they'd received since their trainee days, the proper idol demeanor was ingrained in their bones. Even now, they were continuing the interview with the production crew in a friendly atmosphere. This was enough. Unless they found someone they wanted to befriend on their own, I had no intention of forcing them to be sociable just because they were on the same program. Relationships were only important within the same group. they didn't necessarily have a positive impact on performance. We don't know which senior artists we'll be working with yet, but we plan to enjoy ourselves. Jang Songbin replied. For the record, that was a lie. I had already shared with the members who I remembered and anticipated would be on the show. Because of this, we even had to practice acting surprised about being the youngest group. First, out of the 6 groups, the undisputed main attraction of this season, Partha, an 8-member performance group that debuted last year. Let's avoid getting involved with Partha as much as possible. Let's avoid them. The members were taken aback by my declaration. Why is that? Isn't that a stark contrast to what you said about aiming for first place, Hyung? I kindly explained to Lee Chonghyun, who had suddenly become combative. I'm not saying we should avoid them to avoid being compared. Then why? I'm saying we should avoid them because nothing good will come from getting involved with them. As soon as I finished speaking, Park Ju-woo averted his gaze. He seemed to be recalling the memory of hearing Song Minul's medley of curses while running by the Han River. Even putting aside Song Minul's issues, Partha was also known for being quite controversial, just like Spark used to be. Even I, who knew almost nothing about idol affairs, could recall a few major incidents if I thought about it hard enough. Dating Saseeing fans, two-timing, tax evasion, attitude controversies. There was no need to say more. For Partha, nothing was allowed except the most objective evaluation. End of story. After Partha, the next most promising group was all over. They had good chemistry with Partha and received the second biggest benefit in IDC. I didn't remember this team at all, so I searched them up again. And I discovered a face I couldn't believe I'd forgotten. Someone from the team went to jail. I was confused for a moment whether IDC was also a program known for its controversies. So I decided to allow nothing but objective evaluations for this team as well. Conversely, there were groups I didn't have any particular impressions of. For such teams, I only shared their group names. And Log, Sticky, and Barry and Sunbanems will be there as well. We'll be the youngest. Hyung, how do you know all this? Thorough, meticulous analysis. They didn't seem entirely convinced, but whatever. What is Spark's target rank? They say to dream big. So how about winning first place? Lee Chonghyun said, smiling naturally. Jang Songbin and Park Ju-woo also smiled brightly. I could see the cold sweat running down their backs, but I'd give them extra points for at least not showing it outwardly. I hoped they'd maintain this attitude until the final broadcast. After the pre-meeting, we gathered again in Yue's meeting room. It was to prepare for the self-PR performance that would take place on the first day of filming for IDC. I, the one who actively wanted to be on the IDC, took on the role of presenter and concept proposer. Thanks to that, I spent my entire vacation making PPTs. Chonghyun, have you turned on the recording? Yeah, we can start. Lee Chonghyun gave me the okay sign. This guy, as soon as it was his turn to be the note-taker, he immediately paid for an app subscription, saying he'd use the AI caption generation function to create the transcripts. Since he said he'd supplement any missing parts himself, I let him do as he pleased. Anyway, the important thing wasn't Lee Chonghyun's digitization, so let's move on. Then, we'll begin the concept meeting for the June XXDH Idol Dynasty self-PR stage. Everyone has checked the agenda I shared beforehand, right? Yes, I've compiled the opinions the members posted and uploaded them to the group chat. Jang Songbin copied the messages from the chat window and displayed them on the monitor. At the same time, Kang Kyeon, who was sitting by the door, turned off the lights in the meeting room. Half of you wanted to use the youth concept, which is Spark's signature, and the other half thought we needed an image change. Are the opinions you each posted still valid? Yes. Yeah. They nodded their heads. The screen was filled with the arguments they had sent by the deadline. I told Jang Songbin he did a good job, then scanned the monitor once more. Jiho, summary, wants a new concept. Reason, maintaining the same image won't leave an impression. Songbin, summary, wants to keep the existing concept. Reason, considering the nature of the self-PR stage, I think it's right to show the team's color. Ju-woo, summary, wants to keep the existing concept. Reason, I think the current concept suits the current members well. Chonghyun, summary, wants a new concept. Reason, in a survival program, it's necessary to make a strong first impression / excessively similar concepts can be boring / since many programs often have stages dedicated to fans, I think it's more appropriate to use the youth concept for a fan dedication stage. Keon. Summary. Wants to keep the existing concept. Reason. There must be a reason why fans like our current concept. I expect there won't be much public resistance. They even included their reasoning. Excellent. As for Lee Chonghyun, I feel like I've raised a tiger cub. I think everyone made valid points. So I'm going to propose a plan that incorporates these opinions as much as possible. I immediately flipped to the next slide in the PPT. The main theme of this performance, a rookie idol's haphazard entry into a survival show, appeared. 112. Chapter 112, Kickoff, 2. The new Dynasty channel, recently launched on terrestrial television, now revealing a day in the life of the fresh-faced, brand-new idol group Spark, who have just joined the channel. Oh, Lee Chonghyun let out a short exclamation. I couldn't tell if it was a positive sign or not. Isn't that a bit too ordinary? That's why I prepared this. Jong Songbin also reacted similarly to Lee Chonghyun. I flipped to the next page. Under the title, How to Add Tension to a Loose Concept, a picture of a handsome actor in a white t-shirt and jeans was placed next to a picture of Hellas Polo, taken from their official website. Sometimes, when you do this, Hyung, I feel like you can see the future. Hyung, how far into the future can you see? I can see myself having a one-on-one meeting with you soon. Stay behind after the meeting. Lee Chonghyun immediately shut his mouth. Yeah, you don't like meetings either, do you? First, I'll explain this image. Spark's foundation was laid in youth. No one would deny that. Then, why had youth, innocence, purity, and so on maintained their position as dominant themes for so long? Everyone's heard the saying, the most Korean thing is the most global thing. So what do you think is the most youthful image? While contemplating the concept for our self-PR stage, I pondered the dictionary definition of youth over and over. The spring when new buds sprout green. The young age of life, or the most shining time. The essence of youth was vitality, dynamism, and an extremely pure and beautiful image. I think that's another expression of youth. Beautiful even without elaborate adornment. Something that stood out even if just placed in a field. Something that appealed to everyone without any exception. And you guys happen to have the perfect ingredient for this youthful narrative. What is it? Your faces. Untainted skin like an untouched snowy field. A smile like a bottle of sparkling water on a winter ice rink, just by breathing. A physique reminiscent of a strong, solid glacier on the cold Arctic Sea. So youthful they appeared, almost excessively blue. Just put them in white t-shirts, and you got yourself an instant ion drink commercial. Part of the reason I chose this route is because it's awkward to ask for a big budget right now. With the company in turmoil due to Yoo Han-soo and the production team's attempted embezzlement, it became difficult to ask for money for a one-time stage. That guy was a stumbling block in everything. I'd get rid of him somehow. It's like a high-level player wandering around a map wearing only a tank top. I'm not sure I understand the analogy, but I think you got it right, Songbin. I pointed to the picture of the handsome actor. Once in the intro, once in the ending. Show off your faces to a shocking degree to imprint what kind of team Spark is. That's my plan. Kong Keon, who was in the corner, raised his hand. Even so, all the participants are idols. Will this attack work? What? It was such an arrogant statement. I was so dumbfounded I couldn't even laugh. Even in the nonsensical music videos produced by Yoo Han-soo in the past. Much greater than who cares if the MV is S. Their faces already have a narrative. Spark received such comments. And what? You're worried about whether your face attack will work? If I were you, Keon, I'd use this opportunity to raise my visual score and figure out how to show the world how precious my face is. It seemed Kong Keon's aesthetic sense had become strange from hanging around Lee Chonghyun. I understood that, but I was so annoyed that I decided to give him 2 vitamin packs tonight. I don't need to explain the idol part, right? Just wear idol-like outfits and perform well as usual. But remember, the ending has to be more youthful than anyone else's. I get what you're saying, but what does this have to do with being rookie idols? Isn't it closer to the on and off concept of professional idols? Choi Jiho asked a good question. You can't be professionals. I'll leave it to you and Keon to figure out how to appeal with a casual image, but prioritize the rookie idol concept absolutely. You said the other participants have similar experience levels. Wouldn't it be better to create a stage that's undeniably well done? Of course, the stage itself has to be well done like always. I told you, it's about appealing with a casual image. I don't really understand what that means. It's okay if you don't understand now. No team would gamble from their first broadcast. They'd stick to familiar songs and concepts they had done before. There were two ways for Spark to stand out among them. First, we had to do what others wouldn't. And second, in the end, we will become the identity of IDC. We had to grab the narrative, a narrative inseparable from the program. Time flew by, and the day of IDC's first recording arrived. We, who had been confined to UA's basement practice room only eating salads, finally saw the sunlight again. Until now, we would go to the practice room at dawn and return home in the middle of the night, seeing nothing but stars. It felt like the Hampyeong industry all over again. Still, perhaps thanks to ensuring we slept well and exercised diligently, the boys' faces had a unique glow. Well, they had to be. Today's stage would be completely ruined without their faces. I, too, had stopped monitoring and focused on regaining my own healthy complexion for the past few days. There weren't any dramatic effects, but judging by the reduced force with which the staff member rubbed under my eyes, it wasn't a wasted effort, especially since the system reappeared after a long absence. Plus, system work instructions from the superior have arrived. Play button assistant Manager Kim, why are you doing things I didn't ask for? Don't you have any work? Should I give you more? Plus, and almost ruined everything by picking a fight. I don't know why this bastard suddenly appeared and acted up in broad daylight. Hyung, what do you think the studio atmosphere will be like today? Lee Chong-hyun, sitting next to me, asked, putting his arm around my shoulder. Appropriately fake and pleasant. We'll probably get some side-eye, and we'll be the only pure summer boys amidst all the flashy outfits. Ugh, I shouldn't have asked. Well, who told you to treat me like a fortune-telling octopus? And how could I predict this, you ask? It was so obvious I didn't have to see it. As expected, from the moment we entered, the gazes directed at us were strange. It was a kind of preemptive strike. But since they were doing this with glittering faces, it wasn't very threatening. Rather than being intimated, we should feel embarrassed for showing up looking so casual. And honestly, it was not like Spark had ever caused an insubordination scandal or been caught bad-mouthing someone. We'd got nothing to hide, so we could hold our heads high. Simple as that. We bowed our heads energetically and respectfully to the seniors who were already there, then took our seats. Finally, with Partha entering and grabbing all the attention, all 6 seats were filled. In such a large space, there were roughly 50 men. I couldn't help but get reminded of the army. While reminiscing about the barracks days, the large screen lit up. On the screen, which had been displaying the group names as the participants entered, a new word appeared. MC. Then, the center of the screen split open. Huh. Wow. And from behind the screen, someone walked to the center of the stage. Hello, IDC participants. I'm Hellas Ure, the MC for IDC. He was the leader of Hellas, a boy group from MYTH Entertainment and Myth's most successful project, which had been incredibly popular until a few years ago. His meticulous self-management, a fate of all idols, was evident in his clean-cut face and impeccably tailored clothes. Myth's influence is no joke. Even as I bowed at a 90-degree angle with the members, my mind raced, trying to figure out the extent of Myth's involvement in IDC. Even when other programs were caught in manipulation controversies, IDC remained intact, so they probably didn't manipulate the ranking. I suspected they might have only intervened up to the point of selecting the participants. No team here could beat Partha in a fandom war. I'm also excited to write a new history with all of you. I believe you're all looking forward to the stages that will unfold. The proceedings flowed smoothly after that. Yure's hosting was so skillful that it felt awkward to even argue about the fairness of having an MC from the same agency as some of the participants. Although I had engaged in fervent proxy fanboying because of Manager Nam, my observation target was always Spark. So I didn't know about the IDC's MC, who hadn't appeared with Spark before. If I had known I'd be frequently involved with a specific group like this, I would have paid more attention to entertainment news. Just as I was thinking to myself that I'd have to talk only about IDC the next time I went to Polo's radio show. My eyes met with Mr. Urs as he made eye contact with each of the participants while continuing his speech. It was understandable that our eyes met since he was exchanging eye contact with everyone. But didn't he just smile strangely? I was so good at reading expressions that if there were a facial expression reading certification, I would easily get a first-class certificate. There was no way my eyes could misread that slight change in expression. Before I could dwell on it, Mr. Yiwol's gaze moved elsewhere. It couldn't be helped. If I had been singled out, I'd have to avoid leaving the waiting room for a while. Mr. Yiwol briefly explained the program. There wasn't anything special. At this point in time, IDC lacked any unique ideas, simply adopting a Joseon dynasty concept to differentiate itself among the overflowing survival shows. Perhaps the only significant thing about them was their grand declaration to block overseas voting, claiming they wanted a true showdown between K-pop idols. Though ironically, after the program became successful, they seemed to regret losing voting revenue and quietly opened the path for overseas voting in Season 2 under the guise of cultural exchange. But at least in Season 1, such a thing did not happen. This was the very reason I brought Spark to IDC. Since the production team proactively excluded overseas market intervention, where groups with quick debuts typically had an advantage, it created an optimal environment for Spark, the naive youngest member unaware of global affairs. Additionally, several other details were mentioned, such as awarding an ESO badge to the group that won each stage. To be honest, I thought pinning it on one's chest could look odd, but I didn't voice this out loud. Finally, after the long program explanation ended, the curtain rose on the self-PR stages. 1. ESO is a Joseon official's hat that was awarded to civil servants and military officials who passed exams with honors. 113. Chapter 113. 4-minute self-PR. The IDC's self-PR stages proceeded in debut order. Partha, adorned in a dazzling outfit dripping with jewels, kicked things off with a performance so extravagant it felt like a grand finale from the start. It proved the saying, if you're going to be a servant, serve a noble house. However, while their performance looked extravagant on the surface, it was actually quite crude, with only slight modifications to the original choreography and arrangement. The subsequent performances were mostly average. Nothing really caught my eye, so I simply observed while cheers and applause erupted from either side of me. I thought the Spark members would react enthusiastically, at least for the cameras, but they didn't. Instead, they watched with even more reserved expressions than me. Well, from our perspective, having completely reworked our bass lines and choreographed everything from scratch, the other teams must have looked like they were on a picnic. Since they weren't ignoring other teams' performances or acting disrespectfully, I didn't say anything. There was, however, one team that stood out. It was Berrien, the group right before us, the ones who would have been the youngest in the IDC originally. Compared to the intense choreography, fierce visuals, and dazzling acrobatic shows from earlier, Berrien's stage was reminiscent of fresh, cheerful boys blowing up balloons. From what I saw during pre-stage monitoring, their concept seemed more similar to other groups. However, it looked like they decided to try something new for their first performance on this program. People who stick to what they know could be intimidating in their own way, but those brimming with a spirit of challenge were the ones to watch out for. They had the potential to awaken something new at any time. In that sense, Berrien's stage was impressive. Even the physical colors were different from the previous stages, which relied heavily on deep dark blue lighting. Whatever Berrien's goal was, they succeeded in standing out to some degree. As Berrien lined up after their performance, I smiled and applauded. Kong Kion, who was also clapping enthusiastically, leaned toward me and whispered, Berrien's sunbanems are so cool, right? Let's learn a lot from them. It seemed the members had similar thoughts. I really enjoyed Berrien's stage. It was impressive and reminded me of Hellas's early debut days. Looking at Mr. Yiwol, who was hosting on the podium, I said, but before that, Mr. Yiwol, holding cue cards, pointed his palm toward us. Now for the final performance. The youngest group of Idol Dynasty Chronicles, Spark, please come on stage. Let's finish our stage well too. The lyrics of Flowering contain specific keywords: dream, strength, wish, drive, cheers, and so on. And depending on how you cooked it, it could become the challenging story of a dreaming idol. Spark, idols who still retained their pre-debut daily lives, sat in a circle with their heads resting on each other's shoulders and opened their eyes as if waking from sleep. There are times when a single dream is so vivid. Originally, the intro was my part, but Choi Jiho took it for this stage. He was the member who was best suited for glasses, the perfect prop for showcasing everyday life. And he was the center who embodied Spark's identity. Choi Ji-ho perfectly acted like someone who overslept and passed the part to the next member. Through the long dawn, I can't fall asleep. This pounding heart drives me forward. Not only were the parts adjusted, but the lyrics were also modified. Words evoking the night were replaced with alternatives like dawn or blue skies to align with the hopeful tone. Any element that might hint at hardship or struggle was completely removed to better fit an idol just starting their ascent. Thanks to this, the current Spark perfectly embodied the image of pure, passionate idols running towards their dreams, dressed in pure white t-shirts, refreshing jeans like the summer sky, and visuals clearer than Jeju Island's ocean. From afar, with the camera zoomed out, we might have looked like a group of misfit neighbors crashing a luxury boy group's photo shoot. But when our faces were captured in close-up by the broadcast cameras, in an instant, we were suddenly starring in a summer vacation app commercial. Say what you will, but these visuals have never been criticized, not even once. Choi Ji-ho and Lee Chong-hyun launched a facial attack, creating the illusion of a giant fan blowing wind. Kang Ki-on, while occasionally faltering, acted the part of a trainee moving forward with a bright smile. Park Ju-woo and Jong Song-bin solidly proved their live singing skills with the adjusted lyrics as we moved on to the second verse. Since this isn't the main stage, the stage effects are minimal, but if the outfits and makeup are too simple, I am worried it will feel empty. Jong Song-bin had pointed out that during the meeting, Jong Song-bin's point was valid. His observations were so precise, it was almost as if he'd seen the IDC from the future. To address this, I had prepared something inspired by the photo of the flamboyant Mr. Polo positioned next to pictures of handsome actors. At the climax, Kang Ki-on and I walked out from either side of Choi Ji-ho, who had just finished his dance break. We unfurled oversized flight jackets patched with multiple designs, which we'd stashed in a corner before the performance. How many times had we circled Dongdaemun Market to find patches that matched the keywords representing each member? Choi Ji-ho slipped his arms into the jacket and took off his glasses. Then, he casually swept his bangs up. Along with the accompaniment that Lee Chong-hyun had meticulously arranged, the atmosphere shifted from a gentle breeze to a summer wind mixed with heat, until my heart boils over and overflows. Along with the sound of waves we had recorded at Busan Beach with Lee Chong-hyun, the 6 blue jackets fluttered and settled down after the final pose. The venue fell silent, until someone broke the silence, letting out a small applause accompanied by a wow. Leaving the polite applause behind, I looked at the production crew beyond the camera. Faces unable to tear their gaze away from Spark, camera angles still focused on Spark. This was enough. I was more than satisfied. After everyone's performance, individual evaluations followed. For over 10 minutes, only warm words were exchanged between the cast. Not a hint of dissatisfaction towards someone's performance or attempts to undermine the stronger teams were present. In a way, it was natural. No celebrities wanted to receive hate comments or criticism. And what does Spark think? As we were smiling and attentively listening to the Sunbeam's comments, Mr. Yer suddenly directed a question at us. All the compliments and encouragement had already been said. Statements like, "It's an honor to see such performances firsthand," had even been uttered. So everyone was probably expecting the youngest group to diligently praise their Sunbeams and share the camaraderie. A culture of mutual flattery. Pleasant, isn't it? It's pleasant indeed, but what do you think is the most important thing in voting? During a meeting, I had asked this question to Sparks members, and they gave me various answers. My opinion was this: I think voting loses its meaning if it lacks fairness. The same goes for survival programs that lose credibility. If people start saying the contestants are colluding, the competition is over at that point. If a performance was undeniably outstanding, the evaluation should reflect that. However, I couldn't drag the members into potential malicious editing due to my insistence. So, in situations like this, I absolutely had to grab the microphone. Barry and Senior's performance was truly great. We'll work hard not to be outdone in terms of youthful energy, and only said what needed to be said. If there was nothing to praise about other groups, well, then I simply didn't need to praise them. The expressions of Partha, especially Song Minil and a few others, who had received heartfelt praise from every group so far, were quite something to behold. I continued to stir things up more in the continued stage evaluations. In the vague evaluation system, where you could give a bonus of 5 points to teams that performed better than your own and a deduction of 5 points to those that performed worse, I deducted 5 points from every group except Barian. Barian, despite receiving bonus points, looked at us nervously. I wondered how my determined stance, pushing forward with, "No, let's do it this way," despite the concerns of my teammates, would come across on the broadcast. I was already looking forward to it. Spark, receiving deductions only from Partha, and Partha, deducted only by Spark, tied for first place. Mr. Yer commented that the competition was intense right from the start and seemed delighted. "Don't worry. The results of the self-PR stage won't impact the final results," Mr. Yer explained, prompting relieved sighs from here and there. But if there was no purpose to the scores, there'd be no reason to grade them in the first place, right? Along with Mr. Yer's remark, the names of the 6 groups appeared on the screen, ranked according to the self-PR stage performance. In the first stage, you'll be matched with one rival group each and perform a stage with your rival group's song. Gasp! Teams with higher votes will receive bonus points as a reward. Starting with the group ranked first in the self-promotion stage, please choose your rival group. The competitive tone was set right from the beginning. The cast might be as mild as tofu, but the production team clearly had a spicy vibe. However, since we have a tie for first place, we'll need a brief discussion on how to proceed. With that, Mr. Yer called Spark and Partha forward. First, we'll ask if the 2 teams have any rival groups in mind. If your chosen group doesn't overlap, you'll compete with your respective choices. It didn't matter which group Spark went up against, so I was about to choose a team other than the one Partha had already selected so that the filming didn't drag out pointlessly. If Spark is okay with it, we'd like to choose Spark as our rival group. But Partha made the first move. I could roughly guess what scenario they were envisioning. They probably wanted to square off against some slightly cheeky juniors, demonstrate the gap in skill between us, and then showcase their magnanimity as seniors by graciously embracing us afterward. Of course, that only works if there's actually a gap to demonstrate. Seeing them harbor such arrogant thoughts, when they had not even grasped their own abilities yet, I could only imagine how difficult it must be for the Myth staff to manage them. I asked Mr. Yer and Partha to give us a moment, and then asked my members what they wanted to do. And these guys gave a very straightforward, okay. They said they wanted to compete based on skill and win everything, but it seemed clear they were fearless, albeit in a different way than Partha. As the clash between Spark and Partha was decided, someone offered me a handshake. It was Song Minal. "Let's do our best." "Yes, I look forward to it," Sunbeam. It was hard to like someone who said, "Let's do our best," with such an insincere face. Feeling the pressure in Song Minal's handshake, I briefly imagined the victorious future he might be envisioning. The grander the dream, the more exposed their true color would be when it shattered. I resolved to do my best to witness Song Minal's true self. However, as always, it was my side that ended up breaking. 114, Chapter 114, Financial Difficulties. Up until the meeting to prepare for the first competition, the atmosphere wasn't bad. As befitting a senior group who debuted a few months earlier, Partha had released quite a few albums already. They had mini albums and singles. It was different from Spark, who only had 2 singles. They had more options, and they'd likely prepared concepts ahead of time for IDC. Our main concern was figuring out how to fit our youthful energy into one of Partha's lavishly produced songs. That was, until our manager brought in the budget proposal. "This is the available budget." "Yeah, that's how it is." "Not just for one stage, for the entire program?" "Yeah." I read the numbers carefully again. I meticulously checked to see if the commas were misplaced or if a digit was missing that might have affected the total. But nothing changed. We simply didn't have money to spend. Faced with an absurdly low amount compared to what was expected, I struggled to speak. "Manager, is the company preparing another idol group?" "No, it's not that. Actually, the company is undergoing an internal audit. It's gotten harder for all departments to get approvals. In short, the discovery of possible embezzlement between Yu Han-soo and the production team leader led Yue to conduct a comprehensive review of expenditures. However, even considering these circumstances, this budget made no sense. It wouldn't even be enough for Spark to juggle their appearances on IDC and regional festivals. Even though Spark hadn't yet reached its break-even point, UA wasn't a company known for withholding investment. Something was wrong. It didn't make sense. Then it came up. The system, which had briefly popped up a few days ago only to annoy me, reappeared. Plus, system, work instructions from the superior have arrived. Play button assistant Manager Kim. Do you think the company gives you transportation expenses just so you can go around doing useless things? If you're just going to do as you please, go start a business outside. Why are you even working at the company? System, subordinate, is being notified of violation of regulations. Subordinate has a duty of fairness to use the benefits derived from information asymmetry fairly. If actions deviating significantly from established history are discovered, subordinate will be deemed to have violated the duty of fairness. Depending on the extent to which subordinate has changed history, sanctions can be imposed by utilizing the environment subordinate is in. System, sanctions against subordinate for violation of regulations have been issued. Content, reduction of available budget provided by UA. Reason, participation in Idol Dynasty Chronicle. Plus, F***CKU. This is happening because you asked me to win first place. Who's going to die if Spark appears on IDC? Does it change the flow of destiny or something? I can rewrite the upcoming album, but I am going to be punished for doing something I wasn't supposed to? I could feel the blood rushing to my head. My eyes burned. What exactly was it trying to do by imposing unclear standards and tying my hands? While I couldn't say I fully understood the system until now, for this was one part, I absolutely could not comprehend the system's intentions at all. Oh well, what's wrong? The manager asked me, who had been staring blankly into space. I brushed it off, saying I was just thinking, and looked at the budget again. If the sanctions considered my environment, then it meant the system manipulated the situation to look natural by exploiting my report on Yuhansu. I'd been naive. I knew the system could interfere with the external parties, not just me. Yet I thought as long as I kept my mouth shut and acted accordingly, nothing serious would happen. If it could so easily influence people's thoughts and turn them into reality, how easy would it be to let my sister die or make me walk into the Hampyeong industry on my own 2 feet? My vision darkened. A sense of helplessness washed over me, a feeling I hadn't experienced since my first day of regressing. Even though I felt helpless, a worker ant still had to work, so I couldn't just lie around. I needed a countermeasure. A major change of plans. Sometimes I wished a day was 48 hours long. Now was one of those times. No, I wish there were 480 hours. We had 2 weeks until the first competition. The original plan was to decide on the song and concept within a day or 2, develop it on the 3rd day, have a midpoint check in the first week, and then in the final week, the 6 of us would tear up the stage, but it all went wrong. From the moment I saw the budget, I hadn't slept a wink, becoming one with my laptop. Thanks to that, Choi Jiho was the one who baked the toast yesterday and today. Huh. Hyung, are you okay? Park Ju-woo came into the room while I was staring at the ceiling, trying to clear my head. Yeah, I'm fine. Have the others gone to school? Yeah. Okay, let's go to practice. I already didn't like the fact we had to go to practice when we hadn't decided on anything yet, but the misfortune didn't end there. 3 minutes after stepping into UA, I ran into Yuhansu, who was lurking in the hallway. If he knew the company atmosphere had turned sour because of him, he should at least try to stay out of sight. He really had a knack for getting on people's nerves. Reciting the Confucian Society mantra, I politely greeted Yuhansu, which drained half my energy. I wanted to give up on everything and return to the dorm. Still, as if the universe wasn't completely out to get us, we managed to settle on a concept with the help of the planning team's advice. The theme was friendly competition. We chose Part's 3rd single title track, Desire, a song about coveting a divine relic. The music video, visually striking, featured all the members in uniforms with epaulets and capes, taking a knight's oath in front of a giant statue, and then brandishing their swords as they marched forward. Well, we couldn't even afford straws for epaulets, let alone more impressive outfits, so we ruled out overpowering them with fancy costumes. Instead, we focused on reinterpreting what Spark might desire. What was valuable in a competition? For gamers who thrived on the thrill of the chase, the ultimate value they pursued was victory. We chose this as our main keyword. Next, we considered the means. How would we portray victory? Nothing beats sports for conveying a sense of familiarity, hard work, and lighthearted competition. So, we settled on a sports concept. What message did we want to convey with this performance? The answer could be summed up in one sentence. Fight fair and square, win, and earn honor. All 5 members approved of this message. So far, so good. We're short on funds. We even set a grand goal of creating a Spark High School volleyball team to match the number of members, but the problem was money. Unless a bulk seller on the Hongdangmu app uploaded 6 identical uniforms that we could buy, saving money seemed impossible. We didn't absolutely need to wear expensive clothes on stage, but that only applied when the clothes actually looked decent. If we sent the kids out in bright neon green t-shirts just because they were a volleyball team, even amateur volleyball clubs would mock us for having poor outfits. We couldn't send a team to a competition program with just basic uniforms. I sighed. It was not that there was no solution. I could use my own money. But that just *king suck. After the prepaid package tour incident with Manager Nam, I had sworn never to use personal funds again. Especially since this time, there was no guarantee I'd ever get it back. But since I was the one who dragged them into this tough program and the budget was reduced because of me, I couldn't confidently say, let's just do our best with what we have. Before the stock market closed, I immediately went to our manager and borrowed his phone. Then I sold a few stocks that were doing well. Once the funds become available, I could probably secure about half of the items on the purchase list. If only Manager Nam's daughter could see me now. What a pity. Plus, system work instructions from the superior have arrived. Play button Assistant Manager Kim. Are you from a wealthy family? Seems like you have a lot of money. What do your parents do? Plus, before I could even have a moment to feel sorry for myself, the system mocked me. I wanted to smash that window, but I didn't even have the energy for that. It was always a pleasure to see a colleague grow. Their growth meant our team's workload decreased. However, it seemed not all growth was beneficial. I've been talking with Jiho Hyung, and we think you need to be more in the center this time. Such misfortunes, like today did, happen. The traitor Kang Kian was trying to steal my cozy little spot on the sidelines. Why? I asked, hiding my bewilderment and displeasure. These guys were definitely aware that the budget was cut because of me and were now taking their revenge. They planned to use me as a shield in a head-on battle with Partha, intending to brand me with the dishonor of a lost fight. Their plan was so cunning that it was almost admirable. Oblivious to the turmoil inside me, Kang Kian remained calm. You know the part in the choreography where we incorporated volleyball moves? We keep watching it, and it just doesn't look as good with the other members. Really, I thought everyone was dancing well, but Kang Kian must have preferred my more practical approach. When Hyung is on the side, it feels a bit like a kindergarten performance where the teacher is awkwardly standing at the edge. You might as well just insult me, Kian. But I understood what he meant. Hardly anyone in Spark had played volleyball before. I was the only one with any experience, having been dragged into games in college and the military. It had already been embarrassing enough demonstrating clumsy moves and explaining them to the dance line. And now this. It was something I couldn't refuse, as it was for the sake of improving the stage quality, but it made me uncomfortable. It was one thing to be stuck in the middle of 5 people, planning, arranging, rewriting lyrics, and creating choreography, but now it felt like I was being pushed to expand my role. The other members pick up the choreography quickly. Let's practice together a little longer. If it still seems better for me to be in the center, we'll make the switch then. I answered evasively and sent Kang Kian back to Choi Jiho. And if there truly was a god, especially a god of volleyball, I earnestly prayed they would possess one of our members in the coming days. Perhaps because my ulterior motives had been exposed, the god of volleyball did not descend upon any of the members, not even by the deadline Kang Kian and I had set. And so, while I was practicing relentlessly, feeling abandoned by the world, one day, IDC began airing. 115, Chapter 115, Malicious Editing. Right up until the broadcast of the first episode of IDC, we were still practicing. I had to stop eventually because half of them kept looking elsewhere. Guys, why haven't you been able to focus? Hyung, how can you focus right now? Lee Chonghyun snapped. What reason is there for me not to be focused? Today's the first episode of IDC. So, Lee Chonghyun mimicked me, then let out a deflated laugh. Hyung, you really have no human emotions. Why are you suddenly turning me into an android? How can you act exactly the same as always? Don't people usually worry about how the editing might turn out? They can't create mistakes that didn't happen, and we already know I won't come off as sociable. If you're curious about the stage, you can watch it when it's uploaded on MeTube. Wow, am I the weird one? As Lee Chonghyun looked around, Kang Keon shook his head. So that means I am the weird one. These kids, seriously. Nothing will change just because we watch it live. Do you really want to see it live that badly? Even if I explain it, you won't understand, Hyung. Because you have no human heart. Right. So you're disparaging me as a wooden doll who can't dance now. Oh dear. Now this Hyung is even spreading malicious rumors. I couldn't understand why they were so eager to walk into a fire pit when their mentalities were so fragile. I was deliberately planning to watch it alone later precisely because I didn't want to unsettle the atmosphere by failing to manage their emotions. Hyung, then how about we focus and practice for just 30 minutes, and then watch the broadcast? Jang Songbin suggested, soothing the dejected Lee Chonghyun. My first thought was, why are you getting so worked up over such small things? But with these kids, who were not even 20 years old yet, looking at me with such earnest expressions, I felt like I was the one in the wrong. Only if you finish everything within 30 minutes. How weak-hearted of me. No matter how much time passes, I don't think I'll ever become a strict boss. Although we missed the first 20 minutes, IDC was progressing in a pretty good direction. First, there weren't many mocking comments in the live chat. This was largely thanks to the fact that it didn't receive much attention in the beginning compared to other audition programs. However, while the Spark members were watching, it was better for me to not react at all. Even now, there were some praying fervently with their heads bowed, hands clasped together. To preserve their dignity, I wouldn't mention names. But the small viewership did have a definite impact. Much greater than Song Minil, I love you. Much greater than my babies are already in the oldest Hyung position time flies. Much greater than Parth's broadcast experience isn't going anywhere. The overwhelming difference in reactions based on fandom size. I could see sparklers diligently posting comments, but the other group's massive postings were also formidable. While the other groups who appeared earlier were exchanging greetings on screen, I scrolled on my smartphone the live comments I'd missed. Then I came across a rather interesting point. Much greater than huh. Much greater than huh. Much greater than wow. Much greater than gasp. Much greater than wow, amazing. Much greater than wow. Short exclamations of less than 2 syllables poured down like summer monsoon rain at a specific moment. While the other guys were engrossed in the TV broadcast, I moved the video's playback bar on my smartphone to the time the comments were posted. Lee Chonghyun's face appeared, large as life. It was a pre-interview scene inserted into the participant introduction segment. Figures. Spark's first appearance. No. The birth of Spark's top visual seemed to have made a huge impact on the viewers. Well, he did have an extraordinary face. Then, I heard an unusual sound effect from the TV. I looked up at the screen and saw some groups chatting happily with cute and bubbly background music. Then came a chilling whooshing sound effect, the double doors opened, and Spark appeared with a rather grand BGM. On screen, they looked like shy young groups encountering cool guys who had just finished surfing in the winter sea just a few hours ago. The atmosphere at that time was not this intense. There was a reason why they said broadcasts should be seen as broadcasts. The suspicious editing continued up until Partha entered. Following the other groups nervously bowing to Partha, Spark briefly flashed across the screen, only slightly bowing their heads in greeting before looking away. Gasp! Lee Chonghyun's breath echoed through the living room. The editing is provocative. I added. We had bowed 90 degrees to Partha too. These were the guys who had been told for over a year to quit and go home if they couldn't make a proper greeting. I had seen them thoroughly trained and working hard. On site, so there was no fault on our part. They probably attached the reactions from when we were listening to Mr. You're Here. Considering the short segments of the program, it wasn't difficult to do. Are we being maliciously edited? Park Ju-woo asked cautiously. It doesn't qualify as malicious editing yet, but it could be. Since we're up against Par the Sunbeam from the first competition, maybe they're setting up the stage. Then isn't that bad? Kang Keon's face was ashen. If they keep this up when showing the self-PR performance evaluations, we'll get a lot of hate. Still, we didn't actually act disrespectfully. We didn't intentionally put down those who are good. That's enough. What good would it do? No one will know anyway. Choi Jiho added. At least it was important to me. It was more problematic to behave well when people were watching and then act like a jerk when they were not. And I wanted to keep my distance from Partha from the beginning. I was grateful that the broadcast was helping with that. But understanding it intellectually was different from feeling it emotionally. I told the guys who were frozen, don't worry, I'll receive the most criticism anyway. Huh? Jang Songbin turned to me. I'm the one who only praised the Barry and Sunbainims and deducted points from all the other teams' performances. You guys didn't say anything, so you won't be. Maliciously edited. Did you guide the conversation that way on purpose, Hyung? Keon, the commercial's over. Kong Keon frowned as I changed the subject. What? Did he think I did it because I wanted to be called Spark's best MC? The atmosphere subdued slightly, but there was one more thing I needed to address. Even if we are maliciously edited, or even if we face a lot of negative public opinion, don't forget what we agreed to aim for. It's fine to get along with the other groups, but keep your distance from the Sunbainims. I'm probably going to die young because I can't communicate with you, Hyung. Lee Chong-hyun turned away from me in disgust. After the commercials, the rest of the IDC introductions and self-PR performances continued. The broadcast time was 70 minutes long, but only 3 performances were shown. Moreover, Spark's stage was the very last order, so the only proper screen time we got was the pre-interview and first appearance. The first episode of IDC ended by cramming all the remaining self-PR performances into the preview. This kind of editing from the first episode was perfect for being branded as a boring show. Although it seemed they tried to create tension, such things were only meaningful when rankings were properly determined. To make viewers watch the next episode, it would have been better to include a scene of me saying, I'll mark down for all 4 teams except Berrien. Seniors in the preview. If they just mosaic the Berrien part, they could immediately create a firestorm. At this point, it was a good thing that I started the controversy myself. You need an issue to attract hate. Since I'd seen everything I needed to see, I sent the members to their rooms as if herding a flock of sheep. And I spent the night reading each group's fans' reactions, keeping each other in check. As expected, after the first broadcast, certain groups saw a significant rise in buzz. The most noticeable was, of course, Partha. Immediately after their performance, the brand and price of the clothes Partha wore for their first stage became a hot topic. They wore expensive stuff. Lucky them. Spark had to wear thin, single-layered volleyball uniforms that I ordered by scraping together all my non-existent money, and they were just now being delivered. Thanks to that, everyone had been desperately building their arm muscles during every break like they were preparing to die. Besides some groups' luxury clothes and another group's forced controversy, there was also a controversy directly related to us. Song Minil stirred things up in a paid message after the first episode of IDC. Mean. 1. Did you watch IDC? Oh no, you saw that scene. We're okay, we were so nervous when we entered that we didn't even see the others properly. There's no end if you get upset over these things. You. No? He was subtly manipulative with his words. He made it seem like they were not only ignored by their juniors, but also gave off an ominous premonition that this kind of thing would happen frequently in the future. Thanks to this, Spark became known within the Partha fandom as the hooligan group that just throws a cursory greeting and does their own thing, while even the most senior group feels nervous walking in. Many viewers tried to see broadcasts as just broadcasts. Equally, many people knew that such programs often involved malicious editing or manufactured drama. It was neither fabrication nor malicious editing that typically led to the production team being punished, so such editing practices had long remained part of the norm. That was why when a controversy erupted, people often reacted with, let's wait and see. So, I was trying not to respond to a certain degree of malicious editing. However, if the cast members themselves opened their mouths, it was a different story. At that point, comments like, would our boy lie? And he's still a rookie who's wary of the broadcaster. Why would he lie? Start pouring in. I didn't want to upset the fans with something so trivial from the beginning. I felt uneasy. All I could do was leave a message. We all watched the broadcast together. We always greet everyone properly, so you don't have to worry too much. Please see it as editing for the entertainment of the broadcast. Thank you so much for watching the live broadcast with us until late. That was all I could say. Even the screenshot that the fans posted with caption, "This is why you have to listen to both sides," became subject to digital weathering getting comments like, "What kind of excuse is this?" If this continues, the fans will be very upset. Then we just shouldn't do anything that would upset them. But we can't just go and speak sweet nothings and become a stepping stone for other teams. I dragged you guys, who lived in pristine waters, into a place rife with manipulation and unfairness. So if we don't achieve anything, what's the point? We should gain as much as we have lost. Anyway, let's practice. We have to show a good image. I got up and patted Lee Chong-hyun's shoulder. Even when they were grumbling among themselves, they stood up as soon as someone said, "Let's practice." It seemed their mindset was still in the right place. So, I thought today's spark would also leap vigorously and excitedly prepare for the first competition, but that didn't happen. "Hyung, can you do that move again?" With the expression too. Kang Kyon's face, as he watched me, was hardening, just like when I first showcased my dancing at UA. 116, Chapter 116, First Competition, Competitive Presentation, 1. A healthy spirit of sportsmanship, a battle that set your heart ablaze. The selling point of this stage was supposed to be the beautiful narrative of friendship that blossomed within it. Yiwol Hyung. What? I don't know how to put this. Kang Kyon, who had stopped me in my tracks, struggled to find the right words. It's okay, just tell me. Hyung, your face is completely devoid of enthusiasm. I said it was okay, but it wasn't okay anymore. My heart ached. During with list, your smile looked really natural, you know? But why can't you make an enthusiastic expression? That was because I faked smiles a lot at the Hampyeong industry, but I never showed any real enthusiasm. For flowering, I could channel the emotions of an office worker leaving late on a Friday night. And for with list, I empathized with the feeling of an office worker going on vacation. But this time, I couldn't find a suitable memory to draw upon. Seriously, this guy Kang Kyon was incredibly perceptive. Does it make that big of a difference? Yeah. The rest of us look like we're competing in a league match, but you're out here like it's a friendly game. That won't do. The analogy hit so close to home that it gave me goosebumps. In the meantime, Lee Chong-hyun chimed in from the side. That's strange. You're usually proactive when it comes to work. For the record, I'd never been truly enthusiastic since I started being an idol. I'd just been driven by work. Is it because you lack competitiveness? Park Ju-woo cautiously added his 2 cents. Why are you all ganging up on me over this? It's a very important issue. Hyung, your dance skills aren't exactly sharp, so you have to compensate with your expressions. Kyon, I have feelings too, you know. Despite my protests, they turned off the music and sat me down on the practice room floor. Was my expression that bad? It wasn't just bad, it was... Kang Kyon, as expected, never let anything slide. These bastards, if they're just doing this because they're tired of practicing, I won't let them off the hook. It just feels strange, no matter how much I think about it. What is? Hyung, you exercise, help with company work, and stuff. It doesn't seem like you dislike people, and you don't seem like the type to be bothered by things. So it's just, the lack of enthusiasm feels contradictory. I'm telling you, I'm not working because I want to. This was so frustrating. But if I said the system was forcing me into this, it'd give me a penalty for revealing heavenly secrets. I was already pissed off enough because of the financial difficulties. Right? Hyung doesn't have much competitive spirit either. When we make convenience store bets, you always volunteer to go. Do you guys just spend your spare time observing me? I don't want to hear that from you. Lee Chong-hyun chuckled. Who lives their life constantly competing? It's exhausting. Anyway, let's just get back to practice. But what about the enthusiastic expression? I'll just watch and copy Choi Ji-ho. That guy's facial expressions were absolutely top-notch. I asked Choi Ji-ho to earn his keep and learn center-worthy expressions from him. Fortunately, copying expressions was a million times easier than learning choreography. After enduring countless issues, from budget shortages and malicious online comments to inadequate facial expressions, the day of the first competition finally dawned. Plus, system work instructions from the superior have arrived. Playbutton assistant manager Kim sure likes making things difficult. Why do you keep doing things you're told not to? Plus, and the system was in an uproar from the morning. It even displayed either rule violation explanation document it had shown me before, as if to rub salt in the wound. But whatever. What more could they possibly hold hostage after taking away the money that meant everything to a working person? You told me to make this team number 1, didn't you? Now that I'd even dipped into my personal savings, there was nothing left to lose. Let's fight. I stepped out of the car with determination. The atmosphere, more intense than ever, was palpable. I bowed deeply to the fans who had come all the way to see us off as always, and as I raised my head, I heard someone say that my antic was overly dramatic. I had never not bowed 90 degrees to my fans. It must have been a fan from another group, but I couldn't help but feel awkward. Don't be discouraged, my babies. Thankfully, I was able to shake off the discomfort thanks to the fans' cheers. Song Minal, your fans treasure you this much, yet you feed on their resentment? I couldn't understand, nor did I have any desire to. I just hoped that people who hurt others eventually face the consequences. And so, the bastard Spark stepped into the studio with their spirits high. The performance order for the first round of the competition was determined by drawing lots. Considering the program's name was Idol Dynasty Chronicle, couldn't they have done it in a more creative way? Even a game of tug-of-war would have been more fun. And why the random order when the point was to perform switch songs? Normally, they'd pit groups performing swapped songs against each other, wouldn't they? The setup left a lot to be desired. Anyone want to go out and draw lots? Such a task should be performed by the elder of the household. And so, I was the only one overly immersed in the program's concept. I even addressed our esteemed leader with the honorific title of Elder. Jong Song Bin, who inadvertently became an elder, went out alone and drew a lot. Our turn was fifth. But wow, everyone looks so cool. Their outfits are really stylish. Lee Chong-hyun admired from next to me. I nodded in agreement. Maybe we should try a flashy concept next time too. Like what? You know Matting Yori one, right? I'll even wear a lion mask for you. No, thanks, Hyung. I like things the way they are now. With that, Lee Chong-hyun turned his gaze away. See, why say things you won't even get credit for, you punk? Unlike the self-PR stage, from the first competition onward, all teams could watch other groups' performances from their respective waiting rooms. It was a relief to avoid having to be constantly aware of others' reactions while trying to focus on watching the performances. The first performer was Barian, who had put on a good show last time. Barian covered the title track of Sticky, a group with a concept of sweet, friendly, and almost but not quite romantic guy friends. However, this time, the quality wasn't that great. It was hard to pinpoint the exact cause. After all, many factors had changed between the last shoot and today. Unlike the self-PR stage, which was an internal evaluation, this time there was a large audience, and there might have been issues trying to put their own spin on a song not originally meant for them. Did I misjudge them as a rising star? It was a bit disappointing. Once again, my HR experience at the Hampyeong industry proved utterly useless. On the other hand, Sticky, who performed third, actually did quite well. They took Barian's song, whose main weapon was freshness, and presented it with a romantic concept of confessing love. After watching the performances back-to-back, something stood out. The Sunbaenims really prepared a lot, didn't they? Hyung, you felt that too? Kang Keon asked back. Sticky's main vocalist was now even pulling a bouquet of flowers out of thin air with a magic trick during the song. It was the same with Barian. While their ideas weren't as good as before, they showed signs of attention to detail in small gestures, face stickers, and other minor aspects. It seems they did some monitoring at least. Of course they did. None of the agencies representing the groups here lacked manpower like UA did. Besides the psychological warfare between fandoms, reactions to IDC varied. One common focus was evaluating the entire program, including all 6 groups. Much greater than IDC quick review. How should I put this? It's not super interesting. First of all, you can feel that all the participants are very conscious of each other. I understand they don't want to be edited badly, but it feels like it became too artificial because of that. I think expecting group chemistry and friendship is out of the question. Just focus on the performances. Much greater than is IDC live. The audio sound seemed live. Yeah, seems live. It would be funny if they lip-synced after. Promoting it as a level playing field competition. It would be legendary no swag if true. While everyone else was all about let's get along, and I want to make good memories. The fact that the underdog group Spark gave penalty points to all groups except Barian must have been baffling. With reviews like this floating around, everyone must have sensed it. Delivering a solid performance was the only way to survive. If the result of that realization was an overall improvement in the stage quality, I welcomed it. Sure, they were trying to stand out with flashy antics, but better to shine in a field of flowers than in a wasteland. Yeah, the ideas are really fresh. I'm looking forward to seeing more of the Sunbeam team's performances. I smiled as I replied to Kang Kian. Just then, the screen showed Sticky finishing their interview and leaving the stage. Are you enjoying yourselves, everyone? Thanks to your enthusiastic support, Idol Dynasty Chronicles' first competition is heading into the second half. Next up is Idol Dynasty Chronicles' eldest group. Partha, please come out. Asterisk. Partha, who had chosen to cover Spark's song, appeared, wearing black cloaks and moving in perfect synchronization. The rest of our group, who had been touching up their makeup or adjusting their outfits, quickly gathered in front of the monitor. With the rival groups revealed in the previous performance, Partha's rival group has also been automatically revealed. What song has Partha prepared for today's first competition? We've chosen. It must be with List. There was no other Spark song Partha could handle. In the first place, Spark only had 4 songs, and we performed our debut song for the self-PR stage. 2 others were B-side tracks, which were not suitable for performances because they focused solely on audio production. In other words, they were incredibly difficult to sing. With Jong Songbin's Pacific-wide vocal range and Park Juwa's sky-high notes, the track's range fluctuated like Manager Nam's mood. If they lowered the key, they'd have to enter a cave in the intro, and if they just sang it as was, they'd need waterfall training. So Partha, a performance-focused group, wouldn't have any choice but to go with List. We've prepared Sparks with List. See, I was right. The moment Partha announced their song, I winked at Kang Kian. Earlier this morning, I had declared to Kang Kian, this is just a hunch, but if Partha Sunbeam chooses with List, you won't make a single mistake today. His face lit up as he turned to look at me. With Mr. Yur's announcement that Partha's stage was starting, the screen went dark. Soon, the lights came on, accompanied by the background music of an amusement park, eerily arranged as if to fit the backdrop of a horror game. As I opened my eyes, even the morning sun was perfect. On this day, the opening lyrics were turned into a narrative-style rap, setting the tone with whispered lines. Yes, the day we've been waiting for. Looks like they rewrote the lyrics to match their concept. Really, it must have taken a lot of work. They're amazing. Jong Songbin reacted to Kang Kian's words. Having rewritten all the lyrics himself for the self-promotion stage, he probably knew exactly how much work that required. But Songbin, these guys will list the name of Myth's lyricist in the credits. Ours will have our real names appear in full. In other words, Jong Songbin's comment could be edited into a subtle diss. It seemed we were going to have another heated debate online. Part's storytelling was thorough. The original with List, a yearning for leisure, was transformed into a desperate prayer to save the world from evil. With a large number of members and backup dancers, there was a lot they could express through choreography. Oh, Divine One, we beseech you. Grant this land. A single miracle. Tremendous special effects followed the song. This level of grandeur was necessary to overshadow Lee Chonghyun's top-line melody. Although the climax felt flat after being toned down, it wasn't a bad decision. Taking a quick glance at the Spark members, they were fully focused on the screen. It wasn't surprising. They were probably overwhelmed by the scale. After all, we'd be performing with just 6 members today. But was there any reason to worry? After watching Part's performance, I felt confident. We might lose the online vote, but when it came to the live audience, we'd come out on top. 1. Madang Yori, traditional Korean outdoor participatory performances by common people. 117. Chapter 117. First competition, competitive presentation, 2. Have you ever thought about what it's like for the audience who has to stand for hours, watching performances back-to-back? Especially when their favorite group only performs once, or they have to endure performances from groups they're only mildly interested in. Attending a music show audience was never easy, regardless of the program, but it was even harder for a survival show. You didn't know when your favorite group would appear, and you were forced to watch countless performances by unfamiliar people singing unfamiliar songs. In such situations, a clear and concise connection with the audience was crucial. It meant establishing a basic understanding of the group's identity and the kind of song the group would perform. Think of it like a business meeting, where you exchanged business cards to make a strong first impression. In that sense, Part's performance was far from approachable. How many people, outside of Part's fanbase, knew their concept was based on mythology? So what would happen if they performed such a highly conceptual stage without providing any context? If it was unfamiliar but not intriguing enough to pique interest, people call that alienating. That was exactly what Part's stage was. It would probably look better on broadcast. The cameras would capture the best angles, and the stage effects would be highlighted. But the live experience was different. They prepared their stage as if they were in a perfectly optimized music video set, so it inevitably faltered. This was a critical mistake, especially at this stage without broadcast voting. The song itself felt crude too. I understood that they didn't want to lose the charm of the original song, which evoked a festive amusement park atmosphere. They must have also been aware of potential criticism for changing the lyrics too much. But wasn't the point of rearranging a song to give it a new twist? If they wanted to incorporate a sense of longing into the mystical setting of a temple, replacing it with an orbital melody would have been sufficiently effective. In a music survival show, having a lackluster song could be a fatal flaw. If your performance didn't leave a memorable impression, you'd have nothing to sway the audience when it was time to vote. Perhaps the Myth A and our team would need to do some serious soul-searching for the next stages. So, what should Spark, a group with even less recognition than Par, do? There was only one answer. Lower the barrier to entry for our concept. Use straightforward, universally appealing elements. Spark, let's go to the waiting area. Leaving Par's interview behind, I left the waiting room with the 5 temporary volleyball players. Her legs hurt. Beck Haywin carefully rotated her ankles. She'd been standing for hours, unable to even stretch. Checking the time wasn't an option either. They weren't allowed to take out their phones. When she first won the audience ticket, she thought it was a reward for finishing her exams. Now, it felt more like a punishment for a student who'd failed their test. Her beloved Spark was still nowhere to be seen. Initially, she tried to enjoy the show and cheer along, but human stamina had limits. None of the performances were particularly engaging, either. At this rate, she wouldn't have any energy left to cheer for her own boys. Beck Haywin genuinely thought so. Standing in the cramped, dark audience, she grew increasingly weary. Just as she internally repeated, people watching at home are the real winners. For about the 3,000th time. Finally, here they are, the vibrant youngest members of Idol Dynasty Chronicle. You're the MC of Idol Dynasty Chronicle, delivered the much-anticipated introduction. During Beck Haywin's peak fangirling days, Yor hadn't been very active, so he had flown under Haywin's radar. But if their timelines had overlapped, there was no doubt Haywin would have passionately stanned him at least once. He was handsome and a good host. She loved him. Let's welcome Spark with a round of applause. Beck Haywin clapped so hard her palms stung, eagerly waiting for Spark to emerge from the darkness. As the members appeared one by one, she clutched her collar. So XX handsome, XX. It seemed the universe had given her a gift after all. Beck Haywin barely suppressed an uncivilized shriek. Jong Song-bin, wearing a white volleyball uniform, led the group. The mint green stripes and matching headband suited him perfectly. From his hairline to his forehead and the bridge of his nose, everything about him was refreshing. Who told him to go blonde and expose his forehead? This kind of behavior should be illegal. Kang Keon and Lee Chonghyun followed. Keon in a mint green uniform and Chonghyun in white. Keon wore white knee pads, while Chonghyun sported long sleeves. Then came Kim Yiwol and Choi Ji-ho, the latter wearing wrist guards. One thought popped into Beck Haywin's head upon seeing them. Wow, they're so tall. She knew the average height of idols was increasing, but Spark was truly exceptional. The average height of the young line was 185 centimeters. However, there was a difference between reading a number and thinking, wow, my boys are a tall group. Awesome, and actually seeing them in person. Especially Choi Ji-ho, the tallest of the group. The 2 utility pole-like figures in uniforms were almost intimidating. And so XX handsome too. When Kim Yiwol smiled faintly in her direction, Beck Haywin found herself mumbling a silent will. His distinct features were accentuated by the grayish shadows cast on his pale, almost bluish skin. From his arched eyebrows and straight nose bridge to his defined jawline, every angle of his face was sharp, yet his soft smile with those large, gentle eyes was enough to drive anyone crazy. She'd lost count of how many times she'd posted on social media about wanting to fall asleep forever under the shadow of his long eyelashes. This man was really classmates with her mom's son. Life was really full of surprises. But as a seasoned fangirl, Haewon knew better than to fall into delusions like, Yiwol just smiled at me. Finally, Park Ji-woo, in a mint green uniform and knee-high socks, completed the lineup. The blessings of handsomeness were endless. Even his well-defined arm muscles peeking out from under his short sleeves were perfect. Sparks shone like diamonds. Baek Haewon felt all her weariness wash away. Her vocabulary seemed to have deteriorated, but she didn't care. While basking in her happiness and watching Sparks' interview, a thought struck her. Aren't they covering Parth's song? Parth had just finished a gorgeous performance. Their fans seemed to love it, but Baek Haewon, unfamiliar with Parth's lore, simply thought, cool. She hadn't been particularly moved, as the concept felt a little too abstract for her taste. If Sparks' goal was to make the song their own, she could see the potential. But whether it would mesh well with Parth's intricate style was a different story. However, Baek Haewon didn't dwell too much on it. Whatever, Ji-woo will kill it. She had unwavering trust in Sparks' skills, honed through 2 comebacks and countless self-produced content. Hoping simply for a good performance, Baek Haewon watched as the members finished their interview, formed a circle on stage to cheer each other on with a resounding fighting, and then moved to take their positions. A spotlight shone onto the darkened stage. A whistle blew, the song began, and the members, divided 3:3 by uniform color, faced off. The intro started with an exchange between me and Choi Ji-ho. Oh you, what do you desire? If you ask, just one thing. The one and only glory. The concept of the stage was extremely simple. A showdown between the Mint team, me, Park Ji-woo, and Kang Ki-yeon, versus the White team, Choi Ji-ho, Jong Songbin, and Lee Chong-hyun. Just by looking at the uniform colors and the initial formation, the audience could grasp the setup. That alone gave us a strong starting advantage. Add to that sharp, precise choreography, the audible beat of synchronized footwork, and the faint friction sound from high fives. These details breathed life into the stage. Yearn and crave until you seize it. The conceptual lyrics allowed for different interpretations depending on the situation, while simultaneously clarifying the objective, making it clear that, these guys are doing this to win. Understanding led to quicker acceptance. Kang Ki-yeon and Jong Songbin's back-to-back moves symbolized the struggle between the teams, while Lee Chong-hyun's hand-kiss gesture resembled a celebratory gesture after scoring a point. Choreography that might seem ordinary at first glance took on new meaning for those who understood the context, making one song feel like a single match. That was how we designed it. There were no second takes in live performances, after all. And the final tactic to capture the live audience's reaction? Pour everything into the vocals. As the song entered the third verse, the music soared towards its climax. The sound of applause and cheers from the imaginary final match blended into the track, creating the sensation of a pounding heartbeat. Can you hear it? The revelation and yearning. Kang Ki-yeon delivered the low notes, laying the groundwork for me to layer my voice over his. Oh you, do you desire the throne? The rising melody, combined with the instruments and effects, created a festive atmosphere. The sharp sounds of the metallic instruments and the electronic sounds reminiscent of intense heat mixed together in a dizzying way. My answer remains unchanging, the same. Next, Jong Songbin stepped forward to the center of the stage. Right now, the audience was likely facing Jong Songbin's overflowing expression and the raw emotion in his voice head-on. And as the music reached its peak, Park Ji-woo, his aggression dialed up to the max, took center stage. I will claim the honor. His high note, sharp like a spear, pierced through the speakers. Could you even call this a tactic? To score points on stage, singing well was a given. More than anything, what made sports exciting, the future I dreamed of, was that it ignited passion. In an instant, with the squeak of shoes against the gymnasium floor, the minimalistic sportsmanship performance ended. Sweat mixed with exhilaration dripped onto the stage. Genuine applause, unlike the pre-mixed audio in our arrangement, filled the venue. The atmosphere during the live voting results announcement was eerily silent, a stark contrast to the earlier energy in the room. We huddled together on stage, waiting for Mr. Ure to arrive. Everyone was still breathing heavily, but their faces shone. It seemed they all had received proper touch-up makeup. We'd powdered ourselves heavily to hide our sweat too. As I adjusted Jong Songbin's bangs to make his forehead look even prettier before the cameras started rolling, someone approached us. Hello. It was Moon Yeonjiu, the leader of Berrien, whose stage name was Anha. Since he was our senior, we instinctively bowed at a 90-degree angle to greet him. Anha looked flustered and insisted we didn't have to be so formal. He then gave an awkward smile and said, "Spark, your performance was amazing. I wanted to congratulate you." "Really? Thank you, Sunbeam." Jong Songbin shook Anha's outstretched hand. "We really enjoyed your performance too, Sunbeam." "It was awesome," I added, standing next to Songbin. Anha looked flustered, said he'd see us at the next broadcast, and quickly returned to Berrien's spot. Unexpected. I thought no group would want to befriend Spark. Or was it because Spark gave bonus points only to Berrien? Could someone approach us so readily just for that? Come to think of it, that Anha guy was only 20 years old. Judging others based on such limited impressions could lead to big misunderstandings. I sincerely hoped Berrien wouldn't face too many storms in life. And with perfect timing, you're entered, holding the scoreboard, the harshest storm of all. 118. Chapter 118, First Competition, Achieving Excellence. Before announcing the results, Mr. Yiwol took a moment to personally encourage each participant for their hard work. It wasn't just empty words, it genuinely felt heartfelt, revealing the depth of his character. The results announcement that followed was equally smooth. No excessive embellishments or unnecessary delays. I wasn't sure if they toned it down because it wasn't a live broadcast, or if the production team intended to edit it dramatically and thus kept the commentary concise. Oh, there was one surprising moment, though. Parla came in 5th. Considering their magnificent stage, the rank was lower than expected. But there was something called presence in a live performance. There was a reason why people spent a lot of money on concerts or went out of their way to watch in person. Focusing solely on visual effects for the broadcast was a careless choice. In a way, it was a natural consequence. Perhaps because they were too young, or simply hadn't anticipated the outcome, some of them couldn't manage their expressions. If they were not prepared for the worst like us, it would be better to at least force a smile. What a pity. The rankings continued to be announced. Log in 6th place, Parla in 5th, Berrien in 4th, all over in 3rd. With these results, only Spark and Sticky remained as contenders for 1st place. The outcome was just as I had predicted. No team had delivered a performance that completely surpassed my expectations. But my members wouldn't even consider that possibility. To put it nicely, they were humble. To put it bluntly, they didn't have a proper grasp of their own abilities. And in 1st place, congratulations, Spark. Woo, that was why they were so ecstatic. With a strange yell, Lee Chong-hyun leaped into the arms of the members. As Choi Ji-ho and I propped him to prevent him from tumbling down, I finally caught a proper look at the members' expressions. Next to Kang Ki-an, who looked utterly flustered, Jong Song-bin and Park Ju-woo were grinning from ear to ear. Mr. Yiwol then stepped forward and pinned an Eosowa badge onto each of our jerseys as the winning prize. It looked rather odd overall, but they seemed to love it regardless. I fiddled with the crudely painted badge and thought, a win is still a win. I wonder if this will count towards my KPI achievement. While patting the members' backs, I glanced up at the empty air, but the system remained silent. Honestly, what a stickler. The 1st place victory in the first competition was certainly something to celebrate. It marked Spark's first ever victory under their name. Of course, the guys were thrilled. However, the positive vibes didn't last long. The very next day, episode 2 of IDC aired, and Spark unexpectedly received the blessing of editing. While other contestants were shown enthusiastically supporting each other's stages, our team, watching with genuine focus, was framed with captions like overly serious expressions, and subsequently portrayed as arrogant. To add fuel to the fire, the warm camaraderie in the show was shattered with a divisive remark. Everyone except Berrien is a mess. The online community forums exploded. Much greater than data warning. Guys, objectively evaluate this. Stage decoration is sh*t. Recycled their usual concept. All 6 members are in identical outfits. Added additional mini-set stage. Prepared new camera angles in advance. Customized outfits to highlight individual members' personalities. Which stage looks better? Obviously B, right? B. Who even judges stages based on photos? And if you put it this way, of course, the stage that spent more money looks better. The point is, SBK reused their usual stuff, but still claimed the other team's stages were worse. Spark changed their lyrics, choreography, and AR. What are you talking about? Partha also brought the same old concept, just changing their outfits from uniforms to fantasy. Really, the only group that significantly changed their concept was Berrien. Spark stepping up makes sense. Much greater than an idol isn't just about singing well. There are teams focused on vocals, and there are teams focused on performance. It's frustrating to see performance skills being so undervalued. Gee, I wonder who your favorite group is. So did Spark fail at dancing? Did they fail at rapping? A team that sang live and danced versus a team that lip-synced with AR and only danced. Spark wasn't completely MR though? No. Can't you people tell the difference between backing vocals and AR? So, what I'm saying is that being good at live singing doesn't automatically mean they're good on stages. Am I the only one who doesn't understand this? They're saying performance-centric groups shouldn't be discredited for not singing live. What? If you're not going to sing, you should have gone on Dancing Stars, not IDC. You're in the wrong show. We had already agreed within the team to react honestly to the performances, so it didn't really matter. Actually, much greater than Kim Peb isn't entirely wrong. They complemented each other, but honestly, I found the rest boring. At least Spark's live vocals were memorable. I don't remember anything about the other group's stages. I have to admit, even the group that brought backup dancers didn't leave any lasting impression. It might be because the IDC set is shabby, but the impact was weaker than music shows, and it lacked uniqueness. It's not about whether it's right or wrong. The issue is about their attitude. There are still people who believe the broadcast edit is real. Think a bit. Who acts like that on TV these days? Much greater than I figured Spark would win first place. But what's with the backlash? When I watched it with my family, we all agreed their performance was leagues ahead. People are just mad because they think Spark didn't innovate. Considering this was a self-PR stage, sticking to their concept makes sense. Agree. And it's not like they didn't change anything at all. They were clearly trying to promote themselves as a rookie idol group with a youthful concept. I was surprised by the negative reaction. And so on. It was thanks to the strong stance of, let's view the broadcast as just a broadcast. However, Spark, who had only received hate from the fans after the first episode, now faced criticism from all sides. Especially me. Those who had initially remained neutral after episode 1 immediately switched to attack mode after episode 2. So I got hit full force. The sensitive Spark members were worried about me, but honestly, they didn't need to. Compared to the future scolding I'd get from Manager Nam, this was nothing. I was more worried about the fans. I felt bad for making them unnecessarily stressed because of me. So, I was constantly apologizing in the fan cafe, telling them not to worry too much about the online reactions. And now, Hyung, should we set out the snacks? Yeah. If we don't, they might not eat them because of the microphone picking up the sounds. I was setting up snacks with Kong Keon in preparation for filming in the meeting room. IDC decided to film the preparation process from this episode onwards. I did wonder why they hadn't filmed the stage preparation process. It would have been so much better if they had done this from the first competition. I was glad they started filming it now, but I couldn't help but feel disappointed. Our team would have to do a separate behind-the-scenes live stream later. Before that, let's finish today's meeting. Songbin is leading the meeting today, right? It's his official MC debut. I heard he was checking the script all night. He already does well even without it. He's so meticulous. Even though I said that, I was very proud of him. Once again, I felt grateful for Jong Songbin's existence. Where's Chonghyun? He said he'd bring the cushions. He went to the rooftop with Jiho Hyung to dust them off. Are they wearing masks? You can dust off the cushions, but not vocal cords. Are they all getting lax because they're not responsible for the high notes? Don't worry, Jwoo Hyung was keeping an eye on him. Good job. Having our guests sit on the floor was an unprecedented situation for a businessman. But if that was what they preferred, I had no choice but to strive to create a comfortable environment. Room temperature, equipment connections, cleanliness, all optimal. And thus, preparations for welcoming multiple guests into the UA meeting room, for the first time in history, were ready. The last filming location for Team 2 was UA. The sudden addition of the shooting schedule had everyone in a frenzy. notifying each agency and rearranging work. Schedules had left everyone exhausted. Sometimes, it felt like no industry was as conservative as broadcasting, and other times, it felt unbelievable that something like this could actually air on television. Probably everyone on the IDC production team was thinking the same thing. Perhaps they were already making plans to escape to a better structured program next time. The only solace in this chaotic scenario was the soft cushions. After spending 2 consecutive shifts sitting on cold office floors, the writers felt as though their very bones were aching. Sparks Kim Yiwol, who was carrying the remaining chairs and cushions out of the meeting room, looked at the writers and asked, "Do you need anything to drink? Or is there anything else we should clear out?" The back of the meeting room was already neatly arranged with cold drinks, snacks, and hot beverages. The area around the outlets was also tidy. Thanks to that, connecting the lighting equipment was incredibly easy. After the production team vehemently insisted they didn't need anything else, Kim Yiwol smiled and said, "Then please let us know if you need anything." The writers thought to themselves, the members are so much more down-to-earth than they appear. This was a stark contrast to a previous team, where a member had let slip profanity during their meeting scene, forcing the accompanying manager to promise to mark the edit points and follow up later. And the team before that, the writers had inwardly groaned as they watched the members struggle to lead the conversation during their entire meeting. It was understandable for rookie groups to be cautious of their company's gaze, but it felt like that group was only good at following orders. In that sense, Spark stood out for their initiative. When the production crew arrived, some members even came down to the building's entrance to greet them. Others, like Kim Yiwol, ensured everyone was well taken care of. Even the meeting room for filming was prepped perfectly. This wasn't just about cleanliness. There was no inadvertent branding exposure or misplaced objects that might obstruct a camera angle. The only things on the table were 2 laptops, 6 planners of various designs, and a few pens. There was nothing the production team needed to tidy up. Shortening the preparation time for the already arduous final shoot was a blessing. The production team felt a bit of energy return as they rubbed their tired eyes. And as soon as filming began, they found themselves rubbing those same eyes again, gazing at the brightly glowing screen. 119, Chapter 119, Second Competition, Work Meeting. "Everyone ready?" Starting the recording, Lee Chong-hyun said as he operated his laptop. Then, Jong Song-bin, sitting at the head of the table, opened his mouth. Today's agenda, as shared beforehand, is item planning for the Idol Dynasty. Chronicles Second Competition. Everyone checked the notice, right? Yes. The writers momentarily doubted their ears. Agenda? Had there ever been an idol who used that term for discussion topics? For a moment, they felt like they had entered a project meeting, not a filming set. Even the PPT projected on the screen, with its stark white background and concisely written points, felt too much like a real work meeting. To purchase props, we'll need to submit requests in advance, so we should finalize our item choices today. Hyung, when's the deadline for those forms? If we mark it as urgent, it'll probably be approved right away, but it's safer to submit it within this week. Should we submit it the same way we did for the self-PR stage props? If we can just copy and paste the content, I can do it. Following Jong Song-bin and Kim Yiwol's smooth discussion of the approval process, Kang Keon raised his hand and spoke. Then he scribbled something in a black journal. Only then did the production crew notice the journals that each member was holding. The journals, varying in shape and color, bore visible signs of wear and tear. What they assumed were props for aesthetics were, surprisingly, being used in earnest. So, the final candidates are Challenger and Celestial Scientist, right? Yes, both items fit the song well, so I think we should choose the one that aligns better with our concept. Listening to the conversation between Choi Ji-ho and Jong Song-bin, Kim Yiwol jumped in. Hold on. Before discussing the concept, let's check the key selling points first. Song-bin, did you summarize the ideas we received during brainstorming? Yes, I'll put it up now. Jong Song-bin fiddled with the mouse a few times, and a new screen appeared on the projector. The visuals were clear and well-organized, with photos illustrating each concept and concise descriptions that made it easy to grasp the ideas at a glance. After that, the members began to express their opinions on the 2 items. The keyword Challenger might risk feeling too bland. It's similar to the theme of dreaming of victory from the first round. Hyung has a point, but crafting a narrative where the six of us join forces to take on a clearly defined rival could bring a fresh twist, don't you think? In that case, I think prioritizing the overall concept is crucial. We're aiming to create something fun and aspirational, right? As Park Ji-woo and Kang Jian exchanged their opinions, Jang Song-bin refocused the discussion on their primary values. I understand scientist, but what kind of scientist are we talking about specifically? There are mad scientists and nerdy research fanatics, you know. Let's definitely nail this part down. The arrangement's tone can vary drastically depending on the reference. Considering the theme we want to convey, I think a calm, intellectual vibe fits best. I'll work on refining this part. Choi Ji-ho and Lee Chong-hyun pointed out the shortcomings, and Kim Yiwol suggested alternatives. The exchange of opinions flowed without interruption. This kind of conversation wouldn't be possible if they weren't used to it. It was also amazing that everyone was focused on the fast-paced conversation, and Kim Yiwol was even checking whether the alignment was going well in the midst of it. While Team 2 sat there feeling like they were eavesdropping on another department's meeting, Spark's meeting had already moved to the schedule confirmation stage. Ji-woo, can you compile today's meeting notes? At Kim Yiwol's question, Park Ji-woo opened the monthly calendar section of his journal. Then he tapped the paper with the tip of his pen. We're proceeding without any schedule adjustments, right? I'll leave the choreography deadline blank and send it out. Chong-hyun, the rearrangement needs to be done before then. Is that possible? Yeah. I'll convert the recording file to text and send it to you later. Yiwol Hyung, when can you finalize the reference materials? I'll do it ASAP. Should I CC the A and our team when sharing the progress? No. Just forward the final confirmed version. The division of roles continued from Park Ji-woo to Lee Chong-hyun to Kim Yiwol. The conclusion of the meeting was perfect. They're good at their jobs. Someone from Team 2 muttered. No one refuted that statement. The filming of the meeting wrapped up smoothly. While the production crew was packing up their equipment and I was putting the hidden branded products back in their original places, a writer approached me. Yiwol, are you doing okay these days? Me? Spark, I mean. These days, there's a lot of talk, you know, about IDC. Although their preliminary research might have been lacking, they seemed to be consistently monitoring the show. It was evident from the sudden additional shoots and their grasp of the audience's feedback. Of course, a production team would naturally care about viewers' reactions, but this reaction was more like, they probably feel guilty about the malicious editing. I didn't mind either way. It was true that the current editing was more provocative than the original IDC, but at least the editing so far had been relatively tame compared to other survival programs. At least it wasn't at the level of fabricating drama by slapping bleep effects over harmless comments to stir controversy. I wouldn't have joined this program if I hadn't anticipated this much. I'm fine, I said with a bright smile. I almost added, thank you for your concern, but held back. Humility was a virtue in Korean society, but being overly agreeable would just make you an easy target. I didn't expect this much buzz so early on. Though, neither did we. It's strange how much chatter this season has generated. That caught my attention. I, too, had noticed that there were too many posts excessively criticizing Spark over trivial matters. I tried not to pay too much attention, thinking it might be confirmation bias. But even someone more experienced than me felt the same way. This might make it difficult to view the emergence of nitpicky posts as a natural phenomenon. Is that so? Yeah. Usually, can I say this? Someone needs to have both fans and haters to generate buzz, right? But we don't have anyone like that on our show yet. So, the current reaction is a bit unexpected. In an age where a single controversy could shake an entire program, today's variety shows tend to screen everything they could about cast members beforehand, like running background checks, so to speak. They seemed surprised that things got noisy so quickly, despite filtering the cast this way and selecting rookies with relatively clean histories. Don't tell anyone I said this, okay? Yes, don't worry. Was it the system or a person that created this situation? I hoped it was the system. That way, the chaos could be fixed with a few absurd but manageable tweaks, instead of turning into something worse. Song-bin, what do you think of this design? It's pretty. Are we all going to wear them? No way. Do you know the meaning of the flower language of uninspired, copy and paste coordination? There's a flower language for that. Of course. It means carelessness. Remember that. I added 2 antique-looking eyeglass frames, which had passed Jong Songbin's aesthetic judgment, to the shopping cart. Judging by their style, they seemed fancy enough to be called antique spectacles. Hyung, you've selected 2. You need to cancel 1. No, I need to buy 2. I have to try cutting 1 in half to see if a monocle look works. And if it doesn't work, we need the intact one. Is that okay? Last time, you said we didn't have the budget. My part-time job pay just came in, so it's fine. When I mentioned looking for part-time work, our manager had hooked me up with a temp gig doing office support for UA. Since then, I'd been helping with organizing raw data and updating the HR system whenever I had time. And 2 days ago, the much-needed paycheck arrived. I had seriously debated whether I'd have to sell stocks again or just dress everyone in rags and be done with it. So the timing was perfect. As I sighed in relief, Jong Songbin practically jumped out of his seat. Hyung, you're using your own money. Yeah, I've saved enough from the self-PR so far, but who knows what might come up for the final. Better to save wherever we can now. But this isn't right. I'll talk to the company right now. It's money I earned from organizing files at UA anyway. If you think about it, it's technically still company money. He said he would talk to the company, but Jong Songbin himself probably knew. It'd be nearly impossible to squeeze more funds out of the company. Especially with this stage requiring a lot of help from the production team, it was better to keep our mouths shut as much as possible about other expenses. I'll buy the cheapest ones that don't look cheap, so don't feel so bad about it. Speaking of which, what do you think about these suspenders? They're cute. You said you'd coordinate them with shirts, right? Yeah. You all have white shirts, right? Some members might not. What? They claim to be functioning members of society, and they don't even own a white shirt. Unbelievable. That meant I'd have to buy shirts too. I groaned and started searching men's shopping sites. As I was about to change the most popular filter sort button to lowest filter, Jong Songbin grabbed my wrist. Hyung, wait. What is it? I think I can get the shirts. Jong Songbin said resolutely. I was almost moved by the image of a dependable leader, but I couldn't bring myself to do something as unscrupulous as emptying a high school student's wallet. Shirts aren't expensive. They're basic items, so anyone can wear them once they're bought. That's not it. There's someone in my family who's obsessed with buying clothes. He probably has dozens of shirts like this lying around. Don't tell me, it's Mr. Jong Seongjin? At the mention of his younger brother, the one who once made the torn dumplings, Jong Songbin chuckled. It was a laugh filled with unspoken stories. If he's that into clothes, don't force it. Plus, everyone's body types are different, so we'll probably have to buy a few anyway. Don't worry about that. He's not picky about fit. He'll probably have almost everything. Mr. Jong Seongjin must be a fashionista, huh? He has tons of clothes he's never even worn. And he wears my clothes a lot, too. He even put a hole in one of them recently. Ah, those pants with the ripped ankles? That was Mr. Jong Songjin's doing. No wonder. I couldn't imagine a neat kid like Jong Songbin showing up with ventilation holes in his ankles. Start practice tomorrow without me. I'll raid his closet. Jong Songbin said something menacing with a bright smile. It seemed he was planning to take revenge for his pants. 120. Chapter 120, Second Competition, Random Play Dance. The next day, Jong Songbin really showed up with an enormous trash bag full of white and beige dress shirts. Looking at the blue bag on the verge of bursting, I wondered if he had raided his entire family's closets. Does Jong Seongjin aspire to be a wholesaler or something? He doesn't even have to wait. He could open a shopping mall right now. Jong Songbin shrugged. Usually, Jong Songbin spoke in a softer tone compared to his peers. But when it came to his younger brother, he showed no mercy. He even sighed, saying, "How can he have so many clothes with the tags still on? At least he still had a shred of decency." Jong Songbin clarified that he had borrowed the clothes with his brother's permission, making it clear this was a loan, not a looting operation. Thanks to him, I was able to prepare all the costumes and props without any additional expenses. Plus, system work instructions from the superior have arrived. Play button. Wow, Assistant Manager Kim is so competent. Other people must have no work left to do. I don't know how this company would function without you. Plus, perhaps the system found this particularly distasteful, as it made some XX remarks. But I didn't care about the system's sarcasm. If it wasn't going to help, it could just buzz off. The additional filming for IDC didn't end with the meeting scene. A surprise mission? Yeah. They're deciding the performance order for the second competition with a random play dance. I was absolutely dumbfounded by the sudden news brought by the manager. I already knew that IDC had soared to popularity due to the controversies surrounding other audition programs, but I hadn't expected them to pull such an arbitrary stunt just to pad out the runtime. If it was a midpoint mission, they should give us enough time so it didn't interfere with stage preparations. If they were going to decide the performance order, they should coordinate the schedules and film it right before the second competition. My stomach churned at the thought of getting dragged into this nonsense when we were already pressed for time preparing for the stage. If they announced a second season of IDC, I'd write on the viewer forums demanding they plan the format better in advance. Besides, not just anyone could pull off a random play dance. With so much K-pop out there, who could learn all those choreographies? But this was South Korea, a place where the incompetent didn't survive. Thinking about the dance proficiency I diligently raised during my OJT period, I clenched my fist. To survive in this highly competitive industry, I needed to strengthen my resolve. I even took special training from Kang Kyeon during my vacation to prepare for this. And, as if to mock my firm resolve, I surrendered after only 2 songs. It seemed using a cheat key to raise my proficiency had resulted in watered-down stats. Worried about my fatigue increasing again, I flopped down on the floor. My head feels like it's about to explode. Maybe you're trying to dance too much with your head, Kang Kyeon said, looking down at me with his arms crossed. If I don't understand it, my body won't move. It's always like this. If your body is weak, your mind suffers. Your body isn't weak. Your senses. You're the worst. Despite his jab, Kang Kyeon helped me wholeheartedly for the random play dance filming. However, this method was inefficient. If they were going to gather all the participants for a random play dance to decide the order, wouldn't the standard way be to let the final winner choose their preferred slot first? In Spark, we had a dream team. Me, quick to analyze the variety shows IDC likely referenced, Jong Song-bin, who could list the songs I looked for in real time, and Kang Kyeon, the practice fanatic who had probably danced to all those songs at least once. With this team, we could ensure someone from our team was the last one standing, with a very high probability. But I couldn't be satisfied with just that. Winning a music show wasn't easy, after all. I looked up at Kang Kyeon while still lying down. Kyeon, what? I just received an incredible revelation. Get up if you're going to say something weird. He was not falling for it. Jong Song-bin would have played along by now. Still, since he insisted, I got up. Even if I was still going to say something weird anyway. I placed my hands on Kang Kyeon's shoulders and declared, if we secure the final slot this time, we'll win again. What are you talking about all of a sudden? I'm saying we absolutely need to win first place in the random play dance and claim the 6th performance slot. And I believe you can make it happen. After all, our Kang Kyeon is an amazing dancer, right? Let's carry this heavy responsibility and sweep the stage. Immediately after their debut, Spark's popularity was largely divided between Choi Ji-ho and Lee Chong-hyun. Choi Ji-ho, who had debuted first through that Jerk Jang Junho's music video and had an overwhelming presence as the center, and Lee Chong-hyun, whose face alone caused a stir on the first music show. Most conversations related to Spark began with these two. Next to the rise was Park Ju-woo. Park Ju-woo's vocals always drew attention. Tone, technique, high notes, stability, everything. It was natural for him, who debuted with such polished vocals, to get the highlight parts, and videos of him performing them live circulated online with titles like Typical Rookie Boy Group Skills. Jong Song-bin, being the leader, had plenty of chances to speak at official events. As for me, I made an impression on the radio show with my shocking fashion choices or by showing off my drunk hippo act. So what about Kang Kyeon? He was the team's main dancer, but his impact didn't quite match Choi Ji-ho's dance breaks, and his rap only came in during doubles with Lee Chong-hyun. His vocal skills were decent, but unfortunately, with the addition of the mid-Kim Yiwol, his share of the spotlight was reduced. In short, Kang Kyeon currently held the most ambiguous position within Spark. Those who recognized his potential became fans quickly, but his overall audience growth was slow. Even in the past, Kang Kyeon wasn't one to gain recognition quickly. Furthermore, Kang Kyeon still struggled with stage fright. He pretended otherwise, but ever since a vocal slip-up during a music show rehearsal, he'd become a bit more sensitive. Given this situation, appearing on a survival program was obviously taking a toll on his mental state. Focusing the spotlight on Kang Keon now to open the door for new fans could be like poison instead. But when it came to dancing, it might be a different story. If Songbin Hyung is a music jukebox, Kang Keon is a dance vending machine. Right? Doesn't Keon know the choreography to almost every title track? He learns new choreography practically every day. If it's been performed on a music show, he can probably dance to it. You could probably wake him up with music playing, and he'd start dancing. That's right. If what they had said jokingly in the past about Kang Keon was true, things learned with the body are rarely forgotten. Even if his mind went blank from nerves, his practice would instinctively help him. Hoping that his efforts would be rewarded, I devised a crash course called Master Random Play Dance with these key tips, with Jong, Songbin, and relentlessly drilled Kang Keon. It ended up being meaningless since Kang Keon already knew all the choreography, but he said he understood his Hyung's sincerity and promised to do his best. On the day of the additional filming, we all wore matching thin sweatshirts and pants. These were from a brand that had appeared only once in Spark's choreography practice video and received an explosive response from fans. Why does it have to be this brand? This brand's clothes make us look good when we dance. The members never wore those clothes again after that. But dear Sparklers, rejoice. I have fulfilled your wishes. Hyung, you look better in formal wear than casual. Wouldn't you find this a waste? Park Ju-woo did raise an objection before I checked out the items. But I ignored it. Mr. Yiwol, you're out. I'd already predicted that I'd get eliminated from the first song. Even though I had reviewed the choreography during our master random play dance with these key tips. I danced it backward, so I was the only one eliminated. Since I was going to be eliminated quickly anyway, what was the point of wearing clothes that suited me? It was enough that the talented dancers looked great. Mr. Ure interviewed me after my swift elimination. I waved cheerfully, saying I trusted my team members, and shouted words of encouragement to them. As if to mock my lightning-fast elimination, the remaining participants showcased incredible skills. Thanks to the challenge trend, everyone knew most of the songs. Groups specializing in performance even managed to form proper formations for some songs. Except for a few people like me who had unusually short trainee periods, eliminations didn't come easily. All 5 members of Spark admirably survived. As expected, you shined the brightest as a 5-member team. As I earnestly prayed for the revival of the 5-member group Spark and for some social distancing, Mr. Ure stepped in again. Since eliminations weren't happening and the progress was slow, they decided to drastically increase the difficulty. From this point on, participants started dropping like flies. As the release dates of the songs broadened to include older tracks, the younger idols began to fall one by one. Among them, only Kang Keon, who had received special lectures from the veteran Jong Songbin, survived. As the number of people dwindled, Kang Keon's true value began to shine. He, who had been dancing in the back row amidst the crowd, gradually moved forward as those in front of him were eliminated. There was no need to wait for him to reach the very front. For Kang Keon, just a step or two forward was enough. Keonim is a really good dancer, whether he was surrounded by people or stationed at the end of the formation. Once Kang Keon caught your eye, his skill kept your attention. While Choi Jiho's strength was his dance lines, Kang Keon's was his control over dynamics. Such a wonderful strength wasn't easily captured on music shows. The cameras didn't focus solely on Kang Keon long enough to capture the varying intensity of his movements. Instead, Kang Keon's true worth was revealed in fan cams. As you followed him with your eyes, you could see how accurately he executed the moves, where he emphasized the power, and how sharply he hit the beats. In a situation like this, where everyone was watching for accuracy to identify those who made mistakes, no one could surpass Kang Keon. Even as the people around him dwindled, and the number of people watching him increased. Just like when he practiced alone in an empty practice room, all he had to do was dance to the music, letting his body express what he'd ingrained within it. Keon is doing well, I muttered, watching Kang Keon face off against a member of Berrien for the last spot. Choi Jiho, the freshly eliminated contestant sitting next to me, replied, "That's just how he is." Right. What else is there to say about your Magne skills? Kang Keon, backed by Choi Jiho's confidence, truly took first place. standing in front of the order chart. He called out with a calm expression, but unable to hide his slightly flushed ears. Hyung, I can choose the 6th slot, right? I smiled and nodded. 121. Chapter 121, Second Competition, Concerto. Thanks to Kang Ki-yeon's stellar performance, Spark secured the 6th slot in the lineup. The glasses I ordered looked perfect on Park Ju-woo, and Jang Seongjin's clothes were of such high quality that they were perfect for styling. How on earth do you even secure a beret? You'll probably need at least 20 bobby pins. Except for the fact that Jang Songbin was forced to wear a beret and almost had his hair ripped out by me, there were no major hiccups. That was a TMI I hadn't heard before. Spark should have worn hats more often on stage. Yu Hansu's barrage of texts had also subsided, so I was able to prepare in peace. Of course, not everything went smoothly. Lee Chong-hyun, Spark's greatest treasure, had lost the usual glow on his face due to fatigue. Chong-hyun, I need twice as much of your talent this time. Why? We're going to need some sampling. This performance's concept revolved around a nerdy scientist entranced by the night sky. The styling was also designed to evoke the image of a research enthusiast captivated by the beauty of galaxies and stars, delving into them obsessively. The problem lay in the characteristic image of a scholar quietly immersed in research. Unlike lively rookie idols or energetic athletes, this image was closer to a static feeling. Going for a mad scientist would stray too far from the intended concept and our youthful vibe, so I decided to enhance the musical quality to bring the concept to life. Sampling? With which song? You can decide on that. Huh. Classical music is your specialty, isn't it? By sampling classical music. The song we chose to cover this time was Hellas's Starlight, a ballad about quietly whispering love under the night sky. It wasn't flashy, but it had a nice melody and decent lyrics, making it a well-known song for a B-side. My goal was to infuse the song with a touch of classical beauty, meticulous precision bordering on obsession, and an ethereal atmosphere. If the sampling worked, we could hit 3 birds with 1 stone. Though I knew next to nothing about classical music, Lee Chong-hyun was a different story. He was once a kid who lived and breathed piano, and it wasn't as though he had turned to other genres out of a distaste for classical music. So there was even less for him to hesitate about. You understand the concept and direction, right? And the song is already chosen. What else do you need? No, I just thought you had already chosen the song for sampling. You hate unexpected variables, Hyung. You're the arranger, so you know best. Your choice will be the best choice. What did Lee Chong-hyun say to that? I couldn't remember. Anyway, Lee Chong-hyun threw himself into the work with intensity from the beginning of the preparation. Period. As a result, his face looked absolutely haggard. And after all the nagging I had given him about taking care of that face too. Putting his good look aside, he was a sunshine boy when he was lively and a melancholic man when worn out. But this was neither. What's the point of having a perfect song and a perfect choreography if his face isn't? I placed a glucose candy in Lee Chong-hyun's hand, and I chanted a magic spell in my heart. Be beautiful. Oh, Sticky Sunbanims are doing an Eastern-style stage too. Jang Songbin reacted as he watched Sticky's performance being recorded. On screen, Sticky opened their intro by elegantly snapping open fans. That made it the 3rd Oriental-themed stage today. The concepts varied from struggles for the throne to martial arts sword dances. Indeed, hanbok seemed to be a staple for survival shows. Part stage today was also spectacular. They all came out wearing hanbok embroidered with gold thread and showcased synchronized action scenes and group dancing, exuding charisma that made your jaw drop. Han Ga-won's vocals were perfectly placed too, making it clear he got a solid part in the performance. It was hard to believe he was the same person who had desperately tried to stop Song Minil under the Han River Bridge. Besides, the swords were incredibly realistic. The way they reflected the stage lighting was sharp and impressive. Yes, this is how you do a performance. I inwardly admired them, but I kept my tone calm on the surface. Technically, ours is an Oriental retro concept too. I'm not sure. IDs say it's more like steampunk. Kang Ki-yeon disagreed with me. Well, it was fine as long as everyone looked good. Besides, what can we do? We're civil officials, not military ones. Sticky Sunbeam's stage has started. I want to watch too. Lee Chong-hyun, who was getting touch-up makeup at the end of the waiting room, shouted and ran over. His face was shining. Literally, physically shining. What happened to your face? Sparkling glitter was scattered like jewels across his pale face. He even wore colored contacts to give off a special impression, turning him into a non-human. You've worked hard, magical glucose candy. It was strange, though. We were both wearing sparkly colored contacts, but mine looked like snake eyes while his looked like the California sunshine. Looking freshly radiant, like a just-picked orange, Lee Chonghyun struck a pose with his hands framing his face. Isn't the glitter awesome? Today, Chonghyun's face concept is diamond mine. Hand over the mining rights. I'll burn it all down. I knew you'd say that, so I've set aside exclusive distribution rights for you. Hyungnam. Good. Choi Jiho shot us a look from afar that said, they're at it again. But dressed in suspenders and shorts, that expression had no impact whatsoever. While everyone was showing off their beauty, only Kong Keon remained quiet. He just watched Sticky's performance with a slightly stiff face. I waited for Sticky's stage to end before placing my hand on his shoulder. Giving it a gentle squeeze, I felt him flinch slightly. Don't worry. We've got this. As long as I don't trip and tumble off the stage mid-performance, that is. That would be a disaster. Kong Keon gave a wry chuckle, as if dumbfounded. But I was being serious. Barring a catastrophe of that scale, Spark was bound to take first place. Truly, Lee Chonghyun put in a tremendous amount of effort in preparing for the second competition. It was all because of Kim Iwol's mission, assigned to him right after the concept was finalized. We need sampling. The original song was a ballad, the arrangement direction was a light dance track, the emotion to express was pure academic passion and joy, and the tool of choice was classical music. Everything was clear, but progress was slow. Several potential songs came to mind, but none of them felt right. Every piece felt slightly lacking. He couldn't grasp how to arrange them either. To Lee Chonghyun, interpreting a piece meant staying free while adhering to the sheet music. But now, he was breaking a song into measures or even single notes, rearranging them here and there. The process felt less like a challenge and more like destruction. Does this young trust me too much? He often thought that. But then, he remembered his family, who hadn't trusted him at all. They had said that if he liked music so much, he might as well stick to classical, something they'd begrudgingly tolerate. So for a few years, he happily played the piano. He immersed himself, savoring every moment. He was happy. As he grew older and his knowledge broadened, the music Lee Chonghyun could access expanded. Beyond classical music, there were other songs, ones neither inferior to nor more addictive than the piano pieces he played. His world continued to expand. To Lee Chonghyun, music was like the ocean, endless and mysterious. He simply loved music. All kinds of music. He enjoyed playing instruments, singing, rapping over beats, and just listening. But for his parents, what mattered was what kind of music Lee Chonghyun played and in front of whom. At that moment, a fixed course was charted on Lee Chonghyun's ocean. Every day, he steered a luxurious cruise ship hosting elegant soirees, looping the same route alone, until the illuminated sea was dyed black by darkness. On the day he stepped off that ship, despite much opposition, Lee Chonghyun knew it would take a long time before he could return to the sea. Until one day, his roommate, Kim Iwol, casually announced that he was hiring him as a composition machine. Back then, Kim Iwol had even snatched away the map Lee Chonghyun was clinging to like a lingering regret and said, "Is it wrong to expect great things from a young, talented person?" It was a strange thing to say. His family always asked him how long he would keep making foolish choices. Kim Iwol wasn't kind like his parents. Lee Chonghyun couldn't ride a luxury cruise ship, nor could he choose only calm waters. All he was given was a rickety raft that seemed ready to sink within 10 meters and a crude paddle carved by Kim Iwol himself. Looking at the raft, Lee Chonghyun thought, which sea should I sail to? What am I sailing for? And amusingly enough, whenever he tried to delve into such thoughts, your choice will be the best choice. Kim Iwol would urge him to set sail, forcing him to head out to sea. Lee Chonghyun had no choice but to move forward. In his tiny raft, with his humble paddle, Kim Iwol did nothing but hand him a new ship, because all Kim Iwol demanded of Lee Chonghyun was simply to cross the sea. So Lee Chonghyun decided to raise a flag on his humble raft, to define the kind of music he wanted to create, to decide what he wanted his songs to convey. And no matter where his journey took him, to always held on to the answers to those questions. From the speakers, Beethoven's Piano Concerto No. 5 began to play. 122. Chapter 122. Rumors 1. The stage began with a flowing piano melody. Lee Chong-hyun moved his hands as if playing an invisible piano in the air. The piano sound blended into the original song's accompaniment, and the movement naturally transitioned into choreography. A windswept field. A gentle sky. I stand there, waiting for the stars to rise. Lee Chong-hyun didn't include a single rap in this performance. Instead, he participated as a vocalist. Though he was a decent singer, he must have known the risk involved after spending so much time focused on rapping. Yet, he refused to compromise. When I told him there was no need to abandon his strengths for the sake of perfection, he responded, "I don't want to be afraid of challenges." The faint smile from that time still lingered on his face even now. If his falsetto wasn't smooth, I wouldn't have allowed it. Just this once, I'd let it slide. You don't know how much time flows by, riding the Milky Way. With a gesture of slightly pushing up his glasses, Park Ju-woo also flawlessly delivered his part. Why is the night sky so dazzlingly bright? The darkness shines so beautifully. I put my arm around his shoulders. With my other hand, I made a telescope shape and brought it to my eye, looking up at the sky. So I have no choice but to dive in. With a deep heart, Jang Songbin's eyes shone as he gazed out at the dark audience. The glitter on his cheeks glimmered against the muted tones of his vintage-style outfit, creating a mysterious and captivating aura. As we performed the original song, all 6 members huddled together in thought or gazed collectively at the sky. And as the second verse ended, a part of the third movement of Piano Concerto No. 5, the piece Lee Chong-hyun himself had chosen, began to play. This part also belonged to Lee Chong-hyun. He stepped to the edge of the stage and held up a plastic light bulb he had prepared beforehand. Designed to open with a slight touch, the bulb burst open in Lee Chong-hyun's hand with the click of a switch. Gold paper confetti from inside the bulb showered over his face, and stage's LED panels and floor transformed into a celestial expanse. A colorful Milky Way flowed amidst the shining white stars. It was the moment the star we had been searching for finally appeared before our eyes. The media art that had consumed the budget of 3 performances shone in its full glory. Even after watching it countless times during simulations, approvals, and rehearsals, it was still breathtaking. Amidst the shower of paper stars, Lee Chong-hyun smiled brightly. That expression was what convinced me to place Lee Chong-hyun at the center. It was the same smile he had when he completed this arrangement. If that wasn't joy, if that wasn't exhilaration, then what else it could be? I didn't know what he might have discovered, but at least for now, Lee Chong-hyun was the closest among Spark to embodying an enthusiastic scientist discovering an unknown planet. I just hoped that joy would be conveyed to the audience as well. Afterward, the orchestra's accompaniment, which initially seemed unrelated, transitioned seamlessly into the next part. It was time for the ballet-like group choreography, led by Choi Ji-ho and Kang Kyeon, to begin. I don't know much about classical music, so I'm being cautious, but this piece feels quite unique. That was what I said when I first heard the piece Lee Chong-hyun had chosen. And when he asked why, I expressed my limited understanding this way. It doesn't feel like any one instrument takes the lead. It's more like they're exchanging parts, especially in the third movement. Right? What I wanted was brilliance and elegance. But Lee Chong-hyun seemed to want to say something more. That's why I like this piece. He gently touched the corner of the screen playing the video, as if handling something precious. Because it feels like we're all making music together. I wasn't sure if Lee Chong-hyun, now performing on stage with us, was feeling that same sense of unity he once cherished. But I hoped he wouldn't regret it. I sincerely wished for him to find joy in making music. No surprises here. Spark took first place in the second competition as expected. Partha followed closely behind in second place. The atmosphere inside UA was, needless to say, it was like a festival. Even the production team members, who had been grinding themselves down like millstones, congratulated us on our hard work when they heard the news. The overall quality of all the stages had improved, making this round of voting more competitive than the previous one. The margins between the rankings were slim. UA seemed to be proud of Spark for taking first place in such a competitive environment. This was probably the last first-place ranking Spark would achieve in the IDC. The fourth competition had a special format, and the final round would include online voting. Spark didn't have much of a chance in either of those, especially in the final round, where online voting would be introduced for the first and last time. So, for now, I thought it wouldn't hurt to let them enjoy this moment. I happily watched the Spark members receive generous praise from the staff. Then, between those guys and me, the system appeared. Plus, system, work instructions from the superior have arrived. Play button assistant Manager Kim, standing out isn't always a good thing in society. Plus, the system's message was much shorter than usual. However, it was strange. The single sentence, though only a few words long, was strangely unsettling. My uneasy premonition proved correct. Plus, system, subordinate, is being notified of a violation of regulations. If actions deviating significantly from established history are discovered, subordinate will be deemed to have violated the duty of fairness. Depending on the extent to which subordinate has changed history, sanctions can be imposed by utilizing the environment subordinate is in. System, sanctions against subordinate for violation of regulations have been issued. Content, reporting of reputation score. Reason, participation and performance in Idol Dynasty Chronicle. Plus, that night, my name began to be plastered all over various online communities, along with the dishonorable words team bullying and workplace harassment. It seemed everyone had a reputation score, like ratings and job searches. That was probably why I once received that message about good attendance leading to a good evaluation. And the system seemed to be able to flag and hide reviews of a person's reputation like a company could do with customer reviews. Up until now, I hadn't done anything to warrant complaints, so my reputation shouldn't have been bad. However, after that reputation score report processing, just like a company's review page after good reviews were removed, only negative posts about me began to surface. Much greater than am I the only one who feels like. Kim Yiwol is overly strict about discipline. Even during interviews, the kids straighten their posture whenever they glance at Yiwol. They seem to be on edge. The composer member said he gets his progress checked every time during live performances. During IDC, he was the only one who spoke when they were giving points for the self-PR stage. For #1, it's not like Yiwol glared at them or anything. The kids just saw him and fixed their posture on their own. Why are you blaming Yiwol? Then how do you explain #3? Typical blind defenders. They run away when faced with valid points. Much greater than, but honestly, I had a bad feeling about him even before the disrespecting seniors controversy came up. Maybe it's because he's the oldest and part of the producing team. Jong Songbin is the actual leader, but he uses his speaking power to control the team atmosphere. For real, you don't know how King annoying it is unless you've experienced it yourself. He's always keeping the other oldest line, Choi Jiho. In check, I've always disliked how he acts all smug around Jiho. Much greater than the members always say he's the one who nags the most. But honestly, does he even have the qualifications to nag anyone? Yiwol, look at your fancam views. The kids were sending out an SOS. Is the difference in fancam views that big? They're similar, but Kim Pep is consistently among the lowest. Isn't it normal for non-dance or non-center members to have lower fancam views? No, that doesn't matter. Fancams are for watching dancing. How can it not matter? Are you stupid? The reaction was disastrous. Some points felt so reasonable that even I was somewhat convinced. I was ready to quietly bow out, but the system seemed determined to keep me in the thick of things. Still, up until then, things were fine. From the moment I, of all people, became an idol, I knew I wouldn't hear good things. But this was only the beginning. The situation rapidly deteriorated starting that night. While planning the lineup for the third competition, focused on positional battles, based on instructions from the Idol Dynasty Chronicle team, the dormitory phone rang. The person who called at 4 a.m. was our manager. Yiwol, are you looking at the internet? The public opinion is pretty bad right now. You might want to check. I told him I'd check and call him back, then hung up. Social media was a complete inferno. Much greater than UA insiders have long said that KIW has a bad attitude. He's known for ignoring staff and doing whatever he wants, and looks like it's finally exploded now. I heard the CEO heavily favors him. I heard he had a lot of friction with the PD too. Seeing as he debuted after only a year of training, it's clear he's getting special treatment. Much greater than why do you think he got solo variety shows instead of the leader? Or the center? You idiots? He's clearly receiving special treatment, while your faves are being sidelined. Face reality, people. Every time I see things like this, my heart aches for the other members. It's so frustrating that they are being discriminated against just because of political maneuvering, even though they've trained much longer and are more talented. You're telling me my bias said he really likes the members, so I can't say anything, but I just wish everyone got their fair shares. The posts range from near-accurate leaks about internal company dynamics to exaggerated accusations about solo variety show appearances. These combined to create a narrative that seemed almost plausible. It wasn't like I went on a drinking show alone just to boost my PR score. No, Choi Ji-ho really should have gone on that show instead. F***CK. I grabbed my head and read a few more posts. The reckless controversy was a big problem, but the manager wouldn't have called me at dawn just for this. After several more minutes of scrolling, I stumbled upon a different kind of issue, one I hadn't even considered. Much greater than fans praise Kim Yiwol for being a model student. But the funny thing is he acted like a total delinquent in school. He was exempted from all group activities like school trips, and even though he wasn't ranked high enough, he got a special study room that only students with good grades could use. There was a lot of talk about special treatment. He came from a rich family, and the teachers really doted on him. He knew he was superior and was a complete MF jerk. He didn't even talk to his classmates. Plus graduation album proof attached. It was the first time in my life I'd faced accusations of preferential treatment. 123. Chapter 123. Rumors, 2. I took a deep breath and reread the post in front of me. Nothing had changed. It was exactly as I'd read the first time. Exemption from group activities, special treatment despite not meeting the criteria, terrible personality. I could guess why the controversy over the study hall started. My academic ranking wasn't incredibly high. However, our school's study hall admission system considered both internal exams and mock exam scores. So, the author of this post either didn't know my mock exam ranking within the school or deliberately ignored it to fit their narrative. The reason I hadn't gone on school trips or retreats was simple. I couldn't afford the costs. Instead, I followed the school's instructions and attended the self-study sessions. I definitely didn't stay home relaxing while everyone else was on extracurricular activities. My family wasn't that well off either. Besides, even if my family had been well off, what good would it do to me? I didn't get any of the money. Just look at how I couldn't even afford to go on the school trips. The part about not greeting my classmates, that was somewhat true. But I always participated when they needed players for soccer or when they were assigning cleaning duties. Since the post included a photo of our graduation album as proof, it gained a certain level of credibility. As a result, a lot of people already spread it across the internet. The half-truths, through comments and retweets, became distorted and overinterpreted. Much greater than summary of IDC's cast member Q's controversy. Doesn't properly greet senior groups, lacks respect for other groups' performances, appears solo on variety shows, leads planning meetings despite the presence of the leader, controls the schedule, abuses staff, used parental influence to get exemptions from all group activities in high school, received special treatment for study hall, particularly notorious for his personality, since his school days, wouldn't talk to anyone unless they were useful to him. Now, it seems to have evolved into manipulating members and creating an atmosphere where everyone follows his lead. During vacations, isolates group members and deliberately hangs around areas with only women. And finally, it had reached this point. The comments and related posts were just as bad. Much greater than did you see the summary of Kim Yiwol's controversy? This is illogical beyond belief. If solo variety show appearances are considered preferential treatment, then how do you explain Choi Ji-ho appearing in a music video before his debut? Much greater than just like how he got special treatment in school, now he's pulling the same stunts in UA. Proves the saying, old habits die hard. Much greater than meanwhile, certain fans still shielding him. Just as expected. Much greater than honestly, Parts fandom has held back a lot so far. I thought it was only a matter of time before this exploded. Right? We just kept quiet because we didn't want any unnecessary drama on programs featuring our boys, even though he was being openly disrespectful. Much greater than wasn't his image supposed to be sociable and diligent? This is a bit shocking. No idol would honestly show their true self. It's all for image. People ignore all the praise from PDs and members and only believe these so-called schoolmates. Much greater than, isn't this a case of a rolling stone kicking out the stone that has been set? If I were Jong Song-bin, I'd be incredibly resentful. What's the point of being a leader if the company and the members treat you like a puppet? TL note. A rolling stone kicking out the stone that has been set is a Korean idiom. It means a newcomer completely taking over the power/authority without much effort. Much greater than, but isn't receiving special treatment in school a serious issue? Who knows if he also had his student record embellished? Seems like a fair suspicion. Exactly. As a current high school senior, just hearing about this is infuriating. Much greater than the womanizer thing is seriously disappointing. Another low point for humanity. What's this about being a womanizer? This is the first I've heard of it. He intentionally loiters near places where only women are present, trying to get their attention. Even the people who were actually there acknowledged from the start that Yiwol was just picking up trash. It's written in the original post. I'll attach the PDF. I could tolerate other things, but I couldn't stand the claim about mistreating staff. Just hearing the word XX abuse made me feel sick. As angry as I was, I needed to stay calm. Now wasn't the time to think about Manager Nam's tyranny or anything else. How am I going to resolve this? I'd been forced to write apology letters before, but I had no experience with public statements, so my head hurt. The sun rose in the distance, indifferent to my plight. The first thing I did as soon as my morning alarm went off was wake up the members. I sat them down at the living room table, handed them each a piece of bread, and asked, "Do you guys think I treat Song-bin like a puppet leader, play politics within the group, and monopolize speaking rights by cleverly silencing everyone else?" "What?" Kong Keon asked back with a look as if I'd lost my mind. "Speak freely. This is important." "Hyung, did something happen?" Jong Song-bin asked, his voice full of concern. These guys never answered properly when I asked a question. I sighed softly and replied, "Yeah, there's a controversy about my personality." "What?" Lee Chong-hyun jumped up from his seat. "Why? Is it because you tattled on PDU? That, and some other things. Did they find out you scolded us and told us to keep smiling even when our limbs were trembling? Arjuwoo, it seems my words really stuck with you, huh? Is it the controversy about you forcing us to buy those heat packs on that home shopping channel? I paid for those with the company card. Plus, there were quantity limits. Besides, in the first place, I bought them for you and Keon to use. Choi Jiho. Wait a minute. Is my personality really the problem? What are you saying? Get a grip, Hyung." Lee Chong-hyun grabbed my shoulders and shook me. "I'm sorry. I'm a bit easily swayed. Is it serious?" Kong Keon, who had been listening quietly, spoke up. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it. But if there really is something wrong with me, it's not a matter of defending myself. I need to fix it. That's why I'm asking." "All right then, I'll take it that no one has complaints. I'm heading to work first. Take your time." Let's go together." Jong Song-bin jumped to his feet. "I'm sorry, but I don't have time to wait for you guys. The UA staff must be so worried." I told them to finish eating and left the dorm first. The atmosphere at UA was as serious as I had expected. However, no one immediately grabbed me by the collar or reprimanded me. That was probably because I looked like the biggest mess in the world after pushing through the crowd of Saesiangs camped outside the dorm. Honestly, it was really tough. Coming to work while hearing things like, "Yiwol, do you like women that much?" or XX, "Stop causing trouble and get lost," wasn't easy. My manager got scolded for not picking me up. After explaining that I left early on my own, the blame on the manager ended there. I explained in detail to Mr. Min Juk-hyung and the CEO that none of the accusations were true. The student record I brought from the local PC cafe helped a lot. It also helped that the company already knew that my parents weren't close enough to me to exert influence on my school. I was prepared to bear my back if they didn't believe me, but thankfully, they believed me easily. Still, I deeply apologize for creating a situation where such rumors could arise. I'll take responsibility and resolve this. No, Yiwol. It's better to handle this through the company. That made sense. Statements issued by the company would be more carefully crafted. But I'm just worried about the emotional toll on the fans. I think it's only right for me to explain directly to them. I promised that I wouldn't make any rash statements and would consult with the company beforehand if necessary, then left the meeting room. Once I confirmed there was no one around, I summoned the system. "Just lend me one more work tool." Plus, system, work instructions from superior have arrived. Play button, didn't you request equipment not long ago? You need something else already? Plus, this is your fault for fueling baseless hate. If you want to see me succeed as an idol, cooperate a little. I requested my seat safety score report and mock exam score reports from the system. Then, I diligently printed out the messages I exchanged with the staff using the company copier and quietly returned to the practice room. What did the CEO say? The company will contact IDC. No, about the clarification. I'm taking care of that. Choi Jiho shrugged at my answer. He looked like he had something to say, but decided it wasn't necessary. After that, we just focus on practice. Thankfully, everyone concentrated well, at least until my phone vibrated. Isn't that a phone ringing? Sorry, it's mine. They said I might need to be contacted urgently, so they told me to keep it with me until this is resolved. I excused myself and checked my phone. It was you, Hansu. Of course. I was wondering why you'd been so quiet lately. Guys, I need to take this call. From behind, Kong Keon asked who it was. I didn't answer and simply left the practice room. Hello. Oh, Yiwol. The voice on the other end was incredibly friendly. I could feel it even without seeing him. Yu Hansu's face was probably lit up with a huge grin. I heard you're in big trouble? Not even you're screwed. Such a mild expression. He seemed to be thinking clearly enough to consider the possibility I might be recording this call. To meet his expectations, I pressed the record button and silently listened to what Yu Hansu had to say. I told you to be careful with people. This industry is small. You've been debuted for less than a year, and you've already gotten on people's bad side. How are you going to manage? Sure, I should be careful with people, but what am I supposed to do when the system is the one causing the trouble? Does the system even understand human language? I desperately wanted to request an IP trace of some of the posts, but it would be useless. Even if I reported it, these things took time. It would take several weeks for the complaint to be filed and the investigation to begin. The public, on the other hand, didn't wait. Even now, posts demanding my removal were appearing on IDC's bulletin board. Yu Hansu likely understood this dynamic all too well. That was probably why he took this opportunity to stick his spoon into the pot. In other words, he was currently in a position of complete power. If I were to expose his harassment now, I'd just end up being an idol countering harassment accusations with claims of being a victim of harassment. Don't get too discouraged, Yiwol. Yu Hansu said kindly. This is how you learn. Huh. I might as well have a huge fight with this guy and plaster my picture all over the front page of the entertainment news tomorrow morning. 124, Chapter 124, Rumors, 3. Thank you for your concern, PDNM. I expressed my gratitude to Yu Hansu as if I were truly touched. But I don't think you need to worry too much. Oh, how can I not? I've known you for so long. Oh, really now? Feeling smug, are we? Enjoying yourself? No, really, it's okay. The company said they might be able to track the IP address of the internal accusations. Apparently, there are records kept from when the network was installed. How do you like that? Huh, you little XX. Sure enough, not a word could be heard from the other end of the phone. This be asterisk TCH. I suspected it, but he really posted those bad things about me at the company. The call disconnected. Yu Hansu was probably scrambling to his office to confirm whether what I said was true. He'll probably call me again soon to say that spreading false information is a serious crime. The slight satisfaction of rattling him was short-lived, as I heaved a sigh. I felt drained just from the phone call, so I crouched down on the stairwell landing for a moment and took a deep breath. At least, the company issues seemed manageable to clear up, but as for my family, if anyone dug up their personal details, they'd likely distance themselves from me immediately, denying any ties. Those people would rather draw a line immediately, declaring they had cut ties with me long ago, than be associated with me. The remaining issue was the school situation. To be honest, I had no confidence in this area. Even if I claimed innocence, there was no one to back me up. I should have tried harder to maintain good relationships. I shouldn't have gone through life thinking I could do it all alone. But then again, isn't it self-serving to think of people as tools to use for convenience? As expected, a bastard like me should live alone. Still, I should have maintained better relationships with my classmates. I've lived my life wrong. I hadn't thought I lived it particularly well before, but today solidified it. My life was garbage. Hopeless garbage. Still, to make it at least recyclable, I have to work hard. I drag my feet. It was time to strive for a life that could be sorted for recycling. Even after returning to the practice room, I couldn't practice for long. With so many controversies erupting at once, there was a mountain of information to sort through. As a result, for the first time since the nosebleed incident, I left early. When I got back to the dorm, there was a fresh set of grade reports issued by the system in my suitcase. I fiddled absent-mindedly with the edge of one of the college entrance exam result sheets. I also transferred the screenshot I had taken of my university acceptance that got revoked, just in case, to my laptop. What was the format for the Hampyeong industry written apology again? I'd only ever received written apologies, never written one, so my memory was hazy. First, I needed to apologize to the fans for causing concern. Then, I had to apologize for the delay in releasing a statement due to the time it took to organize everything. I hurriedly drafted a statement and reread it several times. A few rounds of vicarious fangirling for Spark were enough to teach me what to say and what not to say in an official statement. Thanks to that, editing was easy. The final draft turned out neat and well-organized. Even if someone demanded witnesses, I was ready to provide them. Except for the parts about school life. There was nothing I could do about that. It was true that I hadn't received any special treatment, but it was hard to prove that I missed group activities because of financial reasons. And though I hadn't specifically disrespected anyone, I wasn't exactly known for having good relationships with my classmates either. This is why it's terrifying when someone who knows just one piece of the story gets involved. I pondered for a long time about how to overcome this difficult situation. In the end, I didn't come up with any solutions and slumped forward onto the dining table. It was a phone call that changed the tide. Manager. The caller ID showed it was the manager. Wondering if something else had blown up without my knowledge, I wedged the phone between my shoulder and ear and turned my laptop back on from sleep mode. Fortunately, the online forums were still stuck on Kim Yiwol's crappy personality exposed by classmate. However, the voice on the other end belonged to an unexpected person. Hyung, it's Songbin. Songbin. What's wrong? Looking at the clock, it was still the middle of practice time. Jong Songbin calling in the middle of practice? This had to be something big. I racked my brain, trying to figure out where my carefully constructed defenses had sprung another leak. Then, I gave up. What difference did it make where the controversy was brewing now? At least I knew I'd lived honestly, so I could refute whatever came up. I calmly waited for Jong Songbin to speak. Hyung, have you seen the post online? Online? You mean the collection of Kim Yiwol quotes that reveal his true character? One. No, not that one. It was the hottest topic right now, though. It had tons of comments, too. As I rubbed my strained eyes and refreshed the page, Jong Songbin spoke again. Someone claiming to be Hyung's classmate posted something. He wasn't kidding. Before my eyes was a post titled, "I'm Yiwol's classmate," regarding the misunderstandings about Yiwol. The title of the post was long. It said the post was written to clear up misunderstandings about me. I hung up, telling Songbin I'd call back after reading the post. Then I scrolled down and read the lengthy post, which had the scroll bar as long as my fingernail. Much greater than "I'm Yiwol's classmate. I'm writing this post to clear up the misunderstandings about him." Proof included. Hello. I was the class president in Kim Yiwol's class during our third year of high school. I heard that Yiwol is facing a lot of misunderstandings, so I decided to write this post to share my honest perspective based on what I know of him. Class president. I remembered him. He was a sociable and lively guy, so we exchanged greetings occasionally. He loved soccer so much that he played every lunch break and would always call me over if they were short of players. Much greater than based on what I observed in our class. Yiwol is not the type to disrespect his peers. On the contrary, he was popular because he was good at sports, and he was an ordinary guy who enjoyed playing soccer with us every lunch break. When I injured my ankle and had to wear a cast, he carried my bag to the bus stop after school every day. Ah, right, this guy once severely sprained his ankle while playing soccer. Back when I convinced Kang Kian, who stubbornly refused to go to the hospital despite the pain in his ankle, the memory of this guy's face was vague. But now, it was slowly becoming clearer. Much greater than the claim that he received special treatment isn't true either. Yiwol consistently earned high grades. Everyone in our class knew his academic performance was among the best. At the time, no students complained that Yiwol was receiving preferential treatment. The post went on for a while. Surely, Some of the comments below would ask for a summary in 3 lines or dismiss it as too long to read. But for some reason, I couldn't just skim over it. Every word seemed to sink into my mind. Much greater than Yiwol was always a diligent fellow, and I believe he still is. Please continue to support him, as he's someone who works very hard. Attached were images of our yearbook, group photos, screenshots of texts between the class president and me, and a chatroom capture of former classmates reminiscing. Do you guys remember Kim Han? My phone vibrated again. It was a text from Jong Songbin. He told me to call him after I'd finished reading the post. I should call him. I should, but when I closed the community tab, the SNS page I'd left open earlier popped up. My name, which I had searched to check fans' concerns, reappeared, updated with new posts. Much greater than Kim Yiwol, don't be discouraged. No matter what anyone says, you're doing XX great. Much greater than XX our kid. Wasn't a pretentious show-off after all. Leave Yiwol alone, please. Much greater than Sparklers know best how hard Yiwol works. I hope he doesn't blame himself. That did something to me. Something inexplicably poignant. For a moment, my mind went blank. How could I repay all this gratitude? It felt like I had a debt the size of 30,000 truckloads to repay. I immediately called the manager's phone. Jong Songbin answered right away. Why did you answer so fast? What about your practice? Is practice important right now? Of course it is. I'm already annoyed that I'm missing it, and you guys are just sitting around monitoring instead of practicing. Whatever. Can we fix all this? I heard Lee Chong-hyun shouting in the background. Yes. Let's wrap this up neatly and end it today. Man, this is the first time I've gotten this much attention online. Enjoying it, huh? You feel good. Baek Hae-won glared at her older brother, Baek Hae, who was glued to his phone. Still, she had to admit that thanks to him, the negative public opinion surrounding Kim Yiwol significantly subsided. Seriously, if they were this close, he should have said something earlier instead of just mentioning they were classmates. She had scoffed when he mentioned they were in the same class and played soccer together, thinking he was exaggerating, but she never imagined he was close enough to have shared those kinds of episodes with Kim Yiwol. No wonder Mom kept talking about some tall, handsome friend when that idiot broke his leg. Even her mother probably wouldn't have guessed that friend would become an idol in the future. Baek Hae-won regretted not tagging along in her mom's car to Hoyeon High School back then. So, how's the reaction? Baek Hae asked. His tone was cheeky, but he still seemed genuinely concerned. Well, Baek Hae had been really surprised when Baek Hae-won first told him the news. Kim Han's rude? Wow, so those ridiculous celebrity rumors are true after all. Sigh, our Yiwol is so sensitive, too, these bastards. He's not that sensitive, though. Shut up. Despite grumbling, Baek Hae poured effort into drafting the clarification post. Beside him, Baek Hae filtered out any sentences that shouldn't be included. Focus on proving that Yiwol didn't receive any special treatment. You're the only one who can back that up. But all our classmates know he's good at studying. The original post either must be written by someone outside our year or a made-up story. Isn't that XXX? Those attention seekers should all be hung upside down from the ceiling. Baek Hae felt her blood boil with anger. Oh, by the way, that came up in the group chat earlier. What? You know, about how good he was at studying. Yeah. They brought up something we talked about before, like why he suddenly switched paths to become an idol, that kind of thing. Come to think of it, he did say Yiwol had been at the top of his class. When she first heard it, she had only focused on our Yiwol didn't receive special treatment. But thinking about it now, it really was a big deal. He was that good at studying? He was. His school grades weren't quite that high, but he always got first place on mock exams. That's why he got access to the self-study room. Baek Hae casually dropped this bombshell as if it were nothing, then suddenly erupted, shouting, "Hey, who's this idiot commenting on my post saying, stop blindly defending him? Can I report them?" 125, Chapter 125, Field Assignment 1. Last night, I went live from the company meeting room and made a clarifying broadcast. I knew it was not the usual approach, but after weighing all the options, I concluded that this was the best course of action. If I had left it to UA, I felt like they would have just repeated the past mistakes of Spark's countless controversies, where they couldn't properly clarify a single thing and only made things worse. Moreover, considering the tendency of the entertainment industry to nitpick and manipulate public opinion, A single written statement wouldn't be enough to quell the situation. Dragging out this unpleasant issue would also be disrespectful to IDC, the show we were currently appearing on. So after thorough preparation, I spent a full hour proving my innocence. Shouldn't you try for college again? Are you telling me to quit the group and take the CSAT? That's not what I meant. Don't you regret it? Now Choi Ji-ho and a few others, including some company staff, were pressuring me, saying it's not too late, try for college again. Everyone was pretending to be so supportive while pushing me out. And here I thought they'd been surprisingly accommodating about keeping me on the team for so long. I knew sensational topics would grab public attention, but I didn't expect even the people around me to get swept up in the buzz as well. Why are you getting caught up in bait meant for others? And don't I regret it, you ask? I regret it the most. I'm shedding bloody tears. Much greater than I knew Yiwol was smart. But Seoul National University, through regular admission. But because of lack of money, huh? The moment this came up, the chat froze. LGND. Much greater than I'm happy our boy didn't receive any special treatment. But losing SNU stings too much. Much greater than XX. I'm so frustrated for him. He got so unfairly attacked for using a study room pass he earned with his grades. Over something so trivial. Much greater than, but if his family is struggling, he'd get a government scholarship, right? If you're a freshman, the scholarship is given after you pay tuition. So he had to pay tuition first, but couldn't. His parents both work. How could he not pay? 1. Not all working people earn 4 to 5 million a month. 2. He said he became independent at 20 because he received zero support from his family. End of story. Much greater than common_idle_score_score.jpg. Irrefutable 111,111. Leaving here inspired. Inspired 22. No. I take back what I said about me being the person regretting it the most. I had already resigned myself to fate, but the fans were agonizing over my situation as if it were their own problem. South Korea united by college entrance exams. How touching. Even if I try again, it'd be pointless. That day, my luck was off the charts. Hyung, the way you're saying it, it doesn't sound like a joke. Because it's not. All the luck in my life was concentrated on the day of the CSAT. Wishing for another miracle would be shameless. Besides, even if I went back to college, I'd just end up with a low 2.0 GPA again. I'd juggle part-time jobs and studies, lose both my specs and grades, apply to the Hampyeong industry, which offered humanities majors a starting salary of 35 million won, and ruin my life again. It was not that I didn't have any regrets. No, it was more than just not having any regrets. College admission was my first achievement in life. It was my first experience of hope, the belief that I could do something. How could I be okay with losing that? It was just that I'd resigned myself to a reality I couldn't change. You went to SNU? Then you should be able to handle this on your own, right? Assistant Manager Kim is book smart, but not street smart. You should go back to school. I got sick of hearing things like that. Damn it, that guy had no hand in helping me go to college. So why was he always picking on me? As expected, I should have gotten the investment analyst license and gone to a securities firm, even if it meant going into debt. But considering that most Hampyeong industry employees were highly educated, I suspected the situation would have been similar at other companies. Anyway, the situation with Partha wasn't fully resolved yet, but at least the open criticism of Spark and me had stopped. That alone was a relief. More importantly, there's something more pressing right now. Today was the deadline to submit the participant list for the IDC position battle. The third round of IDC was structured as a position battle. Each group selected representative members based on 3 positions: vocal, dance, and rap. These representatives were then randomly paired with those from other groups to form units. Each unit competed in a 2:2:2 format, and the first, second, and third places were determined by audience votes. The ranking earned here would provide bonus points in the final 4th round. The reason I'd been doing my best in the competition so far was to secure the production budget for the 3rd round. Now that we had won first place in the 2nd round and secured the budget, I didn't want to expend unnecessary energy in the 3rd round. Spark was unlikely to win anyway, and my priority was the safe and healthy growth of the Spark members. Survival programs required an enormous amount of stamina. You had to prepare everything for the stage in a short period of time, and because the preparation period was short, you had to maximize practice time. If we could receive support in various areas such as planning, arrangement, and choreography, it would be much less work, but UA didn't have the capacity. As a result, the 6 of us literally had to work our bones off to get here. It wouldn't be surprising if someone collapsed at this point. Spark needed time to recover before it came to that. Kian, you haven't gone to the orthopedist last month or this month, right? Hand over the dance position to Choi Jiho and get some physical therapy this round. I'm fine. It doesn't hurt that much. You'll go viral once the random play dance comes up anyway. Just trust me and go. Who said I was worried about that? I went through the trouble of securing some airtime for him, yet he had so much to say. Not in the mood to listen, I just let it go in one ear and out the other. What about the vocal position? Park Ju-woo asked. That was what I was worried about. I was originally going to go. I wanted to give the main vocal a break, but the timing was awkward because of the controversy. Didn't you say you'd take it last time, Hyung? I did, but the situation is a little different now. I'm wondering if it's a good idea for me to go. As I pondered, Jong Songbin thought for a moment and said, How about you go as planned, Hyung? Me? Yes, because you must have had a vision in mind. There's no grand vision or anything like that. I just wanted to give you guys a break. You'll do great, Hyung. I believe in you. I don't know about that. No matter how I look at it. Much greater than told you this is just attention hungry. He must have coated vibranium on his thick skin. Much greater than? Can't resist the buzz. I could already hear the noise. But since I was freeloading, I'd take one for the team. Time to flex my steel vocal cords. Then all that's left is rap. Jong Songbin said. The official rapper of this team was Lee Chonghyun. While Choi Jiho and Kang Kian also received separate rap training, they had never showcased it publicly. But asking Lee Chonghyun, who had worked his tail off through the second round, to go out and rap again. When it comes to rap, of course, I have to go. Lee Chonghyun exclaimed, his eyes shining. He even clenched his fists tightly. We also need to start thinking about the final performance song. Considering the work involved in producing it, wouldn't it be better for you to sit out? This round, the final competition required an original song. Since it was a stage that needed preparation time, the rules for the third round had been announced alongside it. I reminded him of the final performance, just in case he had forgotten. However, Lee Chonghyun's stance was firm. Hyung, you remember how we completely cut out the rap parts in the second performance, right? Yeah. So I had to sing after ages, and it was a nightmare, right? Ju-woo Hyung scolded me nonstop, and I cried my eyes out, right? I did. Park Ju-woo, standing nearby, looked utterly wronged, but Lee Chonghyun didn't care. I'm really good at rapping, so it must have felt like such a waste, right? You probably sighed a lot, huh? Wishing I could have rapped, letting it fester into resentment, right? And if it's a rap battle, and you don't let me go, I'll feel heartbroken, right? I'll cry, right? My eyes will be so swollen that I'll have to hold ice packs until the final performance rehearsal, right? Enough. I'll let you go. Excellent choice. Lee Chonghyun gave a thumbs up. We'd only just decided on the participants, and I was already exhausted. A few days later, the partners for our painstakingly chosen participants were announced. My luck with group project partners had never been great. In high school, those who barely participated would suddenly try to get credit when it was time to.